with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This young man realized he had been reborn. Just as he regained some old memories, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Wu Qingshuang, Li Xiaofan's fiancé. The moment Li Xiaofan answered, he was berated. But it was Wu Qingshuang's voice that made his old memories vivid once again. The moment Li Xiaofan was reborn, he was on his way to Chu Prefecture, to Wu Qingshuang's house to propose to her. But later, this woman had a change of heart and pursued her rich second-generation heir, Yang Xiaoquan. Yang Xiaoquan acted extremely cruelly. Not only did he brutally beat Li Xiaofan, but he also had someone take one of his kidneys. He threw acid in his face, and then framed him for assaulting an innocent girl, sending him to prison for 10 years. Li Xiaofan was utterly miserable. Meanwhile, his father on the outside suffered just as much. He had to sell all his assets and bribe officials at all levels, hoping to get his son released. However, after getting out of prison and returning home, what awaited Li Xiaofan was his father's cold, lifeless body. For many years after that, he lived aimlessly like a stray dog. In the end, Li Zifan couldn't take it anymore and gave up on this world. Who would have thought that a blessing would come from this disaster? At the moment he departed from the mortal world, he unexpectedly had the opportunity to enter the cultivation world, becoming the successor of the Taishan lineage. The Taishan bloodline is one of the high-level powers in the 3,000 great worlds, and Li Taishan was a peerless genius, with a cultivation speed that made him a supreme being in 10,000 years. He was on par with old masters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, like the Azure Emperor or the Golden Capital Demon Venerable. Because of this talent, Li Taishan had long been an eyesore to those old masters. He was even framed for monopolizing the wordless celestial scripture, which ultimately led to an earth-shattering battle. In the end, unwilling to fall into his enemy's hands, Li Taishan self-destructed, taking those who wanted to harm him down with him. In his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of his life by becoming a supreme being in the immortal world. But his biggest regret was not having resolved his mortal grudges, which caused him to nearly fall to the demonic path several times due to those painful memories. But the heavens are just. It seems the heavens have given Li Xiaofan another chance to resolve these troubles. This life, he will definitely not live such a difficult life again, nor will he let his father die in vain again. Just as Li Xiaofan had this thought, a car in the oncoming lane suddenly lost control and hurtled straight towards the taxi waiting for him. The driver tried to swerve, but he couldn't avoid the collision. After this impact, the other car completely lost control and crashed into the guardrail on the bridge. It broke through a section of the guardrail and was just about to fall into the chasm, but it stopped in the nick of time because Li Xiaofan pulled it back. This incredible event attracted quite a few onlookers who stopped to gawk. They were completely shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was true, that a scrawny young man like Li Xiaofan could pull back that car with his bare hands. Li Xiaofan himself had successfully saved someone, but he still wasn't satisfied. He realized that his current strength was still too weak. It seems I must quickly restore my cultivation base to protect those around me. At this moment, the people from the other car also got out. It was an old man and a young woman. The elderly man introduced himself as Chu Tianzheng, very grateful that Li Xiaofan had just saved his life. If there's anything he needs help with in the future, as long as it's within Chu Prefecture, he will definitely not refuse. No need. Li Xiaofan just wanted to leave quickly, so he waved his hand and said. Before Chu Tianzheng could reply, his granddaughter beside him suddenly shouted, "Stop! Our Chu family isn't used to owing favors to others, and we certainly don't want others to have a chance to come and claim a debt of gratitude. So, spit out what you want." The Chu family, huh? Quite an arrogant tone. Li Xiaofan turned back, annoyed. Then I need 110,000-year-old ginseng roots to mend my meridians. Can you do that? Chu Tianjin quickly cut his granddaughter off, and then apologetically spoke to their benefactor. I'm so sorry. This is Chu Xuelian, my granddaughter. She's been spoiled since she was little, so she doesn't know how to speak respectfully. You don't seem to be from Chu Prefecture. I wonder how I should address you. It seems you're about to owe me another favor. Li Xiaofan replied. This answer made Chu Xuelian even more certain that he had ill intentions, just trying to take advantage of her grandfather. But the reason Li Xiaofan said that was because he felt a dense killing intent surrounding them. Right after that, a man who looked like an assassin appeared. This was the one who had tampered with Chu Tiansheng's car. But his plan was thwarted by Li Xiaofan's interference. So now, he wanted to settle the score with him. Chu Tianjing saw the man about to attack his benefactor from behind and was scared out of his wits. He shouted loudly for Li Xiaofan to get out of the way, but he just calmly turned around, facing the man. Then he released his true qi, making him suffer an invisible attack. The assassin was knocked backward, crashing into a tree trunk and spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Chu Tianjing was even more astonished by Li Xiaofan's recent action. Releasing true qi was clearly something only a grandmaster could do. Looking at how young Li Xiaofan was, he didn't look like someone who had reached the ranks of a grandmaster at all. Because these family grandmasters were all very old, they at least had to look like they were over 60. For Li Xiaofan to be so young, if he really was a grandmaster, he was truly a monster. After seeing this scene, Chu Xuelian could only hold her breath. She saw that Li Xiaofan could take down the assassin without even lifting a finger, proving he was no ordinary person. So she retracted her arrogant demeanor from before. Li Zifan took a few steps forward, facing the assassin. He clearly had no chance of survival left. Just as he had said earlier, Chu Tianjing owed him another favor. This time, he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Extremely respectfully and politely, he expressed his thanks, while still hoping to do something to repay him. When Chu Tianjing bowed, a necklace fell from his chest pocket, and the jade on the pendant exuded a very familiar aura. Li Xiaofan vaguely recognized it seemed to be made from primordial chaos stone. All right, if you really want to thank me, can you give me this piece of jade? Chu Tianjing had no reason to refuse. He hastily took it off and placed it in Li Xiaofan's palm. He said that this jade might just be a piece of jewelry to the other party, but it was very useful to him. Therefore, from now on, the two of them were even. No one owed the other anything anymore. Then he left. After seeing Li Xiaofan disappear from sight, Miss Lien put on the same haughty and difficult attitude as before. She questioned her grandfather why he gave away the jade pendant he always wore. Chu Tianjing didn't answer. Instead, with a serious expression, he asked his granddaughter, "Do you know of Long Tiangang from the Southeast Military Region?" The Long Tiangang he mentioned was the #1 expert in the Southeast Military Region. He was perennially ordered to guard the border region. He had repeatedly infiltrated terrorist organizations. Just hearing his name was enough to strike fear. Before that, Long Tiangang had also single-handedly charged into the war-torn region of West Africa, taking the enemy's head amidst a storm of bullets. He eliminated over 2,000 enemy troops, becoming an undefeated god in the hearts of the soldiers. Chu Xuelian knew a little about this person. She just didn't understand why her grandfather suddenly brought him up. I mentioned Long Tiangang to make it easier for you to understand, because that young man's skills are at least on par with his. Chu Tianjing replied, his eyes still fixed on the back that had long since disappeared. Li Xiaofan quickly arrived at the White Swan Hotel, the largest 5-star hotel in Chu Prefecture. In his previous life, he had suffered enough misery and humiliation here. But now, everything had changed. As he stepped inside once more, Li Zifan, on the contrary, felt a bit of anticipation. He was looking forward to meeting that bastard Yang Xiaoquan. However, just as he walked in, before he could see Yang Xiaoquan, he immediately ran into Wu Qingxuan. Her true nature was really hard to change. The moment she saw her boyfriend, she loudly criticized him for being useless. Even something as simple as coming here, he was late, making her wait for half a day. "Oh, I ran into some trouble on the way," Li Xiaofan replied indifferently. This attitude of his made Wu Qingxuan a little awkward. It wasn't hard for her to feel that something was different about Li Xiaofan. If it were before, he would have surely rushed over to please her, doing all sorts of things to apologize to her. Just then, another woman walked over. She looked Li Xiaofan up and down with an extremely judgmental gaze. Then she said mockingly, "Qingxuan, is this your boyfriend from the countryside? He looks so rustic. How dare he go out and meet people when he's this poor? If I were you, I would have chosen young Master Yang." "Stop talking." Wu Qingxuan lost her patience and spoke up to cut the other girl off. Li Xiaofan also remembered this person. Her name was Su Xiaoying. She was a teacher in the literature department. In his past life, she had always looked down on him and didn't hesitate to sow discord with Wu Qingxuang. Under her disdain, Wu Qingxuang also naturally found him very irritating. She even blamed Li Xiaofan for not finding better clothes to wear to such a luxurious place, saying he was embarrassing her in front of her colleagues. The attitude of both of them was exactly the same as in his previous life. Li Xiaofan wasn't surprised in the slightest. Yang Xiaoquan had also walked over by this time, and when he struck up a conversation, Wu Qingxuang didn't hesitate to use flowery words to describe her boyfriend, such as that broke pauper, and told him not to pay any attention to him. At this moment, Li Xiaofan was sitting alone in a corner, smoking a cigarette. Compared to the heavens-chosen sun-like appearance of Yang Xiaoquan, who was surrounded by people, it was truly a world of difference. Wu Qingxuang couldn't hide the feeling of comparison between the two men. And what was bound to happen, happened. At Yang Xiaoquan's urging, she finally decided to show her true colors. Yang Xiaoquan put his arm around Wu Qingxuang's waist, who was still Li Xiaofan's girlfriend at the time, and swaggered over to him, extending a hand to get acquainted. But from the very first sentence, Li Xiaofan gave him no face at all. "Sorry, I only shake hands with friends, and you are not worthy of being my friend." Yang Xiaoquan's face turned black with anger. Seeing this, Wu Qingxuang quickly spoke up first. And of course, she sided with the rich guy. "Hurry up and apologize to Xiaoquan. He's the deputy director of the training department. You'll be working under him in the future. If your relationship is strained, you won't be able to stay at the school. Do you even want to work anymore?" Because of the commotion over here, many people had gathered to watch. Almost all of them had the exact same opinion, that they couldn't understand why Wu Qingxuang had such a poor and rustic boyfriend, let alone Yang Xiaoquan. Even Su Xiaoying's boyfriend was 100 times better than him. The bootlickers started to gang up on the weak, pressuring Li Xiaofan to apologize for his rudeness to Yang Xiaoquan. If it were the Li Xiaofan from his past life, he would surely have been pressured to the point of tears. But now, he just calmly waited to see how long that bastard Yang Xiaoquan could remain smug. "Li Zifan, I sincerely advise you to hurry up and scram back to your countryside home. Don't bother Qingxuang anymore in the future, because you are not worthy of her," Yang Xiaoquan said with a smug look. Even this matter alarmed the training department director, whose surname was Ma. And of course, this pot-bellied man also sided with Yang Xiaoquan. He demanded that Li Xiaofan immediately apologize to that guy surnamed Yang, then get up and give up his seat, because he wasn't qualified to sit here. "Am not qualified? Then is Yang Xiaoquan qualified?" Li Zifan sneered. But his words were like setting up the opponent to score a goal. Yang Xiaoquan boasted smugly, showing off that he owned a share in this White Swan Hotel. "If I'm not qualified to sit here, I don't know who is." Li Xiaofan saw that he couldn't beat the other party in a verbal fight. Now he put a little trick on that chair, then stood up. "If you insist on sitting, I won't stop you. I just hope you don't regret it." After saying that, he left. Li Zifan even deliberately put on an expression of reluctance. Combined with his previous words, it really created quite an effect. Yang Xiaoquan hurriedly sat down on the still warm chair. But as soon as he sat down, Yang Xiaoquan felt that something was wrong. He sprang back up. Oh my God! But was actually engulfed in flames. Wu Qingyang ran over worriedly to check. As a result, the fire spread to her dress. The entire hall immediately fell into chaos. Someone quick-witted went to get a bucket of water and threw it directly on the adulterous couple. Although the fire-extinguishing effect was real, it made Yang Xiaoquan and Wu Qingxuang look extremely disheveled and unsightly. It didn't stop there. While he was still grinding his teeth in anger over the suddenly burning chair, the chandelier on the ceiling suddenly swayed violently and fell. Yang Xiaoquan took the full brunt of the hit, so he was quite seriously injured. His colleagues hurriedly helped him to the hospital, fearing unforeseeable consequences. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan was calmly on the side, smoking a cigarette and enjoying the show. In his eyes, that guy surnamed Yang was just an insignificant fly not worth mentioning. It didn't stop there. As soon as Yang Xiaoquan was helped into the car, the vehicle immediately burst into flames. It was as if it was haunted. The car doors were tightly shut, inadvertently turning him into a chicken in an oven. The crowd was terrified. Yang Xiaoquan could no longer open his eyes. He could only desperately try to open the car door to escape. Li Xiaofan stood on the balcony and witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He smiled very smugly. The good show was still to come. He didn't intend to let the other party off so easily. Suddenly, Wu Qingyang appeared right behind him. Since it was getting late, she told Li Xiaofan to find a place to rest on his own. She also vaguely hinted at the marriage proposal tomorrow. It seems the wench still wanted to play both sides. Got it. I will be there on time, Li Xiaofan replied calmly. In my past life, because he was persecuted his whole life, he almost fell into the demonic path many times. But in this life, in order to solidify a firm Tao heart for cultivation, he absolutely cannot allow any mistakes. Tomorrow's marriage proposal. Of course Li Xiaofan must be there. After all, he hasn't had enough fun punishing Yang Xiaoquan yet. Wu Qingshuang watched Li Xiaofan's departing figure. Her heart wavered a little. To be more precise, she felt guilty. After all, he had traveled all this way alone, and she treated him so poorly. Let's go, Qingshuang. You and that brat are definitely not on the same path. Only an outstanding man like Yang Xiaoquan is worthy of you. At this moment, Su Xiaoying popped out of nowhere. She continued to brainwash Wu Qingshuang with sweet words, making her even more certain that her choice was the right one. Oh right, my boyfriend is about to start working at the Emperor's Club, Su Xiaoying said again. He also rented a room for us. You can go up there and take a shower, change into some cleaner clothes, and then head home. After leaving the White Swan Hotel, Li Xiaofan suddenly received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, he found out it was Chu Shuilian calling. He didn't know how she got his number. Mr. Li, where are you right now? You just arrived in Chu City, so you probably don't have a place to stay the night, right? My grandfather has already arranged it for you. Li Xiaofan was about to refuse. But on second thought, the debt of saving a life twice is indeed very heavy. There's nothing wrong with them wanting to repay him. Why should he be hesitant to accept? So, Li Xiaofan gave her his current address and calmly waited to be picked up. After hanging up the phone, a beautiful girl suddenly approached him. She was holding a basket of flowers. A single glance told him she had no good intentions. This girl opened her mouth and tried to entice Li Xiaofan to her flower shop. She even deliberately showed her most beautiful side to seduce him. Go to your place? I'm afraid you can't afford to invite me, Li Xiaofan replied in a low voice. His attitude was indeed a bit condescending. It made the flower girl fly into a rage from embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Such a lowly demon cultivator dares to do business? Are you tired of living? Having her identity exposed by him, the woman immediately dropped her sweet facade. She took a few steps back. A murderous aura began to rise. Since you've recognized my identity, then I can't let you go today. Just obediently let me suck your yang qi dry. The other party dropped the flower basket in her hand. Her fingernails grew faster than your ex changes their mind. Then, she greedily sucked Li Xiaofan's yang qi. But after sucking a little, she accidentally realized something was wrong. Her whole body was in agony, so much so that she couldn't stand steadily and collapsed to the ground. Just by sucking a bit of yang qi, she felt as if her body was being dried out. Moreover, a portion of her cultivation base had been destroyed. Who on earth are you? She looked at Li Xiaofan with horrified eyes. Yang qi, you fool, he replied. That is this venerable one's grand annihilation qi. How could a lowly demon cultivator like you possibly withstand it? If you want to live a little longer, hurry up and get lost. After hearing this, the other party's face turned pale. She was so scared that she immediately turned tail and ran. Just then, a taxi passed by. The driver was obviously a brainless idiot. So from his perspective, he only saw Li Xiaofan senselessly scolding a beautiful woman. Unworthy of being a man. Beauty, get in. They'll wait for you. As he spoke, he opened the car door. The demon cultivator quickly ran over. Li Xiaofan could only shake his head helplessly. This foolish mortal probably doesn't know he just served himself up to a tiger. As for that female demon cultivator, he decided to spare her life for now. Later, after he refines the longevity pill, he will absorb her demonic qi to supplement his own power. The female demon cultivator sat in the car, still remembering to look at Li Xiaofan through the rearview mirror and silently sighing in relief. That situation just now was truly too dangerous. But in the taxi driver's eyes, her expression became one of fear, looking extremely pitiful. He tried to make conversation to ease the situation. "Beauty, are you all right? I saw you holding a flower basket just now. Are you a wandering flower seller?" "That's right. Our flower shop has many beautiful flowers. Big brother, would you like to come and take a look? It's right in 10,000 Flowers Lane behind the villa." She had just been injured by Li Xiaofan and needed some yang qi to recuperate. It seems this lecherous driver can't escape his bad luck today. Meanwhile, after the female cultivator left, another supercar stopped in front of where Li Xiaofan was standing. From the car, Miss Chu stepped out. Her demeanor was extremely confident, truly possessing the air of a tycoon's daughter. "Mr. Li, we meet again." This time, Chu Zuilian's attitude was much milder. "As expected, it's you. Please thank your grandfather for me," Li Xiaofan replied politely. Then he got into the car. Chu Zuilian drove the car herself. She also expressed her intention to vent Li Xiaofan's anger on the people who had just provoked him. But Li Xiaofan tactfully refused. After all, those who bring trouble upon themselves cannot live. They didn't need to worry too much about them. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream and cries for help suddenly echoed. Looking through the car window, he realized it was coming from the taxi carrying that female demon cultivator. The car lost control, spun around, and crashed straight into the roadside barrier. That female demon cultivator seemed to have had a full meal. She looked through the window and gave a strange smile. Chu Zuilian, who was holding the steering wheel, happened to glimpse this scene and was startled. But Li Zifan was extremely calm. After all, he had already predicted this would happen. When that female demon cultivator got into that taxi, "That girl is..." Chu Zuilian pointed at the taxi. She was so scared that she kept stammering, unable to form words. In this world, there are many existences that ordinary people cannot imagine. "Don't be too surprised," Li Xiaofan replied calmly. His demeanor was as if he had witnessed this horrifying scene many times before. This made Chu Zuilian even more curious about Li Xiaofan's true identity. But she didn't dare to ask. Half an hour later, Chu Zuilian's supercar stopped in front of the Imperial Grand Club. She went to park the car first and told Li Xiaofan to go inside and rest. But his overly simple appearance, or to be more precise, his somewhat shabby look, caught the attention of the staff. As expected, Li Xiaofan was stopped at the door. "Coming here to rent a room dressed so poorly? Are you a member?" Li Xiaofan shook his head, saying he was here with a friend. Upon hearing this, the male employee became even more visibly annoyed. He waved his hand to dismiss Li Xiaofan, claiming he only served members. "What's going on?" Because the employee was being too loud, he attracted the attention of another man. "Oh, Manager Zhao, look at this. Does this brat want to stay here?" The man called Manager Zhao walked over, sized Li Xiaofan up from head to toe, and then burst into mocking laughter at him. "So it's this country bumpkin. Why are even beggars coming here now?" Li Zifan looked at the other person with suspicion. Based on his tone, it seemed like he knew him. The other person seemed to understand his suspicion and took the initiative to explain that he was Su Xiaoying's boyfriend. "Oh, I heard Su Xiaoying always boasting about how amazing her boyfriend is. Turns out he's just a lobby manager." These words carried obvious contempt. Moreover, they came from someone who didn't look rich at all. This added even more damage to Manager Zhao. He started loudly belittling Li Xiaofan with all sorts of cliches, things like criticizing him for having no money, calling him delusional, and even boasting that he was here with a friend. Just then, Su Xiaoying and Wu Qingxuang also arrived. Seeing Li Xiaofan here, the money-grubbing Miss Wu was also a little surprised. After hearing Su Xiaoying's boyfriend explain everything, she felt even more humiliated. Wu Qingxuang thought Li Xiaofan had come here intentionally to cause trouble, so she was extremely embarrassed and just wanted to get rid of him quickly. But he was still determined to stay and wait for Chu Zuilian. Seeing her boyfriend, soon-to-be ex, being so stubborn, Wu Qingxuang really couldn't stand it. So she said bitterly, "Li Xiaofan, oh Li Xiaofan, how did I not see before that you're such a vain and materialistic person, coming all the way here just to get my attention? Don't you feel ashamed?" After hearing her speak, Li Xiaofan found it hilarious. He retorted, "Me, vain and materialistic? Then what do you call yourself for getting with Yang Shaoquan?" Wu Qingxuang was hit where it hurt. She became unnatural, but she still vehemently denied being with Yang Xiaoquan with a stutter and a betraying expression. Li Xiaofan didn't want to waste his breath on her. It's just that today, he was determined to stay here. No matter who tried to kick him out, it wouldn't work. Fine. Then let me see if you really have the right to stay here. Wu Qingshuang's tone shifted from impatient to sarcastic. Of course, he has the right to be here. Another female voice rang out, responding sharply. It was Chu Xuelian who had returned. Young Miss Chu's appearance greatly astonished the waiter and that man named Zhao, accompanied by fear. They didn't know why the princess of the Chu family would personally come here. Why shouldn't I be allowed here? Chu Xuelian said, while glancing over at Wu Qingshuang, an expression of contempt on her face. Then she declared majestically, Mr. Li is an honored guest of my family. How dare you be so disrespectful? Chu Xuelian had just said kneel. Neither Su Xiaoying's boyfriend nor the waiter dared to disobey. They voluntarily dropped to their knees on the floor. After that, they were forced to slap their own faces, slapping themselves while apologizing for offending Li Xiaofan. The sight of her boyfriend being humiliated like this truly made Su Xiaoying's face darken. Only Wu Qingshuang didn't know who young Miss Chu was. So she quietly asked her friend, Who is this girl? Why is your boyfriend also afraid of her? This is the young miss of the Chu family. Su Xiaoying answered, I heard that last year, some blind fool offended one of her honored guests. As a result, she had his 4 limbs broken. He's now a cripple. After hearing this, Wu Qingshuang was also terrified, but she thought Li Xiaofan was secretly working as a gigolo for a rich young lady. Thus, she looked down on him even more. Miss Lian let the two of them slap their own faces for a long time. Finally satisfied, she pulled Li Xiaofan away. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Wu Qingshuang and think to herself, truly someone blind to true worth, to give up a dragon among men like Mr. Li. When the two had completely disappeared from sight, Chu Ziyilian's cold gaze still made Wu Qingshuang tense. She thought to herself, fine, Li Zifan, you'll wait and see what happens when the young Miss Chu gets tired of you. How miserable you will be. After taking Li Xiaofan back to his private room, Miss Lian straightforwardly made a proposition. She wanted to take Li Xiaofan as her master. Furthermore, to express her sincerity, she even transferred a large sum of money into his bank account. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaofan bluntly refused, on the grounds that Chu Ziyilian's aptitude was too poor. She was not qualified to be his disciple. Cultivation was something Chu Xuelian had longed for a long time, but she lacked the opportunity. Now that she had met a hidden master, she didn't want to give up this chance, even if it meant sacrificing certain things. Mr. Li, if you can accept me as your disciple, I will obey you in everything. As she spoke, Chu Xuelian started taking off her dress. Her intention was extremely clear, but her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Obviously, she wasn't entirely willing. Li Xiaofan sized her up from head to toe. This young woman was indeed quite beautiful, but compared to the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, the sect master of the 10,000 Flowers Grotto, or the Jasper Lake Fairy, she was far inferior. It really wasn't worth breaking his virgin young body for her. Get dressed and leave, Li Zifan said, acting like a righteous gentleman. After some consideration, he agreed to accept Chu Xuelian as a registered disciple, a rank lower than a direct disciple. Chu Xuelian immediately pulled her dress back up, her eyes shining brightly. Thank you, master. From now on, just call me teacher. Remember, we are successors of the supreme profundity lineage. Although you are only a registered disciple, you are still considered a disciple of the lineage. Li Xiaofan's tone was extremely serious, which made Chu Xuelian feel tense as well. Teacher, so where is our lineage located? It's in a very distant place, Li Xiaofan said, his gaze distant as he looked out the window. One day, when you are strong enough, I will take you there to see. For some reason, when Li Zifan said these words, Chu Xuelian felt that he seemed heartbroken. As for Li Xiaofan, he didn't want to be sentimental and let his disciple know that his heartache was because there was someone he missed there. The person in Li Xiaofan's dreams was Xueshi, a fairy who was both talented and beautiful. In his previous life, Xueshi had always cultivated arduously, not to become stronger than that Li Taixian. but to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him under the heavens. Since his rebirth, Li Xiaofan finally had some peace of mind to think about her. He didn't know how she was doing now, whether she was well or if she was looking for him. But Li Xiaofan had secretly sworn that sooner or later he would return to find her, and at the same time, settle all the old scores. Seeing that his master's mood seemed complicated, Manager Lien tactfully decided to leave first. Leaving Li Xiaofan alone in the room, he took out Chu Tiansheng's jade pendant and rubbed it in his hand. This primordial heaven stone is a precious item. It's just that it has already dried up. Li Xiaofan rubbed the jade pendant for a while, but nothing happened. It seems that even though there's still remnant supreme profound qi in his body, it's not enough to activate this thing. Li Xiaofan put it back in his pocket, planning to wait until his cultivation improves. It wouldn't be too late to activate it after entering a major realm. Li Xiaofan wasn't sleepy yet, so he opened the door and stepped outside. Then he discovered that the waiter and Su Xiaoying's boyfriend were still outside, slapping their own faces. Seeing Li Xiaofan step out, they shamelessly hugged his legs, calling him Grandpa Li and begging for forgiveness. But thinking about how these people looked down on others, and how they had treated him so poorly earlier, Li Xiaofan just kicked his leg out, then cursed, scram. His refusal to forgive them meant these two had to continue kneeling here, slapping themselves. Li Xiaofan looked at Su Xiaoying's boyfriend. The more he looked, the more of an eyesore he found him. In his previous life, he was Yang Shaokin's loyal dog. He had harmed him many times. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, he fell into his hands. His fate was no different from an ant's. Li Xiaofan left the hotel, wanting to take a stroll. But just as his foot touched the street, a car suddenly sped crazily towards him. He was startled. He hastily took a few steps back and shouted after it, "Don't you have eyes?" But because of that, Li Xiaofan saw a beautiful girl in the back of the car, crying and banging on the window for help. The car sped towards the forest on the outskirts of the city. The kidnapped girl in the car was Ouyang Baier, and the kidnapper was Sun Zhong. "Ouyang Baier, don't be afraid. If you please me for one night, they'll sign the contract for you right away." Shameless Song Zhong. Not only did he kidnap Ouyang Baier, but he also drugged her. The girl was feeling extremely uncomfortable now. Her mind was becoming hazy. She wanted to resist, but her whole body was weak. She had become a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of whatever Song Zhong wanted to do. "I've already thrown your phone away. What are you going to use to call the police?" "Go ahead and scream. ITLL, just make me more excited. They'll definitely torture you to my heart's content later." Song Zhong's lewd laughter made Ouyang Baier cry even harder. He began to undress the girl. He was clearly harassing her, yet he said that being noticed by him was a blessing from her past life. Very quickly, Ouyang Baier had almost no clothes left on her body. But at the most crucial moment, as he was about to make his move, someone knocked on the car window a few times. Sun Zhong, whose fun was interrupted, was so angry he gritted his teeth. He rolled down the window and told the person outside to scram. But unfortunately for him, this busybody was Li Xiaofan. Not only did he not scram, but he also wanted the guy to get out and talk to him. Seeing the other party's aggressive demeanor, clearly having no intention of backing down, Sun Zhong was also furious. He grabbed a baseball bat and got out. "You bastard. I don't know who you are, but I'll give you one last chance. Scram from here immediately. Otherwise, they'll teach you a lesson." He pointed the bat at Li Xiaofan's face, gritting his teeth and threatening him. But on the opposite side, Li Xiaofan didn't show any sign of fear. He even calmly lit a cigarette, then told the other guy to release the girl in the car, and he would consider sparing his life. In Song Zhong's eyes, Li Xiaofan was just a scrawny young man, dressed in shabby clothes. Therefore, hearing what he said, he felt his fists itching. In this South City district, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even in all of Chu City, no one dared to touch him. "I don't care who you are. I'm asking you one last time. Will you release that girl or not?" Li Xiaofan repeated himself, but this time, the answer he got was that baseball bat. Sun Zhong didn't want to waste any more words. The weapon in his hand was already swinging. Unfortunately for him, he ran into someone like Li Xiaofan, who had spent a previous lifetime cultivating immortality. He caught the bat with one hand, then crushed it. Seeing this, Sun Zhong started to become terrified. He subconsciously took a few steps back, but his mouth didn't stop threatening. You rotten brat. Don't think you're so great just because you know some martial arts. This society is very complicated. Someone like me isn't the type you can mess with. Oh, then why don't you tell me just how complicated it is? Li Zifen said as he stepped forward. He reached out and grabbed the other's collar. Song Zhong was scared to death at this moment. But every time he opened his mouth, threatening words came out. Xiaofan didn't care. He lifted him up with one hand, dangling above the ground. If the other party was so tired of living, then he didn't mind granting his wish. Just a few seconds later, Song Zhong felt it was hard to breathe and began to struggle violently. Go ahead, kill me. You think I'm scared? Humph. Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare. Who are you trying to scare? As Song Zhong said this, Li Xiaofan suddenly let go. But unfortunately, it wasn't to spare him, but to let go and throw him straight down the cliff. Song Zhong let out a miserable scream, but he brought this upon himself. After dealing with that ant, Li Xiaofan was about to leave. But right at this moment, the car door clicked open. Ouyang Baini, in a dazed state, staggered out. Sir, please wait. She called out, but before she could finish, she collapsed. Li Xiaofan shook his head, sighing wearily. But in the end, he had no choice but to take her with him. Ouyang Baini was taken to the Dihao clubhouse. After a hot shower, she sobered up a bit. But a new problem arose. Her clothes had been torn by Song Zhong earlier. Seeing her come out wrapped only in a bath towel, Li Xiaofan looked a bit disgusted. He tossed a white shirt to her. Ouyang Baini knew her place and put on the shirt, buttoning it up carefully. Then she tied up her hair. Sir, thank you for saving me, the girl said again. All right. If there's nothing else, you can leave now, Li Zifen said impatiently. But Ouyang Baini looked troubled. Her hands clutched the hem of the shirt, and she whispered that someone would only come to pick her up tomorrow. Moreover, she was all alone. So she asked Li Xiaofan to let her stay here for the night. As you wish. He spat out 2 words. Then he lay down facing the wall. Ouyang Baini thought for a long time, then still got into the bed, with her back to Li Xiaofan. For some reason, even though he was a strange man, she felt extremely safe next to him. Li Zifen, of course, didn't touch her. So Ouyang Baini had a peaceful night. The next morning, Li Xiaofan got in the car to go to Wu Qingshuang's house to discuss the marriage proposal. In the car, he received a call from Chu Xuelian. Her grandfather had just heard that his benefactor was preparing to work at the Star of the East school, so he made an exception and put him in charge of it. After all, it was an asset of the Chu family. After Li Xiaofan finished the call, it still felt a bit unreal. He had casually saved a life, and unexpectedly, that person was so powerful. Even that prestigious school was part of his estate. Li Zifen naturally had no reason to refuse. I have something to do now. If there's nothing else, goodbye. Yes. Sorry to bother you, master. At this time, Li Xiaofan had already arrived in front of the Star of the East school. In his past life, Wu Qingshuang and her mother had cheated him out of all his assets and colluded with Yang Shaoquan to send him to prison, causing his father to die with his eyes open. Today was only the first step in his plan for revenge. As he expected, Wu Qingshuang's mother was currently carefully instructing her to quickly turn against Li Xiaofan. To her, one had to be quick and seize the opportunity in matters of love. Otherwise, they would miss a rich catch like Yang Shaoquan. After all, he was from a rich family with a powerful background. If Wu Qingshuang got with him, she could guarantee a life of luxury for the rest of her days. Under her mother's brainwashing, and combined with the events of yesterday, Wu Qingshuang had already resolved to break up with Li Xiaofan today. Just then, Li Xiaofan also arrived. As soon as she saw him, Wu Qingshuang's mother showed her displeasure. It made sense, because in her eyes, only a rich man like Yang Shaoquan was worthy of being her precious son-in-law. Before Li Xiaofan could even speak, Wu Qingshuang spoke with annoyance. Li Xiaofan, can't you see my mother? Why haven't you greeted her yet? So rude. Li Xiaofan reluctantly opened his mouth and said, Hello, Annie. Then he lit a cigarette and found a place to sit down. Wu Qingshuang's mother saw that her daughter was useless and decided to take matters into her own hands. The first question she asked was about Li Xiaofan's monthly salary. Li Xiaofan was currently a student teacher. His monthly salary was about 2,000. Wu Qing answered for him. As soon as she heard the number 2000, her mother sneered. She bluntly criticized him for having no house and no car. His monthly salary was also low. She didn't know where he got the courage to propose to her daughter. As for Li Xiaofan, he already knew the true colors of this venomous mother-daughter duo from his past life. But to experience this situation again in person, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He was about to speak, but was cut off by the money-grubbing Miss Wu. Enough, Li Xiaofan. You don't need to say anything else. Aren't you poor? Is it because you have no money that you're clinging to Miss Chu? What you did yesterday truly disappointed me. It made me look down on you even more. Wu Qing was referring to the matter of Li Xiaofan being Chu Zuilian's kept man. He had no intention of explaining, and even if he wanted to, her mother was already eager to kick him out. Yang Xiaoquan was about to arrive. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A luxury car parked in front of the gate. Yang Xiaoquan swaggered out of the car. Even with a lump on his forehead from being hit by a chandelier last night, he still exuded the air of a rich man. Seeing him appear, Wu Qing's mother put on a happy expression, shaking his hand gleefully. It was a stark contrast to when she met Li Xiaofan. This time, following that guy surnamed Yang, were two tall men. They had fierce faces. Li Xiaofan knew right away that he came prepared. In his previous life, he was crippled by these two men. But today, he would definitely put him in the same situation. He would even pay him back double. Auntie, I had a small accident earlier. I just got out of the hospital, so I didn't bring any gifts. How about this? I heard you don't have a car. They'll give you this car as a gift. Yang Xiaoquan pointed at the luxury car he had just driven up in. Because of this, Wu Qing's mother smiled, so widely her mouth reached her ears. Oh, you're too kind. We'll be family soon anyway. This is a token of my filial piety to you, Auntie. It's what I should do. She had long been blinded by money. Being gifted a luxury car made her even more ecstatic. Li Xiaofan was still here. But Wu Qing's mother was already rushing to sever all ties with him. One moment, she praised Yang Xiaoquan for being so sensible. The next, she was insinuating that he wasn't like someone else, who was not only poor, but also came to freeload. That someone was clearly Li Xiaofan. Now, Yang Xiaoquan finally noticed he was also present. He opened his mouth to provoke him. Li Zifan, you're really a persistent one. You even followed Qing Shuang all the way to her house. The more he thought about yesterday, the angrier he got. He believed that everything from the burning chair to the falling chandelier was caused by Li Xiaofan. Therefore, Yang Xiaoquan planned to teach him a good lesson today. Just as planned, Yang Xiaoquan's first step was to threaten him. His words weren't anything new. It was something along the lines of advising Li Xiaofan to get lost if he didn't want to be humiliated. Perhaps he would spare him trouble at school out of respect for Wu Qing. How are you going to give me trouble? Li Xiaofan asked back in a very provoking tone. The opponent couldn't even dream of the relationship between Li Xiaofan and Chu Tianzheng. So in his eyes, he was just a mere student teacher. Meanwhile, he was already a deputy director, not to mention his starting point as a rich kid. Yang Xiaoquan believed that his position at the school alone was enough to crush Li Xiaofan. Hearing him boast like that, Li Xiaofan found it hilarious. He bluntly stated that he was now the principal. But of course, Yang Xiaoquan didn't believe this was true. He just thought he was daydreaming. He even laughed out loud because of it. And Wu Qing felt even more embarrassed because of it. Daughter, wasn't I right? This kind of person, you shouldn't continue to be involved with. You need to draw a clear line quickly. How embarrassing. Wu Qing's mother kept muttering. Then she intimately took Yang Xiaoquan's arm, wanting to bring him inside for some good food. But this playboy still wanted to pick a fight with Li Xiaofan. So he told Wu Qing and her mother to take his luxury car for a test drive. He'll stay here and talk with Li Xiaofan for a while longer. Wu Qing stood between the two men, looking very troubled. But because her mother kept urging her, she ultimately didn't stay any longer. Now, only Li Xiaofan was left, along with Yang Xiaoquan and his subordinates. He quickly dropped the act, revealing his true nature as a street thug. Li Zifan, if you get on your knees and kowtow 100 times right now, and then bark like a dog, they'll let you crawl back to your village peacefully. And don't ever appear before me and Qing again. Otherwise, they'll definitely make you regret being born into this world. Yang Xiaoquan's words were incredibly harsh. Li Xiaofan knew exactly what he meant by make you regret being born into this world, because he had already experienced it in his past life. What? Are you going to break my limbs? Gouge out my kidney? Disfigure me with acid? And then frame me for a crime to send me to prison? Huh, how interesting. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to be so smart. Since you already know, why don't you hurry up and kowtow to me? Li Zifan didn't waste any more words with this fool. He stood up. Without a word, he walked over, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up, with the remnants of supreme, profound qi still in his body. It was no surprise that Li Xiaofan possessed such strength. Thus, he could easily overpower his opponent. Seeing this, the two bodyguards Yang Xiaoquan brought with him rushed forward to save their master. However, to deal with them, Li Xiaofan didn't even need to lift a finger. With one hand, he still held Yang Xiaoquan tightly by the neck, letting him struggle like a fish out of water. While on the other hand, he began to release a burst of qi. It sent the two charging bodyguards flying backward. Li Xiaofan's terrifying power immediately alerted the two of them. They realized he was a high-level cultivator. Seeing that his opponents also knew about the concept of cultivation, Li Xiaofan seemed rather excited. Oh, even two dog-like slaves like you know about cultivation? This is truly beyond my expectations. With that said, he tossed Yang Xiaoquan aside, causing him to cry out in pain. As for his bodyguards, although they had felt Li Xiaofan's overwhelming aura, not wanting to show weakness, they still tried to threaten him with tough words. The world is full of hidden masters. There are people with profound cultivation everywhere. Today, out of respect for you being a fellow practitioner, we will spare your life. You should hurry and release young Master Yang. Then, obediently kowtow, and we will guarantee your safe departure. One of them said that, but the other one was terrified, because Li Xiaofan could so freely release such a torrent of true qi. It proved that his level was already very high. He was not someone they could handle. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoquan had already lost his composure. He roared, "What are you two still standing there for? I didn't pay you to stand there and chat. If you want kowtow, then he'll cripple him. Then he'll gouge out his kidney." Truly a fool who doesn't know his place. Li Zifan found it utterly ridiculous. He's still being so stubborn even at a time like this. Young Master Yang, do you still not understand the situation? Right now, you are the ones at my mercy. He had been standing opposite the two bodyguards. But as he said this, he suddenly appeared behind one of them. His speed was truly so fast and naked I couldn't follow. Quick as lightning, Li Xiaofan grabbed his arm. In my past life, it was this very arm that broke my leg. So, let's start by crippling his right arm. He acted with extreme precision. The bodyguard's face immediately contorted. He let out a blood-curdling scream and clutched his right arm. The other man saw this and immediately attacked. But just like before, Li Xiaofan used his true qi to form a protective shield. Not only did it block his opponent's fist, but it also sent him flying backward. This was the man who had gouged out his kidney that year. So, of course, he couldn't be spared. That bodyguard was quickly knocked down, writhing in a pool of blood. Li Xiaofan even commented that his blood was dirty, waving his hand with a look of disgust. The old and new debts with these two were now settled. Now, it was the ringleader's turn. Yang Xiaoquan personally witnessed Li Xiaofan deal with his two bodyguards. He was already trembling like a leaf in the wind. He began to threaten while shivering, saying that if he dared to touch a single hair on his head, he would definitely report him for intentional assault and make him rot in prison for life. Li Zifan thoroughly enjoyed this cowardly display from Yang Xiaoquan. Then he returned all of his earlier arrogant words back to him. Don't worry, I won't touch you. If you're willing to kneel, kowtow 100 times, and then bark like a dog. Yang Xiaoquan was so angry he gritted his teeth. Clearly, he was unwilling to comply. Seeing this, Li Xiaofan then stomped on his bodyguard's leg, instantly crippling his leg as well. Yang Xiaoquan was terrified. He stammered, Don't. They'll kowtow right now. Please don't hit me. At that moment, Wu Qingshuang and her mother were sitting in Yang Xiaoquan's luxury car. After all, she wasn't as cruel and malicious as her mother. So, while in the car, she was still nervously worried that Li Xiaofan would be beaten up. Qingshuang, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't mention Li Xiaofan again. Xiaoquan is thousands of times better than Li Xiaofan. Compared to Xiaoquan, Li Xiaofan is nothing but a piece of shit. Wu Qingshuang's mother was extremely adamant. She was about to scold her daughter a bit more. But just at that moment, the car had made a loop and stopped in front of their house. Just in time to witness the scene of Yang Xiaoquan, whom she always flattered, kowtowing to Li Xiaofan, whom she always despised. By now, Yang Xiaoquan had kowtowed so much that his forehead was bleeding. But he had only done 50, and Li Xiaofan had no intention of giving him a discount. Wu Qingshuang was so anxious that she jumped out of the car, seeing Yang Xiaoquan in this sorry state, plus his 2 bodyguards lying defeated on the ground. She was so shocked it took her a long time to speak. Li Zifan, what are you doing? Why is Xiaoquan like this? Li Xiaofan shrugged. He said he didn't do anything. It was all Yang Xiaoquan's own doing. After saying that, he patted his face, reminding him that after 100 kowtows, he still had to bark like a dog. He definitely must not forget. Yang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to speak up. But Wu Qingshuang couldn't hold back. Li Zifan, even though I don't know what happened, there's a limit to how you can humiliate others. Why have you become so vicious? You should apologize to Xiaoquan immediately. Li Xiaofan found the word apologize utterly ridiculous. He gave a faint laugh. Then he put his hands in his pockets. He stood up leisurely. Their family, along with the arrogant and domineering Yang Xiaoquan, had humiliated Li Xiaofan countless times, yet no one ever thought of apologizing. Now that he was returning just a fraction of it, they were getting all worked up. Li Xiaofan stepped on Yang Xiaoquan's shoulder, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Although it was extremely humiliating, he didn't want his arms and legs broken, so he still had to bark like a dog as demanded. As he barked, Yang Xiaoquan silently vowed that one day he would definitely pay it all back. He would make Li Xiaofan wish he were dead. Just then, Li Xiaofan's phone rang. It was his father calling. Seeing his father's contact flashing on the screen, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. As soon as Li Xiaofan answered, his father anxiously asked about all sorts of things. Things like whether he was facing any difficulties in Chuzhou, whether his job at the school was okay, and whether the wedding with Wu Qingshuang had been arranged. Hearing his father's voice once again, Li Xiaofan was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. His father thought something had happened, so he grew even more anxious. You brat, are you all right? If something's wrong, tell your father. He'll help you solve it. Don't you dare keep it to yourself. Li Zifan shook his head. He reassured his father in a firm tone that everything was fine. Once he finished handling a few things, he would bring him to Chuzhou. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up. In his past life, his father had endured all sorts of humiliation to save him, and in the end, still died from grief. As for him, he was bullied miserably. Even after achieving the 9 fruits of cultivation, he still had to jump off a cliff, giving up on life. He never had the chance to do anything for his father. Therefore, in this life, the person Li Xiaofan wanted to compensate the most was him. After teaching Yang Xiaoquan a lesson, he took a car to the Eastern Star Noble Academy. He originally came here to accept a position as a trainee teacher, but the person who received him looked down on him for being a poor country bumpkin. So he was told that the teaching position was no longer available. Then he was assigned to manage the warehouse. Don't say I didn't warn you. The chairman is coming for an inspection today. He will also introduce the new person who will take the position of principal. You have 2 hours to tidy up the warehouse. Otherwise, don't even think about getting this month's salary. This old man was extremely arrogant. He took it upon himself to bully the new teacher. After a few exchanges, the truth came out. It turned out he was just a bootlicker for Yang Xiaoquan. He assumed that the principal position would definitely go to him. So he bullied Li Xiaofan to curry favor with that bastard. Having said that, he tossed a bunch of keys to Li Xiaofan. I heard you have a grudge with young Master Yang. If he becomes the principal, we'll definitely kick you out. So it's best you bow your head and admit your mistake to him. Only then can you keep this warehouse manager position. Before Li Xiaofan could even reply, the office door suddenly opened. A young man as radiant as the sun walked in. He looked like a gym teacher. As soon as he saw Li Xiaofan, his eyes crinkled into a smile as he rushed over and put his arm around his shoulder. Xiaofan, I heard you came to register for the job. You brat. Why didn't you tell me when you came to the school? Have you forgotten your good brother? This man's name was Xiao Fei. He was Li Xiaofan's good friend. The two were overjoyed to see each other again. But before they could even exchange a few words, that fat guy stood up aggressively, pointing a finger at Xiao Fei's face and questioning him. Who let you in here? Shouldn't you be out on the sports field teaching gym? Do you know you're slacking off? Be careful, or he'll dock your pay. Now get out of here with Li Xiaofan. Director Ma. We're leaving now. Xiao Fei pulled Li Xiaofan's hand and let him out, not forgetting to whisper and tell him not to tolerate this fat guy, because his temper was always so crude and irritable, even worse than a menopausal woman. Since graduation, it had been a year since Xiao Fei and Li Xiaofan had seen each other. He started asking all sorts of things, like when he planned to marry Wu Qingshuang, and how his family was doing now. Li Xiaofan didn't hide from his good brother that Wu Qingshuang was now with Yang Xiaoquan, meaning that he had been cheated on. After a few seconds of confusedly processing the information, Xiao Fei was so angry he stomped his feet. Forget it. For Wu Qingshuang to do something like that, it proves she's not worthy of you. A person like Yang Xiaoquan. It won't be long before he makes her suffer. As he spoke, Xiao Fei patted his friend's shoulder to comfort him. But Li Xiaofan had long since stopped being sad about this matter. He was more curious about Xiao Fei's situation. He was clearly a master's graduate in physics and chemistry, but now he was teaching gym. Speaking of this, Xiao Fei let out a long sigh. Then he began to explain. It turned out that when he first came to the school, because his academic performance was too outstanding, he had infringed upon the interests of Yang Xiaoquan and Director Ma. As a result, they pushed him to teach gym. Moreover, it was for the most difficult to manage classes. At first, Xiao Fei didn't accept it. But because his mother was seriously ill, he had no other choice. Recently, Xiao Fei had come to terms with it. He planned to quit his job once his mother's condition improved a little. Li Xiaofan thought for a moment, then patted Xiao Fei's shoulder again, saying that he would definitely help him get justice. Xiao Fei was very grateful, but he also advised him not to offend Director Ma and Yang Xiaoquan for his sake. After all, the power of people like them was too great. An ordinary person like Xiao Fei couldn't possibly challenge them. But he didn't know that thanks to the fortunate encounter with Chu Tianzheng, Li Xiaofan was no longer an ordinary person. When he comes here to confirm the new principal's appointment, neither he nor Xiao Fei would have to endure it anymore. After hearing that Li Xiaofan was about to become the principal, he didn't laugh at him, but just felt that the usually serious Li Xiaofan now knew how to joke. He temporarily set the matter aside and pulled him to go clean the warehouse. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards hired by Yang Xiaoquan, who were beaten half to death by Li Xiaofan, had now returned to their sect. They were crying and complaining about their grievances, while asking their boss to uphold justice for them. From what the two said, it was clear the opponent's cultivation level was not simple, but they couldn't tell which sect he belonged to. So their boss became even more curious, wondering when such a formidable young cultivator had appeared in Chuzhou. "Did you mention my name?" we asked. "We mentioned it, but that brat wasn't scared. He even said our boss was a pile of dog crap. He said even if the boss came, he would make him kneel on the ground." As soon as these two finished speaking, their boss was so angry his whole body trembled. Then, he gave an order. How hateful! How dare he show no respect for this master? "You two, go and investigate that brat's whereabouts. Wait for this lord to chop him into 3 pieces." Chu Tianzheng and his granddaughter were at the Sky Dragon Hotel. Originally, at first, he thought that just gifting the school to Li Xiaofan would be enough. But it was Chu Shuilian who was more thoughtful. She felt it was better for her grandfather to hold a ceremony to announce it to everyone. Chu Tianzheng heard this and thought it made sense. So he told her to summon all the school's teachers to the Sky Dragon Hotel to announce the new principal. Chu Shuilian briskly prepared to leave and arrange the matter, but was called back by her grandfather. Chu Tianzheng mentioned a name. That was Lei Yuntian. Although Lei Yuntian was the same age as Chu Shuilian, he had been serving in the army since he was very young. Then he became a disciple of Long Tianzheng, the #1 expert of the Southeast military region. He has now been awarded the rank of Major General. He is a very outstanding person. According to Chu Tianzheng, Lei Yuntian has now returned. Moreover, he returned for Chu Shuilian. The two have been engaged since childhood. Lei Yuntian also has deep feelings for her. This time he returned for that very reason. But unfortunately, Chu Shuilian doesn't like this person at all. Chu Tianzheng had always doted on his granddaughter, so he couldn't bear to force her. He wasn't too worried about Lei Wentian. He was just very concerned about Long Tianzheng. After all, this person is a grandmaster-level figure who dominates a region. If he really spoke up, the engagement would be very difficult to refuse. Returning to the Eastern Province Noble Academy. After a tour around the campus, Li Xiaofan finally understood why people chose this piece of land to build the Noble Academy. Because this place has the densest spiritual energy within a 100-kilometer radius. He and Xiao Fei simultaneously received a message from the school. It was an announcement about the appointment ceremony for the new principal. After Xiao Fei finished reading, he immediately thought of Yang Xiaoquan. After all, his father is on the academy's board of directors, and his family has both money and status. If nothing unexpected happens, the new principal will definitely be him. Li Xiaofan knew his friend didn't believe he would become the principal, so he could only wait silently for the official ceremony to begin. All the teachers in the school quickly dressed up and went to the Tianlong Hotel. After Yang Xiaoquan appeared, everyone eagerly went to flatter and curry favor with him. When Li Xiaofan and Xiao Fei arrived, Yang Xiaoquan didn't hesitate to give him a look full of resentment. The humiliation of being forced to kneel and bark like a dog had not yet subsided. Therefore, he had already decided that after he became the principal, he would teach him a good lesson. Wu Qingshuang also stood next to Yang Xiaoquan. They were clearly a handsome couple together, but they were extremely unpleasant to look at. Li Xiaofan didn't even bother to look at this scummy couple and walked right past them. This greatly annoyed Wu Qingshuang. Li Xiaofan, stop right there. She called after him. What is it? He turned his head, looking extremely annoyed. Li Zifan, what's the point of pretending to be calm now? Xiaoquan is about to become the principal of this school. Hurry up and apologize to him. Otherwise, before she could even finish her sentence, she was cut off. Xiaofan looked over with a stern voice. Apologize? I'm afraid there's no one in this world who can make me, Li Taixian, apologize. Let alone Yang Xiaoquan. Qingshuang clenched her fists. She replied with a serious face. Xiaofan, can you stop pretending? Think about it. It wasn't easy for you, from a poor rural area, to get a teaching job at a noble academy. Aren't you thinking about your own future? He paid no heed to her words. My future is not something you ants can imagine. As for you, I advise you to know your place. After speaking, he pushed the door open and walked out, leaving Wu Qingshuang with a head full of questions. How did Li Xiaofan become like this, acting as if no one matters? It's truly incomprehensible. He's beyond reasoning. Director Ma, who had been observing, couldn't help but curse. Li Xiaofan is an arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him guard the warehouse. I would have made him clean the toilets instead. Xiao Ying, who was beside them, agreed. That's right. I think he's gone crazy. This kind of person should be expelled from the school as soon as possible. The classmates kept bad-mouthing Xiaofan. Qingshuang, that Li Xiaofan is useless mud that can't be plastered on a wall. He only deserves to be in the lowest class of society. He had long held a grudge in his heart. Li Xiaofan, don't think you can humiliate me just because you know some martial arts. Today, they'll show you the difference in power, in identity, in status. They'll make it so you can never rise up in this lifetime. At the lively gathering in the Tianlong clubhouse, everyone was happily raising their glasses. Only Xiaofan sat alone, observing from a distance. Xiao Fei saw his gloomy expression and approached him. Xiaofan, why aren't you eating? This is a high-class clubhouse in Chu Prefecture, the Tianlong clubhouse. Normally, only the upper class of Chu Prefecture can afford to eat here. He spoke while chewing with his mouth full. The chairman arranged for the new principal to be announced here. It shows the chairman holds the new principal in high regard. I don't know what they were thinking, choosing a sanctimonious person like Yang Xiaoquan. Suddenly, Enrollment burst in through the door. She was in a frantic hurry. Help! Miss, save me! Li Ba, with a grim expression, followed behind her. He stepped into the clubhouse gathering. Not only was he not alone, but he also brought a group of fierce-looking thugs with him. You insolent brat. You fell into my hands and still want to run? Don't even think about it. Enrollment was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. She begged for help. Teacher Sue. They're forcing me. Please save me. Su Xiaoying, a bit embarrassed, tried to defuse the situation. Who are you and what do you want? If you keep causing trouble here, they'll call the police. The scar-faced man named Li Ba was not afraid in the slightest. He even spoke with a challenging tone. Call the police? Go ahead and try. He scratched his chin, showing a despicable attitude. You don't look too bad yourself. Why don't you come with me too? Yang Xiaoquan heard the commotion outside. Who is so blind as to cause trouble here? His face turned pale. When he saw the person he shouldn't provoke, Xiaoquan obsequiously approached Li Ba. So it's Brother Ba. Hello, Brother Ba. Please don't be angry. It's just a misunderstanding. Li Ba didn't pay him any attention at all. His face darkened as he asked, Who are you? Xiaoquan was embarrassed by the snub. He had to speak up and explain. Brother Ba, I am Yang Xiaoquan, from the Yang family of West City. Brother Ba has dominated Chu City for many years, so it's understandable that you don't know me. I've been fortunate enough to see Brother Ba a few times. The crowd in the club gasped in amazement. This is the legendary Brother Ba, the invincible Brother Ba who defeated the underground boxing champion of Chu City. This man is not someone you can afford to offend. I heard that anyone who dares to offend him, within 3 days, their bodies are found in the lake. We're in big trouble today. Xiaoying remembered wanting to call the police and embarrassedly begged Xiaoquan for help. Young Master Yang, what do we do now? I didn't know he was. Brother Ba. Xiaoquan humbly bowed. Brother Ba, what happened? What made you so unhappy? Li Ba vilely pointed, implying he wanted Enrollment to serve him. Humph, isn't it because of her? I told her to come have a drink with me. But she refused. She even grabbed my hand. Tell me, does she think I, Li Ba, am a pushover? Standing before him, Xiaoquan had long since lost his mind. Yes, Brother Ba is right. How could she do that? He gestured for Enrollment to step forward. I remember you're a student in teacher Su Xiaoying's class, right? Now, hurry up and apologize to Brother Ba. Compensate him for the medical fees for grabbing his hand. Little Enrollment didn't want to cause trouble. But, I'm just here working part-time. He deliberately pulled my hand. The girl's words were completely dismissed by Xiaoying. Say no more, Enrollment. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Ba. Isn't it just having a drink with him? Why would you hurt him? Is this how I usually teach you? Seeing that many people were on his side, Li Ba used it as an excuse to make a demand. Forget it. No need to apologize. Just come back with me and continue drinking with me. Xiaoquan felt this was unfair. He stood forward to protect Enrollment. His action further enraged the man named Li Ba. What? You don't want to? Are you relying on your numbers? Do you think I, Li Ba, am easy to bully? His pupils constricted. Even his wrinkles gathered into a frown. If that's the case, I'll show you all how formidable I am. Don't even think about leaving here today. Xiaoquan didn't dare to argue anymore. Brother Ba, please don't be angry. Isn't it just about having a drink? No problem. He pulled Enrollment forward. Enrollment, go with Brother Ba now. Then apologize to Brother Ba. I, in my capacity as principal, will waive 1 semester's tuition for you. Xiaoying no longer cared that the girl was her student. She directly ordered her. Enrollment, don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. Brother Ba and young Master Yang are looking out for you. They think highly of you. Don't I always teach you to be grateful to others? Listen to me. Hurry up and go with Brother Ba. A goon from the gang slowly approached. He suddenly grabbed Enrollment's hand, despite the girl's constant resistance. Don't. Somebody save me. He insisted on using force to compel her. Brother Ba has taken a liking to you, and you still dare to run? Don't even think about it. Another foot blocked their path. Li Xiaofan then pushed Li Ba's goon far away. His other hand protected Enrollment. Qing Shuang stepped forward to stop Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan, if you step up, you'll surely die. Hurry back. Xiaofan ignored her. He directly confronted Li Ba. You're Li Ba, right? He crossed his arms with a serious expression. You were the one who provoked my student first. Not only did you not apologize, you even chased them all the way here to continue insulting my student. His gaze turned sharp. A blunt threat. Today's matter. You must explain it clearly to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Xiaoquan's face turned pale, realizing the situation was not good at all. Li Xiaofan, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you speak to Brother Ba like that? Don't drag everyone here down with you. In his heart, he silently cursed. This matter was originally settled. This brat suddenly jumped out to stir up trouble. The crowd sided with Xiaoquan and started attacking Xiaofan. You ignorant country bumpkin. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to Brother Ba. That's right. Don't drag everyone down with you. Sacrifice yourself a little. What's so hard about saving everyone? Such a stubborn blockhead. Li Ba burst into a scornful laugh. Huh. He arrogantly scratched his chin, scanning the guy up and down. Since you've stepped forward, then I'll deal with you first. He jutted his chin to signal his underlings. They received the order and rushed toward Xiaofan. Xiao Fei was worried for his best friend. Xiaofan, be careful. But unexpectedly, Xiaofan, with just one hand, knocked the two men down like rag dolls. Each was slapped so hard their faces turned red before they passed out. Li Ba enjoyed the good show, looking pleased. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Turns out you know martial arts. He waved his hand, ordering the next underling. Alon, it's time to teach him a lesson. Alang cracked his knuckles. Big brother. Then he charged forward like a storm. He launched a flying kick towards Xiaofan's face. He only needed one hand to catch the man's ankle. A bunch of ants. Dare to offend this venerable one. He spun around directly, dragging the leg, and the man's entire body with him. Then he flung him backwards like a broken toy. Alang landed in a pile of broken liquor bottles, exhausted. He tried to push himself up. The air was filled with astonishment. Everyone stared blankly at Alang crawling on the ground. He couldn't resist anymore. His face slammed directly onto the ground. Wu Qingshuang couldn't recognize the Xiaofan just now as her ex-boyfriend. Her heart was filled with wonder. Since when did Li Xiaofan become so formidable? Li Ba secretly assessed the fight. Alang was a former mercenary. He had fought in battles in the Middle East. He had seen blood. Yet he couldn't withstand a single blow from him. This kid is truly terrifying. Xiaofan walked up to him. Brother Ba, am I qualified to talk rules with you now? Li Ba broke out in a cold sweat, but still maintained a condescending attitude. I admit you have some skills. With one hand, Li Ba motioned. Immediately, the entire gang rushed in. They'll show you what the rules are. Footsteps rushed in, surrounding Xiaofan, pushing him into a corner. Everyone dodged in fear. One by one, they started blaming him. Get out of the way. Xiaofan is dead for sure this time. Who told him to play the hero? Let him die. He deserves it. Li Ba angrily clenched his fists. Standing right behind them, he ordered, chop him up for me. The gangsters heard the command and charged. Sharp knives were all pointed at Xiaofan. He calmly smoked a cigarette. You lot. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to erupt with power, sending the whole gang flying. A sharp, righteous aura flashed in the depths of Xiaofan's eyes. He casually put one hand in his pocket, stepping over the gangsters' bodies. Ants. Not worth my time. The witnesses were horrified. He knocked them all out? Am I seeing things? Li Ba saw this and hadn't even recovered from the shock. This is impossible. These fighters are all discharged Special Forces soldiers, chosen from hundreds of men, although not as good as that young man. But any one of them could surely fight 10 men. Li Xiaofan's footsteps drew near. Li Ba was still lost in his own thoughts. They were the reason I could dominate Chu province. I never expected that in a flash, they'd all be knocked to the ground by him. Li Xiaofan stepped on the man. Well, Brother Ba, speak up. How should we settle things today? The scoundrel Li Ba was still stubborn. Even though you defeated my subordinates, I refuse to accept it. Li Xiaofan's expression was grim. Whether you accept it or not has nothing to do with me. I just need to kill you, and that's it. Li Ba pointed, but his gang was 10 times larger. If you've got the guts, then let me call for backup. Li Xiaofan looked at the gangsters as if they were trash. Fine. I'd like to see what kind of powerful figure you can summon. I quite enjoy crushing people, to the point where they fall into utter despair. So, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The cowardly Li Ba stepped into a corner to make a call. Ah yes, that's right. He flashed a cunning smile and hung up. It seems he found his backer. Kid, you probably don't know. The person I called is my powerful backer, the renowned big boss of Chu province. Whether in the underworld or legitimate society, you can't fight him. Even I am just a blade of grass in his eyes. He crossed his arms, looking arrogantly at Li Xiaofan as he stated his terms. However, If you agree to follow me from now on, and acknowledge me as your big brother, then apologize to my underlings. What just happened? They'll let it slide. From now on, they'll take care of you. I guarantee you'll have a life better than others. Li Xiaofan held a cigarette in his hand and sneered indifferently. You want to be my big brother? You're not worthy. Hearing this, the man's face stiffened. He raised a hand to his mouth, trying to act calm. All right then. If you refuse to listen to reason, then soon you won't even have the chance to regret it. Just then, from outside the door, a group of mysterious people slowly approached. He heard the commotion and turned around in surprise. Before him stood Chu Xuelian. Behind her was a group of burly bodyguards in black suits. He walked up to her and greeted her with a sleazy smile. Young mistress, you're here. Then he quickly tattled, pointing at Li Xiaofan, who stood with his arms crossed. It's this kid, young mistress. He's incredibly arrogant. He dared to cause trouble on our turf. He continued to ramble on with his accusations. Chu Xuelian stood beside him, silently staring wide-eyed at Li Xiaofan. He even injured my brothers. He has no respect for you, young mistress. Suddenly, Chu Xuelian turned around. Then, she bowed and apologized to him. I'm sorry. I'm late. Everyone around them was stunned to hear her words. Wu Qingshuang was just as confused. She stammered. What is happening? At this moment, Li Xiaofan coldly pointed at the man and said to Chu Xuelian, he harassed my student, and even had the gall to come here. The man, having been called out, was terrified and couldn't believe his ears. In no way did I hear that right. Li Xiaofan continued. He even told me to become his underling. Hearing this, Chu Xuelian glared at the man and yelled, What? She crossed her arms and stepped closer, her face dark. You're just a dog, and you think you're worthy of being my teacher's big brother? Trembling, the man knelt at Chu Xuelian's feet, kowtowing. Young mistress, it's all my fault. I was blind. Please forgive me, young mistress. I won't dare to do it again. In his heart, he kept thinking, how could this be? How is he the young mistress of the Chu family's teacher? She angrily commanded, slap yourself. He quickly complied and slapped himself hard across the face repeatedly. Yes, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Seeing her fury, the bodyguards' faces also changed. They knelt down and also began to slap themselves relentlessly. The sounds of slapping faces echoed throughout the room, but no one dared to stop them. Chu Xuelian threatened fiercely. Remember this. From now on, you will obey my teacher's every word. Now get lost. Li Ba and the hotel staff helped each other up and replied, Yes, we'll get lost right away. Wu Qingshuang was now filled with anxiety. Countless questions filled her mind. What's going on? Why does young Miss Chu respect Li Xiaofan so much? He's not just some white-collar worker. Could I have been mistaken? Xiaokuan walked up to Xuelian, clasping his hands in a fawning manner. Miss Chu, it's a good thing you stepped in to help. If it weren't for you today, who knows what kind of huge trouble Li Xiaofan would have caused. He then extended an invitation. Today, our chairman will announce the position of principal. If Miss Chu has the time, why not witness the appointment of the next principal of our Eastern Star Noble Academy? Xuelian didn't answer, but instead asked him coldly, Don't you know who the new principal is? Or perhaps, you don't know who the school's chairman is? Director Ma, standing beside them, rubbed his chin. With certainty and confidence. Miss Chu, this is inside information. I know more about it. Needless to say, the next principal is our young Master Yang. As for the chairman, everyone knows he's a mysterious figure. He's never shown his face. He also rarely participates in the school's management. It's always been young Master Yang and his father who manage the school's affairs on the chairman's behalf. He continued with a menacing look. Also, Miss Chu, I want to remind you of something. Li Xiaofan is just a warehouse worker of ours. He doesn't even count as a teacher, no matter how good his skills are. At best, he could only be a gym teacher. You don't need to respect him so much. Hearing these words, Xuelian was furious, absolutely livid. She was so angry that steam could have come out of her ears. Just as she was about to argue with them, Xiaofan quickly stepped in front of her. He walked forward. Director Ma. Xiaofan looked down at the old man from above, his face devoid of emotion. You've been in a powerful position at this school for 20 years. You've been sitting in this chair for a very long time, haven't you? The old man vaguely realized something. Cold sweat dripped from his temples. What do you mean? No more beating around the bush. Xiaofan said bluntly. What I mean is, you're fired. You can get lost now. Hearing this sentence, Director Ma burst out laughing and pointed mockingly at Xiaofan's face. I say, Li Xiaofan, are you on the wrong medicine? Just you? An intern teacher wants to fire me? What a joke. Such big talk. Immediately, Xiaofan raised his hand, imbued with spiritual energy, and slapped the old man so hard his glasses flew off. The old man clutched his face, furious. You dare to hit me? Another slap landed on his face before he could react. One hand held level with his shoulder, spiritual energy still swirling around it. He replied, I hit you, so what? Both his cheeks were bright red. The old man sputtered, pointing a finger at Xiaofan. Crazy. You really are. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaofan stepped in front of him and slapped both sides of Director Ma's face repeatedly, causing him to scream in pain. He coldly slapped him again and again, as if it took no effort at all. Everyone in the room looked at this scene, utterly horrified. At this point, Qing Shuang couldn't bear it any longer. She spoke up to stop him. Li Xiaofan, what are you doing? This is enough to constitute assault, don't you know? Stop it right now. Xiao Ying, standing beside her, also chimed in with condemnation. He's completely lawless. Someone call the police. Xiaoquan was furious. Li Xiaofan is using violence just because he knows a bit of kung fu. Suddenly, a group of people walked in from the door. Tianzheng led the group into the room. Seeing Yang Jing accompanying Tianzheng, Director Ma clutched his face, his eyes welling with tears. Chairman, you finally arrived. You must help me get justice. He hugged Yang Jing's leg, unable to bear the humiliation, and wailed. That Li Xiaofan, he's just a warehouse management intern. He's completely lawless. I beg you to punish him. The charge of intentional injury is enough to send him to prison for several years. Yang Jing gently reassured the old man. He gestured to the side to introduce him. Director Ma, don't be hasty. Let me make an introduction. This gentleman is the highest chairman of our school, Mr. Chu Tianzheng. Tianzheng didn't react to the introduction. He just stood there coldly like a statue, leaving Yang Jing and Director Ma bewildered. Then, he walked over to Xiaofan. He bowed apologetically. Mr. Li, I'm terribly sorry. I was delayed by some business and arrived late. Were they the ones bothering you? He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. After that, Tianzheng stood before everyone and announced in a loud voice. This old man is Chu Tianzheng, and the Eastern Star Noble Academy is mine. I now announce. The new principal is Mr. Li Xiaofan. Everyone present was inevitably surprised to hear this. They started whispering amongst themselves. What? Isn't it young Master Yang? How can it be Li Xiaofan? Could it be someone with the same name? Or did they get the name wrong? Xiaoquan questioned Yang Jing. Is there a mistake? Isn't the new principal me? Yang Jing could only shake his head helplessly. Xiaoquan, say no more. A great power has emerged. We can't afford to offend them. Meanwhile, Tianzheng continued to make announcements. Not only that, the Chu family has decided to buy back all the school's shares, and at the same time, gift them to Mr. Li. The Eastern Star Noble Academy, from today onwards, belongs to Mr. Li. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just heard. Director Ma's face turned pale. He collapsed to the floor. It's over. It's over. It's really over. At this moment, Qing Shuang began to doubt herself even more. She bit her lip, her brows furrowed in thought. Not only Miss Chu, even Chairman Chu treats Xiaofan like this, giving him an entire school. Could it be that I really misjudged him? Was I wrong? Tianzheng asked with concern. Mr. Li, do you have any other instructions? Xiaofan didn't answer him, but turned to look at Xiao Fei. He pointed at Director Ma and ordered, Xiao Fei, I now appoint you as the vice principal. Take over Director Ma's position. If there are any more corrupt individuals like this in the school, kick them all out. Xiao Fei stood there in disbelief, stammering. Xiaofan, am I dreaming? Am me, the vice principal? Xiaofan walked over, patted his shoulder, and encouraged Xiao Fei in a soft voice. I said I would help you get justice. Of course, I meant it. Just go back to being your old self. Don't endure humiliation anymore. Xiao Fei grasped the hand on his shoulder. His eyes were resolute. Xiao Fan, don't worry. I understand. Xiaoquan, who was watching from the side, gritted his teeth in anger. Are we just going to let it be? That Li Xiaofan not only humiliated us, but now he's stolen my position as principal. I can't swallow this anger. Yang Jing, standing beside him, smirked slyly and reassured his son. Xiaoquan, don't be rash. I have already contacted the Nie family from north of the river. The Nie family head's younger brother was killed by Chu Tianjing 5 years ago. The two families have been in constant conflict these years. He looked at the departing backs of Xiaofan and Tianjing. The Nie family has sent assassins after Chu Tianjing many times, but all have failed. This time, the Nie family has invited an expert. He smiled cruelly, plotting his scheme. At that time, we will coordinate with them from the inside and eliminate the Chu family from Chu Prefecture. Xiaoquan listened to these words. His face darkened with humiliation. When that time comes, I'll make Li Xiaofan kneel before me and cut him into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, outside in the hallway, Xuelian followed Xiaofan and asked, Teacher, there's an auction tomorrow. If you have time, you could go and take a look. Who knows, you might find some treasure. Xiaofan shook his head and refused. I'm not going. He thought to himself, no matter how precious the treasures on earth are, how can they compare to those in the immortal realm? Xuelian, beside him, continued to persuade him. But, at the last auction, someone managed to bid on a magical artifact. Don't you want to go, teacher? Xiaofan's eyes darkened. A magical artifact? Questions kept popping up in his mind. Magical artifacts exist on Earth too? This is beyond my expectations. It seems Earth is not as simple as I imagined. There are still many undiscovered secrets. Then, he nodded coldly in agreement. All right, they'll go take a look tomorrow. The sky was full of stars. A car was speeding down the road. Xuelian pointed to the building in front and suggested to Xiaofan. Teacher, this villa is near the school. You should live here, teacher. It will be convenient to get to school later. She continued to list the advantages of this place. This is the wealthy district of Chu Prefecture. It's very quiet with few people passing by. I think this place is very suitable for you, teacher. This villa is a gift for you, teacher. He listened with a serious expression, then nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. I like it very much. Xuelian was finally relieved. She quietly tucked her hair behind her ear, preparing to say goodbye. Then I won't disturb you any longer, teacher. Xiaofan, walking towards the house, said plainly to Xuelian. Come in. You don't need to go back tonight. Xuelian couldn't help but feel flustered. A faint, shy blush appeared on her face. Teacher Li told me not to go back. Could it be? At the villa. In the living room. Li Xiaofan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed on the fur rug. He gestured to the awkwardly standing Xuelian. Sit down. Hearing that, she took off her high heels. Then she sat cross-legged like Li Xiaofan, asking blankly, Teacher, this is... Before she could finish her words, Li Xiaofan, opposite her, unleashed his power. A stream of spiritual energy enveloped him, illuminating the entire living room. An array formation appeared on the ground. As the spiritual energy continued to rise, Li Xiaofan, sitting within it, spoke softly. Today, I will gather the spiritual energy from 100 miles around. To activate your cultivation, you will stay and cultivate with me. Xuelian, understanding what was happening, replied. On the surface, she appeared calm, but Xuelian's heart was racing. So teacher only wanted to cultivate together. I thought he was planning to. Calm down, calm down. What am I thinking? Why am I a little disappointed? Li Xiaofan focused on gathering the spiritual energy. He held his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands was a ball of spiritual energy. The ball of spiritual energy emitted an increasingly dazzling light. At this moment, Li Xiaofan spoke to Xuelian sitting opposite him. You have joined my Grand Mystery sect. Although you are only a registered disciple, you are still qualified to learn the cultivation arts of the Grand Mystery sect. Today, I will teach you the celestial level Qi condensation art, the dragon guiding art. After that, Xuelian's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Xiaofan sat calmly within the formation. A vortex seemed to surround the spot where he sat. Above, a giant dragon appeared, its mouth wide open as if to swallow the ball of spiritual energy. Li Xiaofan opened his sharp eyes, thinking to himself. Having been reborn, I was delayed by many things. Now, the most important thing is to start cultivating. I hope to quickly reach my previous live's cultivation level, then traverse the starry void, to find Xue Shi and the enemies from my past life. Chu Xuelian looked astonished at his power. This is truly a divine ability, to be able to gather such dense spiritual energy. Then she closed her eyes to cultivate. The spiritual energy surrounding her body made her feel comfortable. It's as if all the pores on my body have opened up. The spiritual energy is overflowing and abundant. This feeling is truly unimaginable. But hearing her exclamations, Li Xiaofan admonished in a cold voice. Do not be distracted. I will only teach the dragon guiding art once. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune. As if struck, Chu Xuelian immediately focused her mind. She focused, putting her hands together in front of her chest to cultivate. Both of them poured all their concentration into cultivating for an unknown amount of time. Streams of spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through the space. Li Xiaofan could feel the powerful spiritual energy surrounding Chu Xuelian's body. He couldn't help but praise her. Although Chu Xuelian is not on par with the divine son, a peerless genius disciple from my past life, she is still considered a rare talent on earth. He evaluated her with an expressionless face. Although she has only grasped the surface of the dragon guiding art, it's not bad. The spiritual energy in this girl's body is flowing smoothly. This is a sign that she is about to break through to the next realm. He couldn't help but recall his cultivation journey from his past life. Immortal cultivation is divided into qi condensation, innate, core formation, soul formation, body integration, void tempering, and tribulation transcendence. In my past life, I cultivated to the tribulation transcendence stage and was known as a great immortal venerable. It's just that the spiritual energy on earth is scarce right now. To cultivate to the point of being able to traverse the starry sky, I don't know how long that will take. I must quickly find a way to raise my cultivation level. Suddenly, his sharp gaze stared ahead, as if drawn by something. In front of him, Chu Xuelian was enveloped in spiritual energy that bloomed like lotus petals. A powerful stream of spiritual energy. Chu Xuelian also felt it. Her face was filled with joy. I've broken through. I've broken through to the next realm. Then she stood up, bowed, and sincerely thanked Li Xiaofan. Thank you, teacher, for granting me this fortune, for opening the path of immortal cultivation for me, and helping me smoothly enter the initial stage of qi condensation. Li Xiaofan didn't hide his approval, but still reminded her. Your aptitude is very good. The reason you didn't break through before was because your cultivation art was too poor. From now on, just cultivate the dragon guiding art. Don't disgrace the strongest art of our grand mystery sect. Chu Xuelian cupped her fist and knelt on one knee respectfully. This disciple will remember. She couldn't help but feel lucky. I started cultivating at the age of 10. For over 10 years, I still couldn't break through the qi condensation stage. I originally thought my path of immortal cultivation was hopeless. I can't believe I met Master. To be able to enter the initial qi condensation stage in just one night. The qi gathering technique is so profound. I've truly never seen anything like it. Indeed, Grandpa was right about him. At this moment, Xiaofan raised his hand and gave her a small note with a request. I need to set up a spirit gathering array here. Have your people buy these things for me. He was constantly calculating how to level up quickly. By setting up a grand spirit array, the spiritual energy here will be thousands, even tens of thousands of times denser. That is the best way to increase cultivation, relying on the residual supreme Xian immortal qi in my body. I was able to reach the peak of qi condensation in one night. But breaking through to the Xiantian realm next won't be that simple. 80 to 90% of the supreme Xian immortal qi has been depleted. To break through in the future, I'm afraid I'll need a vast amount of spiritual energy. Just relying on the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth is very difficult. I must set up a great spirit gathering array. Xuelian held the note in her hand and quickly took action. They'll have my people do it right away. From a distance, Qing Shuang and Xiao Ying were chatting. Suddenly, she saw Xiaofan approaching. He paid her no mind and walked past Qing Shuang coldly. Seeing that she was being ignored, she immediately frowned and raised her voice in anger. Li Xiaofan, stop right there. His expression didn't change. He replied coolly. What do you want? She complained. Li Xiaofan, what's the meaning of this? He replied with a confused look. What do you mean? What's the meaning of this? I don't understand what you're saying. She couldn't accept his act of feigning ignorance and spoke up. Don't play dumb with me. Let me ask you. We still haven't broken up yet. Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? She continued to question him. And also, you clearly came to propose that day. Why did you cause trouble and hit Yang Xiaoquan? Do you know my mother is very angry about this? He frowned as he listened. However, my mother said later, if you use the school as a betrothal gift, she will consider our marriage. He crossed his arms. His tone was mocking. Wu Qingxuang, are you dreaming? Using the school as a betrothal gift? Are you worthy? He was filled with anger. Wu Qingxuang's mother was the same in his past life. She squandered the betrothal money he had painstakingly saved. How hateful. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but she still spoke forcefully. Li Xiaofan, don't go too far. Qingxuang tried to find a reason to blackmail him. I get it. Did you beg young Miss Chu to let you into this school? And then use that as an excuse to show off for a bit? Later, if young Miss Chu is unhappy one day, she'll take it back. Isn't that right? The more she spoke, the more certain she became. Otherwise, with your family's situation, how could there be such a big change? Why would young Miss Chu call you master? Xiaofan felt helpless against her baseless words. He didn't bother to explain. He turned to leave and replied coldly. Idiot. Think whatever you want. She was furious that the person who used to worship her now dared to defy her. Li Xiaofan, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? I'm telling you, you will definitely regret this. He kept walking, ignoring her as she cursed him in her heart. Detestable Li Xiaofan, I thought that if I took the initiative to find you, you would obediently listen to me like a dog again. Why did you become like this? Damn it. Just you wait. I won't let you go. He hadn't gone far when his phone rang. He quickly answered it. A voice came through. Xiaofan, it's Auntie Wu. Are you free tonight to come over for a meal? I'll cook for you myself. His face darkened, but he continued to listen patiently. Actually, the matter between you and Qingxuang can be renegotiated. But you have to give me the aristocratic school first as a gift. He couldn't stand this shamelessness anymore and shouted. Give you my ass. On the other end, she heard this and asked worriedly, why are you cursing at me? He didn't answer and hung up immediately, putting the phone in his pocket. Xiaofan couldn't forget how he was treated in his previous life. This kind of vile person is not even worthy of speaking to this immortal venerable. I will deal with you all, one by one. Behind Xiaofan, Xiaoying advised with contempt. Qingxuang, ignore him. So what if he's the principal? He's just a country bumpkin with no backing. Will he be able to survive in the elite school? Even so, Wu Qingxuang replied, still worried. But he's still the principal now. This is his territory. Su Xiaoying reassured her friend, as she had long despised him. Qingxuang, you're worrying too much. Young Master Yang has already figured out a way to deal with him. Don't forget, this elite school has many children from powerful families that even young Master Yang wouldn't dare to offend. As far as I know, young Master Yang has secretly contacted students like that. He's preparing to drive Li Xiaofan out of the school. Qingxuang wondered, won't that offend Miss Chu? She immediately denied it. Not at all. Li Xiaofan is the principal. If he can't manage the school and gets driven out by the students, it's because he's useless. Miss Chu will only look down on him. Hearing that, Wu Qingxuang felt relieved and walked on. All right then, let's go watch. It was time for PE class. As the students were playing around, Xiaofei blew his whistle, asking them to gather. Zimo stepped forward and spoke in a mocking tone. Teacher Qiao, I heard our school has a new principal, and you became the vice principal. His face became contemptuous. He pointed at him sarcastically. However, I don't think you can even handle our third-year, 7th class students. You're not worthy of being our PE teacher, and even less worthy of being the vice principal. Xiaofei warned him tensely. Yang Zimo, this is PE class. Don't cause trouble. He ignored his words and issued a challenge. If this is PE class, do you dare to compete against me? If you win, I'll acknowledge you as our PE teacher and vice principal. He still tried to reason with him. Yang Zimo, Hurry back to class. You are still a student. You must listen to the teachers. He didn't listen and even provoked him. Teacher Qiao, don't tell me you're scared and admitting defeat. Hearing this, he could only remain silent. He didn't dare to refute, knowing full well the vast difference in their family backgrounds. Taking advantage of the situation, he continued to mock him. If that's the case, I don't think you're qualified to be our teacher. Along with your classmate, the principal, get the hell out of here. The other students joined in and laughed. Suddenly, someone walked up and stood beside him. Xiao Fan placed a hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder. His eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke. Then what does it take to be qualified as your PE teacher? Hearing this, Zimo turned around and asked, You must be the new principal, right? He patted his chest and declared, Want to be qualified to be our teacher? It's simple. Defeat me. Hearing that, Xiao Fan's expression turned cold. He smirked and said, Based on you? You're not worthy of my action. You ridiculous ant. He was insulted. He shouted angrily, How dare you look down on me? If you have the guts, compete with me. Let's see who's better. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward who hides in his shell. Xiao Fan calmly replied, We can compete. But what if you lose? He raised his hand and asserted confidently, I can't lose. If I lose, I will obediently go to class. However, he stepped forward, pointed at Xiao Fan, and stated his condition. If you lose, you have to get the hell out of here immediately. Seeing that things were getting serious, Xiao Fei grabbed Xiao Fan's arm and tried to dissuade him. Xiao Fan, you have to think carefully. Yang Zimo is the school's athletically gifted student. No one in school can beat him. Moreover, he has won provincial awards in some of his specialty events. Xiao Fan walked away with Zimo, leaving behind a reassuring word. Trust me. Behind them, Su Xiaoying sneered. Young Master Yang's methods are truly brilliant. Li Zifan has really fallen for the trap. She crossed her arms and said smugly to Wu Qingxuan. Just wait and see him get kicked out of school. Next, it was Zimo's turn to compete. He deliberately warmed up in front of Xiao Fan to show off. Su Xiaoying pouted contemptuously. Li Zifan dares to compete against Yang Zimo in his specialty. How foolish. She deliberately announced Zimo's achievements loudly for everyone to hear. Last year, at the National University Javelin Throwing Competition, Yang Zimo's record was 76.74 meters. Yang Zimo can throw 74 meters. In the provincial student competition, he won the championship. Li Xiaofan is just digging his own grave. Yang Zimo smiled, full of confidence as if victory was already in his grasp. No Tan Swang shook her head, sighed, and looked away. She mocked inwardly. Li Xiaofan, you are too confident in yourself. Let's see what happens when the teacher loses to the student. Let's see if you'll have any face left to stay here. Yang Zimo picked up the javelin. Everyone around actively cheered for him. Go, young Master Yang. He narrowed his eyes to determine the position. Then he stomped his foot and ran to build momentum. His movements were no less than those of professional athletes. Then, Yang Zimo threw the javelin with great force. The javelin whizzed forward. Then it stuck firmly into the grassy field. The referee announced his result. Yang Zimo threw 75.4 meters. The students watching were all amazed. Yang Zimo broke the record again. His score isn't far from the national record. A bright future awaits him. Someone even compared him to Xiaofan. Next, let's see what the new principal will do. He'll probably admit defeat. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan just silently picked up the javelin and walked onto the field. He stopped before the line. Xiao Fei saw Li Xiaofan about to throw the javelin and quickly reminded him, Xiaofan, what are you doing just standing there? Don't you need a running start for the javelin throw? If you don't, you won't be able to throw far. He replied to him, It's fine. Li Xiaofan said calmly. If I take a running start, it would be considered bullying him. Hearing him say that, all the students were contemptuous, not believing Li Xiaofan could do it. How dare he say that? So arrogant. Let's watch him lose miserably in front of everyone. These students had no intention of saving face for Li Xiaofan. On the contrary, they openly criticized him. I think he's been scared silly. These days, I can't believe someone would act so foolish. Yang Zimo sneered, competing against me. You're sure to lose, teacher. What's the point of putting on a show? Ignoring the taunts, Li Xiaofan simply threw the javelin in his hand gently. The javelin left his hand and shot out like a bullet. Then, It plunged forcefully into the field. The shaft of the javelin was still vibrating violently. The referee took out a measuring tape and with a trembling voice, announced in disbelief, 105 meters. Everyone was utterly astonished by that result. How is that possible? How could it be so far? Yang Zimo gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Exclamations of amazement rang out. The world record is only 98 meters. Could it be? He broke the world record? That's insane. Am I seeing things? Even Notan Swang was surprised. Why? Why is Li Xiaofan always so unpredictable? Li Xiaofan turned, smiled coldly, and asked, well, Yang Zimo, do you concede? But he still wouldn't accept his defeat. He wanted to compete in another event. I don't concede. The javelin was too light. Let's compete in shot put. Hearing this, Li Xiaofan calmly agreed. All right. Whatever you want to compete in today, I will crush you completely. Yang Zimo took the shot put. It seemed he was determined to fight to the end. As he warmed up, he thought resentfully. I was supposed to shock everyone in this event. Why did Li Xiaofan have to be the one to win? The only way is to show him my true strength. Then, Yang Zimo put all his strength into throwing the shot put. The weight of the ball made him grunt with effort. Yang Zimo's result was 21 meters. The surrounding crowd applauded in praise. Young Master Yang is truly impressive. Su Xiaoying smiled and started mocking. The world record for shot put is 22.47 meters. Yang Zimo threw 21 meters. This distance is terrifying. Can Li Zifen even win? He was also very pleased with his performance. He dusted off his hands and glanced at Li Xiaofan challengingly. Your turn, teacher. Li Xiaofan's tone was still even. He didn't seem surprised at all by Yang Zimo's performance. He even wanted a heavier ball. Give me a shot put that's twice as heavy as Yang Zimo's. The students again looked on with contempt, seeing his request as a joke. Again? Can he stop showing off? Let's see how he embarrasses himself later. This group of people only hoped for Li Xiaofan to lose. They even uttered curses. Let that doubly heavy ball be the death of him. But he gently lifted the shot put with one hand. He even juggled it a few times as if holding a toy ball. Then, he threw the ball straight forward. The ball slipped out of his palm, shooting off at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaving only a streak of light. With a bang, the ball slammed hard into the fence surrounding the school. Everyone was stunned into silence, staring at Xiaofan's back. ZMO whispered in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. The others also gaped in astonishment. His face was pale and covered in sweat. He muttered, how can there be someone in this world who can throw a baseball so terrifyingly? Is he even human? Xiaofan calmly turned and asked, well, are you convinced? But ZMO was still stubborn. He shouted loudly, I'm not convinced. Then he spoke up, wanting to continue the challenge. If you have the guts, let's compete in Taekwondo. If you still win this time, I'll accept it. The group moved into the gymnasium. ZMO, wearing a Taekwondo uniform, raised his fists provocatively. What's wrong, Teacher Li? Aren't you ready? Let me tell you. Taekwondo is my real specialty. He uttered a threat to Xiaofan. I didn't choose it earlier because I was afraid you'd lose face. Now it's too late for you to regret it. But he only responded to this arrogant student with a sigh. This time, Xiaofan was determined to teach him a lesson he would never forget. He gathered energy around his hand. Open your eyes and watch carefully. I will teach you. Xiaofan's sharp and cold gaze made everyone shudder. What true martial arts are? Xiaofan rushed towards ZMO, moving like a flash of lightning, leaving him stunned. So fast. In just an instant, Xiaofan had already thrown a palm strike straight at ZMO's chest. His thought in that moment was, I can't even react in time. Then he stood frozen as he was sent flying. The burst of energy around Xiaofan's body gradually dissipated. ZMO flew a long way before crashing into a table and stopping. He cried out in pain. He lay on the ground in a daze. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if he still couldn't accept the current situation. What just happened? Witnessing this scene, the students were all in awe. What kind of move was that? So powerful. Only now did people start to believe in Xiaofan's abilities. Principal Li, so handsome. Someone spoke up to analyze the move he just used. This is Tai Chi push hands. True Chinese martial arts. Super powerful. The friend standing next to him was also truly impressed. I originally came to see the principal make a fool of himself. But now I've become his fan. Xiaofan crossed his arms, looking at Zimo's pathetic state, and spoke in a cold voice. Well, Yang Zimo, do you have anything else to say now? He had completely admitted defeat. Teacher Li, this time I am utterly convinced. Zimo laughed, took off his helmet, and sat up. He closed his eyes and decisively made a decision. Yang Zimo keeps his word. From now on, I will obediently attend class and listen to the lectures. I won't cause trouble for the teachers anymore. Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like a student. The competition was over. The crowd gradually dispersed. Suddenly, Zimo pursed his lips and hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Then he turned around to look at Xiaofan and gave him a reminder. But, you have to be careful, teacher. Everything was instigated by Yang Xiaoquan and Sun Mingho. Yang Xiaoquan is a sinister person. He likes to play dirty tricks. But Xiaofan's attitude remained very calm. He even smirked. Yang Xiaoquan again. Xiaofan didn't care about this issue and just told Zimo to pass on a message. Yang Zimo, you tell Su Mingho to obediently attend class. Otherwise, he'll have to bear the consequences. Seeing Xiaofan's calm demeanor, Zimo felt worried for him. Su Mingzhi is the big boss in this school. You can't afford to offend him. In my opinion, it's best to just let it go. He mentioned the formidable backgrounds of the people who hate Xiaofan. Besides, Su Mingzhi's family is very powerful and influential. Even the previous school management couldn't do anything about him. Xiaofan just gave a casual, confident smile. He repeated his warning. A school is no place for a student to act like a king. Just do as I say and inform him. Understood? Seeing that Xiaofan wasn't the least bit afraid, Zimo didn't try to persuade him further. He bowed his head and replied, Understood, teacher. Observing their conversation, Qing Shuang, sitting in the stands, whispered to her best friend, Xiaoying, I think we can never deal with Li Xiaofan. She voiced the feelings in her heart. I don't know why, but I feel like the gap between us is getting wider and wider. In the end, we can only admire him from afar. However, Xiaoying, sitting next to her, gritted her teeth, her face darkened, and cursed silently. Trash. Truly trash. Young Master Yang found such a piece of trash to deal with Li Xiaofan. In front of Xiaofan's apartment, Li Ba ordered the men to unload the goods. Take the things inside. Then he turned and smiled fawningly. Mr. Li, young Mistress Chu, these are the prepared ingredients. I had to have my men turn Chu province upside down, just to gather all this. After boasting about his merits, Li Ba scratched his head shyly. It's just that one ingredient is missing, the dragon-subduing wood. I've asked around many places, but none of them have it. Shiwelian frowned, showing her displeasure. What kind of work is this? If you can't find it in Chu province, don't you know how to look in other provinces? Xiaofan spoke up to explain to her. You can't blame him for this. Dragon-subduing wood is a 1,000-year-old spiritual wood, also known as oki wood. It must be buried underground for tens of thousands of years to form. Moreover, the conditions for its formation are very harsh. It's very difficult for ordinary people to find. Hearing him say this, Shiwelian pondered. I've never heard of dragon-subduing wood, but oki wood sounds familiar. Suddenly, she remembered something. She hurriedly told Xiaofan. I remember now. Master, do you remember I told you about an auction? If I remember correctly, oki wood is one of the items up for auction that day. When Xiaofan learned this item would appear at the auction, he thought to himself, it seems I have to attend this auction. Not only are there magical artifacts, but there's also the rare dragon-subduing wood. He smirked slightly. In my past life, I thought Earth was simple, but it turns out it's not simple at all. It's getting more and more interesting. The next day, the car carrying Li Xiaofan stopped in front of a high-rise building. He leisurely stepped out of the car. Li Ba was already waiting there. Seeing that Xiaofan had arrived, he quickly reported, Mr. Li, something came up. Miss Chu was called back urgently. She won't be able to make it tonight. She asked me to apologize to you. Also, young Mistress Chu has transferred 100 million into your account, so Mr. Li can bid on anything you like. Xiaofan wasn't too concerned about whether she accompanied him or not. He just replied calmly, it's fine. If anything happens to Chu Shiwelian, Remember to find me. After all, she is my in-name disciple. He was secretly worried about her. With Chu Zuilian's personality, the Chu family must have encountered a major issue for her to leave in such a hurry. Receiving the reply, Li Ba bowed deeply to thank Xiao Fan. Thank you, Mr. Li. With these words from you, sir, young Mistress Chu can rest assured. Inside the building's main hall, many people from the upper class had already gathered. They were dressed lavishly, covered in designer brands from head to toe. Xiao Fan stepped inside. He observed his surroundings and assessed the situation. There really are traces of cultivation here. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed three people, Xiaokuan, Qing Shuang, and Song Zhong with his leg in a cast, talking not far away. Xiaokuan was expressing his anger over Song Zhong's injury. Young Master Song Zhong, that day, he ruined your plan and left you on a cliff. Has your broken leg still not healed? That brat is truly audacious. How dare he lay a hand on one of us? Hearing the past incident mentioned, Song Zhong gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard. It makes me furious just thinking about it. Don't let me see him again. Otherwise, they'll throw him into the North Tang River. Qing Shuang, who was beside them, noticed that Xiao Fan had also appeared here. She gently tugged on Shaokuan's sleeve. Xiaokuan, look, Li Xiao Fan is here. Song Zhong glanced over at her words. Seeing the person who had beaten him that day, his anger erupted. It's him, he shouted loudly. Damn it. So this brat was hiding here. No wonder I couldn't find him even after searching all over Chu province. Seeing Song Zhong going crazy, Xiaokuan added fuel to the fire. Song Zhong, are you saying that? The one who pushed him off the cliff was Li Xiaofan. He secretly laughed with satisfaction because Xiaofan had poked a hornet's nest. Song Zhong is the young master of Chu province. I can't believe Li Xiaofan dared to mess with him. This time, Li Xiaofan is definitely dead. Song Zhong struggled to walk with his casted leg. The three of them approached Xiaofan aggressively. He asked him full of hatred. You're Li Xiaofan. You bastard, do you still remember me? Tell me, what do you want today? Xiaofan saw it was an old enemy and calmly asked in return. So you didn't die last time. Do you want to die again? That sentence made Song Zhong furious. Xiaokuan quickly stopped his actions. Young Master Song. This is an auction house, and everyone here is a prominent figure in Chu province. Furthermore, the owner of this auction house is the Ouyang family. They don't like people causing trouble. Let's kick him out first, then deal with him. Hearing this, Song Zhong gave a vicious smile. That makes sense. Kick him out first. Then we'll deal with him. Xiaokuan pointed his finger at Xiaofan and questioned him. Li Xiaofan, how did you sneak into this high-end auction? Xiaofan replied arrogantly. Someone invited me here. What? You got a problem with that? Qingyang stood aside, observing. She sneered inwardly. Li Xiaofan is such a country bumpkin. Look at the way you're dressed. There's no way you could get into a place like this. She thought Xiaofan was just leeching off Xuelian. Even if he's the boy toy of the great Miss Chu, that doesn't change this fact. Xiaokuan didn't believe Xiaofan was qualified to be here. His tone was filled with contempt. Who would invite a country bumpkin like you? This isn't some common gathering. Not just any cat or dog can get in. Qing Shuang said sarcastically. Is there even a need to ask? It must be the great Miss Chu. The great Miss Chu is really something else. Her taste is terrible. She looked at Xiaofan as if he was an inferior being. To find a country bumpkin like him as a lover. Just thinking about it makes me sick. It seemed Qing Shuang still held a grudge about the previous incident. Li Zifan, last time, you refused to use the school for the wedding. I have to help Xiaokuan crush you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing your place. The three of them deliberately put pressure on Xiaofan. From behind, Song Zhong angrily criticized the manager. Director Z, what kind of job are you people doing? How could you let a country bumpkin just walk in here? Xiaokuan crossed his arms and sneered. The guests here? Which one of them doesn't have a noble status? What if he accidentally bumps into someone? Who will take responsibility if the guests are displeased? Director Z didn't dare to offend these young masters and misses. He hurriedly called for security. Guards. Immediately, people dressed as cultivators appeared. They rushed out in a flash, like phantoms, landing in front of and behind Xiaofan. Despite being surrounded by four people, Xiaofan wasn't scared at all. Instead, he spoke leisurely. A little interesting. Director Z growled, trying to shoo him away. Do you know where you are? Scram. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Xiaofan smiled calmly. He knew the strength of these 4 guards with just a single glance. The Ouyang family is indeed powerful. No wonder they can hold the position of the #1 great family in Jiangbei. These 4 are all early qi condensation stage cultivators. Xiaofan became a little more interested. It seems the Ouyang family places great importance on this auction. I hope there will be good items up for auction. Don't let this immortal venerable's trip be in vain. He turned and reprimanded Director Z for how he handled things. You are the director here. Why do you only listen to one side of the story? Let me tell you, I have an invitation to be here. If you don't believe me, go check at the front desk. But he didn't take Xiaofan's words seriously at all. What's there to check? As if yours could be real. Director Z uttered a vulgar curse. Get lost. Didn't your damn parents teach you that trash shouldn't come to places like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped by him. A single slap sent Director Z's glasses flying. His face was red with anger as he gritted his teeth. Xiaofan warned him in a low voice. You shouldn't curse at people in front of me, especially my parents. He immediately pointed at the group of cultivators and ordered, What are you still standing there for? Attack him for me. Chop him up for me. Xiaokuan crossed his arms, looking pleased. This kid is so unlucky. This is the Ouyang family's territory. Sun Zhong beside him also asserted smugly. Causing trouble here is no different from seeking death. Qingyang took the opportunity to chime in. He probably doesn't know the power behind this auction. He thinks he can act all high and mighty here like he did at the club. The 4 cultivators, upon receiving the order, rushed towards Xiaofan at the same time, shouting in unison, Charge! Seeing them charging aggressively, he remained calm and let out a cold snort. Suddenly, Pei appeared from nowhere, stepping forward quickly and shouting to stop them. Stop! What are you all doing? The loud shout made the 4 cultivators stop in surprise and turn to assess the situation. Manager Su recognized the newcomer and hurriedly scurried over to complain. Ms. Ouyang, hello. This country bumpkin is causing trouble here and even hit me. He complained while showing his bruised face, crying and playing the victim. Look, my face is all swollen from the beating. I've already ordered them to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, Pei immediately gave him another slap, her tone angry as she admonished him. Who do you think you are, daring to be so disrespectful to an honored guest? Then, she walked straight towards Xiaofan and said gently, Mr. Li, ever since you saved me, I haven't been able to contact you. She stopped in front of him and expressed her joy. I never expected to see you here. This is wonderful. Sun Zhong, seeing the situation wasn't going as planned, spoke up to remind her. Ouyang Pei, you're just from a minor branch of the Ouyang family. You dare meddle in Song Zhong's affairs? She turned to him and warned him with a firm attitude. Sun Zhong, listen carefully. Today my identity is the Ouyang family's envoy in charge of this auction. If you don't want to be thrown out, then shut your mouth. As for what happened that day, I will get justice sooner or later. Just you wait. Sun Zhong was furious inside but didn't dare to refute, only muttering resentfully. Humph, what's the big deal? Someone from a minor branch of the Ouyang family dares to be so arrogant. How long do you plan to borrow the Ouyang family's prestige? Sooner or later, you'll submit to me, Song Zhong. Ignoring him, Pei turned back, pointed at Manager Su, and asked for Xiaofan's opinion. Mr. Li, how do you think we should deal with these blind dogs? Manager Su, realizing she was referring to him, was both in pain and terrified. Without another word, he stepped forward and decisively kicked hard, making the man's leg buckle in pain as he collapsed to the floor, screaming his lungs out. The cultivators who witnessed this couldn't help but be stunned and full of doubt. He broke his leg. On Sun Zhong's side, Xiaokuan. Qingyang was also stunned, scared, and full of doubt. So vicious? Pei, with a smiling face as if nothing had happened, gestured politely and spoke. The auction is held inside. They'll go in with you. Don't let these small fries out here dirty your eyes. She linked arms with Xiaofan, secretly observing from behind, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. I can't believe I got to see him again. Being by his side gives me a feeling of incredible safety. Comfort. Qingyang, from behind, stared at their retreating figures with a look of annoyance, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Li Xiaofan. He's used to acting like an innocent white lotus. He already has Chu Xuelian, and now he's seducing Ouyang Pei'er. What do you have that makes them all value you so much? On what grounds? Pei'er linked arms with Xiaofan and casually left, preparing to enter the auction room. Xiaoquan watched them, so angry that he gritted his teeth. Is Li Xiaofan having a streak of luck with women? Everywhere he goes, a beautiful woman steps up to help him. Why these two? They're even more beautiful than Wu Qingxuan. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from a distance. Stop! It made the departing pair stop in their tracks. Xiefeng approached from behind, his aggressive demeanor causing everyone to automatically make way. Observing that furious expression, Xiaoquan saw it as a chance for revenge. He smirked, full of excitement. Young Master Chu is here too. This is great. The angrier Xiefeng looked, the more certain he became. Now that kid is going to get what he deserves. I'd bet on it. He's not leaving this place today. A dark expression appeared on Xiaoquan's face as he thought to himself. Chu Xiefeng and Chu Xuelian are the third generation of the Chu family. He joined the army at 18 and reached the rank of captain at a young age. Furthermore, I heard he was selected as a reserve member of the Azure Dragon Brigade. Thinking of Xiefeng's arduous training, he plotted further. You must know, the Azure Dragon Brigade is selected from tens of thousands of people. Every single one of them is an elite. Ordinary people can't even get in. Even top-tier Special Forces soldiers are just at that level. Xiaoquan mentally reviewed some prominent families, making a comparison. You could say, in Chuzhou, among the top figures who can command the wind and rain. Right now, only people like Chu Xiefeng and Song Zhong are considered elites. Among them, because of his connection to the Chu family, Chu Xiefeng is clearly a cut above Song Zhong. He involuntarily recalled an old incident. Moreover, Chu Xiefeng has been pursuing Ouyang Pei'er for a long time. Half a year ago, a rich second-generation kid was also pursuing Ouyang Pei'er. The pathetic image of that guy was still ingrained in his mind. In the end, Chu Xiefeng beat him half to death, leaving him bedridden for half a year. Xiaoquan let out a cunning, gleeful smile, thinking to himself, Li Xiaofan's luck has run out. This time, trying to leech off a woman. But he had bitten off more than he could chew. Recognizing the newcomer was Xiefeng, Pei'er immediately shielded Xiaofan and said sternly, Chu Xiefeng, what do you think you're doing? He walked over, grabbed her wrist tightly, and growled, What am I doing? In Chu province, anyone who dares to touch Chu Xiefeng's woman must have a death wish, right? Pei'er immediately refuted him. Chu Xiefeng, watch your words. What do you mean, your woman? I have nothing to do with you. He frowned slightly and stated with certainty, There's no relationship now, but there definitely will be in the future. With that, he forcefully pulled her aside and hissed, Get out of my way. Xiefeng stepped forward, pointed directly at Xiaofan, and warned, I don't care who you are. I don't care what your family background is. Get the hell out of my sight right now. He threatened fiercely. If not, they'll break your ribs. The surrounding crowd couldn't stop gossiping. Wasn't this kid so smug just now? He broke the director's leg with one kick. Can he still act so arrogant now? Just now, it was because Ouyang Pei'er was looking out for him. Now that he's facing young Master Chu, who would dare to help him? At this moment, Xiaoquan was overjoyed. This time, even if the eldest miss of the Chu family comes, Li Xiaofan is dead for sure. After all, Li Xiaofan currying favor with the eldest miss is nothing compared to the relationship between the eldest miss and her younger brother, Chu Xiefeng. This time, Li Xiaofan is dead for sure. Pei'er anxiously warned him. Chu Xiefeng, what are you trying to do? He's my friend. She began to feel scared, although Li Xiaofan was very capable. When it came to martial arts, Chu Xiefeng was a reserve member of the Tsang Long Special Operations Team. How could Li Xiaofan possibly defeat him? Finally, she decided to try persuading him instead. Xiaofan, you should go quickly. This guy is crazy. Just ignore him. But he paid no mind and shouted directly at Xiefeng. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? Xiefeng's face was filled with indignation, his fists clenched as he growled. Do you know who you're talking to? Xiaofan remained calm and replied with a hint of contempt. That's my line. Someone like you is not worthy of talking to me. Seeing his arrogant attitude, he was utterly astonished. He raised his fist and charged towards him, roaring angrily. Bastard, you're courting death. Just as Xiefeng's fist was about to hit his face, a voice suddenly stopped him. Stop right there. The girl who had just arrived questioned him sternly. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Xuelian gradually approached him and scolded. Why are you being so disrespectful to the teacher? Stop it at once. Apologize to the teacher. He was surprised to see her and asked, Cousin, why are you here? She maintained her stern demeanor and asked him back. If I hadn't come, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk? After teaching her younger brother a lesson, she turned to Xiaofan with a self-reproachful look. I'm sorry. Something came up, so I'm late. She bowed deeply, in a sincere, pleading posture. This is my cousin. He's used to being arrogant. Teacher, please don't hold it against him. For my sake, can you let him go? Seeing this, Xiaofan relented and warned. All right, for her sake. I won't hold it against him. But there absolutely won't be a next time. Otherwise, I won't be so polite. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Xiefeng was provoked again and shouted aggressively. What? What are you being so arrogant for? As if I need you to let me go. Xuelian immediately stepped in front of Xiaofan in a protective gesture. Then, without hesitation, she slapped him hard across the face and warned loudly. Chu Xiefeng, apologize to the teacher right now. With a powerful aura, she uttered words of reprimand. Forget about you. Even grandfather, when he sees the teacher, must be respectful. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you understand? Suddenly getting hit, Xiefeng was extremely confused, unwilling to accept it, and stammered an excuse. Cousin I. Before he could finish, she landed an even harder slap on his other cheek. She commanded loudly, apologize immediately. Indignation was written all over him. He clenched his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling as if he wanted to eat Xiaofan alive. But in the end, he still suppressed it and said quietly and unwillingly sorry. After saying that, Chu Xiefeng left resentfully. As he passed by Li Xiaofan, he still couldn't accept it and leaned in to warn him in a low voice. You rotten brat. Since my cousin is here today, I'll let you off the hook. You'd better stay away from Ouyang Payer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Xiaofan looked at him with contempt, not taking him seriously at all, as if to say, let's see what you can do to me. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Chu Xuelian gratefully clasped her hands in a salute. Thank you, teacher, for being lenient. Li Xiaofan replied nonchalantly and concisely. It's nothing. Then he turned to leave. She suddenly called out to him. Please wait a moment, teacher. Immediately after, Chu Xuelian turned and approached the girl behind her. She stood straight, gave her a brief look, and then asked, Are you Wu Qingshuang? Startled by the question, Qingshuang couldn't help but feel scared, lowering her head and answering in a small voice. Yes, young Miss Chu. As soon as she got the answer, Chu Xuelian decisively slapped her. Qingshuang was knocked to the ground by the powerful slap. Her mouth reflexively cried out in pain. Without giving her time to react, she pointed straight at her face and warned loudly. You can insult me, but you are not allowed to insult my teacher. You were spouting nonsense behind his back. Don't think I didn't know. A woman like you who relies on others' power dared to demand my teacher give up the school as a betrothal gift? You are not worthy of being my teacher's girlfriend. Still looking furious, Chu Xuelian aggressively shooed her away. Don't let me see you again in the future. Qingshuang crawled on the floor. Looking pitiful and crying, she softly called out, Xiaoquan. Seeing his girlfriend desperately pleading, he turned to Chu Xuelian. With a subservient look on his face, he begged for mercy. Young Miss Chu, Wu Qingshuang is my girlfriend. If she has wronged you in any way, please, for my sake, forgive her. She looked at his pathetic demeanor, showing no respect whatsoever. In my presence, you are not worthy of any respect. You can get lost too. Xiaoquan thought she didn't know who he was, so he started to introduce himself. Young Miss Chu, my father is. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xuelian immediately cut him off and repeated herself once more. Didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. At this point, he was furious. His eyes were filled with resentment. But in the end, he could only endure it and help Qingshuang up. He left, full of unwillingness. Seeing that they had left, Chu Xuelian turned to pay her apologetically. Ouyang Mei, sorry. I arbitrarily kicked out the guests you invited. It's no big deal. She also cheerfully expressed. It's fine. They are just people whose absence makes no difference. You chased them away from me, and now this place is much quieter. With nothing else to do, Li Xiaofan quickly prompted, "Let's go." After saying that, the three of them left together. Inside the room, it was time for the auction to begin. The auctioneer for the event was Zishun. He stood on the stage and gave his opening remarks. "Everyone, first, I want to make one thing clear. The origin of this bronze tray is unknown. Many appraisal experts have examined it. Its authenticity is difficult to determine." He also emphasized, "I also cannot guarantee whether it is genuine or not." This made the auction participants below whisper unhappily, "What a joke. Then why even put it up for auction?" He looked at the auction item and suddenly realized, this is the aura of spiritual energy, a phoenix. On the stage, Zishan loudly announced the auction price for the bronze basin. Starting price, 1 million. Li Xiaofan focused on sensing the item. He calculated in his mind. This bronze basin has the spiritual power of a phoenix. Although it's faint, it's enough to activate the chaotic sky stone in my hand. Hearing the ridiculously high starting price, the audience below grew even more confused and angry. What kind of trick are you guys trying to pull? Its authenticity is already hard to determine. And you still put it up for auction? No one would even take it for free. You're truly crazy for money. Someone leaned close to Song Zhong and whispered a request. "Young Master Song, I came here this time for this bronze basin. As long as you can win it in the auction, I will personally kill Li Xiaofan." Hearing this, he agreed immediately without any hesitation. After careful consideration, Li Xiaofan immediately raised his paddle and made the first bid. "I bid 1,100,000. Seeing this, the crowd below began to mock him. Some fool is burning money. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey, or got caught in a door. Humph, stupid. What normal person would believe this? From the VIP seats, Song Zhong also joined the bidding. 5 million. This action took Xiaofan by surprise. Seeing his calm and arrogant expression after making the bid, the crowd below began to have doubts. Young Master Song is also bidding. No way. Could it be a real treasure? Song Zhong glanced at Xiaofan, calculating. Li Xiaofan, I won't let you get anything easily. Xiaofan didn't hesitate to double the price. 10 million. He challenged him in his heart. You want to raise the price? Let's see how high you can go. Not to be outdone, he immediately raised the price. 20 million. The two of them went back and forth, one bidding, the other constantly raising. 27 million. 40 million. 50 million. 60 million. Finally, Xiaofan decisively called out a price. 70 million. This time, the other side showed no sign of continuing. Zishun seized the opportunity, raising his hand to close the bid. 70 million, going once. Song Zhong couldn't bid any higher, gritting his teeth in anger and grunting. On the stage, the call for the final bid continued. 70 million, going twice. The man beside him began to anxiously pat his shoulder, reminding him, Young master. He slapped his hand away and replied resentfully, Don't worry. The one competing with us is Li Xiaofan. I guarantee that after we deal with him, the bronze basin will be yours. The final call for the bid finally sounded. 70 million, going 3 times. Something flashed in Song Zhong's mind. He hummed softly with a gloating expression. Li Zifan, just take your time and enjoy it. Today, I'm going to make you bleed. On the stage, the sound of the gavel also rang out, indicating the final price was set. Buyer was a little worried and suggested in a low voice. Xiaofan, is this really worth that much money? Or how about I arrange things for you? Shuelian had no doubts. She had a confident and assertive look. Miss Ouyang, there's no need to worry. Teacher has his own plans. Shuelian said with a proud look. Besides, if he doesn't have enough money, I can pay for him. Buyer tactfully waved her hand to refuse. After all, this is my territory. How could I let you spend your money? Just let me pay for it later. Of course, Shuelian still found a persuasive reason. A student buying a gift for their teacher is only natural. So, Miss Ouyang, don't argue with me. Xiaofan, wanting to stop this argument, could only wave his hand. All right. I accept both of your good intentions. I still have enough money. Zishun's voice rang out, introducing the box placed inside the glass case. Everyone, this is the Oki wood. It's also called dragon subduing wood. Legend says it takes 1,000 years to grow into a tree, and 100,000 years to form the black gold heart. Next, the wooden piece inside the box was revealed. It can ward off evil spirits. It's a treasure that brings blessings and prolongs life. It also has the effect of purifying the Great Hall. Zishan smiled and announced, "The starting price is 6 million. Everyone in the room started whispering, "This is a divine item. What era are we in? People still believe in this stuff?" However, this auction is organized by the Ouyang family. It must have some effect. They'll just watch for now. I'm not sure this is worth it. Xiaofan once again raised his paddle and said, 100 million. The whole room turned to look at him, stunned. Damn it. He bid 100 million right away. Did I hear that right? Why is it him again? Does he have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Song Zhong hurriedly raised his paddle and shouted, 200 million. He turned to look at him, thinking, damn you, Li Xiaofan. He'll raise the price until you're broke. He crossed his arms, looking satisfied. Good. Then he sat nonchalantly in his seat, showing no intention of raising his paddle again. Zishan began to call out the bids. 200 million, going once. Song Zhong was flustered, wondering, what? Why aren't you bidding? Zishan's voice continued. 200 million, going twice. Shui Yin raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered to him, isn't our target this time the oaky wood? Why are you letting Song Zhong buy it? If it's a matter of money, I have some. He announced for the last time. 200 million, going 3 times. He calmly reassured them. Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. The auctioneer slammed the gavel and shouted. Sold. At a luxurious high-rise building. Following Li Xiaofan were Shui Yin and Bayer. At this moment, he was thinking, I must quickly go back and use the bronze basin to activate the primordial heaven stone, to replenish the lost supreme ruin chi. So, Li Xiaofan waved his hand, intending to say goodbye. You two don't need to follow me anymore. I can go back on my own. The two turned and looked at each other, their faces bewildered. Although Shui Yin didn't understand why he was in such a hurry, she just obeyed. In a European-style house not far away. He pushed the door open and walked in. I was originally planning to look for you. Immediately, the door closed automatically. Li Xiaofan politely hung his coat on the rack and continued. I didn't expect that you would come here on your own. It seems you are highly enlightened. Hearing him say that, Sun Zhong roared his name. Li Xiaofan. He sat on the sofa with one leg bandaged. I've been waiting here all day. You're finally back. He held the piece of wood, pointed it straight at him, and blamed him. You made me waste 200 million on a piece of wood. After speaking, he threw the piece of wood onto the floor. Sun Zhong leaned on his cane, walked over to him, and threatened. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 200 million now. Then give me the bronze basin. He'll give you a quick death. His face darkened as he poked him in the shoulder. Otherwise, he'll settle all old and new debts at once. He'll make you wish you were dead. Li Xiaofan calmly lit a cigarette and replied, Haha. Coincidentally, I also want to give you a piece of advice. He spoke slowly, but the content was horrifying. Since you've come here, all of you shall have your souls scattered here today. He asked back with an annoyed face. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Where do you get that confidence? Jun Yuan stepped forward from behind. So you are Li Xiaofan. Do you remember the assassin who tried to kill Chu Tianjing before? He put on a cold expression and retorted with a sentence. A few juniors are not worth remembering. The man pointed and said loudly. That was my younger brother. Unfortunately, he was killed by your treacherous schemes. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Now I will take your head, to offer as a sacrifice to my brother in the underworld. Immediately, his hands radiated fire as he rushed towards him, cursing. Go to hell. Li Xiaofan sneered contemptuously. The man's fist was about to strike. But with just a flick of his wrist, the man was sent sprawling to the floor. Haha. With just this little skill, you dare to barge into my house. Jun Yuan's mind seemed to stop working. Impossible. I'm already a high-level expert. How could someone so easily block my full power attack? He looked at him in shock. Could it be that he is at the Grandmaster level? How can someone so young be a Grandmaster? Impossible. Unwilling to give up, the man stood up and rushed at him again. Take this. He stood there watching the man prepare to punch him, as if watching a clown perform. He caught the punch with one hand and asked impatiently, "Still want to resist?" Li Xiaofan used his strength to twist Jun Yuan's arm, making him scream in pain. The man lost all his strength and knelt on the floor. Jun Yuan held his twisted arm and begged, "You are a grandmaster-level cultivator. I was wrong. Can you spare me? I'm begging you." He put on a cold face and pretended to agree. "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaofan acted in the complete opposite way. He lifted the man's arm. He lifted him high and punched him straight in the stomach, causing him to vomit blood in agony. Jun Yuan fell sprawling to the floor. He just calmly left a parting word, offending the supreme Xian heavenly venerate and still wanting to live. Naive. Sun Zhong, seeing what just happened, backed away in fear. How can this be? He ordered the bodyguards to rush in. "Charge for me. Kill him." He slowly held his cigarette and exhaled smoke. "What a pity. I already gave you a chance." One of the men reached for the holster on his pants, intending to take the opportunity to draw and attack. All the bodyguards behind Sun Zhong simultaneously raised their guns and fired. "Charge!" The bullets flew like the wind, whistling towards him. He roared with laughter. "No matter how powerful you are, you can't dodge bullets. Go to hell." Li Xiaofan crushed the cigarette in his hand. Ants. A shield materialized, protecting him from the incoming bullets. From that shield, invisible green tentacles appeared, wrapping tightly around the guards. It threw them straight against the wall. Those men fell down. He slowly walked towards him. Sun Zhong trembled, backing away and threatening. "Don't come here." He was defiant. He immediately took out a gun and shot at him, but Xiaofan used the shield to block it. "What the hell are you?" He spoke, pointing his finger to control the bullets in the opposite direction, and said, "You don't know my title as a heavenly venerate?" The bullet changed direction under his control. It flew right past his head. He bent down and picked up the piece of wood. Xiaofan held that piece of wood in his hand. "I've obtained the dragon subduing wood." At this moment, Sun Zhong was dead, his eyes open. He thought to himself, the Great Spirit Gathering Array can finally be activated. That evening at Xiaofan's house, Xiaofan picked up the piece of wood, which was surrounded by a blue light. He stood an arm's length from the wood and began to set up the array. "Today, I won the bronze basin and the dragon subduing wood at auction," he thought. Something must have happened to Earth in the past. That's why the spiritual energy has become so thin now. Suddenly, a large blue circle opened up on the ground, revealing strange characters. The formation expanded, using the dragon subduing wood as the foundation to support the formation. Leaves on the piece of wood sprouted and grew. He stood watching the wood gradually sprout roots and leaves, saying to himself, "This villa is the eye of the Great Spirit Gathering Array." The piece of wood slowly grew and sprouted other branches. He continued, with the school as the center. The piece of wood gradually began to form a real tree. It will then expand the formation's range to the Chu Prefecture mountain range. Xiaofan's words continued steadily. This way, the spiritual energy of the Chu Prefecture mountain range and even half of Jiangnan will be slowly drawn here. Suddenly, in the middle of the sky, streams of qi gathered, emitting a purple light. He monologued, "It's just a pity that the precious stones Chu Shuilian found for me are already top grade in the mortal world. But they are too mediocre for me." The streams of qi dispersed, revealing a star-shaped array, and he quickly appeared from a distance. He stood on a boulder and muttered, "Currently, I cannot set up a higher-level grade array. I can only temporarily form a spirit-gathering array through this grotto heaven-blessed land." Those streams of qi flew just a few centimeters below the boulder he was standing on. However, even so, if an ordinary person were to live here, they could at least extend their lifespan and easily live to be 150 years old. Xiaofan watched them with a blank expression. This is the effect of a grotto heaven-blessed land. Just like how every sect in the cultivation world has one of these. After finishing, he returned home. He stepped inside the house. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the guards he had knocked out were engulfed in blue flames. For offending this heavenly venerate, disappear from this world. He walked past them. It's time to activate the primordial heaven stone. In Xiaofan's hand was a small stone. The primordial heaven stone is a type of innate divine stone. It's only effective when used at the initial stages. He clenched his fist and sat in front of the glowing basin, recounting. In my previous life, I only obtained the primordial heaven stone after becoming a great heavenly venerate. Therefore, I never used the primordial heaven stone for cultivation. He dropped the stone into the basin, explaining, the primordial heaven stone contains innate divine power. It is a crucial aid for cultivating the immortal saintly body art. As soon as he dropped it, a brilliant blue light erupted around him, and the basin also lifted up. The basin vibrated as if something inside was squirming. It emitted a sparkling light as Xiaofan watched. He stared intently at it. Inside the basin, a fierce vortex appeared. He sighed. I wonder who infused this bronze basin with Phoenix spiritual qi. It's just a pity it was sealed for too long. It has become very weak. Then, he pushed the stone into the center of his chest. Xiaofan closed his eyes and felt his body. The center of his chest shone brightly as it absorbed the energy. Xiaofan sat cross-legged on the floor. He began the process of absorbing the primordial heaven stone. Powerful streams of energy swirled around him. The activated primordial heaven stone is indeed powerful. The grand mystic qi I consumed earlier has been replenished, and now it's becoming inexhaustibly abundant. Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes wide. They were full of determination. He controlled the primordial heaven stone to exit his body. He frowned and exclaimed. Moreover, what's more surprising is that this primordial heaven stone comes with a divine power. Xiaofan shouted loudly. Immediately, surging streams of qi flowed from his body, following his hand seals and spreading into the surrounding space. When he opened his eyes again, his eye sockets glowed with a brilliant red light, like two unquenchable flames. He smirked faintly. The primordial heaven stone comes with the heavenly, divine power. Now I have cultivated the supreme, immortal pupil. A look of satisfaction was clear on his face. He raised his hand to check his spiritual power again. The heavenly, divine ability can only be cultivated under the conditions of an immortal spirit and immortal soul. Only then can it be upgraded through cultivation into a supreme, divine ability. It seems I've underestimated this Phoenix spiritual energy. He looked at the bronze basin placed before him, wanting to see this new item clearly, to see what abilities the bronze item has. So it has such a divine ability. The bronze basin shook violently, as if restraining a terrifying power. Suddenly from within, thousands of fiery red rays shot up one after another, startling Xiaofan slightly. Those streams of starlight quickly merged. A massive phoenix slowly took shape. However, Xiaofan's eyes showed no surprise at this stunning appearance. As expected, it's not a phoenix spirit herb, but a true phoenix soul. He quickly formed a hand seal. With a determined voice, Xiaofan commanded, since it's like this, you will stay in my spirit-gathering grand formation. As soon as he finished speaking, chains filled with lightning power emerged from all four directions, wrapping tightly around the phoenix's body, causing it to scream in agony. Suddenly, a few leaves flew from nowhere and struck its wings hard. The phoenix despaired. The more it struggled, the tighter the chains became. Seeing that the time was right, Xiaofan stretched his hand towards the phoenix and shouted, "Submit." His voice was filled with inner power. To me, as he finished, a giant hand condensed from spiritual power suddenly descended, smashing the phoenix to the ground. Seeing a powerful creature like the phoenix struggling against the immense pressure, Xiaofan spoke arrogantly. Even if you are a phoenix soul, you cannot resist the supreme profound qi of this venerable one. Afterwards, it flew out through the main door. The phoenix flew straight to the subduing dragonwood and landed on a branch. Xiaofan looked it straight in the eye. His tone was like an order. Now, you will obediently become the attached spirit for this venerable one. Gather spiritual energy from all directions and help me cultivate. In the future, when this venerable one breaks through to the immortal realm, I will take you to ascend with me. The phoenix seemed to have intelligence. It nodded and chirped twice as if in agreement. Chirp, chirp. Xiaofan also nodded lightly and said, "Go. This venerable one will not restrict your freedom, but you can only operate within the Chu Prefecture mountain range." In a flash, the phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The moonlight from above illuminated the entire space. Xiaofan watched its silhouette and thought, the phoenix assists the subduing dragonwood. One dragon, one phoenix, they are the formation spirits. The spirit gathering grand formation is complete. This is the formation that formation masters dream of. The phoenix's appearance was truly eye-catching. Soon, people began to see it. A child pointed at the sky and shouted loudly, "Mommy, there's a phoenix in the sky." Someone hurriedly took out their phone to record it. Oh my God, this is a good omen. The image of the brightly lit phoenix, spreading its wings against the night sky, was extremely breathtaking. Everyone was amazed by this rare sight. Is this the legendary phoenix? The Chu Prefecture mountain range is manifesting a spirit. An immortal has descended to the mortal world. Xiaofan closed his eyes and focused. The fire in the furnace burned fiercely as if scorching everything. In the silent atmosphere, he let out a loud shout. Supreme profound pupil. As he finished, Xiaofan saw the current situation in a distant place through space. A group of bodyguards were continuously shooting at a man, but all the bullets were blocked by his barrier. Protect the family head. In Xiaofan's mind, tens of thousands of starlights moved incessantly. He frowned and thought, the Chu family is in danger. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. The sound of high heels clacking on the stone floor echoed closer. Xiaofan opened his eyes in surprise. Xuelian pushed the door open and entered Xiaofan's room. She clasped her hands and bowed. Her voice was filled with reverence. Disciple Chu Xuelian pays respect to teacher. Xiaofan slowly stood up and said nonchalantly, "Let's go." Xuelian was a bit stunned because she hadn't said anything yet. "Teacher." He casually grabbed his jacket. He spoke righteously. "The Chu family has helped me quite a bit. Now that they are in trouble, it's only right for me to help." Hearing this, Xuelian immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher," watching his back as he walked away. Her heart filled with admiration. Teacher is always such an enigma. I can't believe he already knew my purpose for coming here. The black car moved quickly. Inside the car, Xuelian was recounting the fateful feud between the two families. Teacher, the Nie family and the Chu family in Jiangbei have never gotten along. Over the years, there have been constant business conflicts. Her voice was gentle, clearly recounting each stage. Once, the Nie family attacked an important cargo vehicle of the Chu family. The head of the Nie family was killed by my younger brother. Since then, the conflict between the two families has intensified. The Nie family repeatedly sent assassins to kill my grandfather. The assassin when I first met you, teacher, was also sent by them. Xiaofan listened silently to every detail. A few years later, I don't know where the opponent learned his skills, but he came back to seek revenge on my grandfather. The incident you just saw through the Supreme Immortal I was also reported by Xuelian. Although the Chu family used its most elite guard force, they couldn't stop him. Even bullets couldn't injure him. The bodyguards were tragically injured. From her account, Xiaofan secretly speculated. The sallow-faced man next to Song Zhong said the attacker was his younger brother. It seems the sallow-faced man was also sent by the Nie family, while he was still thinking. However, those unlucky guys had just started talking before I dealt with them. Xuelian anxiously thought about the previous incident. In the end, if the armed police hadn't heard the news and rushed over, I'm afraid my grandfather would have died at his hands. She paused for a moment, then continued. Afterwards, the two sides agreed to a decisive battle today. Thus, Xuelian brought up the reason for meeting Xiaofan today. My grandfather admits he is no match for that person. That's why Xuelian had to come and ask you, teacher, to help. He didn't answer immediately, but calculated in his mind. Right now on Earth, there probably aren't many who can withstand bullets. This is a good opportunity to confirm. And I can also find out the power level of experts on Earth. After a moment, Xiaofan finally spoke. It's fine. I will go and meet those people. Having received his guaranteed answer, Xuelian smiled with delight. With you here, teacher, the Chu family will be safe. In a quiet forest in the suburbs, amidst the endless green of the trees, a bright red tiled roof faintly appeared. That was the magnificent villa, the splendid estate of the Chu family. The large gates were already open. Xuelian took a step forward, gently extending her hand. Teacher, please follow me. Just as they stepped into the villa's premises, they saw a guard standing on strict watch. The guard saw the two of them and respectfully bowed to Xuelian. Miss Chu, you're back. The two walked deeper inside. Tianzheng was already waiting. Mr. Li, I have been waiting for you for a long time. He gestured with his hand. Please, come inside. As they walked, Tianzheng chatted. This time, we're counting on you, Mr. Li. After this is done, the Chu family will definitely reward you handsomely. After they were seated, Tianzheng got straight to the point. The duel is scheduled for 11 o'clock at noon, at the Phoenix Sun Pavilion by the sea. Xiaofan nodded, indicating he understood, ready to hear the rest. Right after that, Tianzheng suddenly stood up. He said gently, Mr. Li, they'll have Shui Lian sit with you. I need to go and prepare a little. Then we will set off. After speaking, he strode away, leaving Xiaofan and Shui Lian to calmly enjoy their tea. Suddenly, the arrogant voice of a young man came from outside. Just him? I heard that kid Li Xiaofan came to our house. Shui Feng said to his sister, dissatisfied. This is a matter for the Chu family. Why did you find this kid to help? Hearing that attitude, Xiaofan just raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Shui Feng continued with an arrogant expression, boasting and declaring, all you had to do was invite my master. Anything could have been resolved. I think this kid is just a con artist who swindles people. Shui Lian frowned and spoke indignantly. Shui Feng, Mr. Li is an honored guest of our family. Do not be rude. Wasn't the lesson you learned last time enough? He gritted his teeth, looking unconvinced, unable to hold back any longer. Shui Feng strode forward aggressively, confronting Xiaofan. He secretly resolved in his heart. This time, with my master here. Even if they try to stop me, I still have to expose this fraud's true face. He pointed straight at Li Xiaofan's face and made a condition. Li Xiaofan, I want to duel you. If you lose, you must get out of Chu province. What do you say? Do you have the guts? Li Xiaofan was not pleased with this attitude. His voice was not loud, but it was full of power. They'll give you a chance. Take your hand away. Chu Xiefeng was infuriated by him. Arrogant and contemptuous. Bastard. They'll keep pointing at you. What can you do about it? As expected, you're just putting on an act. Seeing her brother like this, Chu Shuilian hurried forward to grab his arm. Her voice was urgent. Chu Xiefeng, do you know you're courting death? Apologize to Mr. Li immediately. But Chu Xiefeng remained stubborn. He pushed Chu Shuilian away and declared loudly, no one can stop me today. Don't worry, sister. My master is here. Nothing bad will happen for sure. At this moment, Chu Xiefeng was enraged to the extreme. His voice was filled with rage, as if he wanted to swallow the person opposite him alive. Today, I must teach this brat a lesson. How hateful. How dare you compete with me for Ouyang Payer? You must be tired of living, aren't you? Chu Shuilian was afraid things would go too far. She immediately stepped forward and pulled her brother's hand. Chu Xiefeng, don't. But this time, Li Xiaofan reached out and stopped her. His eyes were still calm, but deep inside, there was a sharp, cold glint. Very well, today I will let you know who you are talking to. Chu Xiefeng laughed mockingly. Who? I should spit on you. A country bumpkin. Limitlessly arrogant. Li Xiaofan didn't bother to reply with words. He directly slapped Chu Xiefeng. His eyes were as cold as ice. He mocked. Your reaction is too slow. Chu Xiefeng completely lost control. He roared. Bastard. You dare to sneak attack me? But as soon as he finished speaking, another resounding slap landed squarely on his face. This time it was harder, more vicious. It sent him flying. His body slammed hard against the wall with a heavy thud. Chu Xiefeng groaned in pain. Ow. He struggled to get up in pain. This is too much bullying. Chu Xiefeng still hadn't realized the gap between them. He furiously threw a punch straight at Li Xiaofan. Hateful. Today, I'm going to tear your face apart. Chu Xiefeng gritted his teeth, gathering strength into his fist. He mustered all his internal energy and threw a decisive blow. Li Xiaofan slightly frowned. His eyes flashed with a cold blue light. He snorted in contempt. At that very moment, he also channeled his internal energy into his hand. He clenched it into a fist and launched a counterattack. With a powerful surge of energy, Li Xiaofan's fist shattered the bones in Chu Xiefeng's hand, piece by piece. The sound was crystal clear. Crack, crack. He clutched his arm in agony. He let out a miserable scream. Ah! Seeing this, Chu Shuilian quickly pleaded. Please show mercy. Please, sir, for my grandfather's sake. Spare his life. But Chu Xiefeng didn't know his place. He still taunted Li Xiaofan defiantly. You stinking brat. If you have the guts, then kill me. My master will avenge me. He slowly stood up. His face showed no mercy. Before anyone could react, Li Xiaofan raised his foot and stomped hard on one of Chu Xiefeng's legs. Crack. Then he stomped on the other leg. The chilling sound of breaking bones echoed. Finally, Li Xiaofan kicked hard at Chu Xiefeng's remaining intact arm, breaking it as well. Chu Xiefeng screamed madly in excruciating pain. After finishing the punishment, Li Zifen narrowed his eyes and warned, For your sister's sake, I only broke your arms and legs. I spared your dog life. After a short pause, he generously continued, You should feel lucky to have such a good sister. However, Chu Xiefeng's eyes were still filled with hatred. His body trembled from pain and humiliation. Gasp, gasp. Seeing her brother had fainted from his injuries, Chu Xuelian immediately furrowed her brows. She commanded in a stern voice, Quickly take the young master to the hospital. Tianzheng had also finished preparing earlier, so he hurried to Xiaofan's place with his bodyguards. He frowned and called out loudly, Xiefeng. Seeing his grandson being carried out on a stretcher, his whole body covered in serious injuries, Tianzheng couldn't help but be shocked. This is... Tianzheng's gaze immediately shifted to Xiaofan, who was standing silently with his arms crossed over his chest. With a calm expression as if nothing had just happened, he seemed to have thought of something. Tianzheng approached him and bowed in apology. Thank you, Mr. Li, for showing mercy. My grandson is reckless and has offended you. I hope you can forgive him. Seeing his sincerity, Xiaofan generously let it go. It's fine. Suddenly, someone rushed in. A bodyguard bowed and whispered a report in Tianzheng's ear. After listening, he frowned in confusion. What? Why is Li Shizhen here? I didn't inform him. Xuelian, who was beside him, offered a speculation. Xiefeng must have informed him. Hearing this, Tianzheng immediately became furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed harshly. This useless trash. Xiaofan stood to one side, observing. Not understanding what was happening, Xuelian quickly stepped forward to explain. Master, you must be careful with my cousin's master, Li Shizhen. He is the authoritative master of a martial arts hall in this area. His internal energy is also very profound. He is known as the #1 master in Chu Prefecture. His fame spreads throughout the Jiangbei region. She emphasized, many people want to become his disciple, but he rarely accepts students. Xuelian recalled the past. Previously, my cousin Xiefeng wanted to become his disciple. Grandfather had to personally visit him and gift him a large house. Only then did he reluctantly accept Xiefeng as a disciple. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard entering. A man's booming voice called out loudly, Old Master Chu. The newcomer was Shizhen. His face was furious. With a powerful aura, he questioned them. What is the meaning of this? Who injured Xiefeng to this extent? Tianzheng looked at him with an awkward expression. He was flustered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Shizhen became even more annoyed. He crossed his arms and criticized. From the looks of it, Old Master Chu, it seems you do not welcome me, Shizhen. Tianzheng immediately changed his attitude wisely. He welcomed him warmly. Not at all. Not at all. For Old Master Li to agree to come to my place is to give me face. Please, have a seat. Although Shizhen was not satisfied, he sat down. His voice was full of discontent. Seeing a stranger, Xiaofan, sitting opposite him, he inquired, Could it be this person who beat my disciple? At this moment, Chen Kuan finally saw his face clearly. He exclaimed in surprise, It's him. Chen Kuan pointed at Xiaofan. He accused loudly, Boss, enemies are bound to meet. The one we injured with Yang Shaokuan back then. Was this brat? Shizhen looked at Xiaofan grimly and acknowledged, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. He listed out his crimes one by one. First, you injured my brothers. Now, you've beaten my disciple. I don't care if you're called Li Shaodi or Li Shaodian. If you know what's good for you, cripple your own arms and legs. Then kneel before my junior brother and my disciple to atone for your sins. Then he roared, the veins on his face bulging. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out this door. Accompanying his anger was a punch that shattered a wooden beam with a cracking sound. Crack. Shizhen looked tense on the outside, But inwardly, he was thinking contemptuously. This brat is clearly an ordinary person. He stares at people without blinking. At most, he's just a little handsome. He recalled his disciples returning in tattered states. Xiefeng's cultivation is low. Xiao He and the others were crippled before. It must have been a fluke. Shizhen secretly decided to make a show of force to intimidate him. This time, I must make a stand. Otherwise, how can I show my face in this Chu prefecture in the future? How can this Zhenhui martial arts hall remain open? Who else would come to learn from me? Xiaofan had been silent all this time. Now, his fingers fiddling with a teacup, he spoke up. These two are truly helping a tyrant. At first, they helped young Xiaoquan harm me. I only crippled them. Not taking their lives was already showing them great mercy. He lifted the cup, but didn't drink. Instead, he looked towards Shizhen and pointed out. Chu Xiefeng has tried to assassinate me time and again. What happened to him was very light. If it weren't for the Chu family's face, I would have killed him long ago. Li Xiaofan frowned. His eyes were cold and sharp. His words were soft, yet filled with accusation. You came here to question me? What right do you have? Shizhen refused to back down. He sprang up and drew his sword. Bastard! Who do you think you are? Seeing this, Tianzhong, who was at the side, panicked. No. He hurried over and raised his hand to stop the furious Shizhen. Hall Masterly, don't be rash. Listen to this old man's words. Tianzhong then recounted the past. Xiaofan stood beside them, listening silently. I'm sure Hall Masterly has heard about my enemies from years ago. They have now come to my doorstep. He revealed the main reason for the young man's presence here. I invited Mr. Li here to help. No matter what, you must give me some face. Shizhen had also calmed down. He crossed his arms and agreed. Since old Master Chu has spoken, I will give you face. After we drive those enemies away, they'll settle the score with this brat. He sat down with a grunt, speaking contemptuously, but relying on just this piece of trash. How can he help you fend off the enemy? Being judged like that. Xiaofan's face darkened. Shizhen then explained his purpose for coming today. Actually, I came here this time because I heard you were in trouble. After all, I am Xiefeng's master. So, I will help you resolve this matter. Tianzhong hesitated, not answering immediately. He noticed the other's hesitation and turned to question him. What? Am I, the dignified hall master of the Zhenhui martial arts hall, inferior to some unknown brat? Finding himself in a difficult position, he looked towards Xiaofan inquiringly. Seeing him nod, he thought in surprise. Mr. Li also agreed to help. Tianzhong clenched his fist and said to Shizhen, with Mr. Li agreeing to act, victory is certain. A group of people filed into the Fengyang Pavilion, a place shrouded in an ethereal mist. It was as peaceful as a painting. Qing Shuang walked into the hall, arm in arm with Xiaoquan. Seeing many people around, she asked curiously, Xiaoquan, why are there so many people here? She turned and asked again, also, you said we came here for revenge. What did you mean? A smug look appeared on his face as he answered, Qing Shuang, do you remember me mentioning the Nie family? Today, the Nie family is preparing to destroy the Chu family. Hearing this, Qing Shuang became a little skeptical. Is the Nie family really that powerful? To even plan on overthrowing the Chu family? He raised an eyebrow, not wanting to say much. Of course. Without waiting for her reply, Xiaoquan urged, let's go. Lest my father waits too long. We still have to go greet the Nie family. The illegal arena was packed. People were shouting and screaming. Allah! He's defeated another one. Look, the people from the Yang family are here. In the ring, the Yang family father and son obsequiously spoke to the man before them. Master Nie, this time you can definitely destroy the Chu family. By then, you will control the entire Chu prefecture. The Yang family will definitely contribute its strength. The man didn't even bother to stand up. He just glanced at them and snorted. He said with an air of indifference, I know what you people want. After I defeat the Chu family and unify Jiangbei, considering you've been reporting information and cooperating for all these years, the Yang family can be the Nie family's representative in Chu prefecture. Hearing this affirmation, the Yang father and son were overjoyed and retreated, not forgetting to say, yes, yes. We will do our utmost. Their hearts were filled with excitement. The three of them stepped down from the stands. While waiting, Qing Shuang asked about the identity of the man in the ring. Xiaoquan, Who is he? He's so arrogant. Even Uncle Yang had to bow to him. Xiaoquan boasted smugly. He is the head of the Nye family in Jiangbei, Nyahu. He is a true master with divine abilities, let alone the Chu family. Few in the entire Chu prefecture can match him. He's certainly not someone that Li Xiaofan, with his pathetic kung fu, could ever hope to challenge. He watched as Nyahu effortlessly defeated a whole group of people, his voice filled with even more glee. Do you see those people lying there? They are top-tier masters. All were defeated by him. Speaking of which, Xiaoquan felt that victory was theirs for the taking. He declared bluntly, "Humph. Today is the day of annihilation. It's also the day Li Xiaofan dies. In the beginning, Li Xiaofan and the Chu family humiliated us. Today, we will take it all back. No matter how arrogant Li Xiaofan is, we will be the ones laughing last." Qingshuang also believed it without a doubt. She thought to herself, Li Xiaofan, I admit you've changed a lot, but your foundation is too shallow. You don't understand the times. You brought this upon yourself today. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She thought gleefully, you rejected me before, so don't blame me for not pleading for you now. Suddenly, the doors burst open. For people walked in imposingly. The people around shouted, Old Master Chu is here. Hall Master Li is here. As if regaining their morale, everyone started speaking one after another. Hall Master Li, you're here. Quickly teach this arrogant brat a lesson. That's right, he's too disrespectful. Although he's targeting the Chu family, in reality, he wants to crush everyone in the Chu prefecture's martial arts world under his foot. Many indignant voices arose from the crowd. Is he bullying us, thinking there's no one left in Chu prefecture? There are plenty of us left. Biting the hand that feeds him. His ambition is not small. Now things are looking good. Hall Master Li is here. Beat that bastard to a pulp. Seeing this, the young father and son, along with Qingshuang, shared the same thought. Go ahead and be arrogant. Wait until the Nye family head displays his divine might and deals with Chu Tianzheng. The Yang family will replace the Chu family as the ruler of Chu prefecture. At that time, you will all have to kneel before this young master and admit your mistakes. On the stage, Nyahu jeered loudly. Humph, a bunch of useless trash who only know how to talk. Are there no masters in Chu prefecture? Tianzheng, if you know what's good for you, get down here and kowtow to me in apology. Perhaps I'll spare your dog's life. These words didn't make the group flinch, but it was enough to make them frown in displeasure. Before Tianzheng could even speak, a young man suddenly jumped onto the stage and shouted, Don't be so arrogant. His feet landed on the floor with a dull thud. Lu Sheng raised his fist, declaring war. Watch me deal with this bastard today. Nyahu rested on one arm, looking disdainful. Humph, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Lu Sheng trembled with anger. He ignored him and waved dismissively. If you know what's good for you, scram. Let Chu Tianjing come here himself. He couldn't contain his anger. He leaped up and threw a punch straight at Nyahu's face. How dare you look down on me? Nyahu leaned back and dodged it easily. With a whoosh, he lowered his body slightly. A dark purple aura gradually enveloped his entire body. Then, he gathered momentum and landed a powerful kick straight into his opponent's stomach. He smirked and said, in the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng was sent flying 10 meters off the stage. His body crashed straight into the wall, cracking it. He couldn't help but scream in pain. The surrounding crowd was horrified. He couldn't even block one of Nyahu's moves. How pathetic. They began to worry. What should we do? Who else can fight him? On the stage, Nyahu gave a thumbs down and started to provoke. Chu Tianzheng, stop sending others up to die in your place. There's no one here worthy of my attention. A bunch of trash. Tianzheng replied in a deep voice. Nyahu, you underestimate the heroes of Chu prefecture. About what happened back then. It was your younger brother who was making opium and dealing drugs. He deserved to die. Lu Shao killed him to rid the people of a menace. He reminded him, I advise you to stop now. Don't make a mistake. As if his sore spot had been hit, Nyahu pointed a finger straight at him. He yelled hoarsely, Enough talk. Today, I must take your head to offer to my brother in the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, Shizhen suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Outrageous. He leaped onto the arena. This hall master must crush his arrogance. A dense burst of energy erupted from him. The wooden floor underfoot cracked under the immense force, leaving a large dent. Seeing this, Nyehu seemed interested. So, you're an internal energy martial artist. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you're still no match for me. Scram now while you still can. Li Shizhen tensed up and clenched his jaw. He was determined not to retreat. His aura grew even stronger. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself, I have to strike first. Then he immediately gathered his momentum, planting his toes firmly as a pivot. He swung his hand, and several sharp blades shot towards Nyehu like lightning. He remained perfectly calm. Only when the blades were about to hit him did he move. At the same time, he slightly raised his hands. Both sides channeled their energy, preparing for a fierce battle. One attacked, the other defended. Every move aimed for a fatal spot. Nyehu fought while laughing. Not bad. You managed to block one of my moves. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked his opponent onto the wooden floor. But that's all you've got. The force of the impact made the crowd flee from the battle zone. People panicked and shouted, "Get out of the way." Li Shizhen was sent flying off the stage by his kick. He looked completely battered. His face was pale as he struggled to sit up. He thought to himself, I underestimated him. The last attack was more serious than he had imagined. Fresh red blood gushed from his mouth. His limbs had no strength left. The people around worriedly helped Li Shizhen up. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he asked Nyehu in horror, You've already reached the Grandmaster realm? Having suffered a memorable beating, Li Shizhen could only clench his teeth and think, I've trained hard for half my life, but only reached the late stage of internal energy. I haven't reached the legendary Grandmaster realm. He had underestimated Nyehu. He never expected Nyehu to have reached such a high realm. If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, my life would have been in danger. From behind, Xiefeng shouted loudly, Master. He frowned, showing concern at the strength of the one who had just defeated his teacher. Even my master, the top expert of Chu Prefecture, was defeated. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Everyone looked scared. Nyehu has reached the Grandmaster realm. How terrifying. Someone analyzed aloud. That means anyone below a Grandmaster is no match for him. In that case, who can fight Nyehu? Doesn't that mean we just have to let him run wild? Chu Tianzheng was no exception. His brows furrowed tightly. His eyes revealed his panic. This man is invincible. I'm afraid even Li Xiaofan can't stop him. Could it be that this old man must die here today? In that chaotic moment, his granddaughter quickly grabbed Chu Tianzheng's hand, soothing the fear rising within him. Grandpa, don't worry. Chu Zuilian's eyes shone with determination. She clenched her fist and affirmed, My teacher can definitely defeat Nyehu. I believe in him. Chu Tianzheng was still anxious. The wrinkles on his forehead clearly etched his worry. Let fate decide. What's meant to happen will happen. Nyehu spread his arms, standing tall amidst the crowd. His resonant voice rang out, cutting through all the noise. Anyone else not convinced? Feel free to come up here and die. His face shone with triumph. He raised his head high. His voice was sharp. Chu Tianzheng, today, I will trample all the martial artists of Chu Prefecture right in front of you, and see where you can hide your old face. Facing the weak resistance of Chu Prefecture, Nyehu just let out a disdainful scoff. Humph, what #1 noble family of Chu Prefecture? In my eyes, you're nothing. Suddenly, a stream of energy shot past his face. He suddenly froze and quickly glanced to the right, scanning to see who wanted to challenge him. With a powerful aura, he directed his burning gaze towards Nyehu, without a trace of fear. This old man has arrived. He brandished the gun ostentatiously. The old man spoke up, introducing himself. I am Tao Bai, sect master of the Immortal Crane sect. Nyehu, don't look down on the heroes of our Chu Prefecture. With that said, the old man immediately aimed the cocked gun at Nyehu. Go to hell. Without flinching, he raised his hand just as the bullet tore through the air towards him. With astonishing precision, Nyehu managed to stop it in midair. Tao Bai's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the scene before him, seeing the bullet completely controlled. The face of the Immortal Crane sect's master gradually turned pale. Nyehu's smirk was like an arrogant slap to the face of all Chu Prefecture's martial artists. He was pleased that the result was not beyond his expectations. A gun supported by spiritual energy is supposed to be formidable? With just a light step, as if gliding on the wind, Nyahu rushed towards Tao Bai. His speed was so fast one couldn't even see it. In an instant, his punch came down, shattering the gun in Tao Bai's hand. The old man didn't even have time to resist. Only a single thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. His speed is too fast. Without stopping, Nyahu swung his palm with ferocious power, striking Tao Bai directly on the head. He looked down on the old man, only reacting now. Too slow. The devastating blow left the master of the immortal crane sacked with no time to react. A spray of blood erupted. It splattered like drops of crimson rain. Nyahu defeated Tao Bai without much effort. He didn't bother to hide his contempt. He bluntly emphasized, in the face of absolute power, you all are nothing but trash. Nyahu's laughter rang out, mixed with contempt and boredom at Tao Bai's mediocre performance. Haha, rubbish. A piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow, standing before the one he had just subjugated. He looked at the old man with ice-cold eyes. His tone was full of arrogance. What heroes of Chu Prefecture? I see this as nothing more than a gathering of trash. He stepped forward, one step at a time, with the aura of someone holding the upper hand, naturally taking center stage. The crowd panicked. He approached. Heh. The threat was uttered. Tianjung, today is the day you die. Then, Nyahu gave a sinister smile. Slowly, as if savoring the fear, he said, I won't kill you right away. He walked straight up to Tianjung without blinking. He spoke coldly. I will lock you up in a dark place and slowly torture you, making it so you can't die even if you want to, and can't live properly either. Haha. Just as Nyahu finished speaking, his voice rang out. His calm gaze looked straight at the man before him. I am the head of the Chu family. I have lived an upright life. What is there to fear in death? Tianjung asserted. It's just that dying at the hands of a brat like you would tarnish my entire lifetime of integrity. Faced with Tiansheng's calm attitude, Nyahu no longer looked triumphant. A furious glint appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth. His hands balled into fists. His voice deepened. What's the use of being stubborn now? Let's hope you can still talk tough then. Just as tension enveloped the scene, a voice rang out from a distance. A mere ant shouldn't be an eyesore here. The unfamiliar voice made Nyahu turn his head as he was about to strike Tianjung. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. From behind, a young man appeared. In his hand was a lit cigarette. He took a long drag and exhaled smoke into the air as if completely unconcerned with the situation. The moment he saw Xiaofan, Nyahu frowned. His eyes were filled with irritation. He sneered. His voice was mocking. Where did this brat come from, daring to meddle in my business? If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and then get lost. Facing Nyahu's challenging gaze, the young man didn't flinch at all. The cigarette was still held neatly in his hand. Xiaofan calmly replied, You want me to kowtow to you? You are not worthy. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. A silent streak of blue electricity flashed by, as if containing extraordinary power. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Xiaofan appeared with a godlike demeanor. Xiaofan's voice rang out with power. Do you know who you are talking to? Xiaofan's brief display was enough to make Nyahu's face turn pale. His voice began to stutter. This aura, this pressure, this is... After a moment of fear, Nyahu raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He kept telling himself to calm down. An illusion. What I just saw must have been an illusion. Get a grip. Nyahu proudly raised his head. He looked straight at Xiaofan and sized him up. This kid doesn't even look 20. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it wouldn't be as long as my cultivation time. Besides, I can't sense any fluctuation of cultivation from him at all. It must have been an illusion just now. Nyahu spoke loudly and forcefully. He said it to his face, playing tricks and acting mysterious, in response to the words directed at him. Xiaofan slowly retorted, Nyahu, don't say you've reached the threshold of a grandmaster. He threatened without any hesitation. Even if a true grandmaster came here in person, I would kill them without mercy. From the edge of the crowd, Xiaofan sneered. He uttered a few sarcastic words. Humph. It's already come to this. And this kid is still putting on a show. Still acting like that. He doesn't even bother to change his lines. In a moment, when Nyahu chops him into 8 pieces, he'll deserve it. Suddenly, Shizhen's voice rang out. Warning Xiaofan. You arrogant fool. At least I could hold him off for a while. I'm afraid this kid couldn't even block one of his opponent's fingers. He continued contemptuously. He's just putting on an act. He won't even know how he died when the time comes. Niahu spoke impatiently. His voice boomed like thunder. Brat, are you done talking? You should go die now. Without hesitating, he lunged straight at Xiaofan. He casually raised a hand to block the blow. Shizhen berated him. Li Xiaofan, you arrogant fool. Death is at your door, yet you still show no remorse. I really can't figure it out. This dramatic little brat. How has he managed to live this long? Niahu swung his fist towards him. Xiaofan's approaching hand startled him. Niahu used his hand to block and then counterattacked. Huh. Xiaofan withdrew his hand, raised it, and channeled his internal energy. He struck him right in the chest. Niahu staggered back in pain, thinking, damn it. So I underestimated this kid. What do you mean he has no cultivation base? He's clearly a great master in disguise. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet he deliberately pretended to be so weak, he couldn't even withstand the wind. I let my guard down completely. Damn it, damn it. Instantly, Niahu activated a technique. Maya. He created a shield and issued a challenge. Brat, aren't you a great fighter? If you're so good, then break my protective barrier. As he was speaking, Xiaofan closed in. My barrier can even deflect bullets, let alone. With a gentle wave of his hand, the shield was shattered. He sneered. Humph. Just a clay chicken and a pottery dog. And you dare to boast in front of me? Veins popped in Niahu's eyes. He glanced over in astonishment. When did such a young master appear? I'm no match for him at all. He clutched his arm and started to flee. No good. I have to run. Xiaofan frowned, displeased. Trying to run? He used the same move, swiping his hand down. A giant, invisible hand flew towards him. You think you can escape? The hand slammed down, creating a shockwave. The ground all around was shattered. The giant hand slowly closed in. He tried to respond. Wait. You can't kill me. Hearing this, Xiaofan decisively clenched the hand, ignoring his rambling. My master is a true grandmaster. He will. Instantly, Niahu was crushed by Xiaofan's technique. The people around were in an uproar. This guy? Is he even human? Niahu was a respected hero of Chu Prefecture. Yet he was defeated in just 3 moves. This is definitely the level of a true grandmaster, right? He glanced over at Tianzhong, who was trembling. He bowed and cupped his fists respectfully. From now on, we will follow your every command, sir. Everyone spoke in unison. We will follow your every command, sir. Xiaoquan asked his father. Father, what now? Do we really have to bow our heads to this Li Xiaofan? Yang Jing immediately lectured him. You must learn to understand the situation, Huner. You need to learn forbearance. He emphasized. Today, Niahu lost. You must quickly lower your head to Li Xiaofan. Otherwise, our Yang family will be in danger. We might even be erased from Chu Prefecture. Li Shizhen sneered. He just got lucky and won one match. And he already thinks he's so powerful? Xiaofan stepped onto the stage and challenged, come here. That's so-called masterly. Didn't you have a score to settle with me earlier? He beckoned him with his finger. Get on the stage. Li Shizhen stepped up and emphasized. Let me tell you. He placed a hand on his chest and declared loudly. In terms of seniority in the martial world, you still have to call me. Before he could finish, Xiaofan slapped him straight across the face. What the hell are you? How dare you act high and mighty in front of me? He was so angry he was speechless. You, he said didactically, this first slap is to teach you to respect others. Li Shizhen, filled with indignation, roared, you stinking brat. Xiaofan slapped him again. Trembling, he was rendered speechless. This second slap is to tell you that you should be humble. Don't overestimate yourself, looking down on others with your dog eyes. He delivered another cold, hard slap. This final slap is to teach you to manage your own people properly. If the top is crooked, the bottom will be in chaos. If you can't produce good disciples, then at least don't produce a bunch of delinquents. Li Shizhen's cheek had turned bright red. Xiefeng watched helplessly from below. He originally thought Xiaofan would undoubtedly die today. Unexpectedly, he used this opportunity to make a name for himself. He gritted his teeth. I can't rely on my master anymore. I can only hope Lei Yuntian returns soon. Since childhood, He has been in love with his cousin. Now his cousin has clearly shown her heart belongs to Li Xiaofan. As long as he returns, he'll still have a chance for revenge. He continued to ponder the possibility. After all, Lei Yuntian is a renowned elite of the Azure Dragon Corps. He is also the personal disciple of the #1 expert of the Southeast Military Region, Long Tiangang. Xiaoquan stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully in a tacit understanding. Xiaofan, I was wrong before, brother. I was wrong. I am here to apologize. I hope young Master Li can be magnanimous. He apologized with a respectful expression. A great man doesn't concern himself with the faults of a lesser man. Let's just let our matter go. Xiaofan glanced at him with contempt. You fawning little villain. Xiaoquan immediately pointed his finger, shifting the blame. Actually, I never loved Wu Qingxuang. That vixen seduced me. I know this vixen is just a gold digger. Qingxuang was startled when she heard this. He gestured with his finger, implying, in her eyes, there is only money. Xiaoquan pointed out, you were right to dump her. Yang Jing chimed in, right. Young Master Li is wise. She froze upon hearing the criticism. A money-grubbing girl like that should be thrown away. I wouldn't want her either. Qingyang couldn't take it anymore. She walked up and said, Xiaoquan. She yelled and questioned him. What did you just say? He seized the opportunity without any hesitation. He pointed directly at her face. Wu Qingxuang, did you hear me clearly? I want to break up with you. From now on, we have absolutely no relationship. Xiaoquan declared loudly. You ignored an outstanding person like Li Xiaofan, and instead came clinging to me. You are truly shameless. Are your dog eyes blind? Xiaoquan rambled on. Comparing me to Li Xiaofan is like comparing heaven and earth. There's simply no comparison. Qingxuang was too angry to speak. Yang. She clenched her fists and hissed through her teeth. She screamed with all her resentment. He pointed at her dismissively and declared bluntly, What are you yelling about? I'm breaking up with you today. Qingxuang slapped him hard. You bastard, taking all my advantages. Are you trying to kick me out? Let me tell you. No way. For Xiaoquan, there's no such thing as going easy on women. He immediately retaliated. How dare you hit me? You bitch. But her face was already red. She tensed up. Qingxuang started to brawl. Young Xiaoquan, they'll fight you to the death today. They both grabbed each other's hair. You smelly woman. They'll strangle you. She scratched his face until it bled. He wasn't one to back down, slapping her in return. Xiaofan's face darkened as he watched them fight. He didn't want to watch this ridiculous scene any longer. He ordered loudly. Xiaoquan pushed her away smugly. Did you hear that? Li Xiaofan told you to get lost. Xiaofan emphasized again to avoid any misunderstanding. You get lost too. The shameless man tried to suck up to him to get past it. Xiaofan. He slapped him to snap him out of it. Xiaofan questioned him. Didn't you understand what I said? Get lost. Xiaoquan, mocked by the crowd, had no choice but to obey. All right. I'm getting lost right now. The father and son of the Yang family stepped down in humiliation. The Yang family is truly shameless. Seeing Master Li Xiaofan win, they immediately came to fawn over him. That's right. This kind of opportunistic trash should get lost quickly. A scummy man like Yang Xiaoquan is truly worthless. Xiaofan glanced after them, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the people behind you, I would have crippled a piece of trash like you long ago. Tianjing stepped before Xiaofan and reminded him. However, Mr. Li, you should still be careful. He explained, I heard that Niahu's cultivation has soared in recent years. It's because he took a cultivator as his master. It's just that this person is extremely mysterious. It's highly likely he is a grandmaster-level expert. Tianjing cupped his hands respectfully. As you know, in Huaxia, grandmasters are extremely rare, especially a young grandmaster like Mr. Li here. It's even rarer to see. It's not easy to reach such a cultivation level. Therefore, you must be even more careful. Xiaofan replied cheerfully, I know, but it's all right. Even if a grandmaster comes, I can still eliminate them as usual. The scene changes to him meditating. Above his head, a phoenix flies freely. He concentrates fully. I'm already at the peak of qi condensation now. During this time, I've roughly figured out the power levels on Earth. On Earth, besides the middle stage qi condensation corresponding to Jin martial artists, internal martial artists are at the early stage qi condensation. Xiaofan focused on his analysis. Li Shizhen, it's because of this ability that he is called a grandmaster and respected by everyone. It corresponds to the peak of qi condensation. The phoenix drew close to his head, looking on curiously. Xiaofan thought to himself, I need to increase my cultivation speed. After all, in the celestial realm, there's still someone waiting for me. He walked over and looked at the formation array. Although the formation array is complete, the spiritual qi on Earth is too thin to break through the peak of qi condensation to the Xiantian realm. I still need more external forces. He stroked his chin, pondering. My all-heaven's sacred body can refine all spirits. If I can find more primordial stones, then I can refine more supreme profound qi. My cultivation speed can also rise to a new level. Xiaofan clenched his fist solemnly. But primordial stones contain vast spiritual qi, and some even carry various divine abilities. They are extremely rare and precious. That's why in my previous life, so many people fought over it, and didn't hesitate to act, regardless of the cost. Rivers of blood flowed. Another thing is, I urgently need to fight a true grandmaster to test my current combat strength. Then, he casually walked out of the house. Xiaofan glanced around. That demon cultivator I let go before must have nearly recovered by now. It's time to get some demonic qi to refine the longevity pill. He thought about the method to refine it. This longevity pill requires gathering the myriad spirits of the world. Its refinement is extremely complex. I must start preparing now. He looked up at the bright moon, lost in thought. In my previous life, father toiled for half his life for my sake. Later, in order to earn money for me, he was plagued by illness. He kept putting off treatment. In the end, he died suddenly at home. His face was filled with determination. In this life, I absolutely won't let him suffer even a little bit again. In front of the lobby of a certain building, a taxi slowly came to a stop. A male voice came from inside the car. This is the place. The car door opened. A person wearing trousers was seen, stepping out with a pair of shiny black boots. Li Xiaofan stood outside, looking into 10,000 Flowers Alley. The driver couldn't help but wave and remind him, little brother, are you sure you want to get out here? 10,000 Flowers Alley is famous for being a sinister place. They'll give you a discount. They'll take you somewhere else. Li Xiaofan turned his head and assured him, don't worry. This is exactly where I want to go. Suddenly, Li Xiaofan heard a sobbing cry, my child. You died so tragically. Only then did he notice an old woman in mourning clothes, crying while burning joss paper. He thought to himself, this old woman. It seems 10,000 Flowers Alley is quite interesting. Seeing how certain he was, the driver quickly drove away, not forgetting to stutter, little brother. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving now. Li Xiaofan turned his head to look back. The old woman from before was nowhere to be seen. Only the ashes from the half-burnt joss paper remained. Before he could observe carefully, a young man suddenly ran by, holding a backpack that covered half his body. Unable to dodge in time, the two collided. The young man cried out, ah, in pain. He quickly apologized, so sorry. I'm in a hurry. Li Xiaofan, why is it you? Only then did Li Xiaofan recognize him and ask in surprise, Xiao Fei? He helped him up while asking. I was about to ask you. You're holding hell money. And these candles. What for? Xiao Fei bent down to pick up the scattered items. He sighed sadly. Didn't I tell you before that my mother is sick and has been bedridden? Her condition suddenly worsened in the last few days. The hospital couldn't do anything either. Then yesterday, my dad found a famous Grandmaster Lu. He's said to have quite a reputation in all of Jiangbei province. My dad had to pull some strings just to invite him. He explained further. He said he could cure my mother. I bought these things. They're what he needs to perform the ritual. Li Xiaofan looked towards the building behind them and asked Xiao Fei, do you live around here? Xiao Fei stood up, holding the backpack that was bigger than him, and confirmed, yes. I live in the Anfu residential area, next to 10,000 Flowers Alley. He urged worriedly, let's not talk anymore. Li Xiaofan, you should leave this place quickly. This 10,000 Flowers Alley is notoriously sinister. If it weren't for buying these things, I wouldn't want to pass through here at all. By now, Li Xiaofan had seen through the Grandmaster's true nature. He thought to himself, it seems this so-called Grandmaster Lu is most likely a fraud. But he replied gently, Xiao Fei, since we've run into each other, why don't you take me to see your auntie with you? Perhaps I can cure your auntie's illness. Hearing this, he looked skeptical and said in a serious tone, Li Xiaofan, can you really cure her? I remember you never studied medicine. And no one in your family is a doctor, right? This matter of treating illnesses is no joking matter. Li Xiaofan didn't answer and just said, let's go. I also want to meet that Grandmaster Lu. Xiao Fei couldn't persuade him, so he had no choice but to hold his bag and lead the way. After a while, he reminded him, we're almost there. It was late afternoon by now. The sky was turning an orangey red, casting an eerie atmosphere. Li Xiaofan noticed that the walls were covered with exorcism talismans. As the two entered the house, they heard a scream, let me go. I want to go home. Don't come here and eat me. Her voice was shrill, her whole body trembling in fear. Don't come here. Don't eat me. Nearby, Xiao's father grabbed Grandmaster Liu's arm. He pleaded, Grandmaster Liu, I'm begging you. You must save my wife. It doesn't matter how much money it costs. I'm willing to pay. Grandmaster Liu stroked his beard and shook his head. It's difficult. Your wife has been cursed with a hex. Today's ritual can only temporarily suppress her condition. To eradicate it completely is very difficult. She might very well be bedridden for the rest of her life. Xiao Fei put down his backpack and urged, then what should we do, Grandmaster Liu? Please think of a way, quickly. This swindler is crossing his arms, making things difficult. Actually, it's not too difficult to cure her. It's just that my secret recipe is not easy to concoct. A single medicinal herb costs tens of thousands. If that's the case, the medicinal ingredients might not even be complete. He clenched his fists and replied firmly, as long as my mother can be cured, even if we have to give up this house, we will definitely find the money. Xiaofan suddenly put his arm in front of Xiao Fei, stopping him and saying, hold on. Xiaofan walked closer to Yijing. His expression was serious. He said softly, Supreme Immortal Pupil, open. As he finished speaking, his eyes sharpened, emitting a faint green light. The immortal pupil opened. Xiaofan saw her surrounded by an extremely strange black qi. It's just as I thought. Auntie is not only missing a part of her soul, she's also being suppressed by something unclean. This aura must be related to the demon cultivator I just met at 10,000 Flower Lake Alley. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, I've opened the supreme immortal pupil. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to determine the origin of the thing on Annie. Knowing the clear reason, Xiaofan said with certainty to the father and son, Xiao Fei, Uncle, I can cure Auntie. She wasn't cursed with goo poison at all. It's because her body was weak, and something took the opportunity to get in. She's been afflicted by something evil. And Quan was standing to the side. Hearing this, he glanced over. His voice was sharp. This little brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. He didn't believe Xiaofan. You say she's been afflicted by something evil. How can one be afflicted by evil in broad daylight? Explain that to me. He was annoyed with this swindler from the start and snapped right at him. Shut your mouth. I came here to treat Andy, not to argue with you. Xiaofan turned back to the father and son. Uncle, Xiao Fei, did Annie ever go through 10,000 Flower Lake Alley before? Xiao scratched his head, trying to remember. Probably not. After all, that place has been abandoned for a long time. However, we don't live far from 10,000 Flower Lake Alley. She probably passed by it in a car. Hearing this, Xiaofan knew his speculation was correct and said firmly, then that's it. Annie's affliction is definitely related to 10,000 Flower Lake Alley. We must take her there immediately. Only by taking Annie back to where it happened can we treat her at the root. He quickly gave an order. Xiao Fei, carry Annie. Come with me. Xiao Fei was still confused. He replied instinctively. And Quan waved his hand to stop Xiaofan. Wait. He looked at the two and warned. If you listen to this kid, and something happens, there will still be serious consequences. Don't blame me. He continued to fabricate things. At that time, it won't be something that 100,000 yuan can fix. Hearing about the serious consequences, Xiao's father hesitated. He couldn't help but weigh his options. Master Lu is a famous master in this area. He is highly respected and virtuous. He usually mingles with high officials and nobles. If it weren't for an enthusiastic introduction, we couldn't have invited him, no matter how much money we offered. But he was also hesitant because Xiaofan's character was very reliable. However, Li Xiaofan is my son's classmate. He has always been quiet and reserved. He definitely wouldn't shoot an arrow without a target. Xiao Fei supported his mother's arm and tried to mediate. Master Lu, this concerns my mother's life. After all, isn't there a way to make both sides happy? He pretended to ponder. Swish. After a moment, as if he was taking a loss, he sighed. Fine then. And Quan took out a pill and said, I'll give her a pill to take first. It can keep your mother safe for half a day. He didn't forget to take a jab at Xiaofan. Half a day's time is enough for this kid to mess around. After he fails, I will step in to clean up the mess. Just as Xiao's father was about to take the pill, Xiaofan spoke up to stop him. Wait. He snatched the pill from the man's hand and stated with utmost certainty, if I'm not mistaken, inside this pill is the real goo poison. You old scoundrel. To make money, you'd really stop at nothing. And Quan's face showed a hint of fear, but he still spoke toughly. I don't understand what you're talking about. I came here to save a life. In my entire life, I have never done anything to be ashamed of before heaven. Below, I am not ashamed before the earth. So how is it your turn to judge me here? Thinking in panic. How does this kid know? It seems I've really underestimated him. He turned and walked to the door, urging, let's go. Didn't you say you could cure it? Let me see your methods. Don't say I didn't warn you. That place was abandoned because it wasn't clean. When you get there later, kid, don't you dare cry for your mommy and daddy. Xiaofan looked at him contemptuously and replied, shameless and corrupt. Let's see how you'll keep up the act later. Under the quiet night sky, the entire space was submerged in silence. Only the cawing of crows echoed from the distance. Faced with the desolate scene, Xiao Fei muttered worriedly, this place is a bit desolate and deserted. Without hesitation, Xiaofan turned back and told him, Xiao Fei, quickly bring Annie and follow me. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A cry rang out, shattering the silence that enveloped the dark night. The guard appeared, with a look of surprise and vigilance. He immediately asked, what are you all doing? At the guard's presence, Xiao Fei frowned slightly. Strange. This 10,000 flowers ancient alley has been abandoned for so long. Why is there still a guard here? His face showed clear worry. The master resolutely explained, my wife has been hexed. I specially invited someone to take a look. Faced with the rushed explanation, the guard firmly denied it. Impossible. I've lived here for several years. I've never encountered such a thing before. After a moment of hesitation, the guard finally allowed the group to step inside. Go on. After the guard's nod, the three of them walked in silently. No one said a word to each other. Only the soft sound of footsteps echoed. As the group was heading in, they suddenly saw an old woman by the roadside burning joss paper. Her mouth ceaselessly lamented, my son, you died so tragically. Seeing the dust and ash flying everywhere, the guard snapped and yelled loudly, you damn old hag. Go somewhere else to burn your paper. Such bad luck. She quickly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. The golden light of the fire reflected on her grief-stricken face. Her voice choked with emotion. I'm here burning paper money for my son. He drove his taxi through here. Last night, he came to me in a dream. He said he's still driving on the other side. The flying ash made Quan annoyed. He frowned and said to Xiaofan, I told you a long time ago. We couldn't come here. This place isn't clean. Yet you insisted on coming. He urged him not to waste time. Hurry up and take a look. Realizing the guard was a bit unusual, he glanced at him and said something with a hidden meaning. You still haven't noticed? And you dare call yourself a grandmaster? With the same cold expression. And Quan lit a cigarette, looking at Xiaofan with a disdainful gaze. He spoke mockingly. Kid, you only know how to spin mysterious tales. Now let's see what nonsense you'll spout. He slowly brought his cigarette close to the flame. Suddenly, in that instant, a sense of unease crept in, and Quan felt as if danger was imminent. He looked around. He saw it, the thing that sent a chill down his spine, and Quan only managed to let out a cry. In a flash, the old guard revealed his true form as a bloodthirsty demon. Human flesh is so delicious. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, running and screaming hysterically into the night. Mommy, a ghost, a ghost. Seeing Quan intending to escape, Xiaofan immediately reached out and grabbed his sleeve tightly, not letting him retreat a single step, not letting him go. He grabbed Quan's collar and spun him around. Xiao Fan's eyes were stern, his voice questioning, trying to run? He scorned the man's professionalism. Didn't you call yourself a grandmaster? It's just a wandering ghost. And you're already scared? Master Liu's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with panic. He stammered, admitting, that was all a scam. Let me go quickly. I want to go home. Xiao Fan grabbed Antone's collar tightly, pulling him closer. His eyes were blazing. So tell me, the pill just now had a goo poison mark inside, didn't it? Suddenly, an unexpected roar echoed from behind. The bloodthirsty demon still tried to approach the group. Faced with Xiao Fan's questioning, Antone's face contorted in fear. Yes, it's true. I deliberately deceived them. With no way out, Master Lu could only blurt out the truth he had hidden for so long. I only did it to make some money. That monstrous thing is here. I beg you, let me go? The demon bared its teeth and grinned. Its eyes glowed red. Its tongue lolled out along with its razor-sharp teeth. It roared, as if tearing the night apart. The crowd fled in panic from the terrifying roar. Only Xiao Fan stood tall, calmly facing the evil demon. A fantastical golden-red light erupted from Xiao Fan's eyes, containing an overwhelming power. He looked straight at the demon and uttered a single word. Abomination. He roared. Reveal your true form now. As soon as he finished speaking, that light shone brilliantly, accompanied by a surging killing intent. The power awakened. An aura irradiated from Xiao Fan. That ray of light shot straight at the demon, piercing the darkness and burning it from within. It only had time to let out a wretched scream. In a brief moment, its body shattered into dust, sprinkling down at his feet. After destroying the demon, Xiao Fan slowly turned his head. There was no sign of Antone. He smirked slightly and thought to himself, he runs pretty fast. Approaching Xiao Fei, Xiao Fan's hand gently touched her hair. His gaze was gentle. His voice was comforting. Your mother is fine now. In a moment, I will eradicate the source of the evil creature. By tomorrow morning, she will naturally recover. Hearing Xiao Fan's reassuring words, he still couldn't believe it. Really? Xiao Fan, thank you so much. Your words have put my mind at ease. In the distance, Antone's figure flickered in the night, trying to escape. Xiao Fei's father was still in shock. He spoke up, Xiao Fan, this place is truly terrifying. We were lucky to have you. Sensing a slight fluctuation, he didn't hesitate. His eyes darted around, and he glanced back. Xiao Fan reached out and grabbed Antone's shoulder. He shouted, stop. The man's face was pale. His eyes were filled with panic at being caught. The master's voice trembled. His lips moved. You, what are you going to do? Facing the man's panicked expression, Xiao Fan calmly explained right from wrong. What do you think I'm going to do? You've deceived so many people. Now, your retribution has come. Take your own medicine. As soon as he spoke, he gave Antone no chance to object. One hand grabbed his long beard. The other hand shoved the pill straight into the master's mouth. He only had time to cry out. Antone suddenly collapsed. His trembling hands grabbed at his mouth. He tried to dig out the pill before it dissolved, but it was too late. His throat seized up. In less than a moment, the master's body suddenly felt scorching hot. He moaned. His hands frantically clawed all over his body. This is a goo insect. It's so itchy. Antone scratched madly until his neck was covered in bloody, red scratches. He screamed in pain. So itchy, unable to bear the intense itching. He turned and fled, his hands still scratching nonstop, screaming wretchedly, help, help me. I need to take the antidote quickly. Xiao Fan and the Qiao father and son quietly left that cold place. Xiao Fei and his father thanked him endlessly. Xiao Fan, if it weren't for you today, we would have been deceived by this charlatan. Fortunately for you all, my mother was also just afraid of being harmed. Don't waste any more time. He turned back to give instructions. You all quickly take Annie home. I still have some aftermath to deal with. Xiao Fei had a few words, warning him about what happened in this wilderness in the past. Xiao Fan, something happened in this place a few years ago. After that, several merchants who tried to develop it all died tragically. You must be careful. He told Ba to stop. He added a few more words. Xiao Fan, you must be careful yourself, nephew. When you're done, come be a guest at my house. Night enveloped everything. Only the faint moonlight quietly shone down upon the mortal world. Now, only Li Xiao Fan was left standing tall in this deserted place. He exclaimed, "Supreme immortal pupils." Once again, that miraculous light flared up in Li Xiaofan's eyes again. He said loudly. His power opened up a mysterious space. He thought to himself, "Found it. This is the place with the strongest evil qi in this entire myriad flower ancient grotto. It seems to be the lair of a demon cultivator." Li Xiaofan's footsteps rustled the leaves. He stood before a tomb that had a hole in it. "This is the place. I didn't expect to find an ancient tomb in such a deep alley." He stepped forward to investigate the situation. Li Xiaofan came across a mysterious, hooded figure burning a fire, who spoke up. "My son, you died so tragically. Young man, you look to be the same age as my son." The old crone turned around, her face terrifying. "Can you stay and be my son?" It flew up and transformed, surrounded by paper money. The old crone had now transformed into a wandering ghost. "Since you've come, don't leave. Stay and be my son. Protect this ancient tomb with me." It raised its hand, gathering power. Roar. Cultivating qi. Li Xiaofan looked on with disdain, not even bothering to regard it as he spoke. "A mere wandering ghost dares to try and stop me?" It charged forward, holding a scythe. "Anyone who dares to enter the master's ancient tomb must die." He confidently raised a hand full of spiritual power. "Be annihilated." A stream of power emanated from Li Xiaofan, shooting straight ahead. "Vanish." It cried out in pain. "I don't want to die yet. I still haven't found my son." Just like that, the old crone disappeared. Into the void. He stepped inside, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect that ghost cultivator to gather so many resentful spirits. It's a good thing my supreme profound qi is the bane of resentful spirits." He walked down the stairs. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Li Xiaofan glanced down and saw someone meditating. As expected, the demon cultivator is here. Over there, Lianyu was concentrating on circulating her power. In front of her was a mysterious blue stone. He suddenly realized, wait, this is the primordial chaos stone. As if sensing a foreign presence, she opened her eyes. She raised her hand and grabbed the primordial chaos stone. "It really is you. You damnable human. Time and again, you've ruined my cultivation." Li Xiaofan spoke, warning her. "I let you escape before, because this eminence saw that you still had some use. This time, don't expect me to spare you." Lianyu retorted boldly. "Fine. I admit I wasn't your match at first. I couldn't even withstand absorbing your yang qi." She gathered her power, summoning hellfire. "But it's not the same as before. I have used the yin qi of this place to enter the demonic realm." She waved her hand smugly. "You are no match for me." Lianyu clapped her hands, creating a huge source of power. Demonic qi manifestation. Li Xiaofan smiled and offered praise. "In such a short time, you have cultivated from ordinary ghostly qi to demonic qi. It seems you have some talent. Hand over the primordial chaos stone now. Kneel and submit to me for 100 years, and I might not kill you." Angrily, she raised both hands to attack. Bang! In your dreams. It's not your place to decide my fate. The power from the attack created a shockwave. The move flew towards him as fast as lightning. The powerful strike created a loud echo. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped everything. He gently grasped the flame. However, disperse. Instantly, the flame she created vanished. "The gap between us is too great." Li Xiaofan smiled slyly. He casually crushed her stream of power. "Is that all you've got?" She was sent flying. Helpless, Lianyu gritted her teeth. "How can this be? Why can't I withstand a single blow from him?" She resolved to retreat. "I don't believe it." She raised both hands and used a technique. Heavenly Demon Heart Transmission. The chest covered in surrounding talismans began to shake. 2 hands pushed open the coffin lid. A jonksher jumped out from inside. Creak, 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 creak. Its eyes were bloodshot and crimson. Xiaofan calmly analyzed the situation. "This is a jonksher that has cultivated into a spirit. I never expected jonksher to exist on Earth. It seems Earth still holds many secrets that haven't been discovered yet." She laughed gleefully. "Haha. This is a 1,000-year-old corpse king. I only recently found a way to control it. Its murderous aura is much stronger than mine." Lianyu clenched her fist and threatened. "If you obediently surrender, I will only drain your yang energy." letting you die a more comfortable death. Otherwise, it'll tear your soul to shreds. Your suffering will be multiplied. Xiaofan deliberately provoked her. Ridiculous. Lian Yu took the initiative to attack. Go and die. She and the Jiangshi charged forward to fight him to the death. I don't believe you can get out of here alive today. Xiaofan lightly raised 2 fingers. You don't know your own limits. He conjured a talisman. In that case, he'll just suppress you. Xiaofan instantly teleported. She looked around, searching. This guy? Why did he suddenly disappear? Her eyes widened in realization. Not good. Xiaofan used his power to fly into the air. Evil creature. How can I let you act so wantonly? He cast his technique with but a single word. A giant hand and a suppression talisman appeared. 9 nether ghost suppressing talisman. She was crushed to the ground. The cultivated Jiangshi was also trapped by the talisman. She lay at his feet, struggling to speak. What kind of magic is this? I am completely powerless to resist. Xiaofan looked down with an icy gaze. Submit or die. The Jiangshi cried out in pain. It suddenly shrank. Ugh. She watched in horror as the Jiangshi disintegrated. My 1,000-year-old corpse king was destroyed by him so easily? Lian Yu hurriedly replied. I submit. I submit. She took out an object. I am willing to offer up this divine object. I beg you to spare me. He immediately retracted his power. You should have done this sooner. He took the gemstone in his hand. At least you know your place. Otherwise, your soul would have been scattered to the winds. Xiaofan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone. I never thought there would still be a primordial chaos stone on Earth. And this one has been cleansed by immortal spiritual energy. One must know how extremely precious this is. It's in no way inferior to a primordial chaos stone with divine powers. It's even rarer. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself. Once I integrate this primordial chaos stone into my body, I will receive the blessings of the gods. My cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, the spiritual energy on Earth is too thin. It has long been unsuitable for cultivation, but with this primordial chaos stone, I'm confident I can quickly break through the peak of qi condensation and advance to the Xiantian realm. Even striking for the Dao realm will no longer be a distant dream. Lian Yu voiced her opinion. Since I've already submitted, and I've given you what you wanted, can you let me go now? Xiaofan pointed a finger at her forehead. Since you've submitted, why haven't you reverted to your true form? She cried out in pain as smoke billowed. Lian Yu's body transformed. No. She turned into a child. How was my Dharma form broken? Lian Yu said indignantly. I spent more than 10 years cultivating this Dharma form. How dare you destroy it? Xiaofan glared at her with great authority. Do you dare speak to me like that? She immediately trembled and replied meekly. I was wrong. I won't do it again. He began to question her. Tell me your real name. Also, where did you get this primordial chaos stone? She explained while trembling. My name is Lian Yu. I didn't know this was a primordial heaven stone. That day, after you injured me, I accidentally found it inside the reanimated corpse in the coffin. It was only then that I discovered it could help me cultivate. That's why I kept it with me. Lian Yu plotted in her heart. Damn you. He'll pretend to submit to you for now. Just don't let me find an opportunity, or he'll tear you into 100 pieces. He stroked his chin and pondered. This primordial heaven stone is closely related to the reanimated corpse. Could it be that the ghosts were protecting this reanimated corpse before? Li Xiaofan asked. Hey Lian Yu, were the ghosts in 10,000 Flowers Lane gathered by you? She immediately denied it. No, I just thought this place was suitable for cultivation. As for those ghosts, they were already here before I arrived. Li Xiaofan looked at the bound, reanimated corpse and thought, as expected, the secrets of 10,000 Flowers Lane are greater than I imagined. The next morning, when they met again, Xiao Fei gripped his hand gratefully. Xiaofan, thank you. My mother's illness that couldn't be cured for so many years is now suddenly cured. Xiao's mother brought out a gift. That's right, Xiaofan. Our whole family doesn't know how to thank you. Please accept this small token of our sincerity. Li Xiaofan immediately waved his hands, refusing. Xiao Fei is my good brother. Helping him is only natural. He inquired about the situation. By the way, Xiao Fei, 10,000 Flowers Lane is not a simple place. Do you know anything about it? Xiao Fei recounted what he knew. I remember many years ago, an important construction project was built there. But because the ghostly aura there was too strong, not long after construction began, the contractor jumped off the building and committed suicide. After that, several successive owners all died. He emphasized, "Now, the entire building is being sold for only 1 million yuan. The only thing is, no one has dared to buy it yet." Li Xiaofan thought to himself, 1 million yuan. There's still a place being sold this cheap now? I've already eliminated the source of the evil aura. Sooner or later, they'll be leaving Earth. I might as well buy it, as a part of the assets to leave for my father, so he can enjoy his old age in peace. He then said his goodbyes. "Xiao Fei, now that your mother is well, I still have some things to attend to. They'll be taking my leave first." Just as he opened the door, Xiao Fei's mother said to him, "Xiao Fei, Xiaofan is a good person. You must work diligently for him in the future, okay?" He clenched his fists and replied, "Of course." Li Xiaofan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He instructed Lianyu, "Follow me. Don't run off." She was stubborn, muttering, "Humph. I must think of a way to escape." After walking for a while, Li Xiaofan stopped. "We're here." She was surprised to see the phoenix on the tree branch. "What am I seeing? Could it be the legendary phoenix?" Lianyu was astonished. "There's also a one-drop dragonwood. How did he get these heavenly treasures?" A burst of energy appeared, surprising her. "What is this?" Her eyes. An image appeared in her mind. "I can feel all the spiritual energy from across the south concentrating here." Lianyu exclaimed in amazement, pointing at the barrier covering the sky. She was speechless. "This great formation was set up by you?" Li Xiaofan didn't answer. He pointed to an empty spot in front of him and ordered, "Stand here." She feigned ignorance. Her clenched fist showed her uneasy state of mind. What is he planning to do? Is he planning to use the formation to refine me? Although her heart resisted 1,000 times, Lianyu still slowly shuffled her feet forward. Seemingly noticing her anxiety, Li Zifan spoke up to explain, "I need to activate the primordial heaven stone. You stand there to release your demonic aura, to prevent any betrayal." He added a warning, "If you have any other ideas, I will make your soul scatter." Hearing this, Lianyu immediately stood up straight. Her hands clasped together to show her loyalty. "I will obey you. I definitely have no other intentions." Her words were nice, but in her heart, she seethed with hatred. Detestable. How dare he order me around? Just wait until I find an opportunity. He's dead for sure. Li Xiaofan raised his right hand, releasing spiritual energy to surround the meteorite. "This demon cultivator's demonic energy can help me absorb the primordial heaven stone. The spirit gathering grand formation will be more complete. I have to absorb it all." He sat cross-legged and circulated his energy. Faint rings of light appeared around him. The spirit gathering grand formation. It gathers the spiritual energy of all creation. Demonic energy is no exception. The demon cultivator's demonic energy can help the dragon subduing would slowly transform into a true dragon. The phoenix also understood and flew up high, watching its fiery red body gradually grow larger. Lianyu realized she had underestimated Li Xiaofan's power. This is a dragon spirit and a phoenix. Such fierce spiritual beasts are actually his formation spirits. It seems I've underestimated him. He gave the order, "Begin." Following Li Xiaofan's command, she forcefully channeled her demonic energy into the dragon's subduing wood, causing it to gradually grow into a great tree. Lianyu felt the strength in her body gradually draining away. She was both angry and regretful. Damn it! The demonic energy I painstakingly cultivated is being consumed. I'm furious. I didn't have much to begin with. Now, there's probably not much left. Focusing on the 4 streams of energy flowing towards the meteorite, Lianyu then realized, all things have yin and yang. What originally belongs to yin. Demonic energy further accelerates its growth. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan could feel the harmony of the energy streams most clearly. He thought triumphantly, the primordial heaven stone has been successfully activated. This was more successful than I imagined. Originally, Lianyu thought this would completely drain her demonic energy, so she couldn't help but be astonished when she felt the power in her body gradually increasing. What's happening? I'm clearly releasing demonic energy, but my body doesn't feel any consumption at all. In fact, Countless streams of power are gradually entering my body. Li Xiaofan raised his hand and retrieved the meteorite. Seeing her look of existential doubt, he explained, although you are a catalyst for the formation, my spirit-gathering grand formation absorbs the spiritual energy of all of Jiangnan. As long as you are within the formation, your cultivation level will continuously grow. Lian Yu snapped her head up. She stared at Li Xiaofan as if to verify the truth of his words, muttering, the spirit-gathering grand formation. She seemed to have an epiphany about his true abilities. She convinced herself, no matter what, if I can cultivate here, my cultivation level is bound to soar. Being able to set up this formation is truly not simple. Cultivating by his side, perhaps I can even break through to the heavenly demon realm. Thinking this, her mood changed drastically. Her eyes shone like stars. Her face filled with excitement. She decided, this great thigh, I'm going to hug it tight. Nearby, Li Xiaofan placed the meteorite on his chest, utilizing the remaining spiritual energy. He felt a distinct change. The primordial heaven stone has finished absorbing. The supreme mystic chi inside my body has increased. My cultivation level is also rising continuously. With that done, he turned to leave. Before leaving, he reminded her, Lian Yu, stay here. Don't wander around. I'm stepping out for a bit. Previously, she would have talked back with attitude, but this time she just obediently replied, Master. Li Xiaofan turned his head slightly. He looked at Lian Yu and asked doubtfully, Master? But seeing it wasn't a big deal, he waved his hand dismissively and said, whatever. Call me what you want. Behind him, Lian Yu smiled smugly. Hee. Li Xiaofan walked along the exit of the building complex. His calm face and eyes gave no hint of what he was thinking. Suddenly, a panicked male voice rang out. Teacher Li, something's wrong. Li Ba's face was bruised and swollen. Scratches covered his body. Covering one swollen cheek, he stammered. Huff, huff. Teacher Li. Seeing his miserable state, Li Xiaofan asked in a stern voice, Li Ba? What happened? Who beat you up like this? Li Ba endured the pain and recounted, it's bad. Su Mingho is back. Hearing this, Li Xiaofan calmly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Su Mingho, he's back right on time. The deadline for him to return to school passed long ago. I was just about to go find him to settle the score. Li Ba was still agitated. He explained the whole situation to him. The devil Su Mingho returned. Everyone is in trouble. Now Su Mingho is accusing everyone of betraying him and being your dogs. Therefore, as soon as he got back, he beat up several classmates. A few teachers couldn't help but say a few words to him, and he beat them until their heads bled. That guy was so arrogant, assaulting them in public. The anxiety in his voice was palpable. One of them is in a coma. They've been taken to the hospital. It's uncertain if they'll survive. Li Ba's eyes were sad as he sighed inwardly. Several students had their legs broken by him. If I hadn't run fast. Su Mingho is too arrogant. Relying on his family's power and influence, he has no regard for human life. At this point, he was reporting this to urge Xiaofan to escape quickly. He's leading a gang of thugs to find you, sir. In my opinion, you should run. It's for the best. He's coming now. Li Ba couldn't help but be terrified seeing a large, boisterous gang of thugs shouting. Impeach the homeroom teacher. Kick Li Xiaofan. He didn't take those people seriously at all. But since they've taken it this far, a fiery red glint appeared in Xiaofan's eyes. Supreme Immortal Eye, he stated with certainty. If he's targeting me, then he'll wait for him to come. Let's go and see. Li Ba was in for a penny, in for a pound. He gritted his teeth and told himself, whatever. They'll deal with it when it happens. After walking for a bit, he saw a large group of young men standing ahead. He raised his voice and asked, you people making all that noise over there, are you the ones causing trouble? The question needed no answer. Just looking at the banners with huge letters was enough to understand. One banner read, impeach the homeroom teacher. Another one said, kick Li Xiaofan. They looked both exaggerated and ridiculous. It was led by Su Mingho. As if that wasn't enough, this group of people shouted loudly, Li Xiaofan, come out here. Li Xiaofan, get the hell out of the school. In response to the clamor from the group ahead, Xiaofan's face was expressionless. He only let out a soft humph-humph sound, as if mocking their ridiculous appearance, relying on their superior numbers to gain the upper hand. He put on a mocking expression. So you're Li Xiaofan? You're nothing special. Mingho pointed behind him, asking, but actually intending to humiliate Xiaofan. Look, what do you think of this couplet I wrote? Xiaofan stood with his arms crossed. His gaze swept over them once before he spoke nonchalantly. I think it's terrible, just like you. Not good-looking and useless. Faced with this contempt, Mingho clenched his fists tightly. His voice deepened with anger. Humph, Li Xiaofan. Don't think you're so great just because you dealt with that bastard Yang Zimo, and think you have some skill. He raised his hand and pointed straight at Xiaofan. His eyes were burning with rage. Today, he'll give you a chance. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I want every teacher and student in this school to know that Li Xiaofan was crushed under my, Su Mingho's, foot. Mingho wanted to be the one on top, to let them know, in this school, only I have the right to speak. Unfazed by the threat, Xiaofan's lips curled into a slight smirk. He pointed a finger at his own chest. Just an insect. You're not worthy of my action. Amidst the noisy crowd, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. Lian Yu's eyes were blazing. She stepped out with a powerful aura. Her hands were already in a stance, ready to fight. Master, this bunch of mongrels doesn't deserve my master's attention. I'll handle them myself. Still maintaining his calm demeanor, Xiaofan just nodded slightly. Lian Yu, just don't kill them. Lian Yu obeyed. Understood. She stepped closer, standing right in front of Mingho. He looked at her with a stunned expression, mouth agape. Lian Yu pointed directly at his face. My master only said not to kill you, but I tend to hit hard, so don't blame me if I cripple you. Mingho burst out laughing when he saw Xiaofan send a little girl out to fight. Huh, how ridiculous. Li Xiaofan is a coward hiding in his shell, telling Lian Yu to fight for him. The crowd with Mingho laughed mockingly at her. His eyes were full of mockery. Look at her. She's actually scared enough to wet her pants. Huh. Tweeduk stepped forward. He looked down at her with contempt. Little girl, go home to your parents. He bent over. His hand stroked her hair teasingly. The smirk on his lips never faded. Otherwise, you'll see some blood later, and you'll wet your pants. She raised her head. Her eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire. Good, good. Let's see who's going to wet their pants. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible aura erupted from her body. Her sharp teeth glinted like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Without a moment's hesitation, she threw a punch like a hammer, striking Tweeduk squarely. A grunt caught in his throat. The punch sent Tweeduk flying off the ground. He spun in midair. He could only cry out a few times. Ah! She broke into a smile, reflecting her amusement, while the whole gang stood there stunned. Their eyes widened at the unexpected sight. Sun Mingho stammered. What am I seeing? Lian Yu disappeared from her spot in a heartbeat. By the time he realized it, she was right in front of him. WH. What kind of monstrous skill is this? She stood tall. Not a single movement. Just her imposing aura was enough to make Sun Mingho tremble. In a fearful voice, don't come over here. Paying no heed to his plea. In just the blink of an eye, she leaped up, bringing herself to Sun Mingho's eye level. His eyes still filled with fear. He asked in a panic, what are you doing? She gathered all her strength into her legs, exclaiming. She kicked straight at Sun Mingho's neck. That powerful kick smashed Sun Mingho's head straight into the ground. He screamed in pain. Not stopping there. She used all her strength. Her powerful foot stomped straight onto Sun Mingho's leg. You dared to say I wet my pants? He'll cripple you, so you'll wet your pants for the rest of your life. Sun Mingho was both in pain and humiliated. His eyes, full of resentment, looked towards Li Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan, my father is. All eyes turned to Li Xiaofan. He looked straight down at Sun Mingho. Then he began to lecture. Sun Mingho, you refuse to change. You act with such cruelty. Keeping you at school would only harm countless other students and teachers. With a calm expression, Li Xiaofan spoke in a gentle but sharp voice. I can only use violence to quell violence. You brought all of this upon yourself. Even in the state of a defeated man, Sun Mingho still tried to lift his head. His eyes revealed his hatred. Li Xiaofan, you've got some nerve. He tried to put on a brave face. You dare to lay a hand on me. My father will definitely not let you go. Before leaving, Li Xiaofan wasn't the least bit concerned. He just said a few words. Go ahead and call him. To have raised a disrespectful son like you. Your father can't be a good person either. Son Mingho clenched his fist. Damn you. I'm making the call right now. You will regret this. While Son Mingho was still fumbling for his phone, a student urgently whispered to Li Xiaofan. Teacher Li, I know a little about Son Mingho. I heard his father is a very powerful martial artist. He has a very high status in Chu province. He lowered his voice, adding a few more words. It's not just old Master Chu Tianzhong of the Chu family. He also has over 100 thugs under his command. Worry was evident in his bruised eyes. He still tried to keep his voice calm, advising Li Xiaofan. In Chu province, he can summon the wind and call the rain. No one dares to cross him. Li Xiaofan silently waved his hand. It's fine. Son Mingho hurriedly pressed the phone to his ear, screaming like a madman. Hello? Dad, I'm done for. Someone wants to cripple me. Dad, bring your men over here quickly. Li Xiaofan slowly sat down. All right then. He'll sit and wait for your father. I also want to see how your father raised a son like you. In just a moment, a convoy of cars sped over. The quiet street suddenly became more bustling. A fleet of luxury cars parked neatly in front of the tall building. The engine sounds died down, leaving only a powerful silence. The car doors opened. Li Shizhen stepped out. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper. Discussions arose. The Su family is indeed powerful. They brought so many people. The whispers in the crowd continued. Everyone looked worried. Who on earth is Su Mingho's father? These people look so fierce. Li Xiaofan is in danger this time. Seeing his own son beaten to a pulp, Li Shizhen appeared furious. He stood tall. His gaze was sharp and cold. Which bastard dared to cripple my son? Mingho saw his father appear. A triumphant look appeared on his face. He smirked. Why did you only just get here, Dad? I was almost beaten to death. Xiaofan remained seated calmly. With his father's backing, Mingho was not afraid at all. He pointed directly at him. Hurry up and deal with him for me. Li Shizhen strode forward quickly. His eyes burned with rage. I want to see who he is. Just because I, Li Shizhen, lost in Yahoo, you think anyone can bully me? Xiaofan still sat there solemnly. His gaze was calm. Li Shizhen froze. His eyes stared intently at the person before him. He couldn't say a word. His face gradually turned pale. It's Li Xiaofan, seeing his father just standing there silently, with no reaction at all. Mingho's eyes widened. He yelled, Dad, what's wrong? Hurry up and cripple him. No one expected it. Li Shizhen suddenly raised his hand. A slap landed squarely on his son's face. The entire crowd was stunned. Li Shizhen slapped Mingho right across the face, leaving him utterly astonished. His friends around him were also confused. He couldn't believe it and shouted resentfully. Why are you hitting me instead of dealing with him? Li Shizhen broke out in a sweat. He hastily reprimanded him. You bastard. Do you know what huge trouble you've caused this time? How many times have I told you not to cause trouble outside? You brat, you just don't listen. Now look what you've done. You've caused a huge disaster. Mingho, on the contrary, wasn't worried and even criticized him. Li Xiaofan is just a lowly teacher. What are you afraid of him for, Dad? He frowned angrily. You ignorant fool. Li Shizhen smacked him hard on the head. A lowly teacher? Do you know why your father had to close down the martial arts hall? Do you know who defeated me? His eyes were stunned. Dad, you're saying? Xiaofan watched with his arms crossed. Could it be him, Li Xiaofan? His father answered, That's right. Your father was defeated by Mr. Li. Now, old Master Chu and big shots from various circles all treat Mr. Li as an honored guest. Li Shizhen kicked the sign away. You dare to mess with Mr. Li? You're looking for death. Mingho collapsed to his knees. You're tired of living, aren't you? He turned and clasped his hands respectfully at Xiaofan. Mr. Li, this was my fault. However, I am a man of some standing in Chu Prefecture. Could you give me some face and spare my son? Without waiting for his reply, Lin Yu spoke up. How audacious. She slapped him hard. She said coldly with contempt. In front of my master. You dare speak of face? Li Shizhen cried out in frustration. You. He clenched his fists, restraining himself. Xiaofan stood up slowly. Humph. He walked past him coldly. I didn't expect Su Mingho to be your son. Like father, like son, indeed. He turned his back and added, also. Xiaofan glanced at Mingho and emphasized, Mingho, You're expelled. Ming Hao gritted his teeth, thinking. He kept denying it in his heart. Xiaofan must have used some trick to threaten my dad. He took out his phone. It seems he wants revenge. I have to find my uncle. Scene changes to Tianjing chatting. Old chief. I heard you're very close to that person. No matter what, you have to help me this time. He didn't make any promises, but would still try his best. I will do my best, but I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not. After all, an expert like him is proud and aloof. We can't be sure. Just then, the phone rang. Ring. Su Rong pointed to the phone and politely excused himself. Excuse me. I have to take this call. He nodded. He answered the phone. Hello? Just a few seconds later, his expression turned to shock. What? Su Rong agreed with the person on the other end. I know. They'll be there right away. Seeing that the situation seemed bad, Tianjing pressed for details. You don't look well. Did something happen? If you need anything, just say it. Here in Chu province, no one dares to disrespect me. He then explained. It's that useless nephew of mine. He got into a fight with someone and got his legs broken. It's nothing. Old chief, I can handle this matter. Back to Xiaofan. Someone's footsteps approached as they called his name. Xiaofan. Qing Shuang walked over to apologize. Xiaofan, I went through so much trouble to find out where you live. I came here today just to tell you. I was wrong. She repented and begged. I regret it now. I beg you to give me a chance to be your girlfriend again. Can I? Then she pleaded earnestly. Xiaofan, I was wrong before. I was blinded by money. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I'm begging you. Lian Yu showed her face and sneered. To be my master's girlfriend? Don't you know your own worth? You think you're worthy? Qing Shuang ignored her. She continued to call his name earnestly. Xiaofan. He had already seen her true colors and didn't care. Wu Qing Shuang. I don't think pursuing wealth is a mistake. That is your right. I won't interfere. Xiaofan mentioned. But you shouldn't have colluded with Yang Xiaoquan to harm me. Therefore, I'll give you one word. His face was cold. Qing Shuang was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. Does it really have to be this way? Qing Shuang was stunned, acting as if she was greatly wronged. She cried loudly and ran away. Sob sob. Lian Yu smiled and thought to herself. Wants to be master's lover? She doesn't know her own limits. Xiaofan recalled the unpleasant memories. In my past life, they broke both my arms and legs and threw me into hell. I was humiliated in that hell. My father, trying to clear my name, ended up losing his life. It was all thanks to the evil Wu Qingshuang's schemes. His face was grim as he looked at her retreating back. Forgiving her? In your dreams. His eyes were resolute. Wu Qingshuang, live the rest of your life in misery, self-blame, and regret. At this moment, Ming Hao spoke up defiantly. Li Xiaofan, if you have the guts, don't run. My uncle is about to arrive. Xiaofan reminded him lightly. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll take your life. Soon, a car appeared. Ming Hao saw Xiaofan standing in front of the car and gloated. Great. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Li Xiaofan is dead for sure. Someone's footsteps got out of the car. He pointed at Xiaofan as Su Rong approached him. It was this guy, Li Xiaofan, who hit me. You must avenge me. The two stared at each other for a moment. Unexpectedly, he bowed respectfully. Teacher Li, the matter with my nephew. I've already heard about it. Su Rong sincerely apologized to defuse the situation. Xiong, my nephew caused trouble at school. He was arrogant and domineering, even hitting his classmates and teachers. For him to end up like this, he brought this upon himself. Hearing that Su Rong was not on his side, Ming Hao was stunned. I am his uncle. I also bear the responsibility. I failed to discipline him properly. What? He apologized. Therefore, this matter is not your fault. I am extremely sorry for causing you trouble. An indignant Ming Hao came forward. Uncle, what are you doing? Li Xiaofan has crippled me. He grabbed Su Rong's hand, unwilling to accept it. My father is afraid of him. Why are you afraid of him too? He closed his eyes tightly and frowned in anger. He didn't expect his nephew to be so foolish. He swung his hand and slapped him hard. Su Rong's reprimand made him stumble. I risk my life facing bullets out there, while a prodigal son like you causes trouble at home. Today, Teacher Li did the right thing. This little brat needed to be taught a lesson. He pointed his finger and shooed Ming Hao away. Get lost right now. Tianjing appeared from nowhere and gestured with his hand. Old brother Su Rong. Su Rong wondered. Old superior, why have you come here? A moment later, Tianjing bowed respectfully to Xiao Fan. Greetings, Mr. Li. He expressed his thoughts. I heard cars heading in this direction just now. I was a little worried. So I rushed over here, in case something happened to Mr. Li. Tianjing coughed lightly. He gestured in introduction. Su Rong. Mr. Li is the important figure you've been looking for. He was stunned. What? Then he clasped his hands respectfully. Is this gentleman Mr. Li? Tianjing extended an invitation. It's not convenient to talk here. Mr. Li, please come with us. He explained with a serious expression. We have a favor to ask of you. Xiao Fan gestured. Coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with you. Let's go. The scene changes to a magnificent high-rise building. Xiao Fan and the others walked inside as soldiers bowed to them. Inside the room, a voice called out. Xiao Fan. Su Rong stood up and made a suggestion. This time, I hope you can help me protect Huaxia Kingdom's superstar, Murong Huangsha. An image of a beautiful woman with blue hair holding a microphone appeared. Murong Huangsha, the #1 superstar in the country. She is excellent at both singing and acting. She has millions of fans. She shines on stage. The crowd below cheers wildly. Murong Huangsha, I love you. Murong Huangsha, the perfect beauty. We'll support you forever. He raised a finger and pointed out. Next, Murong Huangsha will be performing in Chu Prefecture for a week. We must ensure her safety. The fee is 100 million. The offer was very tempting, but Xiao Fan shook his head. He said bluntly, Sorry, I'm not interested in protecting a superstar. Su Rong tried to persuade him. Since money didn't work, he resorted to an emotional appeal. His voice was sincere. Murong Huangsha's father is an old comrade of mine. Her father sacrificed too much for us. He didn't have time to be with his daughter when she was young. He beat around the bush. Still, he presented the immediate benefits. Right now, he is in a crucial phase of researching and inventing a secret weapon, a DNA serum. Su Rong paused for a moment. He was a bit unsure whether to reveal information about this DNA. After hesitating for a few seconds, he clenched his fists with a determined expression. Once this serum is successfully developed, our special forces will have a strategic advantage. At that time, the strength of each of our men will approach that of an internal force expert. It might even surpass that of an internal force expert, but every great achievement has its downside. Su Rong said with a worried look. But if this experiment succeeds, it will be a fatal threat to the enemy. He explained clearly. Therefore, to sabotage this experiment, the enemy is searching for our secret base, and at the same time, they've started to target his family. He further explained. Murong Huangsha is my old comrade's only relative. If anything were to happen to her, would he still have the heart to conduct his experiments? This will definitely affect the research. By then, the manpower we invested, our financial and material resources will all go to waste. Su Rong clasped his hands and bowed. With utmost sincerity, he pleaded. Therefore, I hope Mr. Li will consider the nation's interests and agree to my request no matter what, to protect the safety of Murong Huangsha. After listening to the long speech, Li Xiaofan only cared about one thing. He repeated the question. The DNA serum? He analyzed the words he just heard. He understood that, in reality, cultivation is the process of a life transforming from ordinary to extraordinary, a complete metamorphosis, like a chrysalis breaking into a butterfly. But Li Xiaofan still had an unresolved question. After injecting the serum, it's like using an external force to strengthen the Buddha structure. While it can increase one's cultivation level, it's not a sophisticated method. However, Su Rong thought he wanted to know the origin of this thing and said, Actually, this serum was discovered by a student from the school, who accidentally found it on Shu Mountain. Li Xiaofan's eyes widened in realization, as if he had discovered a profound and interesting truth. Shu Mountain. He recalled his past life. He remembered the Shu Mountain sword sect in the immortal realm. There were many swordsmen of outstanding reputation. Their sword-riding flight could traverse heaven and earth, contending with the gales of the blue sky. Wherever their sword's edge reached, stars would fall. Their aura was unmatched. They roamed the four corners of the world. However, this sect was extremely secretive. It very rarely made its appearance in the outside world. Back then in the immortal realm, many masters coveted the sword arts of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, hoping to learn even a little. The result was, many people went, but not a single one returned. Li Xiaofan couldn't help but think of an old acquaintance, Xueshi. He sighed at the memory. Even Xueshi, who was unrivaled in her cultivation talent, couldn't successfully break into the Shu Mountain Sword sect. At that time, Xuezi's strength was already on par with his own. This was enough to show how mysterious the Shu Mountain Sword sect was. It was just a pity that, in his previous life, before he could uncover the secrets of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he was killed by the combined forces of the 10 great celestial venerables. His mind was a tangled mess. Li Xiaofan's expression turned serious as he began to plan. However, hearing Su Rong mention it, perhaps he could find Shu Mountain on Earth and find traces of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. At this moment, Chu Tianjing saw that he was considering it and made a promise. Mr. Li, I know you are searching for a mysterious item called the Primordial Heaven Stone. I can guarantee that after this matter is completed, I will gift you one. Li Xiaofan didn't care about other treasures, but the Primordial Heaven Stone, that was truly valuable. He nodded in agreement. I didn't expect Chu Tianjing to have a Primordial Heaven Stone. I've underestimated him. In the hands of a mortal, the Primordial Heaven Stone is useless. I absorbed one Primordial Heaven Stone from the immortal spirit, Wood Valley. But given the current situation, I will encounter some difficulties in my cultivation process. The more cultivation resources, the better. However, he stated his conditions. I agree, but I have 2 requests. Hearing Li Xiaofan agree, the 2 men were overjoyed. Even if he asked for 100 things, they would be willing. Mr. Li, please speak. He looked towards Su Rong. First thing, I must see the raw materials brought back from Shu Mountain. He agreed easily. Of course, that's not a problem. Su Rong added a precaution. However, I must say this first. These things are in the hands of an old comrade of mine. Except for him, no one is allowed to touch them. Of course, with me intervening, it won't be a problem, but we'll have to wait until I can meet my old friend. Li Xiaofan saw no problem with this and replied immediately. I'm not in a hurry for that. He continued with his second request. However, there is one more thing. I want ownership of the 10,000 Flowers Alley. This time, it was Chu Tiansheng's turn to be confused. 10,000 Flowers Alley. That place is a cursed land. What does Mr. Li want with it? Li Xiaofan didn't want to elaborate. He only explained, the evil energy in the 10,000 Flowers Alley has already been neutralized by me. It is now just an ordinary piece of land. He spoke of the resolution so lightly, which made Chu Tiansheng's face light up. For the 10,000 Flowers Alley, inviting countless masters to exorcise the evil was useless. The ghostly energy even became heavier. I never thought Mr. Li could get rid of the evil energy in the 10,000 Flowers Alley. Mr. Li is truly not a simple person. There were no more doubts. He clasped his hands towards him and agreed. If that's the case, this old man will handle the procedures. Su Rong also bowed slightly in gratitude. With Mr. Li taking action, I can rest assured. A major matter was settled just like that. Chu Tianjing thought with relief. This way, it will be easier for me to explain things to my old brother Su Rong. Morong Huangsha entered through the door with 2 subordinates. Truly worthy of being a famous celebrity. From her appearance to her aura, she was outstandingly unparalleled. Li Ba and the young man standing next to him couldn't help but exclaim with sparkling eyes. It's really Morong Huangsha. She's even more beautiful in person than on TV. A goddess. Su Rong, sitting on the chair, gestured to Li Xiaofan. Mr. Li, they've arrived. The 2 stood up to greet them. He continued to introduce him to Morong Huangsha. Huangsha, this is Li Xiaofan. Mr. Li, during your performance days here, he will be responsible for your safety. She took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were full of judgment for her future bodyguard. In her ears were Su Rong's lavish praises. Mr. Li is young and talented. Not long ago, perhaps his appearance wasn't satisfactory enough for her. Morong Huangsha refused outright. Thank you, Uncle Su. However, I think Mr. Li is not capable enough to ensure my safety. She retorted critically. Look at him. He couldn't even trust a chicken. It won't do. When the assassins come, he'll have a hard time protecting himself, let alone protecting me. pointing to the bodyguard behind her. You should at least be like my bodyguard, Jackson. This guy is far from it. Su Rong disagreed with these words. He tried his best to explain. Huangsha, what you're saying is not right. It took me a great deal of effort to invite Mr. Li. I even had to ask old Master Chu for help. He tried to persuade her. Not long ago, Mr. Li beat to death. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang. He had no choice but to say, "Excuse me. I have to take this call." The person on the other end seemed to report something urgent, causing Su Rong to quickly reply, "Hello? He'll be right there." He handed the matter over to Li Xiaofan. "Mr. Li, they'll have to trouble you to take care of Huangsha. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her. "Huangsha, remember my words. If anything happens, you must listen to Mr. Li." As soon as Su Rong left, Morong Huangsha sat down and crossed her legs. A coquettish and proud posture. She thought Li Zifan was a money grubber and shooed him away. "You can go. I don't need your protection. We'll tell Uncle Su. As for your payment, you won't be shorted a single penny." Morong Huangsha then remembered something. Her face flushed and her eyes shone brightly with admiration. "It's not that I look down on you. But here in Chu Prefecture, only the young grandmaster who killed Nia, who is someone I admire." Just imagining the figure of her dream hero, she became excited, covering her face and sighing in admiration. "Only he is worthy of being my bodyguard." Unexpectedly, Li Xiaofan, with a deadpan expression, calmly admitted, "The young grandmaster you mentioned, that's me." He didn't care about Morong Huangsha's attitude. He just wanted to fulfill his promise, saying, "My word is my bond. Since I've already agreed with Su Rong, I must ensure your safety." She couldn't believe the person before her was the heroic youth from her dreams and firmly refuted. A grandmaster is a legendary figure, an almost divine being. Moreover, many grandmasters are dragons among men. They are handsome and charismatic, far beyond ordinary people. "You look too ordinary. How dare you impersonate my idol? You are not worthy." After speaking, Morong Huangsha even warned him, "You have offended the grandmaster. I hope this doesn't happen again." The bodyguard, Jackson, who disliked him from the start, also chimed in. "This skinny monkey? How is he qualified to protect Miss Morong?" He raised his fist towards Li Xiaofan threateningly. "And he dares to impersonate the young grandmaster. I'm afraid you couldn't even take one of my punches." Li Xiaofan paid him no mind and closed his eyes as if resting. This posture infuriated the bodyguard. Morong Huangsha suddenly slammed her hand on the table and ordered, "Stop." Jackson didn't dare to disobey and immediately stopped his fist, just a few centimeters from his face. She advised, "All right, don't hit him." At this moment, Li Xiaofan glanced at the trembling fist. He just snorted. The bodyguard withdrew his hand. He glared, threatening him. "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me see you again next time." Huangsha saw that Li Xiaofan was being stubborn. She advised him seriously, "Li Xiaofan, if you know what's good for you, just go home quietly. In this world, there are many things you can't just rashly challenge." He ignored her. With a sharp gaze, he said to Jackson, "You should be glad you stopped. Otherwise, you'd be lying on the ground already." Jackson frowned. He clenched his fists, looking annoyed. "You damn monkey. Are you looking for death?" Their eyes locked in a challenge. Huangsha thought to herself, "This kid is so arrogant. He doesn't respect anyone." Seeing the anger still etched on his face, she said softly, "Jackson, go downstairs and wait for me." Jackson pointed his finger directly at Li Xiaofan. His voice was full of indignation. "But, Miss Morong, he doesn't respect us at all. I have to show him what I'm made of." Huangsha didn't want to make a scene. She said gently, "Just let it go. There's no need to bother with him. Let's go." Although he was still resentful, he listened to her. He gradually calmed down. "All right then." Jackson turned around abruptly. He slammed his fist, shattering the table. He growled, "Disrespect Miss Morong, and you'll end up like this table." Faced with the bodyguard's arrogance, Li Xiaofan spoke decisively. "Stop." Huangsha turned back. She spoke. "What is it? Is there something else?" Li Xiaofan looked at her. His calm voice was filled with hidden meaning. "Let me give you a piece of advice. This tall, foolish oaf is just a martial artist at the minor accomplishment of the interclassic stage." He emphasized, "He might be able to handle ordinary assassins, but if he encounters a true expert, he won't even be able to protect himself. Not paying him any mind. Huang Sha turned and left, replying coldly, "You don't need to worry, Mr. Li." The team of bodyguards moved forward, escorting the big star out of the building, heading straight for the main hall. Looking at the chaotic line of cars, Huang Sha yelled in annoyance, "What kind of service is this? The cars are all jammed together." From the opposite side, Li Xiaofan suddenly saw a group of people emerge from a store. He was suspicious. The group began to disperse. Li Xiaofan noticed something was wrong. He thought to himself, "There's something wrong with these people." Sensing the danger, he turned to Jackson. In a serious tone, "Be careful. There are assassins around." He laughed. His face showed no worry. "Haha, assassins? I don't see any." Jackson suddenly shouted loudly, his voice challenging. "Where are the assassins? If you've got the guts, come out here. Fight me one-on-one." Without turning her head, Huang Sha ordered, "Hurry up and call someone to move the cars." The bodyguard obeyed. Yes, they'll go right away." Jackson turned to Li Xiaofan, his face full of disdain. He sneered, "Haha, you damn monkey. Didn't you say there were assassins?" Suddenly, from a distance, a knife flew straight towards Li Xiaofan. The attacker was hiding somewhere. He hadn't even finished his sentence. "The assassin is." The knife flew forward. It plunged straight into Jackson's forehead. He only had time to utter a single sound. Jackson collapsed in front of the hall. At the same time, the other group of people immediately sprang into action. The entire street descended into chaos. They charged like wild beasts. Some held knives. Others brandished guns. A bodyguard immediately shouted, "Danger! Robbers!" Huang Sha panicked, screaming help. He-Yong hurriedly grabbed her hand, his voice urgent. "Miss Morong, quickly!" A gunshot rang out. The bullet embedded itself straight into his forehead. He only had time to let out a cry. Huang Sha stood there, her body trembling. Her face was pale. The group pressed their advantage and charged forward. One of them shouted loudly, giving a decisive order. "Charge! The bodyguard is dead. Kill Morong Huang Sha." She collapsed next to the car. Her whole body trembled as she thought, "Am I really going to die this time?" One man pointed his gun straight at Huang Sha, announcing it to her like a death sentence. "Miss Morong, we are just following orders. Have a safe journey." His fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. Death was just a light squeeze away. Huang Sha trembled uncontrollably. She squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to face the Reaper's scythe waiting for her. But the bullet went astray and embedded itself in the car's body. Huang Sha quickly opened her eyes. Stunned, she exclaimed. From behind, Xiaofan rushed forward and landed a powerful blow on him. The man staggered. He only had time to let out a grunt. In an instant, Xiaofan had taken them all down, but when he looked at the weapons in their hands, he suddenly realized something. Although these weapons can't compare to the supreme Xian Tru Qi, my current cultivation level is still not enough to block ballistic weapons. I must intensify my cultivation. Now there was only one man left. He quickly picked up a gun. The remaining man stood there trembling. His eyes were filled with panic. What? 3 men were taken down by him. Without saying a word, Xiaofan swung his arm forcefully and threw it straight at the other man. The gun flew like a bullet. The gun hit him squarely. Blood gushed from his nose. Huang Sha suddenly realized the truth. Her eyes widened in shock. She mumbled, "It was Li Xiaofan who saved me." Regaining her composure, she slowly stood up. Huang Sha's eyes glistened. She quickly turned to Xiaofan, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." He just replied quietly. His gaze was firm. "I saved you to repay Su Rong. I am a man of my word. I hope you understand that." As soon as Xiaofan finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Huang Sha suddenly became annoyed. "Hey, why are you leaving?" Li Ba walked over and urged her. "Miss Morong, why are you still standing there stunned? Mr. Li is a man of great ability. You should quickly go after him." Huang Sha put on an arrogant expression. "Go after him? Why should I go after him? Who does he think he is? I'm the top celebrity in the country. How can I possibly chase a man down the street? If word of this gets out, can I still remain in the entertainment industry?" She turned her face away, fuming inwardly. Humph, he was just lucky. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Besides, I've met many masters. I could casually point out someone even more powerful than Li Xiaofan. She started daydreaming about that young grandmaster again. It seems an ordinary bodyguard can't protect me this time. However, if I can find that young grandmaster and have him protect me, the danger will surely be averted. Huangsha stroked her chin, pondering. What a pity. The one I need to find. Even the Chuzhou police couldn't find a trace of that young grandmaster. I only know his surname is Li. The same surname as Li Xiaofan. She took out her phone to make a call. Since I can't find that young grandmaster for now, they'll have to make do. She recalled a person with high martial arts skills. This Fu Qingming is a major power in the Haidong area. He is considered a young prodigy of the Haidong martial arts world, and also the successor to the legacy of the Xing Yi sect's master. He has many glorious achievements. I saw Fu Qingming in action with my own eyes. With just one move, he defeated a foreign boxing champion. His record is 100 wins in 100 battles. No one has ever defeated him. His skills are on par with that mysterious young grandmaster. Qingming replied from the other end of the line. We'll take a flight there tomorrow. She replied. And then, she arrogantly thought to herself, Humph, Li Xiaofan. Compared to Fu Qingming, you're far too inferior. What's so great about you? Zhang He made a call to inform him. Hello, Su Yong. Chief Su. I am the chief director of the security team. I am now officially informing you that he was stunned when he heard this. The mission to protect Morong Huangsha is handed over to me. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. From inside the car, Su Yong's loud shout echoed. I went through great trouble to invite Li Xiaofan. You say it's handed over to you, and it's just handed over? Who the hell are you? Su Yong scolded bluntly. Just based on your position as chief director, you dare to act so rudely in front of me? Who is your superior? He'll call and report you immediately. He gritted his teeth in anger as he listened. Chief Su, this is the higher-ups' decision. Of course, the higher-ups aren't biased against you. It's just that you were indiscreet and arranged for a piece of trash, putting Morong Huangsha in danger. The person on the other end of the line hung up directly. I don't have any prejudice against you either. And I don't want to argue with you. Don't be angry. Su Yong slammed the phone against the door. Damn it. His eyes widened as he realized there was something else he needed to do. He quickly dialed a number. I have to call and explain to Mr. Li. The phone rang, displaying Su Yong's name. Xiaofan listened in silence. I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. Those security people are too unreasonable. But there's nothing I can do. He just replied coldly. I know. A car drove up to Xiaofan's building. The car stopped, parked in front of the gate. Qingming and Zhang He walked inside. He inquired. Director Zhang. That Li Xiaofan guy. I've heard of him. He requested that the two of us come to inform him in person. He's really making a big deal out of it. He emphasized arrogantly. I wonder what kind of backing that Li Xiaofan guy has. How can he compare to our Xing Yi sect? Zhang He knocked on the door, while Qingming couldn't stop grumbling in dissatisfaction. As the dignified senior brother of the Xing Yi sect, I actually have to lower myself to meet him. It's truly a disgrace. He turned and said to him, This is the higher-ups' decision. If it weren't for giving face to Su Yong, I would have ignored him. The door finally creaked open slowly. Lian Yu stepped out and asked, What is it? He arrogantly stepped inside. Humph. We're looking for Li Xiaofan. They walked inside as if it were an unmanned place. Xiaofan was still sitting and sipping his water leisurely. I wonder what the matter is. Qingming stood defiantly in front of him. You're Xiaofan? Looking all skinny like a bean sprout. He spoke in a loud and clear voice. Don't even think about protecting Morong Huangsha anymore. You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang He also mentioned. You're Xiaofan, right? I am Director Zhang of the security team. I'm officially informing you to withdraw from the mission of protecting Morong Huangsha, because you are not qualified to protect her, nor are you worthy. Do you understand? He thought indignantly to himself. Su Yong is getting more and more useless. Why did he find someone like this? He doesn't take the superstar's safety seriously at all. Xiaofan didn't pay much attention. He replied coldly. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. Seeing his attitude, Zhang He got angry. Xiaofan, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Even Su Yong wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Who the hell do you think you are? He immediately retorted decisively. I wanted to say the same thing to you. Do you know who I am? To dare to speak to me like that? Qingming immediately shouted back, and made a move. You country bumpkin, you don't even know who I am. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Lian Yu took form and warned, you're looking for death. Zhang He stood there, constantly calculating. With Qingming causing trouble like this, Su Rong will definitely investigate. When that time comes, it will be my responsibility again. He immediately stopped him. Stop. His hand froze in front of Xiaofan. He managed to retract it just in time. Lian Yu missed the chance to fight. She thought to herself, TSK. That arrogant bastard. Qingming sneered. Scared stiff, are you? How boring. I see you're flattering Director Zhang. He'll spare you today. She tried hard to restrain herself. Consider yourself lucky. It's a good thing you didn't touch my master. Otherwise, you'd just be a corpse by now. Qingming's car drove up to a magnificent luxury building. As Zhang He and he walked in, they greeted Mr. Fu. We've arrived. Huangsha stood up, delighted. Qingming, you're finally here. I was targeted by assassins this time. Luckily, I escaped danger. She confided. Thinking back on it now still terrifies me. The concert is only a few days away. So much for you guys protecting me. She sneered inwardly. That Xiaofan is just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly compare to the national martial arts champion, Mr. Fu? Only that mysterious young grandmaster from Chu Prefecture could compare. Qingming clearly assured her. To be able to protect the beautiful superstar is my honor. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. He clenched his fist and declared boldly. Those sneaky assassins are nothing but a bunch of chickens in my eyes. They're not worth worrying about. In the face of absolute strength, they will be crushed by me. Zhang He immediately chimed in. That's right. The day Miss Morong was attacked, Xiaofan was just lucky. He only took care of 4 of them. If he didn't have a gun, I'm afraid he would have been dead long ago. He reassured her. Miss Morong, you can rest assured now. With senior brother Fu of the Form Intention School here, it's enough to intimidate them. She felt much more at ease. That's great, then. Huangsha gestured to introduce the living arrangements. Mr. Fuss room is over there. That way, if anything happens, Mr. Fu can respond in time. Qingming replied arrogantly. Those assassins, upon hearing my name, will probably be scared out of their wits. Night fell, and a strange car parked in front of her house. 3 strangers wearing hats stepped out of the car. Ji Cheng, the leader, gave the order. Act quickly in a moment. Finish it fast. His subordinates replied, yes. They quickly entered the building. At this time, Qingming was still sound asleep while his phone rang continuously. Ring, 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 ring. The phone rang even louder, causing him to hastily pick it up, only to hear someone's voice. Give me the phone. Don't even think about calling for help. Huangsha was tied up, and her phone was confiscated. With the same words as before. Give me the phone. Don't even think about calling for help. The ominous warning made her fearful. Miss Morong, if you don't want to die, be quiet. Otherwise, I don't mind putting a knife to your face. She gasped, ugh. Tears streamed down her face in terror. Qingming appeared and intervened. How dare you? Let her go. He pointed at them. You 3 dare to kidnap the person I'm protecting? I am the senior brother of the Form Intention School. Are you tired of living? The man sneered. Relying on you? Too weak. It seems Huaxia has no impressive experts. Why send such trash to be a bodyguard? His charge was clearly kidnapped. And he was still sleeping. Qingming was hit where it hurt. His face turned red with anger. He channeled power into his fist and charged forward. You're asking for death. Ji Cheng laughed mockingly. A mere fly. Crushing it would dirty my hands. The man swatted his hand away, making Qingming cry out in pain. Huangsha couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Mr. Fu was knocked down by him with a single blow. Could it be that the scar-faced assassin's strength is even greater? Fu Qingming struggles to get up, making excuses for what just happened. I was just careless just now. If you're so good, then fight back. The guy impatiently stomped right on his face. Damn you. You're only worthy of eating the sole of my shoe. There's no time. Let's get out of here quickly. And take this piece of trash with us. Scene changes to Zhang He's building. Inside the room, a terrified scream rings out. What? He asks in astonishment. Miss Morong and Fu Qingming have been kidnapped by assassins. He stands up and shatters a water glass. What senior brother of the Xingyi sect? What youth of Donghai province? That useless Fu Qingming is no different from trash. Then Zhang He takes out his phone and dials a number. Right now, the urgent task is to save Morong Huangsha. Otherwise, if something happens to her, it will be hard to keep my position as director. He immediately makes an urgent call for help. Chief Su. It's not good. Su Rong's face darkens as he scolds. You idiot. He angrily slams his hand on the chair. You told me not to interfere in this matter. You said Fu Qingming could handle it alone. And in the blink of an eye, you let Miss Morong get kidnapped. Your man is truly useless. Zhang He immediately tries to defuse the situation. Chief Su, now is not the time to assign blame. We must first think of a way to save Morong Huangsha. He immediately emphasizes. I already said this matter required Mr. Li's intervention. You blind fool, you drove Mr. Li away. Su Rong shouts into the phone. It's not too late yet. Quickly invite Mr. Li back. Otherwise, if something happens, no one can bear the responsibility. After saying that, he hangs up without hesitation, causing Zhang He to curse. Su Rong, you bastard. Zhang He thinks to himself. It's all that Fu Qingming's fault. I have no choice but to call Li Xiaofan. The phone displays Xiaofan's name. As soon as he sees the call is answered, he starts pleading. Mr. Li, I am Director Zhang. This matter. Immediately, the only sound in response is a dial tone. Hello. Beep beep. He stubbornly calls again, but what he gets is a subscriber message. Sorry. The number you have dialed is currently out of service area. Please try again later. At this moment, the blood rushes to Zhang He's head, gritting his teeth. How dare he put me on his blacklist? Night has now fallen. The grayish-blue sky makes the bright full moon stand out even more. Next to a streetlight, a luxury car slows down and gradually comes to a stop. The sound of the car breaks the peaceful silence of the deserted road. The person who arrived is Zhang He. He hastily bangs on the door, calling, Mr. Li, I am Director Zhang. Please open the door. The door of the house opens slightly. Zhang He puts on a smiling face to greet him. Ah, Xiaofan. But the scene before him terrifies him out of his wits. Lian Yu with her sharp fangs, her needle-sharp fingernails, letting out a roar as she lunges forward. Zhang He screams and spins around to dodge the clawing attack. His face filled with terror, he flees, quickly jumping into his car. In extreme panic. What is this? Help me. Getting into the car and fastening his seatbelt. He then sees the still bleeding scratch on his leg. The pain makes him tremble. Xiaofan stands to the side, watching the farce before speaking. Director Zhang, didn't you say I wasn't worthy of protecting Morong Huangsha? Why have you come running to me now? Zhang He feels insulted. He angrily clenches his fists and shouts. Li Xiaofan, just you wait. You will regret this. His threat is loud, but he quickly drives away, at a speed as if he were being chased by ghosts. The phone in Xiaofan's pocket rings. He immediately answers the call. On the other end of the line is Su Rong, his voice full of anxiety as he reports. Mr. Li, I am truly sorry. This matter concerns the life of Morong Huangsha. Xiaofan is just extremely annoyed. He says, Su Rong, what do you take me for? Calling me back and forth. If you guys decided to do it, then you should see it through to the end. If something happens, don't come looking for me. He hung up before Su Rong could finish speaking. He found it a little ridiculous. I am the great Tai Xian Heavenly Venerable, revered in the celestial realm. Just a bunch of ants. How dare they boss me around? Before he could even put his phone away, Li Xiaofan received another call from Chu Tianjin. He tried to persuade him. Mr. Li, the matter concerning Morong Huangsha is just a misunderstanding. You see, he had no intention of reconciling, so he said decisively, this matter is no longer negotiable. He hung up for the second time. Li Xiaofan's firm attitude made them both afraid to contact him again. The next day, Li Xiaofan was meditating on the peak of Crouching Dragon Mountain, surrounded by dense fog and vast canopies of trees. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. As he cultivated, his body was covered in a vast amount of true qi. He thought, right now, the evil qi in the mountain range of Chu Prefecture has been completely eliminated. As I discovered, under this mountain range, there is an ancient ruin left behind, the Crouching Dragon Grand Formation. The image of the formation appeared in his mind. Li Xiaofan considered it. Although the Crouching Dragon Grand Formation is currently incomplete, it is still an ancient Grand Formation after all. It's hundreds of times larger than the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation. I didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Once the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation and the Crouching Dragon Grand Formation merge, the dragons I can transform into a true dragon soul pond. He couldn't help but feel happy. The corner of his mouth curved up smugly. At that time, it won't just gather the spiritual energy of Chu Prefecture's mountain range, but the spiritual energy of the entire Chu Prefecture. Thinking of this, Li Xiaofan became excited. My cultivation speed will increase 1,000-fold. They'll be able to leave this place soon and ascend back to the celestial realm. On the narrow mountain slope, a BMW was speeding through. The engine's roar echoed around the canyon. Upon arrival, Chu Tianjing and Chu Shuelian got out of the car. The two looked around. She guessed, Grandpa. Perhaps Master is cultivating here. The grandfather and granddaughter approached the spot where Li Xiaofan was cultivating. He said respectfully, Mr. Li, please forgive this old man for my presumptuousness. I hope you can save Murong Huangsha. Don't blame the Baozu group. Chu Shuelian, standing beside him, also tried to persuade him. Baozu was in the wrong in this matter. But Murong Huangsha is in extreme danger right now. If she is not rescued in time, I'm afraid her life will be in danger. Li Xiaofan exhaled a turbid breath. He said as if he had already predicted it. I knew you two would come. However, I will not interfere in this matter. From behind, his silhouette, blending with the deep blue spiritual energy and the misty fog, looked ethereal and otherworldly. But his voice was extremely cold. Moreover, as far as I know, Murong Huangsha was the one who called Fu Qingming to protect her. She didn't trust me in the first place. Now that she has fallen into the tiger's den, she brought it upon herself. Therefore, you two should leave. Chu Tianjing shook his head, feeling mostly disappointed and worried. He thought to himself, Li Xiaofan cannot be blamed for this. If anyone is to blame, it's Murong Huangsha for being too confident. If she hadn't called Fu Qingming, Baozu wouldn't have made a move. He couldn't help but blame Zhang He a little. Of course, Zhang He from Baozu is used to acting tyrannically. Now he shot himself in the foot. Truly unlucky. As promised, he opened the box containing the seed and offered it to Li Xiaofan, pleading, Mr. Li, this is the seed we talked about before. I hope you will accept it. Hearing his words, Li Xiaofan finally turned his head to look. Li Xiaofan used his spiritual energy to gently land his feet on the ground. He calmly picked up the seed. A flicker of excitement went through his heart as he thought, I can't believe Chu Tianjing has a chaotic sky stone. This one is a chaotic sky stone with a divine ability. What kind of divine ability is it? He'll have to activate it to find out. After thinking for a moment, he changed his mind. Since Mr. Chu has put it this way, I will act this one time for the sake of the chaotic sky stone. Chu Tianjing and Chu Zuilian's faces lit up with joy. He urged him hastily. Mr. Li, we can't delay. Let's go. Over at the chemical plant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A group of police officers was observing the factory from the rooftop of the opposite building. At this moment, Zhang He was listening to a report from the police. Director Zhang, the 3 kidnappers are inside the chemical factory. The police chief recounted the situation with a serious expression. Our police force has already attacked 3 times, but all attempts have failed. The casualties were severe. Chief Zhao said with concern. That's not the worst of it. This abandoned chemical factory still contains some flammable materials. Just now, when our police engaged them in combat, it caused a fire in the factory. This could lead to a massive explosion. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang He quickly made a decision. We must rescue the hostages quickly. We don't have much time left. Based on a rough estimate, in no more than 5 minutes, these materials will ignite. He firmly demanded. The higher-ups have given the order. We must ensure the safety of the hostages. There can be no mistakes. Otherwise, everyone will be suspended and dealt with. On the other side, Mayor A. Fu slightly bowed, persuading the vice master of the Form Intention Fist School, Tianqing. Mr. Run, it has come to this. We have to get the hostages out. Please. Zhang He and A Fu chimed in with high praise. That's right. Mr. Ren, this heavy responsibility falls entirely on you. You are everyone's only hope now. I believe that if Elder Rin takes action, he will definitely succeed. The 3 kidnappers can be dealt with on the spot. Tianqing just thought they were making a big deal out of nothing. He said with a nonchalant expression, "They're just 3 idiots. There's no need to be afraid. Since I have agreed to act, I will ensure they never return." Mayor Chun, trusting his abilities, smiled in relief and said, "With these words from Master Rin, we can rest assured." He confidently asserted, even using his schoolmaster as a guarantee. "It's fine. Fu Qingming is the head disciple of the Form Intention Fist School. When this happened, the schoolmaster, my senior brother, immediately sent me on an overnight flight to Chu Prefecture to rescue him and Murong Huangsha." He lifted his cup and took a small sip of tea. He continued leisurely, "After all, this matter concerns the reputation of the Form Intention Fist School. If word of this gets out, what face would the Form Intention Fist School have left?" Standing before Tianqing, Chief Zhao appeared worried. "Mr. Rin, to prevent any accidents, you should take the Special Operations Team with you." He carefully advised the Vice Master of the Form Intention Fist School. "We also have bulletproof vests and guns here. After all, bullets have no eyes. They could save your life at a critical moment." Tianqing frowned. His voice was cold but full of authority. "Chief Zhao, are you looking down on me?" "I am, after all, the Vice Master of the Form Intention Fist School. A martial artist at the grand completion of inner strength. Only 1 step away from being a grandmaster," he said confidently. His aura was not to be underestimated. "With my cultivation level, I can dodge bullets. I don't need these things to deal with 3 small fries. This is ridiculous." Seeing Tianqing's abilities being underestimated, a Fu raised his voice. "Chief Zhao, what kind of work are you doing? Can't you even see this much?" He emphasized, "Mr. Ren is an otherworldly expert. Your subordinates would only get in the way." A Fu was still not pacified. His eyes were filled with contempt. "And also, this pile of scrap metal. Get it out of here. Don't leave it here to be an eyesore." Chief Zhao gave a forced smile. He tried to ease the atmosphere. Yes. I was overthinking it. Elder Rin, you must be amused. An expert like Elder Rin arrives like the wind. He kills people as if cutting grass." He waved his hand, lightly flicking the gun away. His voice was slow, as if instructing a junior. "Unlike us, who have to carry guns. At the critical moment, if we run out of bullets, we can only wait to die." Tianqing's face became solemn. A deep sense of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Zhao Zilong of Shuhan, in order to save the young Lord Adu, single-handedly slayed 7 of Cao Cao's generals. On the towering rooftop, the wind howled. His old voice echoed like a bronze bell. "Today, this humble old man must also be like General Zhao. I will brave the storm of bullets to save the hostages. In short, everyone just wait for a good show." Zhang He stood aside, clapping his hands unceasingly. He showered praise on Ren Tianqing. "Mr. Ren, truly the demeanor of a master. Time is short. Let's hurry and save the people." The old man sat steadily on the wooden chair, calmly sipping tea. He spoke slowly, no rush. "They're just a few small fries. What's there to be afraid of? Let this old man finish his tea. He'll take them all out at once." Suddenly, the iron door at the end of the rooftop slowly opened. The sound of the impact echoed in the silence. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Zhang He looked panicked. "Li Xiaofan, what are you doing here? Didn't you refuse to help? And you acted so high and mighty." Zhang He frowned in annoyance. His voice couldn't hide his irritation. "I've now invited the vice sect master, the venerable Mr. Ren of the Xingyi school. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Xiaofan stood still. His gaze turned to Tianqing, who was casually drinking tea. He thought to himself, so he's a transcendent martial artist at the great perfection of the internal strength realm. However, he hasn't reached the grandmaster level yet. He assessed thoughtfully. In reality, he's just a half-step grandmaster. Although he's stronger than Yahoo, he's not that strong. After thinking for a while, he spoke up, bluntly stating his opinion. "He can't do it. I advise you not to send him to his death." The teacup in Tianqing's hand was thrown straight to the ground. It shattered into pieces. The old man's eyes widened in a glare. He enunciated every word. "Brat, what did you say? You dare look down on me? Are you looking to die?" Tianqing became furious. hurriedly trying to save face. Humph. It's not the place for a snot-nosed brat like you to comment on my status. Truly ridiculous. The old man suppressed his raging anger. Kid, out of respect for the others here, I won't stoop to your level. You shouldn't be here. If you don't want to die, get lost. The old man stood up, walked over to Xiaofan, and lectured him. In Chuzhou, aside from that mysterious young grandmaster, I can call myself invincible. Who the hell are you to run your mouth in front of me? Xiaofan remained defiant. His eyes were calm. His arms were crossed over his chest. Haha, bullying a kid, are we? So little skill, yet such a hot temper. Coincidentally, I am the young grandmaster you were talking about. The old man was suddenly stunned. He hurriedly replied, trying to hide his confusion. Kid, are you still half asleep? You're the young grandmaster? Then I must be the richest man in the world. They immediately burst out laughing, sparing no words of ridicule. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Will you die if you don't brag? The old man looked disdainful. Young people these days are not trustworthy at all. Director Zhao also couldn't stop laughing. He boasts without any shame. I feel embarrassed for him. While the crowd was still laughing loudly, Tianjing hurriedly tried to intervene. Hey, you guys. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaofan raised a hand to stop him. His face turned serious. His sharp eyes held no trace of mockery. I came here to save people, not to prove whether or not I'm that young grandmaster. That is not important. Xiaofan slowly stepped forward. His voice was decisive and full of authority. Therefore, Ren Tianqing, if you don't want to die, when we go inside later, follow behind me. Otherwise, you will be shot to death. Tianqing felt he was being looked down upon. The old man looked unconvinced. Humph. The dignified vice sect master of the Xingyi school having to follow you? What do you think? Then he suddenly jumped up, to everyone's surprise. The old man spoke. Who the hell are you? What utter nonsense. Tianqing suddenly stomped his foot on the floor. His entire body shot up into the air like an arrow, floating in midair. A figure enveloped in a mystical light. Tianqing's aura filled the space. Whatever. Wait until this old man rescues him. He'll humiliate you then, and show you the power of the Xingyi school. Whispers rose from all around. Qinggong. Ah, Qinggong. I've only ever seen that in movies. The old man leaped straight down. That moment was truly one of a kind. Chief Zhao couldn't hide his admiration. He was full of praise. I didn't expect old Master Ren to display such a profound movement technique. Truly befitting the vice master of the Xingyi school. Zhonghe raised his hand. With a smug gesture, he looked up at Xiaofan, his voice gloating. Li Xiaofan, did you see that? This is a true master. Compared to him, you're just an embarrassment. Zhong, he continued his commentary, adding a few more words. I can only say you're all show. Just wait for the old master to punish you later. Xiaofan stood still, not retorting. He just sighed softly. Arriving at the villain's den, Tianqing landed gently on the ground. Without a word, he instantly turned into a blur and darted towards the building complex like the wind. Fu Qingming lay sprawled on the ground. The man named Shi Cheng and his accomplices stood around him, their eyes devoid of pity. Another kick landed on his ribs, making Fu Qingming jolt. He shouted, you people just wait for me. He gritted his teeth in pain, trying to crawl back up, and let out a phrase full of resentment and threat. Wait until my Chu Feng arrives. None of you will escape. Just as he looked up, he saw Tianqing's figure. Fu Qingming's eyes lit up. Chu Feng, you're here. Quickly kill these 3 bastards for me. He clenched his fists and roared in anger. You people are so audacious. How dare you beat this old man's disciple? Watch this old man kill these little pests in 3 moves. From the opposite direction, a bullet shot out like a flash of lightning, emitting a brilliant spark in an instant. Tianqing didn't flinch at all. He swung his right hand and caught the bullet in time. The old man curled his lips into a cold smile. You dare play such petty tricks in front of me? Yu Feng then pulled out a cannon, with a triumphant look in his eyes. He sneered. Old man, you can catch a bullet. But what about this? A loud explosion rang out. The shockwave from the cannon ripped through the air, hurtling straight towards Tianqing. You despicable bastards. What kind of skill is it to use heavy weapons? If you have the guts, fight this old man one-on-one. Shi Cheng was brimming with killing intent. One-on-one. Then as you wish. He charged forward like a whirlwind, his every step crushing the ground. An evenly matched fight was about to unfold. Shi Cheng landed a devastating punch straight into Tianqing's chest. The old man's entire body was thrown backwards. Fresh blood spewed from Tianqing's mouth. The old man only had time to think, this is bad. This person is a great completion internal strength martial artist. His cultivation is even higher than this old man's. His face turned pale. Tianqing quickly wiped the lingering drop of blood from his mouth. His eyes filled with bitterness and shame. Disciple, master is retreating first. The old man hastily turned and fled in a miserable state. Tianqing only uttered a few words. They'll come back to save you later. A battered Tianqing walked out, coughing a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, a subordinate immediately asked, Old Master Ren, how did it go? Did you rescue the hostage? The old man staggered, barely able to stand, as he explained. The situation inside is complicated. I didn't expect them to use heavy weaponry. Moreover, their skills are not inferior to mine. The old man was terrified. Just now, while I was handling it, I was shot while making my escape. I really regret not wearing a bulletproof vest earlier. Tianqing sat down and gestured emphatically. Even I ended up like this going in there. No one else should go in, or you'll lose your lives. His heart was filled with endless regret. If I had brought the Special Forces team just now, we would have at least had some advantage. It wouldn't have been this disastrous. He stepped back, clenched his fist, and thought smugly. However, at least I, this old man, charged in all by myself. This courage alone is enough to be proud of in front of everyone here. In this battle, although I was defeated, it was glorious. Zhang He was sweating and wiped it with a towel. Mr. Rao, so what should we do? We don't have much time left, less than 3 minutes. The chemical factory will go up in flames. The old man pointed out a method. Right now, there are only 2 ways. One is to find my senior brother, Si-Du. He is a grandmaster. He will definitely be able to save them. But he is in Haidong. It would take at least 2 hours to get here by plane. It's definitely too late. The old man took a sip of water. Tianqing suggested. Therefore, the only way now is to find that mysterious young grandmaster. Perhaps he has the ability to save the situation. Everyone looked at each other and started murmuring. A young grandmaster? Does anyone here know that young grandmaster? I've never met him. That day, we saw that young grandmaster slap the underworld boss Nia Hu to death. None of us were qualified to see him. Tianjung clasped his hands and pleaded with Xiaofan. Xiaofan, they'll have to trouble you to take action. He nodded lightly. As Xiaofan walked inside, they gossiped around him. If it were me going in there, I would have already rescued them. It wouldn't be this troublesome. Just now, old Mr. Rin used his skills to fly over. Look at this kid. He's strolling as if he's going to the market. It's obvious who is superior and who is inferior. Who does this kid think he is? He's really walking to his death. He ignored the gossip and walked straight inside. I'm sure of it. Before he even gets inside the factory, he'll be shot dead. Serves him right. Getting rid of one arrogant fool is for the best. Tianqing crossed his arms and thought smugly. Just let him go in there and die. Without him, how can I show my brilliance? Humph. After all, this old man, lasted for a few minutes. Let's see if he can even last 3 seconds. Or if he gets his face beaten to a pulp. Zhang Huang glanced over, secretly pleased. Just looking at that Li Xiaofan is annoying. Let him go in and die. Saves me the trouble. Xiaofan set foot inside. Flames were raging all around. He saw Qingming bowing his head, begging. I'm begging you, sirs. It was my fault for being ignorant. His face was bruised as he pleaded. Please don't kill me. They'll agree to anything you want. Shi Cheng bent down, took out a knife, and replied gently. If you want to live, then he'll show you a way out. Actually, our request is very simple. The guy explained. Just have Murong Huangsha call her father. Give us the DNA serum research results. After that, you two will be free to go. See how simple that is. Not complicated at all. Qingming was overjoyed as if he had struck gold and quickly asked, Really? Qingming shamefully abandoned Huangsha and begged, Young Miss Murong, you heard him. Hurry up and call your father. Do as he says. Otherwise, we'll both die. She replied quietly, Fu Qingming, you are, after all, the senior brother of the Xingyi school. She criticized him. All your fellow disciples look up to you as a role model. You are a great, unyielding hero. I never expected you to be so weak. You've disappointed me so much. Huangsha looked up at Shi Cheng and stated firmly, "Let me tell you something. I wouldn't make that call even if I die." She recalled the brave image of her parents. My parents were soldiers. During one mission, my mother, in order to cover my father's retreat, willingly sacrificed her life. She traded her life so that my father could live. In the end, he completed the mission assigned by the organization. Compared to that, what is my small sacrifice? The honor of a soldier is above all else. The nation's interests are above all else. For these things, even if it means sacrifice, I have no regrets. Despite King Ming's wailing pleas, she resolutely replied, "Kill me. Don't waste your energy. I'm not going to make the call." Qing Ming clenched his fists in regret. "I don't want to die. I am the senior brother of the Xingyi school. If I die, who will be the next sect master?" Huang Sha sneered. "You still remember you're the senior brother of the Xingyi school? You've completely sold out the dignity of the Xingyi school." She shook her head in disgust. "Qing Ming, not everyone is a coward who clings to life and fears death like you. There are things more important than life. You will never understand." Huang Sha sighed, revealing her inner thoughts. "It's a good thing Li Xiaofan didn't come here. Otherwise, he would have been dragged into this by me and died with me. Right now, only that mysterious young grandmaster can save me. It's just a pity that he doesn't know me. Besides, I don't even know where he is." Li Xiaofan's footsteps appeared. "I'm here." He stood proudly with his hands behind his back. She shouted with tears in her eyes, "Xiaofan, what are you doing here? Coming here is no different from seeking death. While they haven't caught you, run." They pulled out their guns warily. "Stop right there. One more step and he'll shoot. You rotten brat. Where did you come from?" The leader thought to himself in shock. The three of us all have cultivation bases surpassing peak inner strength martial artists. Plus, we have guns in our hands. Even if a grandmaster came, we could still put up a fight. The man's face was covered in sweat. This kid looks like he couldn't even hurt a fly. He doesn't have a shred of cultivation. He's clearly an ordinary person. Yet we didn't even notice when he arrived. The man took out a knife warily. "In Chuzhou? Besides that young grandmaster, no one else could do this." The leader stood opposite Li Xiaofan. "The kid in front of me looks ordinary. Forget about killing someone. He probably wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. He's definitely not that young grandmaster." He then spoke up. "You guessed right. I am that young grandmaster. You've captured the person I'm protecting, so don't expect to leave here alive." The man challenged him. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. This punk claims to be the young grandmaster? Doesn't even know his own capabilities." The leader threw the knife to Qing Ming. "Don't you want to live? He'll give you a chance. Kill him, and you can leave this place." He was overjoyed. "Really? This is too simple for me." He grabbed the knife, sprang up, and boasted, "Killing Xiaofan will be as easy as crushing an ant. It won't take any effort." Li Xiaofan said softly, "Qing Ming, you are not my opponent. Step aside. Wait for me to kill these three, then I'll take you two out of here." He thought to himself, even ants cherish their lives, let alone a human. Fu Qingming must have been terrified. He'll give him a chance. He took the knife and sneered. "Xiaofan, do you really think you're the young grandmaster?" Qingming got into a stance, being humiliated by Huang Sha. "I'm already feeling pissed off. Luckily, I have a place to vent." He rushed forward, swinging the knife to attack Li Xiaofan. "If you die, just blame your bad luck. In your next life, don't be so arrogant. As a person, don't be too conceited." He gently raised a hand, gathering his power. "Fu Qingming, I was kind enough to offer you a lesson. But you repay kindness with enmity. You want to kill me? Then don't blame me for acting." Li Xiaofan flicked his finger. His two legs immediately disintegrated. Qingming screamed in pain. He was unwilling to accept it. "Impossible. How can you be so powerful?" Qingming then challenged him. "Bastard, kill me. If you have the guts, then kill me." Xiaofan stepped forward and glanced. "I gave you a chance, yet you don't know what's good for you. You don't believe I'm a grandmaster. Then I'll kill these three people in front of you." He taunted him. "So what if you're a grandmaster? Can you block a cannon? It'll make sure you don't die a peaceful death." Yu Feng said fearfully to Shi Cheng. "Big brother, is he that young grandmaster?" The man knelt down and held the cannon, and stood right behind him. "Quick, Fire the cannon and attack him first. Immediately after, the shell was fired. The shell flew towards him. Xiaofan's eyes were fixed firmly on the cannonball. He used his power to create a hand to catch the cannonball. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, "Luckily, today I absorbed the 100-year-old nourishing spiritual energy from the outer dragon formation. My cultivation has increased quite a bit, so I can block a heavy cannon." Shicheng had approached from behind at some point. He gathered his strength and shouted, "Kid, so what if you're a grandmaster? I will kill you here today. In the future, I will be famous in the lands of Chu province." A spark flashed in Xiaofan's eyes. You're not worthy." He waved his hand lightly, sending the man flying. Shicheng knelt down in pain. Yufeng was terrified. "What do we do now? The boss is dead. We are no match for him." Feng Yu immediately replied, "Run." But the plan did not go as expected. They couldn't move as Xiaofan approached. "Why can't I move? Don't come here. Don't come near me." Invisible arms appeared at their feet. He spoke softly. "Trying to run now? It's too late." Huangsha watched as Xiaofan casually flicked his finger and eliminated them. Her eyes welled up with tears and her face flushed. "Xiaofan, are you really that young grandmaster?" She regretted it and blamed herself. "How ridiculous. He was always protecting me. And what about me? I pushed him away. I looked down on him and mocked him. What's more ridiculous is I was stupid enough to call Qingming. I'm such an idiot." He pointed his finger lightly. The ropes immediately snapped. Xiaofan extended his hand, signaling for her to get up. He picked Huangsha up. "We have to get out of here quickly. This chemical factory is about to explode." Qingming spoke up. "Hey, you can't just leave me here. Hurry up and save me." He yelled, but Xiaofan walked away without a care. "Damn it, you bastards. Did you hear me? Hurry and save me." At this moment, an explosion occurred inside. Huangsha looked at Xiaofan with an affectionate gaze. The explosion raged more fiercely. The fire spread to the outside. Everyone quickly covered their faces. A Fu spoke worriedly. "We're in danger. We're in danger. This time it's really dangerous. Not only did we fail to save anyone, but we also caused a huge explosion." Tian Cheng gritted his teeth in anger. Qingming is dead. He was the future hope of the Xingyi sect, the next generation's successor to the sect master position. The old man's eyes narrowed. How many of the sect's resources were spent to cultivate Fu Qingming? Now he's just dead, just like that. The sect invested so much. It was all for nothing. Tianjing supported Xiaofan. "Everyone, don't worry. I believe Mr. Li will definitely be able to save Murong Huangsha." Zhang Hao didn't think he could survive. Old Master Chu. With such a big fire and explosion, the factory has now been leveled. Forget about a person. Not even an ant could survive. I don't know where you get that confidence from. That kid even bragged about being a young grandmaster. Look at him now, utterly disgraced. Tian Cheng sat up smugly. Even I couldn't handle it, let alone a brat who doesn't know his own limits. This is the consequence of being too arrogant. He waved his hand. However, the person is gone. There's no use talking about it anymore. Everyone disperse. Suddenly, everyone pointed at the sky. They discovered Xiaofan flying in the air. "Look quickly. Up there. Mr. Li." He gently landed with Murong Huangsha in his arms. "It's Mr. Li. He managed to save Murong Huangsha." Xiaofan gently held Murong Huangsha and teleported down to the rooftop. As soon as the two of them landed, everyone immediately surrounded them. Their attitudes did a 180 as they showered him with praise. "So you're a true master in disguise. Mr. Li, it's a good thing you stepped in to help. I didn't expect it to be that young grandmaster." Someone even mocked. "Unlike Ren Tianxing, he goes around bullying children. Look at his ashen face just now. He's lucky to still be alive." Fu and a police officer led Murong Huangsha into the elevator and said formally, "Miss Murong, we will now be responsible for escorting you back." On the rooftop, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only a few people remained. Zhang He watched the two of them talking, feeling indignant. He thought angrily, "I can't believe Li Xiaofan is actually that mysterious young grandmaster." He stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. With a condescending attitude, he asked him, "Brat, where's Fu Qingming?" Xiaofan ignored his tone and calmly replied, "He's dead." Tianxing furiously pointed at his face and yelled, as if he were the enemy who killed his disciple. What? Why didn't you save him? Xiaofan was not one to be easily bullied. As quick as lightning, he grabbed the man's finger and retorted, "Who do you think you are, to question me?" A cracking sound echoed as the bone broke, making him scream in pain. "My finger." He let go. Taiyangxing's finger was bruised purple, bent into 3 sections. He trembled from the pain, but his attitude remained aggressive. "How dare you? How dare you treat me like this?" He felt utterly humiliated. "I am the vice master of the Xingyi school. My position is highly revered. Yet I was humiliated by a teenager. If word of this gets out, how will I ever show my face again?" Tianqing thought of something and said smugly, "So what if you're a grandmaster? The Xingyi school is not without grandmasters." He secretly thought with arrogance. "No matter what, he's still very young. He's definitely no match for me." Immediately, he ignored the pain and leaped forward, throwing a punch towards Xiaofan and screaming, "You rotten brat. He'll fight you to the death," shamelessly using his recently deceased disciple as an excuse to fight. "Li Xiaofan, you must die today, to avenge my Xingyi school disciple, Fu Qingming." Unexpectedly, he threw the punch only to conceal the deadly poison hidden behind his back. Thinking victory was at hand, he sneered inwardly. "Humph, what kind of grandmaster is this? Still too green. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." He swung his hand as fast as lightning, sending a shimmering cluster towards Xiaofan. His face revealed a sinister expression as he said, "Have a taste of my ultimate secret technique, the storming pear blossom hairpin." He was certain that victory was in his grasp. He recalled the time he spent mastering this ultimate move. "Back then, I entered the Shu Zhongtang school, and by a stroke of luck, I learned this ultimate skill. Each needle is extremely poisonous. Just one hit, and you'll surely bleed from all 7 orifices. A more serious hit means death." Xiaofan found this display utterly ridiculous. He sneered, "With just this little bit of skill, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself?" At the same time, he put his index finger and thumb together. Spiritual energy spun rapidly into the shape of a sharp blade. As he manipulated the spiritual energy, which radiated into 2 halos of light, he asked, "Don't you like bullying the weak? Don't you like to sneak attack others? Today, I will repay you." With that, the needles flew back and stabbed straight into Tianqing, making him cry out in pain. The poison seeped in. It caused his blood to turn from bright red to a deep purple. Unable to bear it, he screamed while shifting the blame. "It hurts. You rotten brat. You want to kill me." Zhang He witnessed the entire scene just now. He broke out in a cold sweat. He heard Taiyangxing's blood-curdling scream. "Director Zhang, quick, call my senior brother. Avenge me. It hurts so much." Xiaofan slowly walked closer. He said coldly, "Even if your senior brother comes, I will still kill you without mercy. Because I am." He rolled on the ground. But he couldn't hear what he was saying. He could only let out cries of pain. Xiaofan raised his hand. He flicked his fingers. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy transformed into streaks of light that shot towards Tianqing. This time, the streams of energy swiftly pierced through both of his knees, causing him to scream miserably. Not only that, parts of his body were shattered into pieces. Tianqing had never endured such torture. He shrieked, "You rotten brat. If you have the guts, then kill me. The pain is killing me." Zhang He was originally contacting people for help, but he was so scared that his whole body trembled and he dropped his phone. He thought in panic, "This is bad. Li Xiaofan is so powerful. Even Ren Tianqing is no match for him." He turned to flee, intent on seeking help from the sect master. "This is bad. Li Xiaofan is too ruthless. I must quickly inform the sect master of Xingyi sect. He can deal with this brat." But how could Xiaofan let him escape successfully? He instantly appeared in front of Zhang He, causing him to scream in fright. He raised his hand and slapped him across the face. This slap contained spiritual energy, sending Director Zhang flying sideways. Zhang He lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a thud. His glasses flew off. He screamed in pain. "Ah!" He felt utterly humiliated. His face filled with hatred as he cursed, "Li Xiaofan. I am the director of the leopard group, after all. Even Su Rong has to be polite when he sees me. Even Chu Tianjing has to show me some respect. This is outrageous." Zhang He pointed at his face and threatened, "Very good. You dare to hit me? I'm telling you, you'll have to bear the consequences. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaofan grabbed him by the collar with one hand and lifted him up. He panicked and started spouting nonsense. He looked at the dangling Zhang He, whose legs were kicking wildly, without a trace of fear. He even asked back with some amusement, "Then I'd like to see what consequences there are. Let's see if I can bear them." As he spoke, he kept one hand on the collar and swung his other fist at the other side of his face. Director Zhang's face distorted as he yelled loudly. It didn't stop there. Without hesitation, he continued to land several more blows. Each slap landed with full force, making loud smacking sounds. Soon, Zhang Yi's face was swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were seeing stars. He even lost control and started drooling. Then, he couldn't take it anymore. He looked up to the sky and apologized. His voice was broken. "I know. I was wrong." Hearing this, Xiaofan threw him to the ground and sneered. "Humph, you weakling." At this moment, a booming voice echoed from Zhang He's phone. "Which bastard dares to harm my junior brother? Speak." He picked up the phone and replied. "The bastard is talking to you right now. The bastard is telling you. So it turns out this is Manhwa, the sect master of Xingyi. Truly brothers. Their arrogant tones are exactly the same. You dare to mess with me? Is this the bastard who crippled my junior brother?" Tianqing lay on the ground, his mouth bloody, but he managed to snitch. "Sect master senior brother. It's this brat. You must avenge me." As Xiaofan walked towards him, he replied, "I didn't just cripple Ren Tianqing. I also crippled Fu Qingming's 2 legs. He later died in the fire. Actually, I originally intended to save his life. But he repaid kindness with malice. He tried to kill me to survive. So I left him forever in the sea of fire." Tianqing tried to flee, but it was useless. He was stepped on the chest by Xiaofan, his mouth filled with fresh blood and dirt. And Xiaofan calmly threatened, "I've made my point clear. Those who oppose me are either killed or crippled. This is the last straw." This phone call also put him in a terrible mood. His voice became very impatient. "I don't care if you're Sidu Wanghua or Sidu Wanger. Their fate will also be your fate." On a clear morning, gentle sunlight pierced through the canopy of leaves, shining down on the ancient Xi family residence. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the quiet atmosphere. "Very well, arrogant brat." He heard the call and couldn't contain his rage. Wanga slammed his hand on the armrest. "That boy. Sooner or later, this old man will tear your head off and use it as a football." On the other end of the line, Xiaofan's voice sounded calm, without a hint of wavering. "Then he'll be waiting for you." After a moment, "I am Li Taixian." Xiaofan looked down at the sprawling Tiancheng. Without a shred of mercy, he delivered a heavy kick to the old man's face. His voice challenged the sect master. "Situ Wanga, didn't you want to use my head as a ball? Then I'll use your junior brother's head as a ball first." Tiancheng coughed. As he finished speaking, Xiaofan threw the phone straight to the ground. He didn't even bother to hear how Wanga would reply. He stomped his foot down. The phone that had just fallen instantly shattered into pieces. The car sped away, gliding quickly down the road. From inside the car, someone's voice rang out. "Mr. Li, the Xingyi sect is very powerful. They are spread throughout every corner of the East Sea." Tianzheng sat next to Xiaofan, his eyes filled with worry. His voice grew heavy. "Sect Master Sidu Wanga has been a grandmaster for a long time. He has an arrogant personality, and his methods are cruel. He is very difficult to deal with. Mr. Li, you've offended him this time. He will definitely seek revenge. You must be careful." Xiaofan raised a hand. "It's fine," he replied calmly. "If that Situ Wanga dares to come, I won't hesitate to kill him." He thought to himself, "I am the great supreme celestial Taixian. These ants are not even worthy of my attention." The car slowly pulled over on a small street, in front of the lobby of a large building. Xiaofan and Tianjing opened the doors and got out. Su Rong was already waiting on the steps for them. He hurriedly reported, "Mr. Li, I've already called my comrade in arms." He looked at him, his eyes full of respect. "He is very grateful to you for saving his daughter. To repay you, we will jointly nominate you to be the chief instructor of the Azure Dragon Special Forces." After hearing the information from Su Rong, Tianjing immediately added, "The Azure Dragon Special Forces. That's a position with the military rank of Major General." He explained in more detail. The Azure Dragon Special Forces is the core of Huaxia. It is an extremely mysterious military unit. Those selected are all elite soldiers, Tianjing affirmed. Moreover, to hold the position of chief instructor, ordinary people would never even dare to dream of it. Tianjing continued enthusiastically. The previous chief instructor of the Azure Dragon Special Forces was the war god Di Fu Shou Long Tiangang of the Southeast Military Region. Su Rong quickly corrected him. Not quite. He is now under orders to guard the southwest border. That's why I nominated you to that comrade of mine. His gaze was serious. He tried to persuade Xiaofan. His voice was sincere. Mr. Li, my comrade in arms researches DNA blood serum. His power in the military is such that his word is law. Su Rong was firm and resolute. He has already nodded in agreement. The decision has been made to nominate Mr. Li as the chief instructor of the Azure Dragon Special Forces. He asserted confidently. So this matter is settled. Now we just need to complete some procedural formalities. Xiaofan shook his head slightly, showing no interest in Su Rong's persuasion. He walked away, to the astonishment of him and Tianjing. His voice was calm and firm. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. You should find another expert. Xiaofan closed his eyes. A faint blue aura emanated from his body. A thought flashed through his mind. In my previous life, Li Xiaofan was the supreme celestial Taishian of the immortal realm. Countless superpowered factions submitted at my feet. In that moment, Xiaofan quietly pondered the identities he once held. Whether it was the god of the Sun Temple, the slumbering Sea Lord, or the 72 demon lords of the Devil Path. Mentioning just one of those names was enough to shake a whole region, making the heavens and earth change color. He said to himself internally, compared to the chief instructor of the Azure Dragon, it's not worthy of my, Taixuan's, attention. Su Rong was determined not to give up. He slowly persuaded. It's like this. Mr. Li, I noticed before that you were very interested in the mysterious DNA serum. He added, this comrade of mine is from the Azure Dragon Special Forces. Su Rong continued. His eyes were full of determination. He developed a serum specifically for the team members. With a patient look, he made an offer. So, aren't you going to come and see? After the team members are injected with the serum, what kind of changes will their bodies undergo? Li Xiaofan began to think about the possibilities the serum offered. Su Rong once said, that serum was originally found on Shu Mountain. He thought to himself, I want to see the original sample. Maybe I can find secrets related to the Shu Mountain sect in the celestial realm. Li Xiaofan looked towards Su Rong. He finally accepted the offer. All right. If that's the case, I agree. Su Rong was overjoyed. His face was full of joy and gratitude. The Inspector General has registered it according to procedure. The relevant documents will be sent down. I will pay attention to this matter. Li Xiaofan turned his head to look back. Chu Tianjing. That's right. In preparing to start the 10,000 Flowers Lane project. Remember your promise to me. He replied. His voice was full of confidence. Mr. Li, rest assured. This is something I've already agreed to with you. Tianjing recalled the past. He was endlessly impressed. Previously, Mr. Li eliminated Niahu for me. The 10,000 Flowers Lane project will be the responsibility of the Chu family. Li Xiaofan slowly walked towards the building. He opened the door and stepped inside. He took off his coat and hung it on the rack. His eyes swept across the room. He thought deeply. I've been busy cultivating recently. I definitely don't have time to pay attention to 10,000 Flowers Lane. I need to find someone to help me manage it. The phone rang unexpectedly. Li Xiaofan looked at the screen and was surprised to realize. It was Zhao Zhanhong. He put the phone to his ear. A voice came from the other side. Li Xiaofan. I heard you came to Chuzhou. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, hasn't it? While Li Xiaofan was on the phone, Lian Yu approached from behind. The voice continued the conversation. We were high school classmates, after all. Although we didn't go to the same university, you haven't forgotten your old friend, have you? He picked up the teacup. His mind suddenly recalled old memories. He remembered, back in high school, Zhao Zhanhong and I had a very good relationship. After that, in university, although we weren't at the same school, we often kept in touch by phone. Li Xiaofan took a sip of tea. In his mind, memories continued to flood back. In my previous life, I was harmed by Yang Xiaoquan. Zhao Zhanhong didn't look down on me and often supported me. Li Xiaofan recalled. Strictly speaking, Zhao Zhanhong is from Chuzhou. He studied civil engineering in university. After a long silence, Zhanhong spoke up. Li Xiaofan, tonight, I'm treating you to barbecue at Yuejiang Food Street. The other person didn't hesitate. He'll go. The sky began to darken. The narrow street gradually became crowded with people passing by. The faint lights from the houses shone down, twinkling and forming dots of light in the night. At a small roadside stall, after a long time without seeing each other, Zhanhong had the chance to ask Li Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan, I heard that after graduating, you became a student teacher. While nibbling on a barbecue skewer, he asked curiously, how much do you make a month as a student teacher? Do you make 4,000? Zhanhong continued the conversation, adding, in the Chuzhou area now, housing prices have risen to over 10,000. A house costs 2 to 3 million. When will you be able to buy a house? When will you be able to get married? He suddenly patted Li Xiaofan's shoulder and proposed an idea. I think, why don't you work with me? How about we run this barbecue stall together and split the profits? He didn't pay much attention to Zhanhong's suggestion. He immediately changed the subject. Zhanhong, this time I came. I actually want you to come help me. Before Li Xiaofan could continue, Zhanhong hurriedly interrupted. Help you? With your teaching job? Please. The salary there is too low. Don't even ask. I'm not going. Li Xiaofan smiled. He explained, I'm not asking you to be a teacher, but I'm investing in a project. In the 10,000 Flowers Lane area. I want you to help manage it. What do you think? Zhao Zhanhong's eyes lit up, his face full of surprise. Zhanhong happily poured beer for Xiaofan. Can't you tell? We've only had a few dishes, and you're already bragging like this. You weren't like this back in school. If you're going to brag, at least prepare your script first. He raised his beer glass and inquired about the situation. The villa project in 10,000 Flowers Lane was originally planned to be a high-end villa complex in Chu Prefecture. The investment is several billion. Where would you get that much money? I'm afraid even selling you wouldn't fetch that much. He explained. Of course, it looks quite desolate right now. I heard it's haunted. No one dares to take on the project. Zhanhong encouraged him. The proverb says it well. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even so, it's not worth several billion. Xiaofan, your intern salary is 3 or 4,000 a month. Where would you get that much money? His words made Xiaofan laugh. Even if you robbed a bank, you wouldn't get that much. Especially with your frail look that couldn't even trust a chicken. Haha. He was secretly happy. After so many years, meeting an old friend, drinking and talking. After all the ups and downs, this friendship is still as beautiful as fine wine. The longer you keep it, the better it gets. Zhanhong mentioned an old friend. Oh, right. I remember our high school belle, Lin Lanji. He recounted. You wrote her a love letter when we were in school, but then she read your letter out loud in front of the whole class. It was a huge embarrassment for you. He lamented. After that, you became the laughingstock of the class. You were often targeted by the rich kids. Thinking back now, what Lin Lanji did back then was really too much. Zhanhong recalled the past when Xiaofan was bullied. I remember in high school, I was so skinny. I was always bullied by my classmates. Li Xiaofan. Lanji mocked. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own dirt-poor reflection? You actually dare to write me a love letter? After school, Xiaofan was beaten and slammed against the wall. Chun Xianfu warned him. Xiaofan, you dare confess to my girl? You must be tired of living. He pointed and ordered. Men, beat him hard. A voice rang out, stopping them. Stop. Xiaofan remembered. Back then, Zhao Zhanhong would often show up to help me out. You're not allowed to bully Xiaofan. He pointed and shouted. Who the hell are you? Then I'll beat you too. He shielded Xiaofan with his body. Looking up at the starry sky, he reflected. Zhao Zhanhong took the blows for me with his own body. A flurry of baton strikes landed on his back. He was beaten until 2 of his ribs were broken. He was bedridden for 2 whole months before he could get up. Xiaofan thought to himself. Towards his friends, Zhao Zhanhong is very courageous. He stood up and put a hand on his shoulder. Zhanhong, that year, you took a beating for me. Your life? I will protect your entire family with my life. I will grant you wealth and prosperity. After hearing this, he spat out his drink. Zhanhong laughed loudly, teasing him. Hey, Xiaofan, there are no outsiders here. Can you stop bragging? You're an intern teacher now. Your salary is 3 or 4,000 a month. You can't even achieve wealth and prosperity yourself, let alone help me. Haha. John Hong replied happily. All right, they'll accept your good intentions. Come on, let's drink. The two of them clinked glasses. Lian Yu was drooling with craving. Master, this barbecue is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good. It's even better than a man's young energy. John Hong was stunned. What did you just say? Xiaofan bopped her on the head. He quickly gestured to defuse the situation. Don't listen to her nonsense. Behind them, a group of hooligans was harassing a woman, causing her to scream. Give me a smile. Huh. They shooed everyone around them away. What are you looking at? Keep looking and it'll break your legs. Huh. Little lady. Come over here. Chenghong turns to look. He exclaims in panic. We're in trouble. He immediately pushes him away. Xiaofan, you should go now. If you don't go, it'll be too late. She presses. What's wrong, Chenghong? If you're in trouble, just say so. Xiaofan looks at the thugs approaching. Could those hooligans be here to cause trouble for Chenghong? They stop and call out his name. Zhao Chenghong. A G threatens him. You didn't pay last month's protection fee. If you don't hand over the money today, he'll smash your stall to pieces. He immediately bows and clasps his hands, begging. Brother G, please calm down. You know my situation. My sister is still in the hospital. I need to earn money for her treatment. Right now, I don't have any money. How about you give me a few days? Let me figure something out. He slaps him. What does your sister's death have to do with me? Chenghong falls down. He still declares. I came to collect the protection fee today. If you don't bring out the money, don't blame me for being impolite. He orders his lackeys. Brothers, burn this stall down for me. The crowd murmurs as they see them bring gasoline. Hey, don't get involved. Brother G is the big boss of this street. He's a subordinate of Ba Ge. In this area, both the legal and illegal worlds have to give face to Ba Ge. That's why no one dares to do anything to G. They whisper among themselves. That's right. I heard that 6 months ago, someone defied them and refused to pay the protection fee no matter what. They clashed with Brother G. As a result, their shop was smashed to pieces that day. Then it was burned to the ground. They laugh arrogantly as they pour gasoline, preparing to burn the stall. Swish, swish. Huh. A voice rings out. Stop right there. Xiaofan steps forward. Are you Brother G? Don't touch this stall. He gestures with his hand. If you know what's good for you, take these dogs and get lost. His eyes become serious. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lian Yu steps forward and speaks. Master, how dare these ants make a move on you, Master? Let me teach them a lesson. She gets ready for action. It's been a while since I had a good fight. I'm getting impatient. A G asks disdainfully. Kid, where did you come from? Xiaofan answers decisively. I am Zhao Chenghong's friend. After hearing this, they mock him. I thought some young master had come here to put on an act. Turns out it's just a schoolmate. Huh. Haha. He says coldly. It's more than enough to deal with ants like you. He retorts angrily. You're quite arrogant, kid. A G orders them to charge forward. What are you standing around for? Go and kill him. Lian Yu unleashes her power. Perfect timing. Her eyes turn blood red. I can finally stretch my muscles. She kicks his subordinate away. Thud. Ah. She delivers a fierce knee strike. Lian Yu throws a punch. Oh, take this. Followed by a kick to the neck. And this. A G sees this and stutters, speechless. What? Lian Yu single-handedly sends them all flying. She took them all down. She dusts her hands off lightly. Humph. With just this little skill, you dare act arrogantly before my master? You're truly tired of living. Lian Yu asks for his opinion. Master, how do you plan to deal with them? Xiaofan waves his hand. You can handle it however you want. She smiles with excitement. Thank you, master. Her face contorts. Then I won't be polite. Lian Yu absorbs their energy. It's been a while since I've absorbed yang energy. Since Li Xiaofan reminded her to be careful not to kill anyone. She still tried her best to drain them. I know my limits. They won't die, but they won't be able to do bad things for the rest of their lives. Don't. A G trembled and pointed a warning finger. Let me tell you, I am a disciple of Brother Ba. Do you know Brother Ba? You dare touch me. If you're so tough, then wait here. John Hong stepped forward to stop him. Xiaofan, we can't afford to offend Brother Ba. You should run. Get away from Chu Prefecture. The farther the better. He was terrified as Lian Yu approached. Don't come here. He sighed to him. The little girl next to him has some skills, but she can't fight a whole pack of wolves. Can she possibly fight against dozens, even hundreds of people? She crossed her arms and replied confidently. Don't underestimate me. A few hundred people is nothing special. Li Xiaofan patted his shoulder. Zhan Hong. I just said it. I will protect you. His eyes were resolute. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he would have to obediently bow his head. Zhan Hong held his head, speechless. You, Xiaofan. Since when did you become so arrogant? He adjusted his glasses and replied gently. All right, fine. When Brother Ba arrives later, at worst, he'll take all the responsibility. No matter what, it's death anyway. It's just my poor little sister. Li Xiaofan turned and emphasized. As long as I'm here, no one is allowed to do anything to you. The unlucky one will be that guy named Song. He held up his phone and warned. Kid, Brother Ba said. He will bring his men over right away. He pointed at him. However, if you kneel down now, and let me slash you a few times, he'll let this matter slide. Li Xiaofan immediately gave him a choice. Those who want to slash me, either get killed or get crippled. Which one do you choose? A G warned arrogantly. You're a very arrogant kid. Let's see if you can still be arrogant when Brother Ba arrives. A car drove up right after. The car stopped in front of them. The people around fled in fear. We're in trouble. Brother Ba is really here. Let's go. A G said smugly. See that? My boss is here. He'll chop you to death in a moment. You trash. Weren't you very smug? Li Xiaofan calmly crossed his arms and listened. Just wait. He'll tear you into 8 pieces, then throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Haha. He tilted his head up. What? Aren't you going to kneel? And let me slash you a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch sent a JIS tooth flying. Lian Yu used a move that sent him flying into the car. Why so talkative? Haven't you had enough of a beating? Li Xiaofan mocked. A bunch of rabble. Even that whatever Li Ba would have to obediently kneel and kowtow for mercy upon seeing me. What the hell are you? A G was furious with pain. Bastard, you dare hit me in front of my boss. When Brother Ba gets out of the car later, he'll teach you a lesson. He called at the door, but inside, Li Ba didn't dare to come out. Brother Ba, did you see that? This kid is too arrogant. He beat me like this right in front of you. You have to get justice for me. He tried to avoid looking. Cough. A G shouted by the car door. Tear him into 8 pieces. Throw him into the sea to feed the fish. This is truly bullying. He has no respect for Brother Ba. Brother Ba, why aren't you getting out of the car? If you don't get out, I'm about to be beaten to death by him. He cried and begged. Brother Ba, I'm begging you. Please get out of the car. Li Xiaofan spoke. Li Ba, get out of the car for me. He's itching for a fight. Again. What? A G points and jeers. You brat. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? Let's see if Brother Ba tears you to pieces later. The sound of the car door opening was decisive. The figure inside moved, preparing to step out. The person in the car stepped out imposingly, but as soon as his foot touched the ground, he slipped and fell flat on his face. Li Ba lost his balance, tumbling onto the road. His chin hit the ground hard. A G ran over in a panic, scrambling to help Li Ba up. His voice was filled with anxiety. Brother Ba, are you okay? Suddenly, Li Ba kicked a G squarely. He roared, You damn dog. You offended Mr. Li. He only had time to cry out. Li Ba frowned, his expression ferocious. He swung a heavy chain, whipping it right at him. A piece of trash like you isn't worthy of saying Mr. Li's name. A G tried to explain. Brother Ba, are you mistaken? This kid is just Zhao Zanhan's classmate. Li Ba's anger did not subside. His eyes were full of suspicion. What classmate? Mr. Li is young Miss Chu's teacher. If you don't understand, don't go around causing trouble. Without any mercy, he landed a heavy kick right in a JIS face. This is all your fault. You blind fool. Hurry up and kneel before Mr. Li. Kowtow and beg for forgiveness. He screamed in pain. A G fell to his knees, trembling and begging. His face was full of remorse. Mr. Li, I beg you to spare me. I was blind. I have offended you. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging nonstop. I hope you can forgive me. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Li Ba was flustered. He spoke on behalf of his subordinate. Mr. Li, it's all because my subordinate is an idiot. For all the losses today, I will compensate you 10 times over. No, 100 times over. He clasped his hands together, pleading with Xiaofan. Could you give him a chance to repent? Ignoring all of Li Ba's pleas, he coldly stomped hard on Li Ba's hand. His voice was calm and firm. In my entire life, I haven't had many friends. Zhan Hong is one of them. Xiaofan stood tall, his gaze cold and serious. He emphasized, daring to bully him is the same as bullying me. Xiaofan didn't stop, continuing to stomp hard on a Jis hand again. He screamed his lungs out. Xiaofan's eyes turned sharp and cold. He declared loudly, today, I must cripple one of your arms. Consider it a lesson. Scram. A G sighed in relief, his face grateful. He nodded hastily. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Li, for not killing me. He was once again kicked hard in the back by Li Ba. He was furious. Get lost already. Witnessing the entire event, Zhan Hong felt he could fully trust Xiaofan. Xiaofan, everything has shocked me so much. Brother Ba actually apologized to you. I believe you now. It'll help you manage 10,000 Flowers Lane. However, his face still showed a trace of worry, but this project requires a lot of investment for construction. Where will you get that much money? Xiaofan smiled slightly and said softly, you don't have to worry about the money. In that case, come to my place tomorrow. He suddenly remembered something and asked about the situation. Oh, right. What illness does your sister have? Zhan Hong lowered his head, his face filled with sorrow. My sister has end-stage kidney failure. We've now found the root cause of the illness, but the surgery costs almost 500,000. Where am I going to get that much money? He clenched his fists. His whole body trembled. He thought to himself, even though Xiaofan knows Brother Ba, he helped me tonight, but I can't be thick-skinned enough to ask him to help me borrow money from Brother Ba. Zhan Hong thought for a long time. He told himself, 500,000 for the surgery fee. I'll earn it myself. Seeing his friend in trouble, Xiaofan offered, take me to the hospital to have a look. Zhan Hong quickly took out his phone to check the time and said, Xiaofan, it's already late. Visiting hours are over. How about I take you tomorrow? Xiaofan agreed without hesitation. All right. Night fell. The scenery was submerged in silence. The old building appeared in the darkness with its mottled walls, covered in moss. In the small, simple room, the faint yellow light of the night lamp shone down. Zhan Hong lay awake, staring at the old, discolored ceiling. He suddenly recalled the doctor's words. Mr. Zhao, your sister has reached the final stage of kidney failure. Please gather the 500,000 for the surgery fee. Zhan Hong sighed and whispered, my sister's illness can't be delayed any longer. Suddenly, the phone's notification sound chimed. It was a message from Chen Xianfu. Old friend, I heard you became the person in charge of the Wanha Alley project. Zhan Hong replied, how did you know? Xianfu chuckled. His voice was teasing and full of hidden meaning. Hey, don't worry about how I know. I heard you're worried about your sister's surgery fee. Zhan Hong let out a heavy sigh when Xianfu mentioned the very problem he was struggling with. He only replied with one word. Xianfu seized the opportunity and immediately offered, old friend, if you hand over the contract to my family's company, just leave your sister's surgery fee to me. What do you think? At a certain construction site, Xiaofan quietly observed the engineers, closely monitoring the situation. He said to himself, once Wanha Alley is built, I can leave it for my father, ensuring that his future life will be worry-free. From somewhere, a luxury car sped over and parked right in front of the construction site. Dust flew everywhere. Xiaofan had to raise his hand to shield himself. He watched intently to see who was in the car. The car window rolled down, blowing smoke right in Xiaofan's face. He was extremely annoyed. Xianfu sat in the car and greeted him perfunctorily. Brother, let me ask you something. Where is the main office for this construction site? Xiaofan stood still, saying nothing, which made him look out. Looking annoyed, Li Xiaofan, you don't even dare to greet an old classmate. Xianfu opened the car door and got out. From the opposite door, a woman also got out at the same time as him. Lanji and Xianfu were hand in hand. She smiled contemptuously at Xiaofan. Brother Fu, Is that really Li Xiaofan? After so many years, he's still the same. Seeing the couple who used to bully him in the past, Xiaofan felt contempt. Chen Xianfu and Lin Longji. I didn't expect this scummy couple to be together. He restrained his emotions. But it's fine, since I've been reborn. Then I will avenge every grievance and repay every grudge. Sooner or later, I will collect this debt with interest. After thinking for a moment, Xiaofan spoke. Chen Xianfu, what do you want with me? I'm the boss here. Xianfu was surprised. He pointed at him. You're the boss of Wanha Alley. He covered his mouth, as if about to burst into loud laughter. Unable to believe that Xiaofan was the boss here, he and Longji burst out laughing. Li Xiaofan, it's been so many years since graduation. You still haven't improved at all. You haven't learned anything. Teasing Xiaofan. But you're very good at boasting. The man and woman kept laughing nonstop. Their tone was mocking. What boss? You dare to call yourself a boss? Pigs can fly. I think you're better off as a porter here. Haha. Lin Lanzi's face was smug. She let out a few taunts. Only useless men come to a construction site to be porters. This entire life is pretty much ruined. The arrogant Lin Longji linked arms with the person next to her and said in a smug tone, Brother Fu, we're here to find the boss of the 10,000 Flowers Lane project to discuss business. No need to bother with him. Xianfu smiled slyly and approached Li Xiaofan, pretending to be friendly with his old classmate. He slung his arm over Xiaofan's shoulder. He'll give you a chance. Then he patted him on the shoulder, putting on airs. From now on, follow me. Serve tea and pour water. Clean the company toilets for me. It's better than hauling bricks on a construction site. How about I pay you 5,000 a month? In his mind right now, he was like a supreme god, while Xianfu was rambling on in the distance. How about this? I'll add another 2,000, 7,000, 10,000, a monthly salary of 10,000. He looked down condescendingly at the fat guy below who was trying to mock him. They'll let you experience what a 10,000 a month salary feels like. It's better than you hauling bricks your whole life and not even making 10,000. Xiaofan closed his eyes. Right now, those words were like the buzzing of a mosquito, not worth his attention. Seeing the other party's silence, Xianfu pushed his luck. Li Xiaofan, why aren't you saying anything? Is it because you think the salary is too low? In his heart, he kept mocking him. Li Xiaofan, a guy like you will never amount to anything in your life. And you even dared to fight with me over a woman back then. Just then, the phone in Xiaofan's pocket rang. He dismissively pushed his hand away. He turned around to answer the phone. Xiaofan, can you come and check on my sister? Hey, race the address. After hanging up, he strode away. But he didn't forget to make an announcement. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. And I am the boss of 10,000 Flowers Lane. Believe it or not. Xianfu still acted smug. What's there to pretend about? The boss of 10,000 Flowers Lane. More like the boss of brick haulers. What does this kid have to be so flashy about? He couldn't swallow this anger. He quickly made a phone call. Hello, Brother G. Help me find a few brothers. Teach this kid a lesson. But the person on the other end of the line made Xianfu's expression turn serious. His face paled as he asked, what? You got your arm broken? That's it. Knowing that no one could help, he gritted his teeth and hung up. Humph. Consider him lucky. Next time, don't let me see him again. Otherwise, they'll definitely beat him until his own parents can't recognize him. The sky was deep blue. White clouds lazily drifted past the ward of a large hospital. Zhan Hong gently pushed the door open. He turned to his friend and said, Xiaofan, my sister is in this room. Stepping inside, he walked over and tucked in the blanket for the person on the bed. As he did so, he spoke softly. Since we were young, my parents passed away early. I worked hard to raise my sister. Looking at his sister's haggard face, he sighed and continued. To earn money to support my sister's education. Back in university, I would attend classes for 3 days and sell barbecue at night. But unexpectedly, Xiao Fei fell seriously ill. Suddenly, the girl woke up. She frowned in discomfort and cried out. Her voice was weak, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Why are you here? Seeing his sister trying to sit up, Zhan Hong carefully propped a pillow behind her back. She smiled and struggled to say, I'm feeling better. Then, Xiao Fei turned to look at the person beside him. And this is? Zhan Hong pointed towards Xiaofan and enthusiastically introduced him. This is my classmate. My brother. Li Xiaofan. Li Xiaofan. This is my sister, Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei greeted politely. Hello, brother Fan. Xiaofan quickly instructed. You don't need to say anything. Lie down so I can examine you. Zhao Zhanhong also advised her worriedly. Little sister, listen to Xiaofan and lie down. She looked at her brother in surprise. But she listened and lay down. She felt a little suspicious. This person doesn't look like a doctor. Can he really cure me? Xiaofan placed his hand over Zhao Fei's head. Instantly, a green flame full of energy enveloped her. Infused true qi. Zhao Fei closed her eyes. The dense stream of qi around her began to directly affect her body. After a moment, sweat poured down like a stream. Her face also became rosier. She exclaimed in relief, this feeling, it's so comfortable. Zhao Zhanhong joyfully exclaimed, Xiao Fei, your complexion has improved. Zhao Fei also said happily, I feel better now. There's no more pain. Xiao Fan announced in a gentle voice, Zhanhong, your sister's illness is fine now. She can be discharged in a few days. He happily held his sister's hand tightly. They'll go get the doctor right away. After the doctors examined Zhao Fei, they exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness. Miss Zhao's illness has recovered. All her indicators are completely normal. In fact, they're excellent. This is truly a miracle in the medical field. Time passed slowly. Clouds drifted gently across the high sky. As they left the hospital, Zhao Zhanhong chatted excitedly, Xiao Fan, I feel like you've changed. Where did you learn these skills? Xiao Fan raised his head and looked into the distance. He replied mysteriously, Zhanhong, there are some things I can't explain to you, but one thing will never change. We will always be brothers. He frowned, looking at his friend with a sad, troubled expression. After a moment of hesitation, he hesitantly spoke the truth. Xiaofan, I have something to apologize to you for. He laughed and turned his head to tease him. A man shouldn't mumble like that. Just say what's on your mind. Let's see if I can help you. Zhao Zhanhong scratched his head and warned him first. Okay, they'll say it then. After you hear it. Don't be angry. Then he recounted everything. Last night, I went home. I was too drunk. So I bragged to our classmates in the WeChat group. I said I was the person in charge of the Wanha Alley project. At this point, Zhanhong paused and asked, guess who was the first person to contact me? Without waiting for his friend's answer, Zhao Zhanhong quickly continued. It was that damn Chen Xianfu. I don't know where he heard about my sister's illness, but he insisted on helping me contact a specialist in the US. He said he would cover all the medical expenses for my sister to get treatment abroad, guaranteeing she'd be cured. His voice suddenly became angry. In exchange, his company would be in charge of all the construction materials for Wanha Alley. Who knew he was so deceitful? He didn't help my sister at all. Xiaofan asked coldly. You already agreed to his terms? Zhanhong lowered his head, his voice full of guilt. Xiaofan, I'm sorry. At that time, I didn't know you could cure my sister. So I agreed. Seeing his friend's remorseful expression, he chuckled. I thought it was some big deal. Turns out it's just this small matter. Then he generously patted the other's shoulder. They'll handle this. Tell Chen Xianfu to come see me. Hearing this, he quickly asked again, Xiaofan, you're not mad at me? Zhanhong sighed in relief, his face showing he was unburdened. That puts my mind at ease. It just so happens I've arranged to have dinner with them tonight. Then he puffed out his chest proudly. Besides Chen Xianfu, there are a few other material suppliers. After all, the scale of this project is quite large. Chen Xianfu's family alone can't supply everything. Xiaofan then suggested, then let's meet tonight. Your sister just completed her discharge procedures. She needs someone to take care of her. You should go home. He quickly agreed. Suddenly, Zhanhong flashed a sly smile as if he had thought of something interesting. Xiaofan, actually, my sister is all grown up. She looks pretty cute. You still don't have a girlfriend. Why don't you? But before he could finish his sentence, he found that his friend had disappeared. Hey, Xiaofan, why did you leave so quickly? Really? He had already teleported somewhere else. He sighed softly in his heart. Zhanhong, I appreciate your good intentions, but in my heart, there is no longer room for anyone else. Thinking of this, his heart grew heavy. Xiaofan closed his eyes gently. In my heart, there is only Xueshi. From his distant memories, a fairyland-like paradise appeared. A melodious voice rang out clearly. Brother Taixian, Xueshi doesn't want to surpass anyone. Nor does she want to reach an invincible realm. She only wants to follow in Brother Taixuan's footsteps. Xiaofan took that beautiful girl's hand. His affectionate gaze followed her every move, listening to every word she said. One day, Brother Taixuan will stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Only then will I be worthy of admiring you. Returning to reality. Xiaofan's heart suddenly ached. He clutched his chest, whispering, she must be going crazy looking for me. He gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with resentful anger. The 10 great heavenly venerates. Because of a wordless heavenly scripture, you caused me to fall to the mortal world. You caused Shi and me to be separated. Although my body is now that of a mere mortal, my mind is still that of a lofty celestial venerable. He swore to himself, just you wait. One day, I, Li Taixian, will definitely return to the celestial realm to punish you. When that time comes, I wonder if you will have what it takes to withstand the wrath of this celestial venerable. In a luxurious and magnificent building, in a high-class private room, Xianfu and the representatives were dining and chatting cheerfully. Young Master Chun, it's thanks to your 10,000 Flowers Lane project that we small-time material suppliers get a piece of the pie. I was just wondering how young Master Chun managed to get such a big contract. I heard the owner of the 10,000 Flowers Lane project is very mysterious. Even the Chu family wouldn't dare to offend them. Xianfu put on a mysterious act. Ahem. Then he grinned from ear to ear. He announced smugly, to be honest with you all, the owner of this project is my high school classmate. Hearing this, a certain Zhu Wen frowned. Often, he silently watched that guy sneer disdainfully. However, Zhao Zhanhong is just a poor, uneducated country bumpkin. I just offered him 500,000 for surgery fees, and he already agreed. At this point, Xianfu burst out. In a mocking tone, his sister's illness is actually in its final stage. Taking that much money is useless. I, Chun Xianfu, am not stupid enough to lend him 500,000. Just then, the door to the room burst open. As soon as Xiaofan walked in, he coldly called out his name. Chun Xianfu, I need to talk to you. The small-time suppliers were still busy flattering him. Young Master Chen is right. Lu Yai saw his simple clothes, frowned, and waved his hand to shoo him away. This waiter, are you blind? Can't you see the big bosses are discussing business? Get lost now. Zhang Ji chimed in, shouting, I'm talking to you. You hear me? Get lost. If you don't get lost, they'll report you. Xianfu walked over enthusiastically to greet him. Yo, isn't this Li Xiaofan? You got here quick. He put his arm around the other's shoulder as if they were close. Everyone, let me now formally introduce my high school classmate, Li Xiaofan. Then he began to ramble on. Let's talk about our high school days. As you all know, my current girlfriend, Lanji, was the school belle back then. Li Xiaofan, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, wrote a love letter to my girlfriend. I still remember the first few lines. He lied without blinking and acted it out as if it were true. My dearest Lanji, you are the white swan in my heart. Please let me be the toad at your feet. At this point, he clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. How ridiculous. Then my girlfriend read it aloud in front of the whole class. The others also chimed in noisily. The mocking laughter echoed endlessly. You can tell this kid is a country bumpkin just by looking at him. How can he compare to Miss Lanji? How dare he fight over a woman with young Master Chun? He must have a death wish. You should take a good hard look at yourself. Daydreaming. No wonder you'll be poor your whole life. After gloating for a while, Xianfu waved his hand, pretending to be magnanimous. I don't need to say what happened next, everyone knows. I am a man of etiquette. I won't stoop to the level of this country bumpkin. Besides, when pursuing a beautiful woman, we must rely on our own charm. Zhang immediately clasped his hands in admiration. Young Master Chun is so eloquent. Wang immediately chimed in. Young Master Chen's vision is as vast as the ocean. The others also chimed in one by one to flatter him. Young Master Chun is truly a hero among men. If it were me, I couldn't have done it. Young Master Chen wins without even fighting. Impressive. Impressive. Finally, Xianfu didn't forget to add a final jab. Everyone, I've finished speaking. This country bumpkin is now just a brick hauler. Right at the construction site on 10,000 Flowers Lane. As if suddenly remembering, he turned and patted his friend on the shoulder. By the way, Li Xiaofan, why did you come here? I guess you didn't earn enough from hauling bricks. So you came here to moonlight as a waiter, right? Still playing the role of a good friend. He shook his head with a look of regret. It's not that I'm lecturing you, Li Xiaofan. You're just too pathetic. Besides hauling bricks, what else can you do? Why don't you just come work for me? 10,000 a month. The job is much better than what you're doing now. Why didn't you listen? I was just trying to help you out of goodwill. The group of material suppliers really knew how to read the room. They immediately expressed their indignation. Young Master Chun, you have been more than righteous. It's because he's like mud that can't be plastered onto a wall. That's right, young Master Chun. You don't need to get upset over him. He's so pathetic. Zhang picked up a wine bottle, looking aggressive as if he was about to start a fight. So you're disrespecting me now. I must teach you a lesson today. Xianfu was still diligently playing his part. He hurriedly stopped the other guy's murderous intent. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Why bother arguing with him? Everyone sitting there praised him endlessly. Young Master Chun is so classy. I'm truly impressed. That's right. He was clearly the one who tried to steal young Master Chun's girl first. And yet, young Master Chun is still so humble. Young Master Chun is nothing like him. Even after becoming successful, he hasn't forgotten his brothers. He's still trying to lend him a helping hand. Someone even pointed a finger at Xiaofan and spoke harshly. But he doesn't know what's good for him. Damn it. Suddenly, a voice that went against the majority rang out, interrupting everyone. Young Master Chun, everyone sitting here. You've all gone a bit too far. Zhu Wen stood up to face everyone. If young Master Chun truly wanted to help his friend, why would he need to humiliate him in front of everyone? Is it really that amusing to mock others like this? Then he looked at the two who had been laughing the loudest. Boss Zhang, Boss Wang. I remember when you two first started your careers. You also started by hauling bags of cement, delivering food and such. Although he was a bit scared, he still spoke his mind. Humph. Now that your lives are better, you start looking down on others. Don't forget, you were once poor too. Perhaps back then, you were even worse off than this brother here. It was as if Liu Yi had been hit where it hurts. He cursed loudly. You, surnamed Zhu. What right do you have to lecture young Master Chun? Who the hell do you think you are? In front of young Master Chun. It's not your place to speak. Zhang also became angry out of embarrassment. He aggressively shoved him. Kid, are you looking for a beating? Do you still want the 10,000 Flowers Lane project? Young Master Chun is now the one in charge of this project. Kneel down now. Apologize to young Master Chun. But he didn't back down at all. He forcefully pushed the guy's hand away. His voice was firm. He declared fiercely, I, Zhu Wan, no matter how poor I am, will never stand with scoundrels like you. Everything that had just happened was seen by Xiaofan. He nodded slightly in appreciation. In today's society, there aren't many people with such integrity anymore. Seeing someone dare to challenge him, Xianfu's face turned purple with rage. He slammed his hand on the table. Zhou Wan, very well. Since you've said so, from today onwards, don't even think about getting involved in the Myriad Flower Alley project anymore. Now, get lost for me. Just then, Zhan Hong walked in from outside. He coldly called out the name, Chen Xinfu. Then he announced loudly, from now on, you are not to interfere with the Myriad Flower Alley project anymore. Xinfu was still clueless. He arrogantly crossed his arms. Zhao Zhanhong, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't you want to cure your sister's illness anymore? At the mention of this, he became furious and cursed loudly. Shut your damned mouth. My sister is already cured. I don't need your hypocritical charity. Then he turned around. His voice immediately softened. Xiao Fei, come here. She came forward, smiled, and greeted. Brother Xiaofan. He nodded slightly in response. Seeing Zanhong's sister, Xianfu's face turned pale as he hurriedly took out his phone. This. Impossible. Impossible. He frantically checked his messages, finding it incredibly hard to believe. Just last night, you sent me a picture of your sister bedridden, looking like she was about to die. How is she already cured right before my eyes? Zhanhong directly exposed the other party's true colors. Chen Xinfu, you didn't expect this, did you? It was Li Xiaofan who cured my sister. He did it without asking for anything in return. Unlike a hypocritical opportunist like you. You shameless scoundrel. His voice grew harsher. You used my sister's illness to threaten me, in exchange for the supply rights to Myriad Flower Alley. And yet you have the nerve to mock others. Back when we were in school, Li Xiaofan just wrote a letter to Lin Longji. And you called a group of thugs to beat Li Xiaofan until he was severely injured. Xianfu remained stubborn and unconvinced. He sneered contemptuously. So what? Zanhong's tone changed. He pointed at the person who had been silent all this time. Chen Xianfu, let me tell you now. Li Xiaofan is the real boss behind Myriad Flower Alley. Worth billions. Humph. You called him a brick mover. A plate carrier in a restaurant. He's worth tens of thousands of times more than you. Now, he finally realized. His face was drained of all color. What? Zhan Hong took the opportunity to curse him. Compared to Li Xiaofan, you're just a pile of shit. And you still want to make money from this project? Dream on. Then he looked at the group of supplier representatives. He spoke with contempt. And you despicable sycophants who bend with the wind. You were planning to suck up to Chen Xianfu to get a piece of the pie, right? The real boss is Li Xiaofan. You people are blind. You've worshipped the wrong god. The group that had been laughing and mocking just moments ago now had ashen faces. Cold sweat poured down like rain. How could this be? This kid is the mysterious boss of Myriad Flower Alley. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to mock him even if it killed me. Xianfu angrily clenched his fists, unwilling to believe it. Zhao Zhanhong, what kind of joke are you playing? How could Li Zifan be the boss behind Myriad Flower Alley? Under everyone's gaze. He firmly asserted. Impossible. The Myriad Flower Alley project was clearly purchased under the Chu family's name. What does it have to do with him? Liu Yi seemed to be swayed by these words. He shot up from his seat, agitated. Now that young Master Chen says it, I remember. Myriad Flower Alley was personally registered by the Chu family. Hearing this, Chao Min also hurriedly chimed in. Damn it, we were almost tricked by him. Xianfu pointed with a confident expression. What boss of Myriad Flower Alley? Why doesn't Li Xiaofan just go ahead and call himself the teenage prodigy Li Taixian? Suddenly, the door to the room opened. A pair of slender legs stepped inside. I don't know if Li Xiaofan is Li Taixian or not. But Pei Er appeared with a commanding presence. She pushed the door open with one hand and said loudly. But he is the boss of Myriad Flower Alley. Everyone in the room shot up from their seats. Confused murmurs arose. The great young miss of the Ouyang family. Why is the great young miss of the Ouyang family here? She linked her arm with Xiaofan's. A look of disdain was clear on her face. You bunch of fools. You ignored the owner of 10,000 Flowers Alley and went to suck up to that cripple Chen Xianfu. Truly, you threw away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. So foolish, yet you think you're so clever. Buyer leaned closer to him. Her eyes softened as she continued to speak. Besides, there's something you all don't know. Why the Chu family had to buy 10,000 Flowers Alley for Li Xiaofan. Before their astonished gazes, she kindly revealed. It's because Li Xiaofan is old Master Chu's great benefactor, and also the teacher of the great young miss of the Chu family, Chu Xuelian. Lanzi's face turned pale. Her mouth hung open, but she couldn't say a word. She couldn't help but feel disbelief in her heart. How could this be? So Li Xiaofan is really the owner of 10,000 Flowers Alley, and he's also the great benefactor of the Chu family. Buyer looked into his eyes. Her face slightly flushed. She said softly, Xiaofan, we haven't seen each other in a while. Are you busy? I was just discussing business upstairs. I heard a commotion and came down to see. I didn't expect to see you here. Wait for me here. We can have a meal together later. Suddenly, Xiaofan pointed straight ahead. Except for old man Zhuwan. The atmosphere in the room grew tense with every word he spoke. Those who sucked up to him can forget about cooperating on the 10,000 Flowers Alley project. Especially you, Chen Xianfu. Don't even think about getting a single penny from this project. Xiaofan's eyes turned cold. His voice also deepened. Today, I must settle our old debts. He waved his hand towards the door, signaling. All right. All of you get out. Zhuwan couldn't help but feel worried. Mr. Li, thank you. The Zhu family's company isn't as powerful as the other bosses. I was just here to fill a seat today. I never expected to be chosen by you. He faced Xiaofan and bowed a full 90 degrees. His eyes were closed, clearly showing his loyalty. In the future, if you need anything, just give the word. I, Zhuwan, will definitely not refuse. Xianfu was trembling with anger. His hand tightened around the red wine glass. Bastard. Then he threw the glass straight to the ground. Shards of glass flew everywhere. Li Xiaofan. I'm telling you right now, if you don't cooperate with me, if you don't give me this project, he clenched his hands into fists and threatened through gritted teeth. Then let's see who dares to supply you with materials. Without materials, the 10,000 Flowers Alley project will forever be a ruin. Xiaofan's expression didn't change as he walked towards the table. He casually picked up a pair of chopsticks amidst Xianfus' arrogant speech. Don't think that just because you have young Miss Ouyang backing you, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, don't you dare touch me. He'll kill you in an instant. He frowned. With one hand, he flung the chopsticks towards the other party. Too noisy. The two chopsticks flew like lightning straight towards Xianfus' chin. Before everyone's horrified eyes, a force so strong sent him flying backward, slamming him against the wall. Then, by inertia, he fell and smashed his face into a bowl of hot soup on the table. So hot. The sight of the fat man lying on the table, covered in food and broken pieces, terrified everyone in the room. A few stammers were heard. What? This power. A strong hand grabbed Xianfus' hair and lifted him up. His fat, swollen face was covered in soup. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he groaned in pain. Xiaofan coldly slammed his head with each word he spoke. Chen Xinfu. Back in school, you broke 2 of Zhao Zanhong's ribs. He was bedridden for 2 months. Xinfu couldn't believe it and screamed in fear. Then he mercilessly threw the filthy man aside. Today, they'll break both of your dog legs, so you can never get out of bed for the rest of your life. His head hit the ground hard as he screamed. Having said that, he stomped hard on Xianfus' left leg. Then, he kicked straight into the middle of his right leg. The pain shooting up from his lower body made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. It hurt so much. Li Xiaofan, you dare to hit me? Unexpectedly, this guy still showed no remorse. His face turned fierce as he pulled out his phone. Very well. If you've got the guts, don't leave. Just wait. I'm making a call. Hearing this, Xiaofan sat down on a nearby chair. He replied softly. He propped his crossed legs up on the table. His expression was not fearful. On the contrary, it was rather leisurely. So we'll just sit here and see who you call over. At this moment, Zhan Hong called out timidly from behind a wall. Xiaofan. He walked closer. Worry was clearly written on his face. The person behind Chen Xianfu is no simple character. He has a reputation in the underworld. I'm afraid. Before his friend could finish, he waved his hand resolutely. Zhan Hong. It's fine. With a confident attitude. With every word Xiaofan spoke, the image of Taixian faintly appeared. Today, even if the heavenly king himself comes, he won't be able to save him. Zhan Hong was frightened by his words. What? He couldn't believe what was happening. He rubbed his eyes and thought to himself. Xiaofan has changed so much. I haven't had time to get used to it. Fear ran through his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Is this still the weak and timidly Xiaofan from the past? I wonder what he has been through all these years. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out, shattering the previous atmosphere. Following that, many people rushed in. Thump. A G, with a resounding voice, led a group of menacing underlings. Young Master Chun. Which blind bastard is it? Does he have a death wish? Watch me knock his teeth all over the floor. Looking at the men outside the door, Xianfu couldn't help but feel smug. His whole body trembling, he knelt and leaned against the table. Li Xiaofan. You're dead for sure. Brother Ji has hundreds of subordinates. He'll make sure you die without a burial place. Before Xianfus' delighted face, a Ji, with one hand in a cast, and a club in the other, walked in. He looked around with a bewildered expression. When he clearly saw that the person sitting before him was Xiaofan, his eyes widened in shock. He was terrified to his core. Li Xiaofan. A Ji immediately spun around to leave. His mind was trembling incessantly. Damn it! Why did I run into Li Xiaofan? With an ugly expression, he yelled at his underlings. Get out of the way. Hearing this, a scar-faced underling standing nearby couldn't help but ask, Brother Ji, aren't we here to cut someone up? Why are we leaving like this? His brows furrowed. He threw a punch straight into the man's face and yelled, Cut what? Let's go now? You weren't with me yesterday, so you don't know Mr. Li. This is a big shot that even Brother Ba wouldn't dare to offend. Xianfu, with a joyful expression, was helped up by Lan Qi. Both his legs were broken, so he could only hop forward. Brother G, you're finally here. As if he had found his savior, he joyfully raised his hand and called out, I'm here. Hey, over here. A G heard the call and cursed inwardly. What are you calling for? How could I be so unlucky to run into this bastard? He's trying to get me killed. Thinking the other person didn't hear him, Xianfu asked again, looking pathetically hopeful. Why are you leaving? I called you here to cut someone up. Still in his posture with his leg on the table, Xiaofan leisurely watched the entertaining show. A G, someone's calling for you. Where are you running off to? Suddenly, he commanded in a loud voice. Get back here. He was startled by Xiaofan's shout. The whole group was so scared they didn't dare to move. They slowly looked back. Their faces couldn't hide their terror. He clasped his hands and spoke flatteringly. Mr. Li, you're here too? What a coincidence. Great. A J's whole demeanor turned gloomy. He was cursing incessantly in his heart. Xianfu, that bastard. He dares to drag me down with him. In contrast, Xianfu didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He pointed and shouted, Brother G, this brat dared to break my legs. With a radiant, victorious expression, he gestured with his hands. If you beat him to death now, he'll give you 10 million, 20 million. Zhang Ji saw the situation turn around. He gleefully cracked his knuckles and spoke up. You stinking brat. You're so good at fighting, aren't you? Brother G has hundreds of subordinates. I'd like to see how well you can fight now. Lu Yi also took the opportunity to press on. With a contemptuous look, he continued. I didn't expect this. Brother G is here. Li Xiaofan. Today I want to see you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Suddenly, the sound of many more footsteps echoed from outside. A group of people quickly entered. A waiter reminded them timidly. This room. You can't have so many people in one room. Under everyone's gaze, several imposing, veteran figures of the underworld appeared. A voice echoed, calling out their names. The boss, Brother Kong from the East District. Master Baozi from the Winding District. And also Big Sister, Sister Yin from the Business District. Lan Qi and the other woman, with smug looks on their faces, looked ahead. Chun Xianfu clenched his fists and smiled brightly. Excellent. So many bosses have come here to help me. He pointed directly at his enemy. Li Zifan. This time, you'll die without a burial place. It didn't stop there. Suddenly, a voice shouted an announcement. Brother Ba is here. Everyone in the room simultaneously moved aside to make way. They all shouted in unison. Greetings, Brother Ba. Greetings, Brother Ba. Chen Xianfu was so happy he could fly. His eyes widened as he looked at the newcomer, thinking, I can't believe it. My business has even alarmed a big shot like Brother Ba. He couldn't hide the joyous expression on his face. His heart sang with excitement. Humph. Li Zifan, just you watch. Even Brother Ba has come. What else can you say now? A lowly person like you deserves to be trampled under my feet. The underlings, meeting such a high-caliber figure for the first time, couldn't help but be afraid. They shouted their greetings. Greetings, Brother Ba. Greetings, Brother Ba. Watching the scene before him, he was overjoyed. Even Brother Ba is showing up for young Master Chen. So what if you have Ouyang Bei backing you up? Lu Yi saw this and patted his chest, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I didn't expect so many big shots to show up. I can rest easy today. We can definitely take care of Li Xiaofan. On this side, Chen Xianfu seemed to ignore a JIS ugly expression. He continued to raise his hand and make an offer. A G. Cripple him now. 20 million. Kill him, and he'll give you 20 million. Suddenly, he slapped that scoundrel across the face and yelled, 20 million my ass. As he spoke, he kicked him to the ground. Stop your damn shouting. You dare to offend Mr. Li. Then he stomped on Chun Xianfu's arm, breaking it. Despite the other's attempts to dodge. You want to die? But I don't. He stopped his actions. A G immediately turned and adopted a fawning attitude. Facing Xiaofan, he explained tremblingly. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. This is all just a misunderstanding. He was so scared that sweat poured down like a stream. In his heart, he prayed not to be held accountable. If I displease Mr. Li, he could kill me in an instant. Xiaofan's face turned grim. His sharp, cold eyes glanced sideways. A misunderstanding? From behind, hurried footsteps approached as someone called out his name. A G. That hand was gripping a teacup full of water. It was thrown with great force straight at his head, making it swell and turn red. Li Ba, with a fierce expression, shouted loudly. Last time it was a misunderstanding. This time it's also a misunderstanding? Suppressing the pain, he turned and bowed respectfully. Yes, yes. Brother Ba is right to teach me a lesson. Li Ba glanced at Chen Xianfu on the ground and warned him in a raised voice. You dare cause trouble for Mr. Li? That's the same as causing trouble for me, Li Ba. Chen Xianfu, I think you're tired of living, aren't you? De Kong couldn't help but frown in annoyance. That's right. A bunch of ants daring to act arrogantly in front of Mr. Li. Let's give that fatso a good beating. The master standing nearby didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Humph. It's like lighting a lamp in a latrine. You're just looking for trouble. Seeing this, an underling from behind quickly chimed in. If Mr. Li gets angry, all of Chu province will tremble. Chen Xianfu lay on the ground, his face pale, listening to everyone talk. He couldn't help but be shocked. How can this be? What kind of background does Li Zifen have? A whole group of underworld big shots are all on his side. Lan Shi, seeing the situation was not good, quietly distanced herself from him. A hint of regret appeared on her face. If I had known Li Xiaofan was so outstanding, I shouldn't have rejected him back in high school. Suddenly, Zifen pushed his chair back and stood up. Ji, seeing this, tactfully moved aside. He raised his voice. Chen Xianfu. Then he walked closer to him and declared. Today, in front of everyone. His face exuded coldness as he lifted one leg. I will cripple you. Looking at the sole of the shoe coming towards him, Chen Xianfu could only utter a single sound. At this moment, sweat mixed with his tears. But he still spoke defiantly. Li Xiaofan, you dare. My brother is. Without waiting for the other to finish his sentence, Xiaofan stomped hard on him. Divine power shot straight down, shattering the floor. One could only hear the fat man's scream ringing out. Chen Xianfu's whole body trembled violently. His face was disfigured, but his attitude was still unrepentant. My brother will avenge me. You just wait. That damn kick sent him falling from the upper floor to the one below with a heavy thud. Xianfu fell into a coma. Then, Xianfu lay motionless on a stretcher, wailing in pain. Xiaofan watched as the two doctors pushed him away. Be careful. Lanji rushed over from out of nowhere. Xiaofan. I was wrong before. She gently tucked her hair back. Looking at him with a shy and gentle expression, she spoke. I heard that you broke up with your girlfriend. Do you think we should start over? Xiaofan didn't give that woman any face. He turned his back in annoyance. She was startled by his attitude. Her face turned pale and unsightly. Lanji was full of contempt, but absolutely did not dare to say it out loud. In her heart, she silently cursed. Li Zifen, what's so great about you? Who do you think you are? In a big city like Chu province, could you find someone better than me? Only after he had walked far away did she dare to whisper. Humph. An arrogant, conceited person like you who looks down on others will never find a girlfriend in your entire life. As if suddenly realizing someone was there, Lanji turned her head and immediately changed her attitude. She put on a bright and cheerful smile. Young Miss Ouyang. Boinhai paid her no mind. She swung her hand and slapped the other woman right across the face. Who do you think you are to talk about Xiaofan like that? The woman was slapped so suddenly she couldn't react. She could only let out a cry. She pointed straight at her face and said scornfully, Humph, clinging to rich men. A woman like you is capable of any despicable act. Trash. The bosses who were coming out from inside happened to witness this scene, their mouths agape in unison. Young Miss Ouyang Boinhai is so domineering. Suddenly, their expressions changed from surprise to infatuation. It was as if they had found their ideal woman in their hearts. However, I like this style. After dealing with Lanji, she quickly ran after him. Xiaofan, this time, you've offended the Chen family. Chen Xianfu's brother is Chen Xianli. He slowed down. Listening to Boinhai talk about that person, Chen Xianli has had extraordinary talent since he was a child. A prodigious martial arts genius. At a young age, he defeated numerous martial arts prodigies. It's said that he has been wandering abroad to study martial arts for the past few years, and has taken an overseas expert as his master. After she finished speaking, Xiaofan waved his hand, indicating it wasn't worth worrying about. No need to worry. I don't even care about the Xingyi sect. Chun Xianli alone is not worth my concern. Suddenly, Boinhai stepped closer. She hugged his arm tightly and said cheerfully, "Oh right, Xiaofan. You haven't eaten all day? Can I treat you to a meal?" However, the response was a blunt refusal. "I have something to do. Maybe next time." Even so, she didn't let go. She held his arm even tighter, whining coquettishly. "I want to go now." This scene before them made the crowd of onlookers who had been watching show their anger openly. Their mouths hung open, but they didn't dare say much and could only be secretly jealous. Damn it, I'm so envious of him. He's truly blessed but doesn't know how to appreciate it. I also want to have dinner with young Miss Ouyang. At night, the sky was cloudless with a few twinkling stars. Xianfu, wrapped entirely in white bandages, lay on a hospital bed. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred. "Li Xiaofan, I want you to die?" Looking at the person sitting next to him, he pleaded. "You must avenge me. Kill Li Xiaofan." That person gripped the armrest so tightly that his whole body trembled. The muscular Xianli shot to his feet. Clenching his hands into fists, he raised his voice in anger. "Li Xiaofan, you dare to touch my brother. This debt I will repay 100,000 times over." His eyes were bloodshot, and his body seemed to radiate killing intent as he vowed. "I will make you wish you were dead." Xiaofan and Lian Yu were walking to the construction site. Their steps were slow. No one spoke. Just then, a phone suddenly rang. He stopped and took out his phone to answer the call. On the other end of the line was the familiar voice of Huang Sha. "Li Xiaofan, last time, after the performance ended, I was busy with work, so I left in a hurry without saying goodbye to you." Looking at the snow-white scenery outside, she continued softly, "I will be coming to Chu province in the next few days." I don't know if it was because of the cold weather, or her next words that made her face flush slightly red. "They'll treat you to a meal then." Speaking of which, Huang Sha hesitated. "Last time? Didn't you save me last time? I still haven't had a chance to thank you." The scene of Xiaofan holding her amidst the chaos flashed in her mind. She sighed inwardly. Every time she recalled how she had mocked and ridiculed Li Xiaofan, she would feel guilty and regretful. Li Xiaofan is a bit thin, but he's as steady as a mountain. He can shelter me from the wind and rain, shielding me from all danger. As long as he's here, no one in this world can harm me. The other party's cold and decisive voice came from the other end. "Sorry, I'm busy." Beep, beep. Huang Sha looked at the screen angrily. "Li Xiaofan, how dare you hang up on me?" Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Along with it came an annoyed voice. "Huang Sha, what on earth are you doing?" Lu Mei irritably waved the script in her hand. "Do you know that to get the female lead role for this Hollywood movie, I've been negotiating with director Leon for half a year? You should be putting in more time and effort. Now that we've finally managed to start filming, you're just going to say you're not filming? How am I supposed to explain this to everyone?" Then she couldn't help but slam the script on the table. "Huang Sha, that's the famous Hollywood director, Leon." Then she went on, praising the director. "Every single movie he films, without exception, becomes a blockbuster. The box office revenue is always at the top of the charts. It has enough potential to be screened in theaters worldwide." Lu Mei's face darkened. She looked at her with extreme disappointment. Hundreds, even thousands of actors want to work with director Leon. Yet you reject such a precious opportunity. Tell me, what on earth did you come back for?" Huang Sha didn't seem to care much. A little impatiently, she picked up her bag and stood up. She replied in a casual tone, "Because I have something important to do. I had to come back to see someone." Then she turned to look at Lu Mei with sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks. "I think I'm completely captivated by him." These words left the assistant stunned. After hanging up, Xiaofan looked at the panoramic view of the large construction site, deep in thought. "It'll probably be done in a few months." Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from the distance. "Xiaofan, something happened at the construction site." He frowned and turned. "Zhanhong, what's wrong?" He panted and repeated, "Xiaofan." He paced back and forth as he spoke, looking like he was about to go mad. "The Manhwa Alley construction site's electricity and water have been cut, and even the sand supplier has cut off our supply." The bleak outlook made him panic. "Xiaofan, who on earth have we offended? Every day the construction site is halted. We lose millions. If this goes on, we'll go bankrupt." Zhanhong choked up and continued. "Also, Last night a group of thugs rushed into the construction site. They beat and injured the workers. And 2 people were even beaten to death. He anxiously clenched his fists. The construction site doesn't have any cameras. The police can't investigate. Now everyone has run off. This time, we're really done for. Zhanhong made a suggestion. Xiaofan, if it comes to it, let's go find old Master Chu. Maybe he'll have a solution. He shook his head and replied, I know who did this. You don't need to worry. I will handle this. Suddenly, a red streak flashed by. His sharp eyes noticed the object heading toward him was a card. Xiaofan instinctively stepped forward, shielding Zhanhong. This made him cry out in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, he had already swiftly caught that golden card. Looking up, he saw a masked person standing on the rooftop across from them. He called out and asked, Are you one of Chen Xianfus' men? The other party didn't answer. He simply announced, 8 o'clock tonight. The Chen family estate. Young Master Chen invites you to a Hongmin banquet, Mr. Li. Do you dare to come? Xiaofan's face darkened as he accepted the invitation. Tell him, I will definitely be there tonight. That man's attitude angered Li Yinyu. But she kept her composure and asked, Master. He's too arrogant. Do you need me to go up and twist his head off? He stopped her and explained, No need. That would only alert the enemy. If they dare to invite me, I dare to show up. Li Xiaofan clenched the invitation in his hand. He continued with amusement. Then we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. And eliminate any future trouble. That afternoon, at the bustling airport, Huangsha received a call just as she got off the plane. Hello? Have you found out Li Xiaofan's whereabouts? The person on the other end of the line reported. Tonight at 8, Li Xiaofan will attend a banquet at the Chun family's residence. I heard that Chen Xianli has also invited a big shot this time. She watched a plane take off and replied, I understand. After hanging up, she thought excitedly to herself, Li Xiaofan, just you wait. Outside the luxurious Chun family mansion, a high-end car was driving into the garage. The banquet was about to begin. The attendees were chatting lively. They're all big shots here. That's right. I heard that Chu Prefecture's #1 young master, Lei Yuntian, is also coming. I don't know if it's true or not. Lan Shi radiantly pushed Xianfus' wheelchair around the main hall. In a fawning voice, she said, Brother Fu, I heard your big brother, Chun Xianlu, took an overseas expert as his master to learn martial arts. He's returned this time to avenge you. His battered appearance hadn't diminished his arrogance. Of course, my big brother is a martial arts practitioner. The reason I was discharged from the hospital so quickly after my injury was thanks to a spirit pill from my big brother. Remembering the past incident, his voice suddenly turned sinister. Moreover, my big brother also invited the #1 soldier king of the Azure Dragon Special Forces, Lei Yuntian. Li Xiaofan can just wait to die. Lan Shi asked in disbelief, Brother Fu, you're talking about Lei Yuntian? Is it the #1 young master Lei Yuntian? I heard young Master Lei apprenticed under the martial arts grandmaster, Kuelong Tianjin. His skills are unmatched in Chu Prefecture. The rumors circulating about him made her reverent. Back then, he suppressed all the other young masters in Chu Prefecture. None of them could stand up to him. Even Lei Xiefeng, Song Zhong, and Yang Xiaoquan can only call themselves his little brothers in front of Lei Yuntian. Xianfu clenched his fists angrily and replied, That's right. It's him. Only someone like my big brother could invite him. Just wait and see how he tortures Li Xiaofan to death later. Xianli suddenly struck up a conversation with the person opposite him. Young Master Lei, I didn't expect you to come. He started to flatter him. Li Xiaofan is just a mere ant. But now that you are here to preside over things, what can a mere Li Xiaofan do? No matter how much he struggles, he won't escape young Master Lei's grasp. The recent rumors made Yuntian size him up. Li Xiaofan. I've heard this name more than once recently. I heard Chief Su Rong recommended him to be the head instructor of the Azure Dragon Special Forces. That proves he has some ability. But he was more confident in himself. But does he think that by defeating trash like Li Shizhen, he can be considered invincible in Chu Prefecture? How ridiculous. There was another hidden reason in his heart. Furthermore, even Chu Lianxue seems to admire him. Who in Chu Prefecture doesn't know that Chu Lianxue belongs to me, Lei Yuntian? He dares to touch Chu Xuelian, not knowing his own limits. He's truly courting death. Xianli sneered in agreement. Humph. I think he's probably chickened out by now. He wouldn't dare to come to the banquet. Otherwise, they'll make sure he comes but never leaves. Just then, the man they were talking about suddenly kicked the door open and stormed in. His terrifying strength sent the two guards flying. Xiaofan walked in with complete confidence. He exuded an oppressive power that terrified others. Who's that? Lan Shi asked with feigned concern. Li Xiaofan. Why did you come here alone? Where's the great beauty, Ouyang, who was with you? Then she sneered mockingly. Humph. You must have gotten dumped, right? I already told you. You're just a country bumpkin. She was just playing with you and then tossed you aside. How could she possibly be interested in you? As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of slender legs stepped out of a luxury car. Oh, who says he was dumped? The charismatic Huang Sha walked in like a model on a runway. Xiaofan. I flew all the way here from the other side of the Atlantic just to see you. This appearance stunned Lan Qi. This is Murong Huangsha. Two young women at the party became shy and embarrassed. Why is a huge superstar here? Could it be because of Li Xiaofan? Huangsha walked over and tugged at his sleeve, proactively making amends. Last time was my fault. You're not mad at me, are you? He didn't care. He coldly asked a question that confused her. I came here to kill people. Why did you follow me? This scene made the envious fans say, this guy is pretending again. The great A-list superstar Murong Huangsha flew all the way here just to see him. He doesn't even bother to look at her. If it were me, I would probably faint from happiness. I'm obviously more handsome than him, and richer than him. Why does the big superstar like him, and act so intimate? Seeing this, Chen Xianfu was furious and resentful. Whether it's Ouyang Painey or Murong Huangsha, they are both great beauties. On what basis do all the beautiful women flock around him? Where exactly am I inferior to him? Lanji pushed the wheelchair in front of him. Humph. Li Xiaofan. You talk about killing people. Is your brain flooded with water? Everyone here is a person of status. How dare you spout nonsense here? Chen Xianfu pointed at Xiaofan mockingly. Trash. If I were you, I would have already packed up and gone back to the countryside to grow vegetables. Why stay here and be a disgrace? He showed no emotion. He directly gave him a slap. You ant. How dare you prance around in front of me? I'm going to kill you. Xianli, who was standing upstairs, was enraged seeing his brother get hit. Li Xiaofan. Very good. You dare hit someone at my place. Chen Xianfu started to play the victim. My neck. He held a glass of wine in his hand. He threatened, word by word. Today, you must stay here. Chen Xianfu, who was already bruised, received another slap. He could only sit restlessly in his wheelchair, cursing. Humph. Li Zifan. No matter how powerful you are no match for my brother. Lanji, seeing the situation was in her favor, pushed her advantage. She mocked arrogantly. Li Xiaofan. Now you've brought disaster upon yourself. You deserve it. The surrounding guests, eager for gossip, wouldn't miss such a fun event. Didn't you like to act tough? Why don't you act tough in front of young Master Chen now? Someone even got curious. He dared to hit someone in front of young Master Chen. I have to see if he can withstand young Master Chen's anger. However, Zifan just ignored those nonsense words and looked up. Cutting off the electricity and water at my construction site and beating a worker to death, that was your doing, wasn't it? Chen Xianli paid no mind to the accusation. He admitted arrogantly. That's right. I did it. If you've got the guts, come and bite me. Haha. Thinking of Xianfu's miserable state just now, his entire face suddenly darkened. Li Xiaofan. You dared to hit my brother and ruin his life. Everything I did was just to get back some interest from my little brother. How could such a selfish reason compare to the innocent workers? Thus, he angrily raised his hand, gathering power. You dare to talk to me like that? Get down here for me. Even though the attack had been launched, Chen Xianli remained disdainful and blurted out. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so bold. It wasn't until that blue energy got close that he realized it and was stunned. The move, in the shape of a giant hand that Xiaofan released, quickly crushed its target. The moment the invisible force moved, he began to scream in panic. Let me go? You bastard. However, that fear was completely useless as he just needed to wave his hand to successfully pull him down and shout back. Shut up. Xianli gritted his teeth, unable to accept it. Uh-huh. Damn it. That last attack truly pushed his limits, so he hurriedly circulated his power, hoping to retaliate. Petty tricks. Even at this moment, his arrogance made him careless. He dared to summon a dagger and prepare to attack. Li Xiaofan, go to hell for me. His whole body had already lunged close to him. However, how could he expect Lian Yu to suddenly jump out and block the attack? Master, you don't need to act. Leave it to me. Just after appearing, she retaliated with a terrifying blow. Thud. Trash. He'll even give you a one-hand advantage. The unbalanced collision just now instantly sent Xianli flying all over the place. She didn't even give him any time to react, just chased after him and beat him to her heart's content. The onlookers could only gasp in shock. Am I dreaming? Another person exclaimed in disbelief. Chun Xianli has been a martial arts genius since childhood. He even has a reclusive master as his teacher. Yet he can't even beat the little lady next to Li Xiaofan. It wasn't just them. Even the person involved, pinned deep into the floor, was utterly astonished. Chun Xianfu, in his wheelchair, was even more bewildered. Impossible. Who is she? Even my brother is no match for her. Despite being beaten continuously, Chun Xianli still harbored the intention of avenging his brother, so he struggled to get up and said, Li Xiaofan, don't get complacent. He had always been convinced that you were nothing, which is why he dared to threaten you so brazenly. Wait until young Master Lei arrives, you're dead for sure. Just as he was crawling up, the necklace hidden in his shirt suddenly fell out. Not just Lian Yu, but even Xiaofan was extremely surprised to realize that it was Mystic Jade of Body Gathering. Because she knew what great benefits it brought, she immediately furrowed her brows and looked at it with longing. I can't believe I'm seeing the hidden profound jade magical treasure here. No wonder he was able to get up just now. Her crimson eyes suddenly blazed with endless desire. If I can obtain the hidden profound jade, my strength will surely rise to another level. However, with her current status, Lian Yu had some reservations. But this magical treasure, I wonder if Master wants it. He, who had been observing from the side, sharply caught that moment of hesitation. The hidden profound jade is indeed a treasure. But in my eyes, it's useless. Every word he uttered made her heart flutter with joy. However, there's a trace of demonic energy inside it. It will be useful for your demonic cultivation. It's yours. Xian Li, still trembling, was suddenly met with the sight of the person who had just defeated him bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master. 1 second she was docile and polite. The next she became extremely bloodthirsty and terrifying. From her eyes, mouth, claws, to her aura, everything showed just how much Lian Yu coveted that thing. Hand it over to me now. Before Xian Li could even react to what had just happened, his body was hit by a terrifying palm strike, forcing him to scream. Young Master Lei, save me. She didn't care who he was calling for. She just swiftly snatched the necklace he always wore. Give it to me. Just when it seemed to be over, Lian Yu wanted to settle the score for the trouble he caused Xiaofan. You dare oppose my master? You're courting death. At this moment, Xian Li truly had no strength or opportunity left to resist or defend himself. And yet, an unexpected variable insisted on appearing. When he jumped in from nowhere and used his fist to block her attack. That timely protection made him overjoyed and greatly relieved. Xian Li used him to retaliate against you. Young Master Lei has made his move, haha. Now, let alone Li Xiaofan. Even 10 or 100 of him would be crushed with ease. His confidence was not unfounded, because as soon as Yun Tian appeared, the stalemate between Lian Yu and him immediately changed. She was actually forced into a situation where she had to retreat. This person's fist technique is too domineering. Meanwhile, her opponent, unfazed, spoke with determination. The Chen family brothers invited me here. Since you dared to injure them, I must teach you a lesson. The reasoning Yun Tian presented was indeed convincing enough. He even relied on his muscles to seriously state his terms. Li Xiaofan, I won't make things difficult for you. Cut off one of your arms, apologize to the Chun family brothers, then get out of Chu Prefecture and never set foot here again. I will let you leave this place alive. As he uttered those words, he clearly thought he had the upper hand over Xiaofan, until the main door suddenly burst open with a call. Mr. Li, Tianzhong, accompanied by Xuelian, politely clasped his hands in greeting. I've been recuperating outside recently. As soon as I heard the Manhwa Lane project ran into trouble, I rushed back immediately. The appearance of Tianjing immediately made all the attending guests cautiously bow their heads in unison. Greetings, old Master Chu. Only after he walked past did they ask in hushed, astonished tones. What happened? To alarm a major figure like old Master Chu. The person next to them, however, was focused on something else. Look, Chu Xuelian is here too. I heard that the great young Miss Chu is smart and witty. Seeing her today, it's really true. Chu Xuelian must have heard that Lei Yuntian returned from the battlefield, so she came to see him. The friend from before then revealed the information had heard. That's right. You might not know this, but Lei Yuntian has liked Chu Xuelian since they were children. It's said that he returned to Chu Prefecture this time to marry the great young miss of the Chu family. Based on his attitude and thoughts alone, it was clear the rumor was well-founded. We haven't met in a year, and Xuelian has become even more beautiful. She definitely came to see me. For some reason, Yuntian had always believed that they belonged together. Xuelian, why are you here? Unfortunately, all dreams must end, as he witnessed her calmly ignoring him. Reality was even crueler the moment she respectfully clasped her hands and greeted Xiaofan. Disciple has arrived late. I hope Master will forgive me. The issue was, he calmly accepted it and replied to her as if it were a matter of course. It's fine. The spectacular turn of events became a bombshell that made everyone explode. What? The great young Miss Chu came to see him? How can this be? The girl standing nearby discussed it in astonishment. Xuelian is clearly cold to everyone. But towards Li Xiaofan, she's so gentle. Before Yuntian could digest everything, he heard the old man address him. Lei Yuntian, you dare to touch Mr. Li? Tianjing thought he needed to do something to help him, so he quickly requested, considering I watched you grow up, I will plead with Mr. Li to spare you. Hurry up and apologize. However, the arrogance he had cultivated for so long would not allow him to bow his head to Xiaofan. Old Chu, have you gone senile, old man? I call you old Master Chu out of respect. Without that respect, you're just an old man. The caution the Chu family used when dealing with Xiaofan was like a huge blow, making him feel much weaker. I don't dare to touch him. In all of Chu Prefecture, there's no one I dare not touch. Realizing it was difficult to persuade the other party, he helplessly revealed everything. You damn brat. I'm saving your life. Mr. Li is the renowned young grandmaster of Chu Prefecture, Li Taixian. Unfortunately, the old man's compassion couldn't get through to him one bit. Yuntian sneered and said, a young grandmaster? Him? Since when did the title of grandmaster become so cheap that any random cat or dog can claim it? After refuting the old man, he turned to him and sneered loudly. Does your Chu Prefecture have no one left? Calling a nameless brat a grandmaster. That's utterly laughable. Standing aside, Xuelian couldn't bear to see Xiaofan being pointed at and criticized. Lei Yuntian, what right do you have to speak to my master like that? You don't even have the right to speak in front of my master. Being defended by the woman he loved was like fuel to the fire, stoking the boiling rage in his heart. Yuntian, with a look of disbelief, immediately pointed his finger to assert his dominance. Xuelian, I can't believe you'd scold me for this kind of person. Everyone in Chu Prefecture knows that you are my woman. Faced with his arrogance and his presumptuous claims, she was instantly annoyed and spoke bluntly. Lei Yuntian, that's enough. There is nothing between us. You're clearly the one with unrequited feelings. Unexpectedly, her revealing words made him so furious that he slammed his fist into the floor with all his might. He then stood amidst the battlefield he had created and roared. Xuelian, I never thought you would waste all the affection I have for you because of him. The seething indignation in his heart quickly pushed Yuntian into an irreversible situation. Today, I will tear Li Xiaofan into 8 pieces. The man you care about is less than an ant in my hands. I will make it so he can't live, nor can he die. After all, having watched him grow up, Tianjing understood him better than anyone. He quickly spoke up worriedly. Mr. Li, be careful. Lei Yuntian has followed Long Tianxiong for many years of killing. His body is filled with a bloody, murderous aura that no one can match. This is why he could cause such a stir among the younger generation in Chu Prefecture. However, his threats were not enough to make him take a step back. It's fine. I want to see what kind of skills Long Tianqiang's disciple has. What must happen will happen, but he wanted to finish his unfinished business first. However, before that, those unfinished words seemed to signal that Xiaofan's punishment was about to conclude. Chen Xianli, you killed 2 workers from the 10,000 Flowers Alley and injured countless others. After listing his crimes, he declared this sentence. For such grave offenses, I cannot let you live. Xianli, who had been brutally beaten by Lian Yu, finally felt fear and cried out, trembling. Young Master Lei, save me. Hearing his desperate cry for help, Yin Tian immediately rushed forward to interfere once again. Li Zifan, do you dare to attack someone right in front of me? Perhaps he couldn't believe that the brat Xiaofan would dare to raise his hand so brazenly. So what if I kill him in front of you? Can you stop me? With a simple flick of his finger, a terrifying surge of power pierced straight through Xianli's forehead. That recent attack quickly made him realize he had fallen into the very pit he was trying to escape. Xianfu, who was used to acting with impunity, finally knew what terror felt like. Big brother. Meanwhile, Yin Tian was still gritting his teeth, clutching his trembling arm. He reluctantly had to admit one thing. His internal energy is too powerful. Even I couldn't block it. This sudden turn of events stunned the guests even more. How could this be? He was able to injure young Master Lei? The others began to realize the problem. Li Xiaofan's strength is that powerful? Even young Master Lei couldn't stop him. Huang Sha, who had been watching anxiously from the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiaofan, not bad. None of them expected that Yin Tian was secretly channeling energy into his fist. He wanted to take advantage of the moment Xiaofan turned his back to launch a counterattack, because you brought this upon yourself. The moment the opportunity appeared, he decisively poured everything into his fist and yelled, Die! It wasn't just his arm. He also utilized the explosive power of his legs to quickly close the distance with his opponent. His attack clearly carried the image of a dragon. The majestic roar mingled with his furious shout. Li Xiaofan. The onlookers immediately recognized the technique. This is the Ice Dragon Fist, they exclaimed in shock. As expected of Long Tianqiang's disciple, Lei Yuntian has learned such a powerful martial art. Sooner or later, he will surely become a grandmaster. Another person added in astonishment. The Ice Dragon Fist is the ultimate technique that Long Tianqiang comprehended and became famous with 10 years ago. In this hair-raising moment, when everyone thought he had the advantage, Xianfu also watched with eager anticipation. Li Xiaofan, you must die today. I will use your life as a sacrifice to my brother. Seeing him stand motionless, he grew even more confident. Li Xiaofan, go to hell. And so, the powerful Ice Dragon Fist struck straight at Xiaofan, who was standing in front. Based on how things were going, Yin Tian was certain he had succeeded and smirked smugly. Excellent. I don't believe he can block this fist. But was that really the case? When the shockwave dissipated and he could see clearly, he was stunned. What? Not only was Xiaofan unharmed, but he had blocked the attack with a single index finger. Such petty tricks. It seemed he was struck by this reality. How can this be? My fist can't even touch him. Yin Tian tried to push with more force, but could do nothing but grit his teeth in frustration. This fist of mine has 60% of my power, and he blocked it with just one finger. This unbelievably incredible sight instantly bewildered everyone. He blocked it with one finger? They truly found it hard to believe. He used just one finger to block young Master Lei's Ice Dragon Fist. Am I dreaming? However, how could that be enough for Xiaofan to let him off? The #1 young master of Chu Prefecture? It's just an empty title. The aura he emitted was enough to make Yuntian step back in fear, and he twisted the knife further with his words. Even if I give you a handicap of one hand, you're still no match for me. He couldn't accept that monstrous truth yet, but he still tried to save face. Li Zifan, you brought this upon yourself. I have never used this move since I mastered it. His eyes suddenly became unusually sharp. Being suppressed by someone else made Wentian start to act recklessly. Even my master said not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Along with a shadow, half Buddha and half demon, extreme pain appeared on his body. Despite bearing the pressure, it was horrifying. He still stubbornly gritted his teeth to save face. But today, following Wentian's command, His fists and feet immediately rushed towards where Xiaofan was standing. You must die. To everyone else, it might be terrifying and dangerous, but to him, it was nothing more than a cat scratch. Fragrance. He was so focused on the move that he couldn't notice his expression. Subduing Tiger Vajra fist. However, the continuous attacks were all blocked by Xiaofan. The breathtakingly intense battle suddenly reached a climax when Wenshin's fist abruptly stopped midair, along with his unwillingness to accept defeat. The evil god was waiting to erupt after his shout. Vajra, mighty warrior. Xiaofan had been patiently defending all this time just because he wanted to watch a good show. As expected, his opponent didn't disappoint him. To be able to cultivate the Vajra Dharma idol is quite interesting. However, every show must come to an end. The moment his interest faded, he decided to end it. Wentian could never have imagined that his opponent could block a move he had practiced for so long with just one hand. His belief for many years that he was a genius was casually shattered by Xiaofan. Impossible. Impossible. The energy he had was now greatly depleted, or to be blunt, it was beyond his endurance. But he still forced himself to speak clearly. Your strength is this powerful? You took so many of my punches without any injury. Although Xiaofan was at the Grandmaster level, he didn't hesitate to express his thoughts. Is this the move you spent so much effort learning? The aura isn't bad, but it's a pity. It's useless against me. Perhaps Wentian never expected to fail, so he certainly didn't anticipate him striking back. Now, it's my turn. Tianzhong, who had been watching nervously from the side, immediately seized the opportunity to intervene. Mr. Li, please show mercy. However, his words were too late as the counterattack had already closed in. Only then did he realize. This is bad. Xiaofan's stance was straight and steady, but the power from his punch was so immense that it shattered his opponent's defense. Wentian, taking the hit directly, was quickly sent flying into the wall by the move, coughing up blood. Xianfu stared at the cracked wall from the impact and stammered in fear. What? Besides him, the others were also filled with disbelief. Li Xiaofan, is he even human? Although he clearly knew he was in the wrong first, Tianjing still wanted to seize the chance to save him. Mr. Li, I've known Lei Wentian since he was a child. He's my friend's son. He doesn't have a bad character. Moreover, the matter of 10,000 Flowers Lane has nothing to do with him. Every single word he said was to beg for a way out for him. Now that the culprit Chen Xianli is dead, I hope you'll give this old man some face and spare him. He himself understood that their relationship wasn't strong enough, so he wagered on a name, hoping he would give face. Besides, he is a member of the Azure Dragon Assembly. In the future, when Mr. Li manages the Azure Dragon Assembly, there will be times when you need him. Fortunately, thanks to his sincerity and that wise move, he decided to let it go for now. For the old man's sake, he'll spare your life. Xiaofan knew full well how a person with Wenshin's character would feel. So he quietly looked down at him and asked, Lei Wentian, do you submit or not? As expected, his reaction wasn't surprising at all. Having been spared, he still tried to spit out each syllable. I do not submit. It seems he has his own limits and stubbornness. I, Lei Wentian, will bear the consequences of my own actions. I don't need anyone to beg for me. Seeing him kneeling there so stubbornly, he couldn't hold back and pointed a finger, cursing helplessly. You bastard. No matter what, he's still my friend's son. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and continue to shield him. Mr. Li, you don't need to pay attention to this rebellious brat. I will take him back and have his father discipline him strictly. He won't cause any more trouble. Outside, the sun was still shining peacefully. Tianjing followed him to the gate and spoke apologetically. Mr. Li, this matter was due to my lack of consideration, which caused so much trouble. He naturally understood what he had to do to make up for it. Therefore, he straightforwardly made a promise. I guarantee you, from tonight onwards, the Chun family will be erased from the powers in Chu Prefecture. I've already ordered the 10,000 Flowers Lane project to be quickly restarted. Once everything was settled, Xiaofan left the Chun residence and headed to the construction site to inspect the progress. Xiaofan, carrying the longing of all those years, went to see his father. Unexpectedly, the first thing he heard was the sound of an argument. Old Li, tell me, in what way is my Qing Shuang not good enough for your son? Those words were not the least bit kind. It made him suddenly fall silent. There. He's out there fooling around with some worthless woman. It's truly unbelievable. It turned out his father, Qing Shan, was carefully trying to appease Rixia, Qing Shuang's mother. Please don't be angry yet. I know Xiaofan. He's not that kind of person. The more he listened, the more he understood that he was being backed into a corner. I think there must be a misunderstanding here. When he gets here later, I'll ask him. Of course, she would seize this opportunity to extort him. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding is there? I never expected your precious son to abandon my daughter. How could he do such a thing? After beating around the bush, she finally got to the main point. I don't care about the details. Your family must compensate for my daughter's wasted youth. Otherwise, this matter won't be over. These demands left Changshan flustered. How could Xiaofan not see through such a blatant scheme? As expected, I guess that Wu Qing and her mother wouldn't let this go. Thinking of this, he began to feel annoyed. She deliberately called my father here from Cloud Province. She wants to extort money from me. But now wasn't the right time to fall out, so he had to suppress his anger. In my past life, this mother and daughter duo ruined my family. As Xiaofan pondered, he politely knocked gently on the door. Then I was discarded like trash by Wu Qing. It's truly hateful. Even as Qing opened the door, his train of thought continued. Then I was framed and imprisoned by Yang Xiaoquan. I still imagined a day when Wu Qing would have a change of heart. No matter how much time passed, Xiaofan could never forget that painful moment. But what awaited me upon my release from prison was my father's cold corpse. That night, a heavy snow fell, covering all the sins of this world. But for now, he needed to suppress it all. Li Zifan, you've got some nerve. You still have the face to show up here. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Speak. Why did you abandon my daughter? Unfortunately, he didn't pay her any mind at all. He just walked over and hugged Qingshan tightly. Dad. That sudden action surprised him. Xiaofan, what's wrong? He thought to himself. In my past life, father's death was a lifelong regret I could never make up for. The moment he rested his head on that warm shoulder, he became even more resolute. Now that I've been reincarnated, I've finally met my father again. In this life, I will protect my father with my own life. I won't let him suffer any injustice. In a corner no one could see, a boiling rage was waiting to burst forth. I must investigate the cause of my father's death. They'll make him pay it back 100, 1,000 times over. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Seeing his son clinging to him like a child, Qingshan patted him comfortingly. This kid. We haven't seen each other in just over a month, and you're already this emotional. However, he didn't know. Dad. For you, it has only been a year. For me, thousands of years have passed. After letting go, Xiaofan still smiled happily and looked at his father for a long time. In my past life, I cultivated to become the supreme Xian immortal. Since then, I never thought we, father and son, would meet again. Since my rebirth, this is the happiest day of my life. It's just that father has aged so much. His hair is flecked with gray. His shoulders are stooped and his back is hunched. Finally, Rixia couldn't stand it anymore and had to shout to end this unsightly scene. All right, are you two done yet? After regaining their attention, she pushed Qingshuang forward and made her demands. Li Zifan, since you're here, I'll say it. How are you going to compensate my daughter for her wasted youth? My daughter has been by your side for so many years. You have to make this clear. After thousands of years, Xiaofan was no longer the easily bullied young man he once was. In the past, twisting black and white, speaking nonsense. Truly shameless. He sighed inwardly. Even in the immortal realm, it was rare to find people as thick-skinned as Wu Qing and her mother. Seeing him brazenly talk back, Rixia immediately opened her mouth and fired a volley at the easier target. Xiaofan's father. Look, you raised such a sharp-tongued son. It's his fault, yet he dares to argue with me. Truly lawless and heaven-defying. Changshan was still unsure of what was going on. So he turned to ask him, All right, Xiaofan, stop arguing. What on earth is this all about? Once both sides were seated, Changshan calmly stated his point. My dear-in-law, from our perspective as parents, I still hope the two of them can be together. After all, they were close college friends with deep feelings for each other. However, for someone like Rixia, who wanted to be a money-making machine, this was unbearable, so she immediately raised her hand to refuse. Stop it. Don't call me that. I don't dare to accept it. Not only did she rant, but she also used her daughter to persuade him more easily. Your son is so successful now. He's surrounded by beautiful women. What was it? The CEO who's the #1 beauty of Chuzhou, a big superstar. And the young lady of the Chu family is also around him. She spoke as if her family was completely innocent. His eyes are already looking up at the sky. Would he still care for my Qingyang? Hearing such absurd and over-the-top flattery, how could he believe it? He quickly shook his head in rebuttal. That's impossible. If my son was that capable, I wouldn't have to sell our house in the county. He once again wanted to open a path for reconciliation between both sides. In-law, Xiaofan is still young. Give him a chance. He gave a reason. After all, the two of them started dating in college. It's been over 2 years. It would be a pity to break up over such a small matter. Am I right? Strangely, Rixia actually accepted the olive branch he extended. All right then, I'll give him a chance. He can continue dating my daughter. As expected, someone so greedy would never be content. She resolutely held up a finger and said, however, I have one condition. Chengshan, thinking she was finally giving in, happily agreed immediately. Please say it. This answer fit perfectly into her plan. Where he couldn't see, her lips curved into a smug smile. After taking a sip of tea, she leisurely glanced at him. Buy a house for my daughter. We can discuss this later. Xiaofan, who had been sitting quietly to the side, felt like this was becoming more and more of a farce. She's finally shown her true colors. She dares to set a trap for me. She knew Wu Qingshuang and I broke up long ago, but she's still holding a grudge and trying to trick my father. However, he still trusted his father's stance. But seeing is believing. Dad will definitely be furious. I have to let Dad see the true faces of this mother and daughter pair. So, he chuckled and started to lead the conversation. Buy a house? The entire Myriad Flowers Alley Villa complex is mine. I have to buy a house. Just that one casual sentence from him was enough to make the noble lady choke on her tea. If Dad likes, he can just pick one. Rixia coughed and patted her chest, looking completely incredulous. Li Zifan, are you daydreaming? Myriad Flowers Alley belongs to you? Do you mean you're the owner of Myriad Flowers Alley? Her reaction truly did not disappoint him. Xiaofan casually admitted, you're right. I am the owner of Myriad Flowers Alley. Qingshuang couldn't hold back anymore and arrogantly interjected, Li Xiaofan, I really didn't expect you to become like this. Lying through your teeth just to save face. Scorn wasn't enough. Rixia once again targeted his father. Mr. Li, you just arrived in Chu Prefecture, so you might not know. The Myriad Flowers Alley project was abandoned for many years. It's said to be haunted, and no one dared to live there. The more she spoke, the more she believed she was right. But now, for some reason, it's under construction again. Inside are high-end villas. I heard there are hundreds of them. The price must be in the tens of millions. She didn't realize her contempt was already completely exposed. Your son dares to claim he's the owner of Myriad Flowers Alley. He's really courting death. In Qingshan's heart, Xiaofan was still the ordinary son he used to be, so he quickly interrupted. Xiaofan, don't speak nonsense like this again, as if I don't know what you're capable of. He was convinced that it was already quite impressive for Xiaofan to afford a down payment on a house in Chu Prefecture through his own efforts. His worries and demands were not without reason. If he were that capable, it wouldn't have come to the point where before coming to Chu Prefecture, he still needed me to bring 200,000 to Wu Qingshuang's family as a betrothal gift. After that, the probing conversation continued until it was dark. As he walked with his father, he advised, Dad, tonight, I'll arrange a 5-star hotel for you. But Qingshan firmly refused such an extravagant act. And so, he just pointed to a motel. Why stay in a 5-star hotel? A single night is so expensive. I can just stay here. Not only did he refuse, but he also quietly advised him. Xiaofan, I haven't been in Chu Prefecture for long, and your salary isn't high. Don't be so extravagant. He could only nod obediently because he understood his father's personality. It's best to go along with his wishes. Just as Xiaofan was happily chatting with the father he hadn't seen in a long time, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. On the other end of the line, Zhan Hong happily reported, Xiaofan, there are some contracts that you need to sign personally. Come over here quickly. It was late at night, but work still needed to be done. He then spoke to his father. Dad, call me if you need anything. There are some contracts at Myriad Flowers Alley that need to be signed. I'm leaving now. Unexpectedly, Qingshan still couldn't believe his son was doing such big things. He even tapped him on the head. All right, Xiaofan. Still bluffing. This isn't Wu Qingshuang's house. You don't have to pretend anymore. If you're busy, then go. Don't mind me. After he finished teasing, he seriously reminded him. But I'm warning you, don't bluff like this again. You didn't have this bad habit before. I don't know who you learned it from. Xiaofan could only laugh, rub his head, and reply, Dad. There are many things that can't be explained in just a sentence or two. You'll understand later, Dad. Because we understand each other's personalities too well. So when he turned to leave, he carefully reminded his father. That's right, Dad. Don't let Wu Qingshuang and her mother trick you. Don't listen to them about buying a house. His father chuckled and assured him. Okay, Dad knows. Li Xiaofan probably never expected his father was still worrying about his marriage. What does this rotten kid understand? If you don't show some sincerity, the girl will never agree. In this world, what parent doesn't worry about their child? A new day arrived quickly. The ringing of the phone shattered the morning peace. Qingshan hurriedly picked up the phone. On the other end was Ri Xia's excited voice. Oldly, about what we discussed yesterday, buying a house for my daughter. You can't refuse. He chuckled and agreed. Of course. Today, they'll take Xiaofan to buy a house. They'll send you the address. After hanging up, he looked worriedly at the money he had with him. The more he looked, the more worried he became. This time, he had just sold his house and land back home, and borrowed money from relatives. He even put in his coffin money. He barely managed to scrape together 1 million. Holding the slip in his hand, he resolutely told himself, for my son's lifelong happiness, it's worth it. Early in the morning, Ri Xia eagerly went to the hotel address Qingshan had sent. She took one glance and sneered in disdain. Poor is still poor. Staying in a dump like this. And his son has the gall to call himself the owner of 10,000 Flowers Lane. Then, she casually confided in her daughter. Qingshuang, it's a good thing you didn't choose that brat. Otherwise, you would have suffered your whole life. From her personality to her behavior, she was an exact copy of her mother. Li Xiaofan let his father stay here? It's like a cheap motel. Only peasants would stay here. He's the teacher of the Chu family's young miss, after all. How could this be? Hearing this, Ri Xia sighed and shook her head in exasperation again. This situation seemed to validate Qingshuang's stance. Li Xiaofan, no matter how powerful your fists are, in the end, you're just a penniless nobody with no real ability. The owner of 10,000 Flowers Lane? Today, we're going to 10,000 Flowers Lane to buy a house. We'll see about that lie of yours. Let's see how long you can keep up the lie. When Qingshan arrived, she was busy looking at herself in the mirror. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Seeing him appear, she immediately seized the opportunity to make her demand. Oldly, today we're going to see the villas at 10,000 Flowers Lane. Yesterday your son said he was the owner. Tell him to set aside a villa for us. These words quickly scared the daylights out of Qingshan. He hastily tried to persuade her. My dear-in-law, that was just the boy talking. Don't mind him. I already scolded him when we got home yesterday. Next, he had to swallow his pride and reveal his financial situation. To be honest, we can't afford a villa. I heard one costs several tens of millions. Don't laugh at me, but I'm already old. And I've never even been inside a villa before. His timid manner and poor appearance made her mock him even more. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, Qingshan suggested. Otherwise, how about this? It's almost noon now. Let's go have lunch first, and then we can discuss it slowly. At the same time, he mentioned his son. He'll call Xiaofan and tell him to come over. Lunch is on me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone and called immediately. Xiaofan, where are you now? Are you free for lunch with Dad? Unfortunately, Li Xiaofan was truly busy at the moment, so he declined. Dad, I'm in a meeting with the directors at the 10,000 Flowers Lane Villa complex right now. I'm afraid it'll be a while before I can come over. His next words blared out from the phone. I'm the owner of 10,000 Flowers Lane now. There are still many things waiting for me to handle. Thinking his son was bluffing, he said embarrassedly, how embarrassing. Ri Xia just pouted with contempt. Still using such an old phone. The sound leakage is terrible. She even snatched the phone from Cheng Shan's hand to confront him. Li Xiaofan, you're still putting on a tough act and bluffing. Fine. We'll go to 10,000 Flowers Lane to buy a house right now. Let's see how you'll keep up the pretense when we get there. What will you use to back up your boasts? Seeing the mother and daughter determinedly linking arms to leave, he became even more flustered and panicked. King Shuang's mother, please wait. This is all a misunderstanding. It's just my useless son talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. However, how could the arrogance in Rixia's bones allow her to be convinced by him? Your son is always so full of boasts. This habit of bragging is in his blood. When we get to 10,000 Flowers Lane and he's exposed by everyone, how do you plan to end this? Where do you expect me to hide my old face then? In the sky, the cotton-like white clouds and warm sunshine heralded a favorable day. The group of parents had just arrived and were already surrounding the architectural model to listen to the staff's introduction. The 10,000 Flowers Lane Villa Complex is located on a prosperous street in Chu Prefecture. It's a project our boss invested several billion in. Qingshan was stunned and amazed. Rixia was full of praise and admiration, while Qingchong was completely captivated. This villa is truly beautiful. Facing the luxurious-looking residential area, he quickly turned and whispered, "In-law, it's too expensive. Perhaps we should go look somewhere else." But she ignored him, decisively waving her hand and making a demand on her own. "I'm here to find Li Xiaofan, your boss. Bring him out here now." Hearing this unfamiliar name, the staff member replied awkwardly, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Here we only have a President Zhao Zhanhong. There is no President Li." The answer seemed to satisfy her greatly, so Rixia immediately tilted her head up arrogantly. "Old Li, did you hear that? There is no President Li here, and certainly no one named Li Xiaofan." She even took advantage of the situation to press further. "Now, you call your son and tell him to come here. Let him give us an explanation." In a predicament with no way forward or back, he could only sigh. This kid Xiaofan is really something else. Speaking without thinking. But why do Wu Qingchong and her mother have to be so cruel? They don't give others any face at all. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. So he immediately spoke to appease the other party. King Cheng's mother, "I think we should just let it go. Let the boy save some face. My son doesn't have that kind of ability." He wasn't ashamed that his son was just an ordinary person. If he were really that capable, would I still need to worry and exhaust myself like this? He's a young man who doesn't know any better. I hope you and Qingchong can forgive him. After opening the way, he then made the next suggestion. "In-law, how about we go check out the suburbs? The housing prices there should be a bit cheaper." Unexpectedly, after he had humbled himself, she still shouted loudly, determined to embarrass him. "Are you mistaken? Telling my daughter to go live in the suburbs? You may not be afraid of losing face, but I am." Chengshan was startled and wanted to intervene, but it was completely useless. "You came here with no money just to lose face? Why don't you hurry back and borrow some money? You're even making me lose face along with you." In broad daylight, in front of everyone, she pointed right at his face and screamed, "That's why I said, I wouldn't marry my daughter into a destitute family like yours. Do you want my daughter to live in poverty with your son in the future?" Then she turned to her daughter and called out, "Qingyang, let's go." However, Chengshan was still convinced his son loved Qingchong, so he tried to hold them back and persuade them. "In-law, wait." In response, he received Rixia's every cold and cruel word. "Don't call me in-law. It's embarrassing." Chengshan still insisted on trying to persuade the mother and daughter for Xiaofan's sake. King Cheng's mother, "To be honest with you, I only have 1 million on me. This is all the money I have, so I really can't afford this villa in 10,000 Flowers Lane. I hope you and Qingchong can understand my difficulties." He never expected that Rixia would suddenly come up with a new idea. "I didn't expect this old Li to have 1 million on him. Daughter, after we've tricked the house into our hands, you can just kick that father and son out." She naturally agreed and listened as her mother continued. "We can rent it out and get a few thousand in rent every month. Or we can wait for the housing prices to rise and then sell it. Would make an even bigger sum." As a result, this time it was King Cheng's turn to play the role of a good and innocent girl. "Uncle Li, it's all right if you really don't have the money. What's most important is character. A person must be honest. To be honest, I'm also very heartbroken that Li Xiaofan is like this. Every word seemed sincere, but it was nothing more than showing off. To be frank with you, uncle, rich second-generation heirs have lined up to pursue me. Any one of them I could have casually chosen would be much better than your son, but I still chose to be with him because I thought he was at least an honest person. But now, he has thrown away that last remaining good quality with his own hands. She even transformed herself from a traitor into a victim. Therefore, Uncle Li, you can't blame me for how things have turned out. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your son for being incapable. A person must be honest. The more he listened to her, the sadder he felt. Xiaofan, it's all Dad's fault for being incapable. I've worked hard for more than half my life, yet I don't even have the money to buy you a house. And I've even caused you and your girlfriend to be unable to be together. He could predict that. This marriage looks like it's not going to happen. Just then, Xiaoquan appeared from somewhere and unexpectedly noticed them over here. So he immediately changed direction, approached them, and began to probe the situation. Auntie, Qingchong, why are you two here? He ignored everyone else and looked at her affectionately. Qingchong, I was wrong last time. I really regret it. These past few days, I've been wanting to find a chance to apologize to you. Can you forgive me? His entire being, reeking of cheap oil, was shown off by the vicious woman. Oldly, did you see that? This is young Master Yang. His father is the principal of the Eastern Star Noble Academy. He also owns a large company. Using one person to step on another seems to be your usual trick. He has power and influence. This is what you call a promising young man. Compared to young Master Yang, your son is worlds apart. Now, thanks to that sharp tongue, Xiaoquan finally noticed and spoke up. Who is this? Qingyang, afraid of being seen as poor, quickly seized the opportunity to clear things up. He is Li Xiaofan's father. Just some old country bumpkin. Just a moment ago, he even said he wanted to buy me a house. Every word she uttered became a heavy stone weighing on his shoulders. Turns out, he only had 1 million in his pocket. He couldn't afford anything. And he even embarrassed me and my mother standing next to him. After all, Chengshan still had his pride. How could he endure such outrageous bullying? Niece, what you said was a bit inappropriate. At the very least, you should still call me uncle. Thinking that Qing Shuang would be his daughter-in-law, he patiently tried to explain the situation to her. It's not that I don't want to buy it. It's just that the villas at 10,000 Flowers Lane are too expensive. I can't come up with that much money. Anyway, what parent doesn't want their child to live a happy life? Who would have thought he would take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire? Qing Shuang wasn't wrong at all. You old man, if you don't have money, why come out here and show off just to lose face? Basically, it was because he saw the old man as an easier target. Li Xiaofan is not the same as he used to be. He's won over many bosses in Chuzhou. I can't afford to provoke him for now. But this old man is Li Xiaofan's father. So I must use this opportunity to humiliate him. Speaking of which, Xiaoquan smugly presented her with a set of shiny golden keys. Qing I have a 130 square meter apartment in the Purple Cloud residential area. I'm giving it to you now. After all, your birthday is in a few days. This valuable gift could naturally satisfy the vanity of the mother and daughter. She shamelessly snatched it from his hand. Really? The Purple Cloud residential area is the most expensive district in Chuzhou. An apartment there must cost over 4 million. And in return for this extremely valuable gift, she didn't hesitate to throw her arms around his neck and give him a sweet kiss. My love, you're so good to me. I forgive you. This shameless display left the old man utterly stunned. Before Qingshan could even process this shameless act, Rixia contemptuously seized the opportunity. Did you see that? This is a promising young man. An apartment worth over 4 million. He gives it away just like that. Not like you. So stingy and miserly. What an embarrassment. Every single word she spoke was aimed at him, wanting him to retreat in shame because of his poverty. Chengshan was still so shocked by the ridiculous scene before him that his face turned pale and he trembled as he spoke. He had always endured insults because he knew his family was in a weaker position, but this recent behavior had crossed the line. Niece, you, what about me? Who is this person? Xiaoquan didn't even acknowledge him, acting all high and mighty. What's it to you? Get out. Qing Shuang is my girlfriend. Your dirt poor son is not worthy of Shuang at all. As if verbal taunts weren't enough, he then snapped his fingers. The security captain immediately rushed over, eager to please. Young Master Yang, what are your orders? The reason he was so obedient was because young Master Yang was a famous second-generation rich kid in Chuzhou. It was said that young Master Yang was recently negotiating business with Director Du of the sales department and was preparing to meet the true big boss of the 10,000 Flowers Lake community. Such an important figure could not be offended. His narrow worldview made Xiaoquan think he had the right to do as he pleased and look down on others. Throw this old man out for me. The 10,000 Flowers Lake community is the most high-class villa area in Chuzhou. This old country bumpkin has no right to be here. With his reckless and arrogant nature, he truly thought to himself, Li Zifen, you've humiliated me in public many times. This is the perfect chance to take my anger out on your father and vent the hatred in my heart. Who told this old man to be Li Xiaofan's father? The real show was about to begin as there was a commotion upstairs. Director Li, because this is still just a trial run. It will be a while before the official opening day for the 10,000 Flowers Lake community. The company's management was carefully speaking to the young man. Director Zhao, although you are the one in charge, a major event like the opening still requires Director Li to personally make the decision. Another person quickly spoke up. Director Li, is this your first time visiting the sales department? Shall I call my subordinates to come and meet you? Suddenly, the business conversation was interrupted by a noise from downstairs. Get out. A poor ghost like you has no right to be here. Someone saw the chance to add fuel to the fire. Truly, there are all sorts of people these days. There are also bullies who prey on the weak, shouting and yelling. They'll count to 3. You will get the hell out of here immediately. The saleswoman, seeing his embarrassment, began to judge him. A country bumpkin wants to buy a villa here. How delusional. A colleague next to her chimed in. I feel embarrassed just standing in the same place as this kind of person. Doesn't he look at himself? Is this a place a country bumpkin like him can come to? While Shuang and her mother were feeling smug, Xiaoquan continued to add on. In the future, don't allow people like this in. Do you hear me? The man who had just forcefully pushed Qingshan quickly accepted the order. Yes, young Master Yang. If this old man dares to come again, I will break his legs. In response to his grating flattery came an ice-cold question. Whose legs do you want to break? It turned out Xiaofan, who was discussing business, had focused his attention on his father. How could he let them lay a hand on the person he respected and loved so much? Running into him here, Xiaoquan could only curse his luck. Why do I run into this guy everywhere I go? However, his nature of always wanting to be one step above others still prevailed. Li Zifen, who let you in here? I just kicked your father out. Country bumpkins like you don't have the right to be in here. It seems he didn't learn any lessons from his previous embarrassments. As a result, today he received another slap, a resounding one from Xiaofan. He said angrily, You dare to kick my father out. I see you're tired of living, fueled by hatred accumulated over thousands of years. Xiaofan didn't just give him a single slap. After he broke free, an indescribable humiliation burned inside Xiaoquan. Security. Security. Quickly, catch this stinking brat for me. The man who had just bragged about breaking legs to flatter him rushed forward. You dare to lay a hand on young Master Yang? Get him. To someone like him who had been through countless storms, these ordinary people were nothing. The entire group of well-trained men foamed at the mouth and collapsed before they could even approach their target. Seeing them lying on the ground amidst the crowd's astonishment, he wasn't surprised. Now, the supreme immortal pupil I cultivate has already shown results. Dealing with these insects only requires a terrifying glance to make them fall unconscious. Their bodies and minds are exhausted. How could Xiaofan forget that this man, trying to curry favor with Xiaoquan, had laid hands on his father? He decisively placed his foot on the man's face and warned him. You want to break my father's legs? You should see if you even have the ability to do so. Remember this well. In the future, don't look down on people. After he finished dealing with the man, Du Chong came running over, anxiously asking, What happened? Xiaoquan's brain, however, was still a one-track mind. He thought he had the right to order people around here. Director Du, quickly, call the police and arrest him. He's brazenly causing trouble in your sales department. He's even taken out the head of security. This is completely lawless. After shouting his orders, he smugly showed off his meager intelligence. Li Xiaofan, I admit I can't beat you. But just you wait until the police get here. No matter how strong you are, would you dare to fight the police? His inner nature continued to be fueled by great ambition. I came here today to find Director Du. To have him help me get acquainted with the boss behind the 10,000 Flowers Lake community. I hope to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Although Xiaokuan had been spoiled into stupidity, he was still from a business family. One must know that. The 10,000 Flowers Lake community is the most high-end villa complex in Shu Prefecture. There are hundreds of villas within the entire complex. Besides this place, there are also dozens of garden villas. A massive project, truly unheard of. A businessman must know how to seize opportunities. Moreover, if a partnership is successful, even a random project could earn a lot of money. Otherwise, that Qin Xianfu wouldn't have desperately tried to get in before. He saw the huge profits to be made here. It's just a pity that a rich young master like him has an eye for money, but not for people. The boss he wanted to connect with was actually in a weaker position than Xiaofan. President Li, I didn't expect it to be you, sir. Why have you come here? This question seemed a bit redundant in this situation. This 10,000 Flowers Lake community is my territory. Why can't I come here? His casual tone was enough to make the other person stutter and tremble. President Li, this is just a misunderstanding. Fortunately, he was experienced, so twisting the narrative wasn't difficult. Actually, young Master Yang came to discuss a partnership with you. This is a case of becoming friends after a fight. We're all on the same side, aren't we? Perhaps the arrogant Xiaokuan had no idea that while Du Chang was explaining, he was also cursing him internally. This idiot young Master Yang. Didn't he say he came to negotiate? Why did he have to provoke President Li and drag me into it? Then, he continued to rub his hands and smile placatingly. Give me some face. How about we let this matter go? The response was not a simple sentence, but the power Xiaofan himself had cultivated over time. Du Chang's fawning attempt to smooth things over had truly annoyed him. He repeated quietly, your face? He was now experiencing just how terrifying and haunting a technique the supreme immortal pupil was. His whole body shriveled in fear. Wah! The punishment didn't stop there, as his aura became even more intense than before. He had no intention of letting them off so easily. In my eyes, you are nothing. They dared to kick my father out. If I let this slide, am I still worthy of being his son? Luckily for you, Xiaofan is a reasonable person. Since you were unaware of the situation, he'll spare your life. Then, he withdrew his energy, letting the man collapse to his knees. Finally, with a dark expression, he delivered his verdict. But from now on, you don't need to work here anymore. Perhaps no one expected that such a chaotic situation would be handled so quickly by a young man like Xiaofan. Get out. Du Chang's attitude and Li Xiaofan's command were laid bare. No matter how foolish he was, Xiaokuan began to have his suspicions. How could this be? This Li Xiaofan is actually the true owner of 10,000 Flowers Lake District. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Damn it. Every single time, I end up in his grasp. This guy is truly my nemesis. At the same time, Zhan Hong aggressively entered with bodyguards, shouting loudly. A bunch of blind fools. You even dare to kick out Chairman Li's father. Do you all not want to work here anymore? A bunch of useless trash. The saleswomen who were just happily mocking him were now bowing in fear. We're sorry, Manager Zhao. It's our fault for being blind. After clearing the way, he turned to ask for Xiaofan's opinion. Chairman Li, how do you think this should be handled? As stern as he appeared on the outside, he was just as concerned on the inside. Although Xiaofan is my good brother, in front of everyone, I have to give Xiaofan some face. This way, his prestige will increase. As expected, he didn't disappoint him and raised his hand, pointing at the ground. Kowtow and apologize. Although the 4 words were spoken lightly, they were a huge shock to them. What? One of them, who was extremely arrogant, immediately retorted defiantly. Who are you trying to impress? What's so great that I have to serve you? Working for country bumpkins like you and your father makes me sick. Facing this kind of fearless person, Xiaofan calmly used his supreme immortal pupil technique. You dare to humiliate my father? Regardless of whether you are male or female, you must be severely punished. The result of her momentary impulse was a chance to personally experience the terror those others had gone through. The only difference was that this time, he didn't go easy on her. Only when she felt her entire body burning hot did she come to her senses and scream. "Why is my body suddenly on fire? Someone, please come and save me." Her colleagues beside her were scared witless by Xiaofan's tactic of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. She hurriedly knelt down. "I'm sorry. It's our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. I beg you, please let us go." It wasn't just her. The once smug Qing Shuang and her mother were now terrified, thinking to themselves, "Li Xiaofan is actually the big boss behind 10,000 Flowers Lake District. How is this possible?" Moreover, even a rich young master like Yang Xiaoquan had to eagerly beg him for cooperation. Anyone, even a fool, could see who was superior between the two. Only at that moment did Rixia realize what a fool she had made of herself. How embarrassing. Old Li's son owns the entire 10,000 Flowers Lake District. And I was foolish enough to mock him for not being able to afford a house. Based on her attitude, it's clear that Qing Shuang is truly her daughter. First the mother, then the daughter, both filled with regret. It turns out his skills aren't the only formidable thing. His abilities and status are too. Yang Xiaoquan is simply no match for Li Xiaofan. He's not even worthy of being compared to his fingertip. The higher she had placed him before, the more she trampled on him now. And I was stupid enough to dump Li Xiaofan. There's probably no one in this world as stupid as me. How foolish. But what's the point of them realizing and regretting it now? All of Xiaofan's attention was focused on his father. "Dad, I've specially reserved a villa right in the center of the community for you to enjoy your retirement." As if to help Chengshan visualize it better, he carefully pointed to the model. "In your free time, you can water the flowers in the yard, or feed the fish." Although he knew his father would be surprised, finding out so suddenly. But the time was right, and he didn't hesitate to give him everything. After this is over, they'll spend some time refining a longevity pill for Dad. Right now, I've only found demonic qi. I'm still missing spiritual herbs and a few other important ingredients. While Xiaofan was deep in thought, Chengshan still felt overwhelmed. In just a short month, Xiaofan has changed so much. But there are too many people here now. It's not convenient to ask him. They'll find a chance to ask him about it later. However, what father in the world wouldn't be happy to see his son succeed? In short, my son has a bright future now. He's outstanding. In the end, he was still very happy. He just wanted to ask more questions. "Xiaofan, how much did such a big villa cost?" Although Chengshan guessed the price was very high, he never imagined it would be such a huge number. "Not much. Like 70 or 80 million is still within my means." Xiaofan casually mentioned the numbers, while to his father, it was an astronomical figure. So much so that he jumped up and shouted, 80 million. Qing Shuang clenched her fists in regret and unwillingness. That villa should have been mine to live in. Compared to Li Xiaofan's villa, the 200-square-meter house Yang Xiaoquan gave her was nothing. Rixia forced a stiff smile and approached to salvage the unexpectedly changed situation. Old relative." But before she could even express herself, Chengshan decisively cut her off with a raise of his hand. "Don't call me that. I'm just an old man from the countryside. I'm not worthy of being your in-law." Rixia realized she was at a disadvantage, so her tone softened. It became much more flattering. "In-law, you jest. For our Qing Shuang to be able to marry Xiaofan is a blessing she's cultivated her entire life for." She felt that dragging this on would lead nowhere, so she quickly pushed things forward. "Actually, I already had someone pick an auspicious date. The 8th of June is a very good day. Let's just have them get married." "It's settled then." Qing Shuang, standing beside her, looked embarrassed. Seeing the mother and daughter's shameless and unrepentant faces, Chengshan frowned slightly and fell silent. In the end, he decided to remain neutral and not interfere too much. "I respect Xiaofan's opinion. Son, you should express your thoughts." Because he felt that in the matter of his son's marriage, it was still best to respect Xiaofan's opinion. Qing Shuang seized the opportunity and quickly came forward to grab Xiaofan's hand. "Xiaofan, can we start over?" However, he didn't give her any face at all and coldly snatched his hand away. Her daughter, being hurt and embarrassed, finally made Rixia reveal her arrogant nature. "Li Xiaofan, my daughter likes you. That's a blessing your family has cultivated for several lifetimes. Look in the mirror. In what way is my daughter not worthy of you? She has the figure. She has the looks. Even if you searched high and low, you'd never find a girl as good as her. To protect Qing, she led her away and was determined to draw a clear line between the two families. Don't you dare be aggressive with me. You'll never find anyone better than my daughter in your entire life. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Just then, Bainey suddenly appeared imposingly, with two bodyguards standing respectfully beside her. I don't like the sound of that at all. She walked over and gently linked her arm with Xiaofan's. Bainey smiled triumphantly while helping to broaden King Shuang's narrow horizons. This must be Xiaofan's ex-girlfriend, Wu Qingshuang, right? You're quite disappointing. Actually, there are many great beauties pursuing Xiaofan, and every single one of them is far more outstanding than you. From what I know, you are just the daughter of an ordinary family. You are currently a teacher at the Eastern Noble Academy. Your monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan. Every sarcastic word made her face turn pale. She could only stand there frozen as the other party continued her tirade. An ugly thing like you. Being able to find a prince charming like Li Xiaofan is a blessing you cultivated for several lifetimes. It's just a pity that not only did you not cherish it, you also excessively humiliated him. You kicked Xiaofan to the curb and rushed into Yang Shaiken's arms. Bainey confidently asserted to the woman opposite her. Let me tell you, even 100 or 1,000 Yang Shaikens aren't worth a single hair on Li Xiaofan's head. This time, even Rixia was caught in the crossfire with her daughter. She was determined not to let her off easily. This Annie must be Wu Qingshuang's mother, right? Although you are older than me. You look really old. You must be 60 or 70, right? The grave is already calling your name, isn't it? Bainey really knew how to hit her opponent where it hurt. It made her furious to be looked down upon by a girl her daughter's age. I'm only 55 years old. This damn brat dares to call me old. And even said the grave is calling my name. Are those words a human should say? Isn't this just cursing me to die early? Though rage was clouding her vision, she managed to glance at the two bodyguards staring at her like a target under surveillance. Using power to bully the weak. It seems I can't afford to offend this brat. Since the mother and daughter were at a disadvantage, Rixia could only endure the humiliation and lead Qingshuang away amidst Bainey's mocking words. Therefore, and then don't let others look down on you. And especially don't judge people so narrowly. Otherwise, you might senselessly miss out on a golden son-in-law. See what a great loss that is. Qingshuang's mother and daughter left dejectedly. Even as they were about to walk out the door, they still had to endure her ridicule. I can guarantee, your daughter will never find a man as outstanding as Li Xiaofan in her entire life. Haha. After they left, she shyly realized she had appeared too abruptly without any warning. Oh, I talk so much. I forgot to introduce myself. Bainey gave a friendly and radiant smile and greeted Changshan first. Uncle Li, I'm Xiaofan's girlfriend, Ouyang Bainey. He was extremely surprised and delighted. Her bright face and polite demeanor, and her good upbringing made him very satisfied. He nodded in response. It turns out this kid Xiaofan has a brighter future than I imagined. This girl is much more beautiful than Wu Qingshuang, and her aura is so good, knows how to treat people. Sweet-tongued, kept calling me uncle. Changshan subconsciously compared Bayer with Qingshuang. In his heart, he rated her much more highly. Moreover, she looks so distinguished. She must be from high society. Wu Qingshuang, standing in front of this girl, truly couldn't compare in the slightest. After the initial greetings were over, Xiaofan winked, signaling Bayer. She immediately caught the signal and cooperated perfectly with him. Uncle, you've just arrived in Chuzhou. Let me show you around. Even so, she still felt quite regretful in her heart. I still have so many questions I want to ask Xiaofan. It seems there won't be a chance today. The reason he wanted her to lead Qingshan away from the scene was because the next part might be very bloody. He hoped that his father wouldn't see that scene. From afar, Xiaofan saw Shaiken's cowardly and craven appearance. The moment their eyes met, he immediately turned and fled. But how could he let the other party get away so easily? He used his power on his hands. Trying to leave? His hand stretched out freakishly, accurately grabbing Shaiken's neck, causing him to panic endlessly. Li Xiaofan, what do you want to do? He didn't bother to respond, and instead lifted him high into the air. Then, Without holding back, he threw his entire body hard against the wall, causing it to crumble and shatter. Although Xiaoquan was severely injured and spitting blood, he still managed to force out a few words. Li Xiaofan. His body was temporarily unable to get up, but he still tried to act tough. You can't kill me. Behind me is. He paid no mind to the blustering words and just brazenly declared, Young Xiaoquan, the debt between you and me won't be erased so easily. There's still a lot of time. We can play slowly. In addition, he stomped hard on his leg, making the other party scream in pain. Today, I'm just collecting a little interest first. This grudge is as deep as the sea, and Xiaoquan was an enemy he had hated for 2 lifetimes, an unforgettable foe. Young Xiaoquan, in my past life, you were one of the ringleaders who caused my father's death. But compared to the oppression and humiliation I suffered, just breaking one of your legs is far from enough. His face darkened as he took out a gold coin. Don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. He could only watch, pale-faced, as the coin shot towards him at an unbelievable speed. That simple action alone carried immense power, creating a cloud of dust on impact. He decided to only deal with him this much today and turned to leave. I'm only hitting you to vent a little for the long time I had to suffer. Xiaoquan, meanwhile, clutched his face and writhed on the floor in agony. Li Xiaofan, how dare you? My face. It hurts like hell. The reason Xiaofan was willing to stop was because he wanted to save some for later. If he just killed young Xiaoquan like this, it would be too easy for him. Only by making him die in torment and suffering would it be worthy of everything young Xiaoquan did to him in his past life. Moreover, he had already deduced something deeper. Young Xiaoquan daring to appear before him again must have been instructed by the person behind him. Xiaofan left with a cold face and a dangerous aura. This venerable one has been reborn and returned. So naturally, I will repay kindness and take revenge with ease. Avenge what should be avenged, and repay grievances with retribution. He gazed outside through the large, transparent glass window, lost in thought. To vent all injustices, with the will and methods of a celestial master. Sweep through the world. Raise the earth. The entire scene outside suddenly seemed tiny in his sight. An imposing aura enveloped that unyielding figure. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed. If everyone in the world wants to be my enemy, then I will kill them all. If even the heavens want to destroy me, then I will trample these very heavens. The sky finally turned to night. The stars and the bright moon cast a gentle layer of peace. Silence fell upon the old house. Xiaofan and Chengshan were sitting and talking. Dad, regarding the 10,000 Flower Lake Alley project, he said calmly while pouring wine for both of them. It was a fortunate coincidence. Old Master Chu gifted it to me. He is a great benefactor in my life. He had considered this beforehand, although this statement sounded a bit fake. But in short, he could still tell his father the gist of the truth. Xiaofan also had the secret worries and anxieties of a son. It wasn't that he didn't trust his father, but because if his father knew about this kind of thing, it would instead bring a fatal disaster upon him. Chengshan was unaware of his son's complicated and tangled thoughts. He was simply happy for his son. So it was that old Master Chu who guided you. If that's the case, you must not betray the Chu family's kindness. You must repay them properly. The round moon climbed higher and higher. The night was also getting late. While coming closer to pour him wine, he took the chance to speak in a serious tone. Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Li Xiaofan, with a calm expression, suddenly asked about something he hadn't anticipated. My mother. Where exactly is she now? This had been weighing on his mind for a long time. It was like a knot that was hard to untie. Back when I first became aware, Mom had already left me. Until Dad died. Mom never showed up. And everything related to Mom. Dad never mentioned it. There wasn't even a picture of Mom in the house. The only thing left of his mother's image was his childhood memories. He vaguely remembered. Mom was very beautiful. Very beautiful. Unfortunately, I was only 4 or 5 years old at the time. Everything around me was a blur. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed. I haven't seen her even once since. Suddenly, without warning, a drop of water fell onto the table in front of Li Chengshan. Li Xiaofan immediately looked up, his face showing disbelief and shock, when he realized his dad was actually crying. Although he always appeared to be a kind, old man on the outside, even a little weak. But inside, his father was very strong and competitive. He quietly watched him gulp down the wine and gathered his thoughts. Back then, even when I was wrongfully imprisoned, Dad gritted his teeth and endured it. He never shed a single tear. But now, just by mentioning Mom, this tough man is crying. Therefore, Li Xiaofan changed his speculation to a different direction. It seems, it's not necessarily that Mom hurt Dad. In this matter, there must be a hidden story. That year, something unexpected must have happened. That's why Mom had no choice but to leave me and Dad. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't suppress the indignation and hatred in his heart. His hands clenched unconsciously. Once I find out who is behind this, no matter who it is, if they dare to destroy my family, then they should prepare to bear the wrath of this great, immortal venerable. After a long while, Li Qingshan was finally able to calm his emotions to answer his son's question. Li Xiaofan, about your mother. I can't tell you right now. Being in the middle, he had to worry not only about his wife's safety, but also his son's. Your abilities are still too weak right now. If you go looking for her, not only will you implicate her, but you will also bring disaster upon yourself. But there was still something he didn't hesitate to reveal. He even wanted Li Xiaofan to know it. But there's one thing I can tell you. Your mother loves me very much. And she loves you even more. Li Xiaofan suddenly stood up and looked deep into his eyes, affirming. Her departure was to protect you better. Leaving a final, vague sentence. Li Qingshan quickly turned his back and made an excuse to leave. It's getting late. Take me back to the hotel. Li Xiaofan also hurriedly stood up and chased after him. Dad, why are you still staying there? You clearly know that I am now. Before he could persuade him further, his father turned back with a gentle smile. Li Xiaofan, I know you're now the big boss of the 10,000 Flowers Lake community, but that's money you earned with your own abilities. I've gotten used to being frugal in my life. I'm not used to staying in those big 5-star hotels. It's better to stay at the inn. I feel more comfortable. Li Xiaofan didn't want to force Li Qingshan. He just stood in place, waving goodbye to him at the door. The ancients spoke of filial piety. It means supporting one's parents. But more importantly, it's about obeying them, following their wishes. To let the elderly be at peace. They should live their own way. Having lived a whole lifetime made him more mature and have a more seasoned perspective than his peers. His eyes showed clear determination. In the past, because of my feelings for Wu Qingshuang, not only did I fail to be a good, filial son to Dad, I even endangered his life. This life, I must use this life to protect him with all my might. On the phone screen now was a badly beaten Yang Xiaokuan, lying in bed and reporting to the person behind the scenes. Young Master Zong, you must avenge me. I want that Li Xiaofan. To wish he were dead. Tianhao, sitting leisurely on a chair, advised him and gave him a certain sense of reassurance. Kunzi, don't be rash. Now is not the time. Just let that Li Xiaofan be smug for now. If he goes crazy and tries to use violence against me and the Situ sect, then there will be no need for you and me to act. Sect Master Situ himself will personally come out and kill Li Xiaofan. He flashed a dangerous smile. It was unclear what scheme he was plotting to harm others. But I won't let you suffer either. His current expression was unreadable, making Tianhe seem even more dangerous and unfathomably deep. In consideration of you selling your life for me all these years, they'll find someone to secretly teach that Li Xiaofan a lesson. A new day was welcomed by a beautiful, clear blue sky. Gentle sun rays shone down on a shop sign, in contrast to the peaceful scene of people walking on the street. A confidential matter was being discussed in an upstairs room. Have you been keeping a close eye on that old man these past 2 days? Did you find a chance to make a move? Lu Cheng frowned as he instructed his subordinate beside him. Young Master Yang Xiaokuan is still in the hospital now. Young Master Song has ordered me to teach that old man a lesson. Xiaofang cupped his fists, bowed, and reported the situation to him. Boss, the target is currently at the antique street, right in front of our shop. Lu Cheng gave a new order with satisfaction. The usual rules. Teach him a lesson. Make him suffer until he can't take it anymore. At this moment, Bauer and Chengshan were completely unaware that they were about to be targeted. She was still happily showing him around. Coincidentally, when they reached a deserted street, she had to split from the group. Uncle Li, this is the antique street of our Chu province. You can walk around here first. I'm going to the restroom over there. He'll be right back. He smiled at the girl beside him. You go ahead. He'll just walk around here. While strolling through the old street, Qingshan suddenly noticed an item for sale on a table. He picked it up and examined it with a very interested expression. This small ceramic vase is so exquisite and beautiful. I wonder if Xiaofan will like it. Because he was so focused, he wasn't wary of a stranger holding a vase rapidly approaching from behind. Only when the distance between them closed did he suddenly react and turn his head. Qingshan quickly leaned to the side to dodge the man rushing towards him. Old man, get out of the way. But even so, the two couldn't avoid the deeply premeditated incident. The vase also slipped from Yin Tai's grasp. The man stood still and cried out in alarm. My vase. Meanwhile, the sole victim, him, was lying face down on the ground in pain. Oh, it hurt so much. Even though Qingshan's whole body was aching, his face was grimy, but he still tried to turn towards the man to express his apology. Sorry. I'm really sorry. But the man had targeted him from the start, so his actions were even more extreme, showing no restraint. This old man. Do you know this was excavated from the Ming dynasty? You broke it. Compensate me now. Get the money out now. Some passers-by saw the drama and started whispering, but absolutely no one came forward to help. It looks like that person intentionally bumped into the vase. Mind your own business. That's one of Boss Liu of Heavenly River City's men. Keep your mouth shut. Be careful, or Boss Liu will target you. Heavenly River City is the largest antique shop on this antique street. Boss Liu's background is even more profound, with both money and power. Ordinary people can't afford to provoke him. Qingshan's collar was grabbed, tightening around his neck. Combined with the gossip around him, it made him even more afraid. I'm really sorry. So, tell me, how much is this vase? He'll pay you. In his heart, he reckoned that this vase probably wouldn't cost more than a few dozen yuan. At most, 100-something yuan. But the number Yin Tai gave was enough to shatter his worldview. 500,000. Only then did his face turn pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He even thought he had misheard. How much? Yin Tai aggressively raised his voice at Qingshan. He even shook him violently by the collar. Are you deaf, old man? 500,000. I said 500,000. He could only silently lament his fate. It's over. I've really run into bad luck this time. You really have to be careful when you go out. The scariest thing is encountering unscrupulous people like this. After a moment, the man shoved him away and arrogantly pressured him. Old man, hurry up. Stop dawdling. Qingshan forced a smile and had to try to carefully persuade him. Young man, I really don't have 500,000. See if you can lower the price a little. He quickly looked around to search for more witnesses. Everyone saw what happened just now. It was clearly you who bumped into me. You see. But it seemed no one was willing to stop to help or act as a witness. It's human nature to avoid trouble. They might enjoy the drama, but they would definitely shy away if they knew they'd get involved. We're done for. We can't get mixed up in this. Let's go. The surrounding streets grew quieter, which only gave Yin Tai the opportunity to act recklessly and abuse his power. You old man, I don't care who bumped into whom. All that matters is that my vase is broken. You have to compensate me. The man even waved to his accomplices from afar to threaten him. If not, don't even think about leaving here today. Being surrounded like this would make even a young man panic, let alone an elderly person like Qingshan. I really don't have that much money. Even though it might be their own fault, he still stuck to his principles. The 1 million on him now was his entire life's hard-earned savings. It was meant for Xiaofan's marriage. Even if it cost him his life, he had to hold on to it tightly. Qingshan tried to offer a price he thought was most reasonable. How about this? 50,000. He'll pay you 50,000. How about it? The man sneered, completely dismissing him, then suddenly and shamelessly raised the price. 50,000. Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Since you're being so unreasonable, then 600,000. No, 700,000. The number kept escalating as if to push him into bankruptcy. You old bastard, if you keep haggling, then it'll be 1 million. Qingshan nervously watched the gangsters surrounding him and silently blamed himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out for a walk today. I ended up running into such bad luck. And I even involved my son. Even at this point, he still clasped his hands and begged the other party to let him go. I really don't have that much money. I'm begging you, please let me go. Of course, the man would refuse, as it went against his original purpose. Let you go? Are you dreaming? Yuan Tai didn't waste any more time and waved his hand, signaling his underlings to act. If you don't have the money, then we'll just hold you first. Then call your family to bring the money over quickly. The men aggressively approached, staring at Qingshan as if he were prey in a cage. Just then, Pei'er managed to squeeze through the crowd and shouted, "Stop!" Before this, she had been frantically looking around for him. She had only gone to the restroom for a moment, but when she came back, the old man was nowhere to be seen. Pei'er was scratching her head anxiously, but luckily, she saw a crowd of people gathered on the other side. She guessed something must have happened. If Xiaofan found out that I almost lost his uncle, I really don't know how I would explain it. As soon as she pushed her way in, the sight that greeted her was Yuan Tai violently grabbing Qingshan's hand. She immediately understood that the old master had been scammed. Pei'er couldn't just stand by and watch things continue. Let go of him. In broad daylight, you dare to cause trouble intentionally? Her powerful and righteous aura made the man flinch and let go of the old man's hand. Who gave you the nerve? Have you no respect for the law? It took him a few seconds to recover before he frowned in anger. Beauty, you should mind your own business. But as soon as he saw the face of the person who had just spoken, his attitude quickly did a 180-degree turn upon seeing new prey. However, if you want to save this old man, then give me 1 million. Yuan Tai shamelessly tried to make himself sound noble. Well, let this matter slide. Consider it me doing a good deed. How about it? His words and thoughts were equally disgusting. Well, such a great beauty. This is the first time I've ever seen one. In front of everyone's eyes, Pei'er calmly took out her wallet and spoke with the air of a rich young lady. Isn't it just 1 million? She immediately took out a check that was already inside. I'll give it to you, all right? Now, let him go immediately. The man quickly snatched the check from her hand, but it wasn't to spend it. Instead, he ripped it to shreds right in front of Pei'er. You think just because you casually write a check for 1 million, it's really worth 1 million? Who do you think you are? Who knows if this check of yours is real or fake? I want cash. Seeing that she was rich, Yuan Tai's demands became even more outrageous, several times higher than before. Furthermore, if you want to stand up for him, it'll be at least 2 million. Make that 3 million. His audacity made her restrain her anger from giving him a beating. But being rich didn't mean she would accept wasting money on a scam and a scoundrel. Don't you dare push your luck. If you know what's good for you, take the 1 million and get lost. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Pei'er glared at him as a warning, but she also blamed herself inwardly. Damn it. Today, because I was taking Uncle Lee for a walk, I specifically didn't bring any bodyguards. Otherwise, how would this bunch of hooligans dare to act so shamelessly in front of me? Obviously, these words only made Yuan Tai think she was all talk and no substance. Haha. All right, beauty. Then I'd like to see just how severe the consequences will be. He used the same old trick, winking to signal his accomplices to cooperate so they could scam a huge sum. Let me tell you the truth. If you can't produce 3 million today, neither of you should think about leaving. 2 thugs pushed Qingshan and Pei'er into a room, and the third one acted arrogantly. Old man, if you don't have money, then hurry up and get inside. Each thug was in charge of restraining one person in front of a folding screen. Yuan Tai still made the same obstructive demand as before. Tell your family to bring 3 million here. Otherwise, don't think you'll be released today. His real purpose was just to follow the arrangements of his superior. Boss Liu has given instructions. The martial arts gear is secondary. The main purpose is to teach this money-grubbing old man a lesson. He had already come up with many ways to torture the other party. First, I have to get all the money from this old man. Then, they'll break his legs and throw him onto the street. Haha. Who told his son to offend young Master Yang and young Master Song? He deserves it. The only variable in this staged incident was Bauer. Although I don't know who this beauty is. If she dares to step up and help this old man, then she can only blame her own bad luck. From beginning to end, Li Qingshan felt that it was all his fault. I'm sorry, young lady. Blame me for getting you involved. But she sensed something was wrong and quickly sought help from outside. Don't worry, uncle, I just called Xiaofan. He'll be here to save us soon. When that happens, We'll teach these bad guys a lesson. Yuan Tai found Bauer's confidence and optimism ridiculous. Huh, teach me a lesson? Then I'd like to see who has such great ability. Who dares to teach me a lesson on this antique street? Immediately after, he didn't make a move but reported the results to Lu Chung. Hello, Boss Lu. The person you wanted has been caught. Are you coming over to take a look? The group was completely unaware that they were surrounded by an invisible, sinister aura. Suddenly, the chandelier on the ceiling flickered as if it was about to short-circuit. Yuan Tai and his underlings hadn't noticed anything. Just then, an aura appeared without warning and silently dragged away one of the underlings from behind. Sandan reported in a panic, and only then did he realize. Big brother. Where's Ergo? I can't see him. He was clearly right behind us. This mysterious and ghostly event successfully made him panic. Who is it? Who is it? The speed of this mass of aura was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Sandan suffered the same fate as Ergo. He cried out in terror. Big brother, save me. At this point, Yuan Tai's face turned pale with fear because of this inexplicable, mysterious phenomenon. Who on earth is it? In the dim, indistinct light, he frantically searched for his underlings but didn't know where to start. Where are they? Why can't I see them? Ergo, Sandan, where are you guys? Say something. Suddenly, Lian Yu appeared without a sound and spoke in a clear voice. Uncle, who are you looking for? Just one sentence was enough to scare Yuan Tai out of his wits. You scared me to death. Where did this little girl come from? Who are you? Since no one else was there, he immediately blamed her. Could it be that you were behind all those tricks just now? Lian Yu put on an innocent expression with her big, sparkling eyes. Uncle, how could I possibly know how to do bad things? But just a second later, her appearance became strangely demonic. A red power enveloped her body. Lian Yu gave a wicked smile and slapped Yuan Tai. Go to hell. This one slap immediately sent him flying several meters. The display vases behind him fell and shattered noisily. His body trembled uncontrollably. His face, swollen like a pig's cheek, he stammered in panic. There's a ghost. Yuan Tai hurriedly rushed towards the main door, desperately shouting, Help! But before he could even take a step out of the place, Xiaofan burst in and kicked him forcefully. He took the full force of his terrifying power. The fresh blood he had just swallowed sprayed out with the impact. This time, he didn't fall next to the shelf, but was sent flying straight into a pile of vases. Every single one of them fell and smashed to pieces. Yuan Tai clutched his stomach and collapsed, face down on the floor, unable to lift his head. After a while, he managed to push himself up, revealing a face beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize it. Which bastard wants to die, daring to kick me? He had just mouthed off once when Xiaofan taught him a lesson, smashing his head into the floor to clear his head. He lifted him up with just one hand. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. You've got some nerve. Daring to stage a scene of broken items and blame it on me. Yuan Tai grabbed his arm tightly and gritted his teeth in anger. You must have been the one playing tricks. But even after being beaten several times, he couldn't fix his bad habit of running his mouth. He didn't understand the situation he was in and still tried to use his connections to threaten him. How dare you act so arrogantly on this antique street? Boss Lu will not let you go. You're dead for sure. Seeing no remorse from him, Xiaofan continued to smash his head down viciously. He was furious, determined to teach this guy a lesson today, since you like breaking things so much. Then today, he'll smash your mouth. Let's see how you go out and scam people after this. The passers-by outside were gossiping animatedly. The person inside is so vicious. Quick, don't crowd around to watch. Just then, a group of people appeared. The person in the lead tapped their cane on the ground and signaled. Stop. Lu Chung, leading his subordinates, ordered Xiaofan. Stop right now for me. The moment Yuan Tai saw Lu Chung arrive, he immediately cried for help. Boss Lu, help, help me. But before he could get a few words out, Xiaofan slapped him mercilessly, startling the old man. Feeling disrespected, the old man pointed angrily with an air of superiority. You rotten kid, didn't I tell you to stop? And yet you still dare to be so vicious. You've got some serious nerve. Usually, Xiaofan might respect the old and love the young, but he would show no mercy to those who harmed his family. Who the hell do you think you are? And you dare to posture in front of me? Lu Cheng thought he wanted to ask about his identity, so he puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. What am I? Kid, let me tell you. I am Boss Lu of Tianhecheng. On this antique street, if I say I'm number 2, no one dares to claim they're number 1. The crowd of onlookers also gathered at the door to see what was happening. We're doomed. That's Boss Lu, the new kingpin of the Chuzhou underworld. Last month, someone on the antique street claimed to be the big boss. And this Boss Lu sent people to arrange a car accident to kill him. Moreover, his entire family, old and young, was wiped out. The old man doesn't care about the rights or wrongs of the situation. No matter how the story unfolds, he will find a way to pin it all on Qingshan. First, your father broke my antique vase. Now, you've beaten my men. I will definitely settle this debt. Lu Cheng's eyes were full of danger and cunning as he smirked. I'm telling you people, if you can't cough up 3 million, none of you are leaving this antique street. But Xiaofan wasn't threatened at all. Instead, he made a counter-demand. Since you're the boss, I won't waste my breath on you. Hurry up and bring out 100 million as compensation for my father. I will spare you. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Daring to send people to scheme against this venerable one's father. Truly courting death. Lu Cheng clutched his chest and laughed loudly as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you sure you're not brain damaged? No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. After laughing his fill, he returned to his scheming, sinister demeanor. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. Immediately after, a group of people rushed into the room one after another. They all looked like thugs, with fierce faces and various scars. Lu Cheng's army of subordinates was so large it filled half the room. His powerful forces, always ready for his command, made him even more smug. They'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and call someone. Use all your connections to bring the money. On Xiaofan's side, he stood alone, facing countless opponents. The group of thugs slowly approached him from different directions. The old man still acted kind, wanting to give him time to call for help. If you delay, you won't get another chance. Xiaofan, his expression unchanged, calmly took out his phone and announced Lu Cheng's death date. Since you want to play, they'll let you die knowing why. The old man thought these were just the arrogant words of a youth, so he signaled a subordinate to light a cigarette for him. Kid, they'll tell you the truth. Today, it doesn't matter who you call. It's useless. No one can protect you. Lu Cheng blew out a puff of smoke and, with a sinister smile, gave a fake reminder. You have no idea what kind of big shot you're up against. A mere bottom feeder acting like he rules the world wasn't even worth a change in his expression. He just raised his phone and gave a gentle warning. Then I'll also tell you. You have no idea who you're up against. Being ignored by Xiaofan so many times, Lu Cheng gradually lost his patience. He immediately ordered everyone to attack. Then I'd like to see who you can call over. Go, teach this kid a lesson. Just as the two sides were preparing for a life-or-death battle, a commotion was suddenly heard outside. Make way. Brother G has arrived. A G brazenly led his companions in as if no one else was there. Who's causing trouble here? Lu Cheng didn't expect this arrival. He quickly switched to a fawning and flattering mode. Brother G, are you here to buy antiques? Just say the word, and he'll immediately arrange for someone to deliver it to your home. How could we trouble you to make a trip here yourself? But he paid him no attention. As soon as he entered the room, a G immediately bowed, clasped his hands respectfully, and greeted Xiaofan, to Lu Cheng's astonishment. Mr. Li, please give me your orders. He decisively summarized the situation. A G, he staged a broken antique vase to frame my father. You tell me how this should be handled. As soon as the words were spoken, the old man had to face two glares like bullets. But a G was mostly more afraid for the future. I'm screwed. Mr. Li is angry. If this isn't handled well, who in all of Chuzhou can bear Mr. Li's wrath? As he approached Lu Cheng, the old man forced a familiar smile to de-escalate. Ha. Brother G. However, life is not so easy. He never expected to receive such a painful and humiliating slap. Buy antiques. They'll buy you a coffin. It didn't stop there. A G also put all his strength into beating him mercilessly. Did you eat a bear's liver and a tiger's gall to dare provoke Mr. Li? You really don't know how to live peacefully. Just then, an announcement came from outside again. Brother Ba has arrived. The next person to appear was also a famous figure. He even brought an army with a terrifying number of people. Lu Cheng immediately showed a smug expression, expecting the other party to face retribution. Brother Ba is here. Let's see how arrogant this kid can be this time. Li Ba strode forward majestically, paying no attention to the people around him. He calmly walked past Lu Cheng's tattling. Brother Ba, this orderly is causing trouble on my turf. The only person in the room he would willingly bow to respectfully was Xiaofan. Mr. Li, I've summoned all my subordinates. About 1,000 people are waiting by the roadside for orders. It is their honor to be able to work for Mr. Li. After Li Ba finished his report, he turned, crossed his arms, and declared clearly, "Today, whoever offends Mr. Li shouldn't even think about leaving here alive." These words made Lu Cheng so terrified, he staggered to his feet. His men quickly gathered around. Boss, what do we do now?" But right after that, the announcement from a moment ago was heard again. Mayor Chen is here. This person not only brought people, but also a convoy of escorts. Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. He thought this person would truly be his savior. Mayor Chen. Because of this, Lu Cheng reverted to his former arrogant and domineering nature. Fearlessly, he pointed at Xiaofan's face. "You stinking brat. Go on, keep being arrogant. My uncle is here now. No matter how many more people you call, you won't be able to beat my uncle." This time, he was certain victory was in his grasp. Mayor Chen was his distant relative. He must be here to back me up. In a little while, besides Li Xiaofan, there's also that Aji who dared to slap me and Li Ba. He'll teach them a lesson. A Fu was just about to pass by. Lu Cheng immediately rushed forward, looking disheveled and miserable. "Uncle, save me, save me." But he just wanted to stay away from trouble. The old man's words were like a buzzing mosquito in his ear. Hey, uncle, don't you remember me, uncle? My cousin's wife's brother's uncle's son is your second aunt's kid." The first person A Fu greeted was still Xiaofan. His words were just as decisive and unforgiving as the two before him. "Mr. Li, I have thoroughly investigated the ins and outs of this matter. This man, named Liu's place on the antique street, has been doing bad things, harming passersby, and this isn't the first time. Such a malignant tumor must be eradicated at its root." A Fu loudly and flatly denied everything. "Mr. Li, I have no relationship whatsoever with this boss Liu." He secretly recalled a past event. Last time, the great superstar Murong Huangsha was kidnapped by robbers. At the critical moment, if Mr. Li hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I might not have even been able to keep my position as mayor. Mr. Li is truly the lucky star of my life. Then he explained in more detail to prove it to Xiaofan. "This man has mentioned gifts many times. He wanted to come to my house to offer bribes, but I threw him out every time." He nodded, showing his trust. This made him even more determined about the goal he had set for himself. "Anyone who dares to make trouble for Li Xiaofan is also making trouble for me, Chen A Fu." Suddenly, a battle tank appeared outside. Every move it made kicked up a cloud of dust. State soldiers disembarked in unison. The crowd nearby had probably never seen such an intimidating sight before. It's a military tank. Not only were there soldiers ambushing the building, but there were also snipers emerging from the tank's turret. Their gun muzzles were all aimed at the people inside the building. Lu Cheng and his subordinates were terrified when red laser dots suddenly appeared on their bodies. The person who arrived with an entire convoy was Su Rong. He stepped out and called out, "Mr. Li." In front of the hundreds of wary eyes in the room, the other party casually reported the situation. "You helped me with the mission to protect the great superstar Murong Huangsha last time. After receiving your call, I immediately gathered my subordinates and came here. Do you have any orders? Please just say the word." Lu Cheng's subordinates were all sweating bullets, huddling together to whisper, "What's going on? Is this a declaration of war? Why have they even deployed tanks and snipers?" Only now did the old man belatedly realize he had provoked a major figure. Losing control, he trembled like a leaf while cursing inwardly. "It's all because of that bastard Yang Xiaoquan. If he hadn't provoked Li Xiaofan, young Master Song wouldn't have told me to step in for him. I really wish I could beat that Yang Xiaoquan to death right now. Isn't this deliberately setting me up? Someone who can arrange such a formation, who can alarm so many important figures, and even mobilize the military. Such a powerful person is someone I absolutely can't afford to offend. Lu Cheng, knowing his place, hurriedly kowtowed and knelt at his feet. Mr. Li, it was all my fault for being blind, for having offended you. After all the wicked things he had done, the old man still held onto a sliver of hope. I beg you. But before the old man could even beg properly, he was kicked straight in the face by Xiaofan. He repeated the words the old man used to threaten others. Didn't you want my father's 3 million? He'll give you that 3 million. Do you dare to take it? The old man's face turned deathly pale. He was speechless. Not only did Xiaofan not take it, but he also shook him vigorously to wake him up. Then he temporarily released his hand that was tightly gripping the old man's collar. As soon as Lu Cheng was released, he immediately kowtowed repeatedly, showing his remorse. Mr. Li, I want dare to do it again. I want dare to do it again in the future. I beg you to spare me just this once, please. In response was Xiaofan's gloomy face, no different from a living king of hell. Spare you? It's not that easy. He didn't bother to get his hands dirty and ordered the person next to him. Ajie, bring your men in and smash this shop of his for me. He quickly stepped forward to receive the order. Mr. Li, after receiving the order from Xiaofan, Ajie also didn't act directly but assigned it to his underlings. This guy surnamed Lu specializes in setting traps to scam people on this street. The antiques inside this shop are all fakes, using counterfeit cultural relics to deceive people. They aren't worth much. But the equipment installed in this shop of his is not cheap. Smash everything for me. Lu Cheng could only watch helplessly, begging, as his entire fortune and business vanished in a single day. Don't. Please show mercy. But they ignored his existence and only focused on completing the assigned task. They didn't miss a single item. From the least valuable to the most valuable items, they were all smashed, destroyed without a shred of mercy. He was about to meet his ancestors, but his greedy nature still made him feel heartbroken. That one cost me a lot of money. Xiaofan felt that Ajie alone wasn't enough, so he called Li Ba to join the destruction. Li Ba, raise this shop of his to the ground for me. He happily accepted the order. Mr. Li, Lu Cheng never expected him to be so vicious and decisive. What? Soon, an excavator arrived to dismantle the entire old house with its large facade. Under the watch of many onlookers, the old man shamelessly knelt and wailed before his property, which was now just a pile of scrap. My Galaxy Pavilion. It cost me over 10 million to buy this Galaxy Pavilion. Lu Cheng tremblingly picked up a piece of debris, drowning in the sorrow of losing so much. But Xiaofan's torment and revenge were not over yet. He'll give you 1 month. Within 1 month, you must rebuild this shop. Renovate it properly. It must be built exactly as it was before. Then I will come back and smash it again. I will come and smash this place to bits until I've done it 3 times. He shot a tiny stream of power towards the old man and warned him, if you dare to deceive me, I will take your worthless life. The old man immediately fell face first onto the place that once held all his dedication. Then he passed out amidst the ruins. Before really leaving, he also didn't forget Yin Tai's group. As for you guys, you dared to hide here just now and curse my father. With just a wave of his hand, Xiaofan sent all 3 of them flying so far they coughed up blood. You deserve to die. He had long ago set a principle for himself. No matter who dares to threaten the Celestial Venerable's father, who dares to lay a finger on the Celestial Venerable's father, then they should prepare to die. Just then, Pei'er brought Qingshan over. He had a look of disbelief and astonishment on his face. Xiaofan, did you invite all these people? These people, considered powerful in their circles, were nothing in his eyes. I, Taishian Celestial Venerable, have lived for tens of thousands of years in the celestial realm. I have experienced countless great changes in my life. Ups and downs. I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless super-level major powers, until their annihilation. The things Xiaofan had experienced and done were far more terrifying than this. At the same time, I have also personally ended the fate of many super-level sects. A scene of such devastation was probably once in 1,000 years. From inside the sect to the outside, 1,000,000 corpses, rivers of blood. Even the sky was dyed red. In the following days, all was calm and peaceful. At the house bathed in the pure light of the moon, the father and son of the Qingshan family were having dinner together. Xiaofan, Next week is the ancestral worship ceremony. Come back to Yun province with me tomorrow. He replied while eating. I know, Dad. He also didn't forget to comment on Payer. Also, that girl, Ouyang Payer, is not bad. She has a kind personality. And she's also very beautiful. Changshan cheerfully added, rendering his son speechless. You, my son, you're all grown up now. It's time for you to get married. Old Wang next door already has a grandchild to hold. His flattering yet expectant words made him leave the dinner table in embarrassment. Hey, don't go. This brat. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Ring, ring. It was unclear what was said on the other end, but Changshan's expression turned grim. He angrily slammed his hand on the table in indignation. What? On what grounds are you not allowing me to participate in the ancestral worship? This is truly bullying someone too far. Then, with a grim face, he spoke angrily into the phone. For better or worse, I am still a descendant of the Li family. I will go find fourth uncle to talk about this matter. The phone call brought him from one surprise to another. What did you say? This is fourth uncle's idea? Even though the other party's intention was clear, he still didn't back down. In any case, no matter what, I will definitely participate in this ancestral worship. After stating his intentions, he hung up without even waiting for a response. Then he clutched his chest in pain. How could this be? How could this be? Li Xiaofan, standing behind, quickly got him a glass of water. Dad, don't be angry. What on earth happened? Dad, don't get so angry that you harm your health. He silently transferred some of his power to him. It's all right. I'm here. Looking at his frail, elderly father, he comforted him in a soft voice. Even if the sky were to fall, they'll be here to hold it up. His mind also fell into contemplation. They'll secretly transfer a stream of Tai Xian true qi into Dad's body to help him clear his meridians. If this anger is allowed to accumulate in his body, it will cause great harm to Dad's body. At best, it will disrupt the Bodhis yin-yang balance. At worst, 100 illnesses will break out. Sitting on the chair, Changshan could feel distinct changes in his body. What just happened? Why do I feel so much more refreshed all of a sudden? He absent-mindedly drank the water to calm his anger. Changshan then shared the details of the call with his son. That was your second uncle who called me. He informed me that we are not allowed to participate in the ancestral worship next week. He said we're a disgrace to the Li family. Changshan could yield to anything, but not the idea that he and his son were rootless. But no matter what, we are still descendants of the Li family. On what grounds do they treat us like this? Trying to cast us aside. It's truly too much. That said, he also knew why they were doing this. Actually, the underlying reason is that they look down on us for being too poor, isn't it? Eldest brother and second brother fundamentally look down on me. Eldest brother's family is in business. Their family is very well off. They even have some reputation in Yun Prefecture. As for second brother's son, he works for the government. He's young, with a bright future ahead of him. Changshan's eyes, full of sorrow, closed tightly. Among the three brothers, only I run a small workshop that produces household goods. It's hard just to make ends meet. All of his father's actions were seen by Li Xiaofan. In my past life, those two uncles both looked down on my father. They were cold and heartless, without a shred of familial affection. He recalled the memory of his father's funeral in his past life. Even when my father died, they didn't even show up for the burial. They just arranged for some of their children to come and go as a symbolic gesture. It could be said that from them, one could only feel oppression and mockery. A fire ignited in Li Xiaofan's heart. This time, they've gone even further, to actually forbid Dad from participating in the family's ancestral worship. Isn't this clearly not treating my father and me as members of the Li family? He spoke up to soothe him. Dad, there's no need to argue with them. I'm here for everything. He still speculated in his heart. They must have heard that Dad sold the workshop and has nothing left. That's why they feel emboldened and have no fear. This is truly unbearable. Li Xiaofan shot to his feet. His voice became steel-like. No matter what, we must return for the ancestral worship. I'd like to see. Who dares to stop me? His mind was already formulating a plan. In my previous life, my father and I and the family endured all sorts of bullying and humiliation. This time, I have been reborn. I must repay the humiliations my father suffered in the past, and make you all suffer. At the train station, Trains arrived one after another, carrying passengers to their destinations. Li Xiaofan gazed out the window, lost in thought. Thinking back, not long ago, I was reborn on this very train. Only, that time I was going to Chu Prefecture to find Wu Qingxuan. But this time, I'm returning to Yin Prefecture. He closed his eyes to meditate and reminisce. Although the destinations were different both times, the purpose was the same. That is, Xiaofan quickly confirmed the main reason for this trip: to wash away the humiliation he had suffered in the past, avenge every grievance, settle every score. The three of them finally walked out of the train station after a long journey. Suddenly, his phone rang. Fang Xiaodong was calling. Xiaofan remembered his childhood memories. This Fang Xiaodong was his junior high school classmate and sworn brother. He was also someone who was born and raised in Cloud Prefecture. In his previous life, whether it was in high school or university, I never lost contact with Fang Xiaodong. A cheerful voice came from the other side. Hello, Xiaofan. I heard you're coming back to Cloud Prefecture today. Have you arrived yet? Today is the birthday of our class president, Zhang Lichuan. You must come. He happily replied to his friend. I've arrived. They'll grab a cab over now. Xiaofan hailed a taxi. In his mind, he was already making plans for the future. Originally, I planned to drive the luxury car that Chu Shuolian gave me back to Cloud Prefecture. But because my father didn't like riding in that car, saying it was too fast for him to handle, so I had to take the high-speed train back to Cloud Prefecture with him. However, I've already asked Chu Shuolian to arrange for someone to bring that luxury car to Cloud Prefecture for me. He was deep in his own web of thoughts. Aren't I just going to the class president's birthday party? No need to be extravagant. Besides, I'm not the type of person who likes to show off. Chengshan and Lian Yu got into the car. He turned to his son and said, Xiaofan, you're going to meet your junior high school friends, right? Then I won't bother you young people's gathering. They'll go home first. Hearing this, he replied with peace of mind. The hired car quickly sped off. He waited for another car to go to the appointment. The wind whistled over the roof of the black car, speeding down the road. Xiaofan was still lost in his thoughts. In my previous life, I remember that after attending this birthday party, class president Zhang Lichuan mysteriously disappeared. He recalled her disheveled image from that year. But by the time the police found her, she had gone completely insane. Her mental state was abnormal. Xiaofan felt sympathy for her fate that year. In the end, her family had no other choice but to send Zhang Lichuan to a mental hospital. The rest of her life was incredibly tragic. His solemn face began to deduce. Thinking back now, this matter is too strange. What exactly happened to class president Zhang Lichuan after the party that made her suddenly go insane like that? Memories from his school days started coming back. I remember back in junior high, my math scores weren't good. I ranked last in every test. After school, class president Zhang Lichuan would always voluntarily stay behind to tutor us poor students in math, regardless of the weather. One time she had a high fever. All the students advised her to go to the hospital, but she insisted on finishing our tutoring session before going to the hospital. At that moment, he witnessed his classmate's kindness. Class president, you've caught a cold and have a fever. You should go to the hospital first. The beautiful girl from that year gave a reply he would never forget. Let me finish explaining these few problems to you guys first. It won't be too late to go to the hospital after. Xiaofan also didn't forget his own situation that year. Not only that, back in junior high, my family's financial situation was not good. My father hadn't opened his small furniture workshop yet. He was just a worker in a furniture factory. His monthly salary wasn't even 800 yuan, and he often didn't get paid on time. He recalled his own embarrassing moments. Other students all had new school bags, but I was the only one using a school bag that couldn't be older. It even had several patches on it. The student had faced all sorts of difficulties. In his memory, I was the only one who carried an old school bag to school. Every time, it would cause a round of laughter, and some students would specifically wait for me at the school gate to laugh and make fun of me. And it seemed fate-like to play with people even more. After the summer break of 7th grade ended, the school collected all sorts of fees. Dormitory fees, tuition fees. The total came to 1,700 yuan. My father scrambled, but was still short by a few hundred yuan. Blood is thicker than water. In this case, it would have been less painful to be water. At that time, My first uncle and second uncle were very wealthy. My father took me to see them to borrow money. In the end, I couldn't borrow a single coin. I was kicked out. Get out. I don't have money to lend you. My family has money, but I'd rather feed it to a dog. I still wouldn't lend it to you. Not only did they not lend any money, those people didn't forget to humiliate others with their venomous words. You broke-ass pauper. You don't even have a few hundred coins. You might as well just go and die. Why does our family have a useless idiot like you? You're a complete disgrace to our ancestors. Xiaofan still remembered the biting cold wind of that year. Although it was already the beginning of spring, it was still very cold. The north wind was bone-chilling, but the cold wind was not as cold as the heartless indifference of my first and second uncles. Every word was like a knife stabbing into the heart. The moment his father was hurt was deeply etched into his young mind. Even to this day, I still remember it vividly. At that time, my father had to hold back his tears and leave. Qingshan turned his head to look at his young son. Xiaofan, you can't blame others for this. Blame your father for not being capable enough. When you grow up, you must become rich. Otherwise, others will look down on you. Those words became a source of spiritual strength. So at that time, I secretly vowed that I must make a whole lot of money. I must excel above others. The humiliation that father endured today. One day, my father and I will repay you tenfold. Unfortunately, no matter how determined I was, the truth would be cruelly shattered in an instant. But this small problem couldn't be solved. Just a few hundred coins made my father so worried. Seeing other students had paid their fees, I was the only one left who hadn't gathered enough for tuition. So I had to endure countless rumors. Haha, and so on. Teacher Chinback then wasn't a good person either. She urged me many times. Why haven't you paid yet? This made my father extremely anxious. Overnight, the hair on his head almost turned completely white. The classmates were always cruelly teasing him. And many classmates, after learning I couldn't pay the tuition, taunted and provoked me even more. But there was one person who always helped me in secret. Xiaofan, come over here with me. Li Chuan pulled him to a hidden corner of the school. Class president, what are you? Unexpectedly, a middle school girl was willing to help her friend in this way. Xiaofan, take this money and go pay your tuition fee quickly. If you have any difficulties in the future, remember to find me. That image was automatically engraved in Xiaofan's mind until this day. Such a simple and thoughtful girl. Even when helping me, she also protected my dignity at the same time. Thinking back on it today, my heart still feels extremely warm. Xiaofan clearly remembered her family's situation at that time. In fact, the class president's family wasn't very wealthy either. But to help out at such a critical moment was truly precious. He asked the driver to stop the car. Driver, please stop for a moment. I'm getting off to buy something. The car screeched to a halt as requested. He stood before a closed door, dazed for a moment. After finishing his task, Xiaofan got back into the car. Class president, back then you helped me through a difficult time. Now that you're in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. His expression turned indignant. I, immortal venerable Taixian, am clear about kindness and grudges. I repay kindness with kindness, and I must kill for revenge. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on your head will be an enemy of me, immortal venerable Taixian. The car arrived at its destination amidst his endless thoughts. Yun Prefecture is just a small, county-level city. Its economic level is far behind that of the prosperous coastal city of Chu Prefecture. Otherwise, why would Wu Qingchang and her mother look down on me like that? Xiaofan walked towards a bustling crowd. This is the only 3-star hotel in Yun Prefecture. Only the influential people in Yun Prefecture have the right to dine here. I remember at first I had no money for tuition. My pockets were emptier than my face, let alone money for a meal. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, he also recalled memories related to that person, that half of the semester. Thankfully, there were free meal tickets from Fang Xiaodong. He used his meal card for a whole half a year. Indeed, even though things were difficult back then, but thanks to one or two people like Xiaodong, Xiaofan didn't lose hope in life. And Fang Xiaodong was a very generous person. He never kept score about those things. You could say in our class, the person I truly respected, besides the class president, was Fang Xiaodong. At this moment, the other person also spoke up. Xiaofan. Hearing the voice of his old friend, he happily replied, Xiaodong. He ran over and hugged his buddy. Xiaofan, why are you so thin? Did all the food you ate just disappear? Then he looked him over and commented, It's been so long since we last met. You look much more spirited than before. You've gotten handsome. Xiaofan also praised his friend endlessly. You're still as strapping as ever, like a healthy young calf. He laughed and spoke while thinking to himself, More than 1,000 years have passed. Even though I am an immortal venerable, I still cherish this sincere friendship deep in my heart. Only with friends will I be this gentle. Fang Xiaodong's place in my heart is just as important as Zhao Zanhong's. The longing contained in their memories surged forth, making them cherish the person before them even more. Ahaha. Haha. Xiaodong talked about his current life. Xiaofan, after I graduated from university, I didn't go on to graduate school. Instead, I came back home to inherit my father's business. My family owns a clothing factory. With a scale of 700 to 800 people, my family is wealthy and well off. Here, and considered a person of some standing. It turned out he wanted to help his childhood friend have a better life. So he made an offer. I heard you're working as a trainee teacher at a high school in Chuzhou. Xiaofan, how about this? My factory is still short a deputy factory manager. I've specially saved the position for you. You should come back to Yinzhou. It'll also be convenient for you to take care of your father. Unexpectedly, this happy moment didn't last long before a group of gaudily dressed people walked over. Isn't this the famous patch king of our class? Li Xiaofan, I heard you went to Chuzhou to propose to your girlfriend and got kicked to the curb. Wasn't losing face here enough? You had to go lose face in Chuzhou too? You're really something else. You've truly disgraced our Yinzhou. Seeing this group, both Xiaodong and Xiaofan couldn't maintain their gentle expressions. Zhao Qianduo, what do you mean by that? He stood behind them without a word. Back in school, this guy was the notorious bully in our class. Back then, I carried a school bag so tattered that I had to sew several patches on it. It was him who always led a group of people to stand at the school gate after class every day to laugh at me. Back then, I was most afraid of running into Zhao Qianduo's group. Xiaofan recalled that turbulent time. Every time we met, Fang Xiaodong would always stand up for me and get me out of trouble. Like a loving older brother protecting his younger brother. He also reassured himself. Now, Zhao Qianduo is just a fly in my eyes, buzzing around me. Would a great dragon ever bother to argue with a fly? That would only be lowering my own status. Seeing Xiaodong step in, Qianduo quickly shooed him away. Fang Xiaodong, I'm not talking to you. What are you making a fuss for? Get out of the way. The guy thought everyone was still afraid of him, so he pressed on. Li Xiaofan, today is the class president's birthday. What gift did you bring for her? You're not planning to just freeload a meal, are you? Let me tell you, this isn't a place where you can eat for free. Lu Ba, standing behind, offered a malicious suggestion. Brother Zhao, this dirt poor Li Xiaofan probably has nowhere to eat. I say, let's take pity on him. Later, we can give him some leftovers. Pack it up for him to take home, to eat slowly. He even puffed up his chest proudly. Li Xiaofan, what do you think of this idea? Chaotic laughter erupted, completely unrestrained. Haha, haha, but they didn't know that. Xiaofan's expression was one of restraint, filled with forbearance. In middle school, it was these two who always bullied and laughed at me. And that nickname, Patch King, was given by Lu Ba. The pain of the past was quietly revived in his mind. For a very long time, I couldn't lift my head in front of my classmates. Whether it was doing homework or extracurricular activities, I always had to shrink back and hide in a corner. Even when walking, I had to stick close to the wall. A life pushed into a corner by his peers, making Xiaofan never forget that deep sense of inferiority. It was my companion for all 3 years of junior high school. But luckily, in a basket full of black beans, there were still 1 or 2 white beans. Back then, if it weren't for the help and encouragement from the class president and Fang Xiaodong, I really don't know if I could have endured those 3 years. He silently thought about his current identity. I am now an immortal venerable, high and mighty, revered by thousands. If a brainless insect dares to provoke and dance before me, I will simply crush it. Xiaofan told himself. So in this life, I basically don't have to do anything. He turned around, not hiding his intention to provoke them. I don't feel anything at all. Lu Ba, if you want to eat, I can give you my leftovers later. A successful taunt in just an instant. What did you just say? Say that again if you dare. He cursed loudly, but his mind was in chaos. Damn it. This Li Xiaofan guy just took a trip to Chu Prefecture. Yet his tone has become so arrogant. Seeing Lu Ba's finger pointing straight at him, he got angry. You're dead. Before he could open his mouth, Xiaodong interrupted. Lu Ba, who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you. Xiaofan is my brother. If you insult him, you're insulting me. He angrily raised his fist as a warning. If you cause any more trouble for no reason, don't blame me for not being polite. Knowing it wasn't an empty threat, Qian Duo immediately held Lu Ba back. Get out of the way. He didn't forget to shout in his face. Li Xiaofan, consider yourself lucky today. Well, just wait and see. Xiaofan also reminded him impolitely. I want to say the same thing to you. If there's a next time, you won't be so lucky again. That group of people left angrily, carrying the anger they themselves had caused. They'll just let you be smug for now. There will be a time when you'll be embarrassed. The whole campus became quiet. Only 2 people remained until the very end. Before going in, Xiaodong kindly offered. Xiaofan, hey, race 10,000. Just take it for now. You can give it to the class president as a gift later. He explained the reason for the money. I'm afraid those 2 villains, Zhao Qian Duo and Lu Ba, will embarrass you later. Although he was grateful, Xiaofan still gently refused. His words were soft but firm. Xiaodong, thank you, but I've already prepared a gift for the class president. Moreover, it's very precious. Money can't buy it. When the party started, music was played to draw everyone's attention. Happy birthday. A large birthday cake was also lit with candles. The whole class gathered around Li Wan to congratulate her. Happy birthday, class president. Class president, remember to make a wish. Witnessed by her friends, she blew out the blazing row of candles. Then she adjusted her crown and happily invited the whole room. Let me cut the cake for everyone. Haha. But an idle person wanted to interrupt. Everyone, let me say something. Lu Ba, in an investigative tone, began to show off. I took a look earlier at the receipts for the gifts you all gave to the class president. Among them, the most valuable gift from Brother Qian was directly giving the class president a Volkswagen Beetle. The bold announcement caused a stir in the crowd. Wow. No way. I heard. That Zhao Qian Duo has always been pursuing Zhang Liwan. Ever since our school days until now. It's a pity that Zhang Liwan has never accepted him. Lu Feng, who was on Qian Duo's side, didn't mind fanning the flames. You should know that the cheapest Volkswagen Beetle costs at least 200,000 or 300,000. Young Master Zhao gave it away just like that. As expected of a second-generation rich kid. He's so generous. A girl heard this and turned to her friend, whispering to clarify. In a small county like our Yun Prefecture, being able to drive a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 is already very impressive. And to be able to give such an expensive car to someone else is even more extraordinary. Qian Duo put on an act, his face beaming as if it were a great honor. This is just a small token of my affection. Li Chuan, happy birthday to you. He may look like that on the outside, but his mind is filled with much more wicked schemes. I'm sure of it. As long as I have this Volkswagen Beetle, I can get Zhang Lichuan. I refuse to believe that any woman wouldn't be moved after seeing such an expensive car. When I pursue women, it's just this crude. I just smash them with money. Smash them until they obediently submit and listen to me. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Xiaodong leaned over and whispered, Xiaofan, you probably don't know. This Zhao Tian Duo, relying on the dirty money from his family, has ruined quite a few young women. Moreover, he toys with them and then casts them aside. I heard that. There was once a university student who got pregnant while with him. In the end, he ruthlessly abandoned her. Everyone knows that when caught in that kind of situation, the woman rarely gets a happy ending. Afterwards, that university student did something foolish out of anger. A death like that meant nothing to that bloodthirsty man. Her family members came to find Zhao Tian Duo to settle the score, but somehow they ended up in a car accident. The entire family died. Every time I recall that incident, Fang Xiaodong still can't help but feel indignant that justice was never served. Everyone knew clearly that Zhao Tian Duo was behind this, but there was no evidence. Plus, With the Zhao family's years of influence and connections in Cloud Prefecture, in the end, the matter was just dropped like that. Li Chuan took a small step back, her expression fearful. She politely refused, Zhao Tianduo. Thank you for your well wishes. But your gift is too precious. I can't accept it. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room seemed to fall silent for a moment. Everyone remained quiet, each with their own thoughts. How can she be so ungrateful? Humph. If it were me, I would have accepted it long ago. If you don't want it, then don't want it. But to make Zhao Tianduo lose face in front of everyone. Seeing Tianduo's face begin to darken, Lu Ba hurriedly changed the subject to ease the tension. About this. Let me read the gift list from the other friends. Without waiting for anyone's agreement, Lu Ba presumptuously listed all their gifts as if it were a matter of course. Zhang Tao 1,000 yuan. Wang Shan 1,200. Fang Xiaodong 10,000 yuan. He gleefully showed off his own gift. Mine is 20,000 yuan. As usual, he didn't forget to end with a calculated provocation. Next up is our classmate, Li Xiaofan. Everyone, take a guess. What precious gift will he give our class president? Lu Feng, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he pretended to be serious and ordered, Lu Ba. That's enough. Stop stirring up trouble. Hurry up. This made Lu Ba burst out laughing. Haha. Tianduo, standing nearby, sneered. Humph. When Li Xiaofan was in school, he was a poor student. His family was dirt poor. What kind of gift could he possibly give the class president? Someone chimed in, that's right. At the very least, he should give 1 or 200 yuan, right? The other classmates started whispering. Don't be ridiculous. These days, 1 or 200 yuan is basically nothing. It should be at least 1,000 yuan. As poor as he is, I'm afraid he doesn't even have enough to eat. Where would he get 1,000 yuan? Thinking that the silence was a sign of submission, Lu Ba became even more talkative, his tone growing more smug. Perhaps you all still don't know. Li Xiaofan is currently an intern teacher at a school in Shu Prefecture. His monthly salary is only 3 or 4,000. Moreover, I heard he was even dumped by his girlfriend. Then, he took out the gift, preparing to mock him. Let's see what gift Li Xiaofan has for our class president. He pulled out a talisman. His exaggerated attitude was annoying. It was just an ordinary piece of Xian paper, as common as could be. Everyone, take a look. Xiaofan didn't say anything, but quietly analyzed it in his mind. This is a peace talisman I specially made for our class president, Zhang Lichuan. You should know that in this world, every talisman drawn by me, the supreme Xian heavenly venerate, can absolutely be sold for a heavenly price. Back then, many super factions offered me entire planets as gifts, just to beg for a single talisman. But I couldn't be bothered with them. Now, although my cultivation has not yet recovered, a talisman like this, drawn by me, is still an absolutely priceless treasure. Let alone a Volkswagen Beetle. Even 100 of them. 1,000 supercars aren't even worth 1/10 of this talisman. Even when being ridiculed to his face by the crowd, he remained silent. His gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Zhang Lichuan could encounter danger at any moment. Giving her this talisman is equivalent to indirectly saving her life. That's why I said, the gift I'm giving is something money can't buy. His eyes were locked on their expressions, but unfortunately, these mortals before him could never see its true value. Xiaofan watched the crowd fall silent around the talisman. Their vision was shallow and crude. All they could see were symbols. Then, they all burst out laughing one after another. Laughter echoed throughout the space. Once they got bored, they switched to a sarcastic tone. Li Xiaofan, is this the birthday gift you're giving Zhang Lichuan? It looks more like you picked it up from a trash can. Thinking they had cornered him, they grew even bolder. Li Xiaofan, you've got some thick skin. It's the class president's birthday, and you can't even bear to part with a few hundred yuan. The poorer they are, the stingier they get. That's exactly the kind of person you are. Li Chuan clearly didn't agree with this behavior. Lu Ba, give that talisman back to me. She frowned, and replied in a harsh tone. No matter what, that's a token of Xiaofan's sincerity. You shouldn't ridicule him like this. Li Chuan recalled when Xiaofan gave her the gift. This talisman, Li Xiaofan gave it to me right after he entered the private room. I just casually put it in my handbag. At that time, She happily accepted the talisman. Thank you, Xiaofan. She secretly deduced. That Lu Ba must have taken it when she wasn't paying attention. He took the talisman to humiliate Li Xiaofan. Unexpectedly, Lu Ba's shamelessness and ignorance had reached a new level. He snatched the item from her hand. Class president, don't be angry. I'm not finished talking yet. Putting on a righteous air, he held up the talisman and confronted the giver. Li Xiaofan, oh Li Xiaofan, you're becoming more and more promising. Did you bring this worthless piece of paper to give to the class president just so you could come here and freeload? You definitely can't afford the food here. He'll wait a bit and have another taste. You can just pack it up and take it home. Thinking the item was worthless, Lu Ba casually threw it on the ground. Bringing this here just to lose face in front of everyone. Humph. What do you mean by that? It looks just like a ghost drawing talisman. As if Xiaofan was giving this gift to me. I spit on it. He spat right on the crumpled talisman on the ground. Not only did he throw it away, he added a sarcastic comment, adding fuel to the fire. It's truly disgusting. Xiaodong had been watching everything until now. He felt indignant. Xiaofan, really? I secretly slipped you 10,000 yuan earlier. It was so you could bring it here to save face. So you wouldn't have to be humiliated in front of our classmates. He couldn't hide his frustration at his friend's indifferent attitude. But you just wouldn't listen. I originally thought Xiaofan would actually bring some kind of treasure. Who knew it would be a piece of scrap paper? But complaining is one thing. But Xiaofan is my good brother. He didn't hesitate to shout, standing up to shield his friend. Lu Ba, you've gone too far. Xiaofan suddenly shot to his feet. He raised his hand to stop Xiaodong. Out of respect for the classmates present, they'll give you one chance. Pick up the talisman from the ground and lick the phlegm off it for me. Then, kneel down and apologize to me. And I will let this matter go. He was already angry. And that unsanitary image made his emotions erupt even more violently. This venerable one has already shown you great face by doing so. After all, today is Class President Zhang Liquan's birthday. It's a happy occasion. I don't want to see bloodshed either. That's why I'm being lenient and sparing Lu Ba this one time. If this were in the immortal world, and someone dared to humiliate a talisman of the profound heaven immortal venerable, their entire 9 generations would have been exterminated long ago. Blood would have flowed through their home. Of course, Lu Ba would never accept that demand. What? You dare tell me to kowtow and apologize to you? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? But no one expected. Li Xiaofan grabbed and snapped the pointing arm with a single, clean move. He collapsed onto the floor in pain. My arm. He grabbed the sweat-matted hair, lifting him up. You insect. How dare you desecrate my talisman? Li Xiaofan cursed as he slapped him. Is a piece of trash like you even worthy? His smooth face soon swelled up like a mosquito bite. When he had had enough, he threw Lu Ba to the ground like a broken pot. Lick it clean for me. Beaten into submission, he cowardly begged. He'll lick it. He'll lick it right now. I beg you, don't hit me anymore. Although disgusted by his own vomit, he had to grit his teeth and lick it clean. Li Xiaofan just watched in silence. His eyes were as cold as ice, not revealing a single trace of emotion. He angrily cast a spell on the soiled paper. A burst of magic erupted violently from his fingertips. So dirty. How can I give this to the class president now? Eat it all for me. As Lu Ba was licking, the paper suddenly levitated and balled itself up. A second later, it leaped into his mouth on its own. Li Xiaofan looked down from above, as if looking at some nameless grunt. Lu Ba, an insect like you, dares to provoke me? Ignoring him kneeling and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Li Xiaofan coldly raised his foot and stomped directly on Lu Ba's head, who was collapsed on the ground. You really don't know who I am now. No matter what he did, his anger wouldn't subside. Back in school, didn't you give me the nickname King of Patches? You probably never thought that today you would be trampled under the foot of me, the King of Patches. Li Xiaofan began to vent his anger by stomping repeatedly. Back then, it was one thing for you to insult me. But you shouldn't have insulted my father, saying he was incompetent. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even provide for his own son. The pain of all those years could finally be expressed. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you even worthy of saying those things about my father? Lu Ba lay on the ground, coughing up blood and begging for mercy. Spare me. Spare my life. Li Xiaofan. I want dare to do it again. His violent methods made the room fall unusually silent. Even if someone had an opinion, no one dared to voice it. Is this still the same weak and timid Li Xiaofan from our school days? He's truly a veritable killing god. After the beating, he turned and walked somewhere. When Li Xiaofan approached Zhao Tianduo, no one dared to stand in his way. His overwhelming aura even made the man step back. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Li Xiaofan, what do you want? But suddenly, something appeared that made him tremble. It was Li Xiaofan's killing intent, which resembled that of a divine dragon. Although Zhao Tianduo couldn't see it, because he was the target, it was nearly impossible not to feel it. Why do I feel like I'm facing a peerless, malevolent deity? This way he's approaching step by step is filled with brutal killing intent. It seems like he could tear me to shreds with a flip of his hand. His brain could still function in a strange way at this moment. No way. This must be a false sensation. How could I be scared by a measly king of patches? Zhao Tianduo acted defiantly. Li Xiaofan, I'm warning you. You'll never know how terrifying I can be. You also will never know who you are up against. Of course, he had a basis for his bravado. On the surface, I, Zhao Tianduo, may be a rich second generation from Cloud Prefecture. But in reality, you don't know that I have many hidden secrets behind me, especially that terrifying power. Thinking that the silence was fear, he continued his pretentious act. For the sake of our classmates here, if you kneel and kowtow to apologize to me now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, before he could finish, he was painfully slapped across the face. Zhao Tianduo couldn't believe it. He held his face like a weakling. You dare hit me? He started screaming in his head. What was that slap just now? I clearly secretly took an expert as my master a long time ago. My strength is comparable to a martial artist at the peak of internal energy. But I couldn't even block a single slap from Li Xiaofan. How is this possible? Feeling annoyed by the sight and sound of him, Li Xiaofan delivered another slap. I hit you. So what? Watching him teach Zhao Tianduo a lesson, everyone was clearly very surprised. Look, Zhao Tianduo couldn't even block one of Li Xiaofan's slaps. That's right. Li Xiaofan's casual demeanor makes it look like he's just swatting flies. I never expected this soft-limbed Li Xiaofan. So he's a hidden master. Those megaphone-like whispers reached Zhao Tianduo's ears. Li Xiaofan, how dare you slap me in the face in front of the goddess of my dreams, Zhang Lichuan. Then, he furiously swung his fist at the other man. I'll risk my life to fight you. He was immediately stopped by Xiaofan with just one hand. Zhao Tianduo, I wanted to say the same thing to you. Then a powerful palm strike sent him flying into the wall behind him. The opponent collapsed to the ground in pain. His face was twisted in pain, with no trace of arrogance left. Xiaofan slowly approached. His heavy footsteps seemed to pound directly on the nerves of the man lying on the ground. Tianduo trembled like a cornered beast. His eyes were filled with panic. Xiaofan bent down and spoke in a volume only the two of them could hear. You will never know how terrifying I am. You will never, ever know who you are messing with. But those words didn't make him feel scared. He wiped the blood from his mouth. A stubborn glint remained in his eyes. Li Xiaofan, I know. The truth is, you like the class president too, don't you? His sinister gaze shifted towards that person in the distance. But it's a pity, neither you nor I can have the class president. Those words also made Xiaofan turn to look at Li Chuan. Her figure stood in the middle of the room, looking at them with worry. Because the class president's fate was decided long ago, and no one can change it. On an invisible chessboard, Tianduo continuously made his moves, hoping to turn the tables. Li Xiaofan, I admit you're very powerful. I underestimated you. But in the end, you're no match for my master. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Those words made him frown slightly. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the sudden disaster that befell the class president in my past life is related to this Zhao Tianduo? One thought followed another. If that's the case, I will definitely help the class president get rid of this trouble completely. Consider it repaying a debt of gratitude. He coldly swung his leg, kicking that bastard one more time. I'll use Zhao Tianduo to lure out the person behind him. He even pressed his foot harder on the man's vulnerable stomach, making Tianduo curl up from the sharp pain. After he felt it was enough, Xiaofan turned to leave. casually dropping a line. Zhao Qian Duo. Even if you tell the person behind you to come find me, you should give them a reminder. Even if it's a deity, I can still destroy them. But the other person didn't seem to be listening. Haha. Li Xiaofan, don't get too cocky. Your retribution is coming soon. They'll make you wish you were dead. Regret ever messing with me. Qian Duo's fast-talking mouth still wouldn't stop. But in this society, money and connections are what matter. So what if you can fight? Do you have as much money as I do? Every word he said, he silently and carefully remembered. To put it bluntly, I can drive a Land Rover worth 8 or 900,000 here. While a broke ass like you came here in a taxi. After some time had passed, Qian Duo was finally able to stand up normally. Therefore, what's the use of you beating me? You're still just a broke ass with no money. Get real. Women nowadays all like rich men. His bruised face still tried to put on a tough guy act. My name is Zhao Qian Duo, and it suits me. I don't have much of anything else. But I have the most money. The money in my family is countless. Let a broke ass like you die of jealousy. That long-winded speech only got one sentence back from Xiaofan. Your meager family assets. I couldn't care less about them. And that piece of junk car of yours, if you've got the guts, drive it over here. My sports car is of a higher quality and price than yours. He realized something in his heart. This Zhao Qian Duo really does have money. I heard from Feng Xiaodong that his family owns many factories. But these worldly things are fundamentally unworthy of this deity's attention. Qian Duo's small brain couldn't process that he would reply like that. Your sports car? Where is it? If you have the guts, drive it over here for everyone to see. Qian Duo's lackeys, like fish snapping at bait, were just waiting for a chance to chime in. Sports car, my ass. I clearly saw Li Xiaofan arrive in a taxi just now. That's right. He doesn't even know the basics of driving. How could he buy one without money? And he dares to compare wealth with young Master Zhao. You should open your eyes and see for yourself. The rich second-generation kids in this entire cloud province. How many of them can drive an 8 or 900,000 yuan car? Xiaofan didn't pay any attention to that. He asked Li Chuan, class president, would you mind if I drove you home? Li Chuan smiled and nodded. She agreed gently without any hesitation. Of course, that's fine. But I'd rather walk. Xiaofan, will you walk me home? He could tell it was partially a lie. From the hotel to her house, you'd have to cross more than a dozen streets. It seems saying she wanted to walk was a pretext. Wanting to help me out of this predicament was the real reason. A faint smile touched his lips. As expected, the class president is still a kind girl. Xiaofan turned around and spoke gently to Li Chuan. Class president, I appreciate your good intentions. But I really do have a car. Why don't you wait for me at the hotel entrance? He'll go to the parking lot and get the car. The meal ended quickly. Everyone headed to the parking lot in a crowd. Tian Duo followed behind, yelling, Uft, you have a car? It was as if he had short-term memory loss. His cronies seemed to have forgotten who had just beaten them to a pulp. You have a car? My ass. That's right. That country bumpkin Li Xiaofan has a car? My ass. They sneered contemptuously. Full of condescension, Lu Ba chimed in with a sarcastic remark. He's definitely just bragging. I want to see where he's going to pull a supercar from. On one side, Li Chuan had absolute faith. I believe Xiaofan. He's not the type to brag. On the other side, Xiaodong was extremely worried. I grew up with Xiaofan. How could I not know his family situation? Although his family situation has improved a bit in the last 2 years, he absolutely can't afford a supercar worth over $1 million. How could Xiaofan bluff so big? How is he going to clean up this mess? A long time passed. Tian Duo anxiously checked his phone. Feeling that waiting was fruitless, he started running his dirty mouth. It's been so long. Li Xiaofan still hasn't come back. I told you so. This brat is just a broke loser. These two were playing off each other. Yeah, daring to brag in front of me. Isn't this like showing off your axe before the god of war? He's really asking for humiliation. Young Master Zhao is right. I bet that kid has already secretly slipped away. Lu Feng shouted sarcastically. A broke loser like him is worthy of driving a supercar? He can ride a rickshaw. He tried to persuade Li Chuan. I'm telling you, class president, don't wait anymore. Li Xiaofan has definitely run away. Another girl also believed it. Class president, you're too naive. If I were you, I would have already gone home in young Master Zhao's car. His eyes were like ice again. glinting with a dark and dangerous light as they rested on her. Li Chuan, just let me take you home. You're waiting for Li Xiaofan. Even if you wait until dawn, he's not coming back. Unexpectedly, a sound like a tiger's roar echoed from the distance. It startled the weak Tian duo. What's that sound? A low-slung, fiery red car sped towards them. Its headlights illuminated the noisy crowd. Someone shouted a warning to him. Watch out, young Master Zhao. The driver slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, creating a cloud of smoke behind it. The car executed a perfect drift in the courtyard, frightening the crowd. But above all, the identity of the person in the car was what surprised everyone, especially Li Chuan, the owner of that shiny car. Xiaofan opened the car door and said, "Class president, get in." A classmate who knew cars exclaimed in shock. Am I seeing things? That's a Ferrari. Tian duo, who also knew cars, broke into a cold sweat. Wait a minute. I think I've seen this car before. It's a Ferrari Portofino. This car is worth nearly 20 million. It's a global limited edition supercar. One of his lackeys heard this and also panicked. Young Master Zhao, you're not kidding, are you? 20 million? And it's a global limited edition on top of that? How could Li Xiaofan possibly drive such a high-class supercar? Li Chuan got into the passenger seat and gently closed the door. She said shyly, "Thank you, Xiaofan. Such a high-class supercar. This is my first time riding in one." Seeing that scene, Tian duo's blood boiled. Damn it. I was beaten up by Li Xiaofan. I originally hoped to regain some face with my car, but I never expected to be slapped so hard in the face by Li Xiaofan again. He turned his head and looked at his own car. He couldn't help but feel a wave of comparison. Compared to his Ferrari, what the hell is this Land Rover of mine? It simply can't compare. Like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long. He launched furious kicks. What a disgrace. It's truly a complete disgrace. Lu Ba called out in panic. Young Master Zhao. Tian duo got into the car resentfully. Tonight, I, Zhao Tian duo, have completely lost all face. He took out his phone and dialed a number to call someone. If I don't kill that Li Xiaofan, it'll be impossible to quell the hatred in my heart. When the person on the other end picked up, he spoke angrily. Hello, it's me. Contrary to the lively atmosphere in Xiaofan's car, Tian duo's car was filled with the stench of cheap tricks. Who would have thought that after just a moment, his gloomy face lit up as if he had won the lottery? Li Xiaofan, don't you like to meddle in other people's business? Then tonight, you'll make sure your family is ruined. As night fell, the electric lights began to turn on, illuminating everything. The expensive red car sped through the streets. Class president, I still remember when I didn't have money to pay the tuition fees. You were the one who gave me 1,000 yuan. This kindness, I will never forget it in this lifetime. Don't worry. As long as I'm here in the future, no one in this world will dare to bully you. In this life, I will protect you, safe and sound, with great fortune and wealth. The calm expression on his face soothed Liquan's heart. Xiaofan, your words are enough to satisfy me. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, Xiaofan, it seems you're not doing too badly for yourself. Otherwise, how could you afford such an expensive supercar? After you graduated from university, what have you been doing? Xiaofan talked about his life. Actually, I'm a trainee teacher at a school. As for this car, I just borrowed it from a friend. A thought flashed through his mind. After all, this car is still temporarily registered under Chu Zilian's name. That made Li Chuan think. That's good. Xiaofan is just a trainee teacher. How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? It turns out his friend lent it to him. That's a relief. She didn't forget to give a warning. Xiaofan, let me give you a piece of advice. You must be wary of Zhao Qian duo. It seems Li Chuan also somewhat understood his cunning nature. Zhao Qian duo is not simple at all. His family not only has money, but also power. Behind him, there are people you can't afford to provoke. The atmosphere inside the car became heavy, as if all sound was being suffocated. I know you're good at fighting, but the one behind him is not a person, but a god. She shuddered slightly. Her face turned pale as she recalled. You can't possibly fight against them. I advise you to leave Cloud Prefecture quickly. Take your father with you. The farther you go, the better. And never come back. Xiaofan paused. It felt as if he had just discovered a long-hidden truth. So it's true. In my past life, Zhao Qian duo was definitely involved in Zhang Liquan's mysterious disappearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those strange things at the hotel earlier. An indistinct energy suddenly appeared. Xiaofan recognized it immediately. This is Nine Yang Netherine Qi. His gaze swept over, sharp as a blade. The class president actually has 9 Nether Qi on her. Although this aura is very faint, impure and mixed. The wheels rolled steadily on the road. But the thoughts in his head were a tangled mess. But even so, for 9 Nether Qi to appear on Earth. It's truly astonishing. Xiaofan recalled the overwhelming feeling of witnessing that power. He was still reeling in shock. One must know, this 9 Nether Qi is the essence gathered from a 9 profound body under a full moon, weathered by wind and soaked in dew, and gradually cultivated into being. It is a type of dark power originating from the underworld. It's the complete opposite of the supreme, profound, true Qi I cultivate. Memories of his time spent cultivating quietly in solitude slowly returned. The heavenly sacred body is derived from the first part of the supreme, profound, true scripture. And the supreme, profound, true scripture is a divine technique passed down from primordial times. It originated from the trunk of the divine Fusang tree. It cultivated day and night by absorbing the sun's energy, gradually accumulating an extremely powerful force. If one successfully cultivates the supreme, profound, true scripture, one can even devour the sun. Then, refine the true sun fire into one's cultivation base. However, this path of extreme power, upon reaching its peak, will instead generate a great deal of Yin Qi. Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. Extreme Yin gives birth to Yang. Yin and Yang must complement each other. Only then can the Taiji be formed. The cultivation is then nearly complete. But at the critical moment, all his efforts vanished like smoke. That's why in my previous life, even after I successfully cultivated the supreme, profound, true scripture, because I couldn't find the nurturing object for it, I still couldn't take the final step. Recalling the arduous journey back then, he couldn't help but feel his heart sink. That year, I searched every cave in the immortal realm that showed traces of the 9 profound Bodhi's appearance. But I still couldn't find it. Only later did I learn that. It turned out that in the immortal realm, the 9 profound body had long since disappeared without a trace. Deep in his heart, Xiaofan had never for a second forgotten that incomplete ending. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been caught in the great formation set up by the 10 great heavenly venerates, and been successfully ambushed, dying on the spot, filled with regret. Even the wordless heavenly scripture was stolen by them. A faint, disdainful smile appeared on his face. But even so what? Without finding the 9 profound body, they could never open the wordless heavenly scripture. In their hands, it's nothing more than useless paper. He snorted coldly thinking of them. The 10 great heavenly venerates probably never would have dreamed that the wordless heavenly scripture you schemed so hard to obtain is just a useless book, and that the legendary 9 profound body would appear in the mortal realm. Li Yuan looked at the scenery outside. Her voice, as light as a breeze, called out, "Xiaofan." His ears seemed to be blocked by his thoughts. He didn't respond to her call at all. However, the 9 Nether Qi in the class president's body is still very weak right now. To evolve into a true 9 profound body, there's still a long way to go. Moreover, this kind of evolution is fundamentally impossible to complete in the mortal realm. The spiritual Qi on Earth is almost depleted. Only by going to the immortal realm, entering the ruins, where the 9 profound body once appeared, can it completely and successfully evolve. It seems that Zhang Liyuan's future path and mine are the same. They both lie in the immortal realm. Earth is just a small starting point. Xiaofan stared at the road ahead with a vacant gaze. It was chilling to the bone. Whether it's for the 9 profound body or to repay a debt of gratitude, I must save the class president from this sea of mortal suffering. Li Yuan once again tried to bring him back to reality. "Xiaofan, what are you thinking about?" She frowned slightly. Her gaze, filled with confusion, turned to the window. "Do you feel it? The road tonight." They both had a strange feeling, as if something was not right, quietly happening. Something seems off, doesn't it? But Xiaofan didn't share what he had already realized. As the supreme, profound heavenly venerate, I can sense the hidden danger all around without even looking. The road they were on twisted and turned as if under a spell. This dangerous aura is like a net that is constantly closing in, slowly trapping us in a difficult situation. A small detail flashed past her eyes, making Li Yuan realize something with a jolt. Xiaofan, I think we've returned to where we were just now. Look, even the surrounding scenery is exactly the same. He also quickly noticed the anomaly. This is an illusion. At this late hour, encountering this kind of trick is truly enough to make one's scalp tingle. Xiaofan had been around the world long enough to see through these dirty tricks. It's called an illusion, but it's actually an encounter with something unclean. They bewitch a person's nature and suck out their soul, turning them into a puppet under their command. Things like this, since ancient times, have always had their own special anecdotes. Previously, I often hear the elders say, some people walking on mountain paths often encounter this. Mysterious stories always have their own unique appeal. The path under their feet is clearly rugged and winding, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly turns into a wide, clear road. Then they just keep walking like that. A man's foot accidentally trips on a rock on the ground. Instantly, he breaks free from the daze. The man screams instinctively. It turns out that small rock saved his life just as he was about to step through death's door. Some lucky people would fall down carelessly and finally snap out of it, only to discover a bottomless abyss right in front of them, scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Luckily, they managed to keep their lives. Not every story has a happy ending, but as for the unlucky ones, they step directly into the void, falling off the cliff. In the end, they fall to their deaths, their bodies smashed to pieces. Many such strange stories are passed down by word of mouth. There's an even more bizarre story. When I was young, I heard the elders in the village talk about it. At that time, there was a man in their village who never believed in ghosts and demons. One evening, he went out drinking, but on his way back, for some reason, he wandered into a small forest west of the village gate. In that forest, there was a graveyard. That man kept climbing back and forth over the graves. By the time people found him, the scene was extremely tragic. He had bashed his head against a tombstone and died. His brains were even spilling out. The police arrived, secured the scene, but found no clues. That strange incident. Even the police couldn't figure it out. In the end, the case was dropped. Li Chuan looked at the surrounding scenery and broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaofan, later, no matter what happens, you must not come and look. You have to drive away. Got it? He quickly reassured her. Class president, how can I just ignore it if you're in trouble? Don't worry. No matter what happens, I'll be here to support you. Although she was scared, she didn't forget to worry about her friend. Support me with what? You simply don't have that ability. Don't think that just because you beat Zhao Qianduo, you can stand up for me. You're no match for them at all. Go quickly. Suddenly, the sky started pouring a bright red rain. Xiaofan looked at the liquid on the windshield and frowned uneasily. A blood ring. Just as he was trying to figure out what was happening, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the car. As soon as he saw it, he quickly slammed on the brakes. Li Chuan was thrown forward by the inertia. Yin Feng stood brazenly in their path, holding an umbrella. Xiaofan calmly got out of the car to observe. It seems, all the strange phenomena we've encountered were intentionally created by this person. Then he quickly opened an umbrella to shield them from that strange red liquid. Li Chuan also got out and stepped forward. Yin Feng, this has nothing to do with him. Let him go. The man scoffed contemptuously. Since he has already met me, it can be considered fate. How can I just let it pass? With that, he gradually lost his composure and yelled, Zhang Li Chuan, if you know what's good for you, come with me now. Don't make master lose his patience. You know his temperament well. She didn't obey meekly and retorted, I'm not going back with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped onto a large nearby tree. Her activated power helped her cling tightly to the tree trunk. Then she turned and crawled back down headfirst. Liquin's body began to transform. Her fingernails grew very long. She lunged down, aiming her attack straight at Yin Feng. Xiaofan just stood there, quietly observing and assessing. If Zhang Liquin's body contains the 9 Yin underworld qi, then she would naturally be different from ordinary people. Her strength has actually long surpassed the inner power of a martial artist. She has long reached the Grandmaster level. At the very least, she's much stronger than the Zhao Qianduo from before. But he quickly realized how powerful the opponent was. It's just a pity that compared to this Yin Feng in front of them, Zhang Liquan's strength is still far inferior. Yin Feng just chuckled coldly with a mocking expression. As expected, with a casual wave of his hand, he sent her flying. Not knowing your own limits, Xiaofan quickly leaped into the air, catching Li Chuan in time. He gently helped her dispel the dark energy. That was dangerous. If the class president had hit the electric current on the power pole behind her, she would have been seriously injured. This Yin Feng is truly ruthless. He has no intention of showing mercy at all. Then, the two of them slowly landed safely on the ground. Xiaofan handed the umbrella over and carefully instructed Li Chuan. Class president, you stand here and don't wander off. Leave the rest to me. Seeing him walk resolutely towards Yin Feng, she hurriedly tried to stop him. Xiaofan, what are you doing? I told you to hurry up and leave. Don't go over there to die. You're no match for him at all. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest, making her whole body go numb. Li Chuan realized that his power had grown stronger. Yin Feng's blood rain divine art has actually been cultivated to the highest realm. Could it be that he has become a grandmaster? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unable to block even a single one of his strikes. She clutched her chest, writhing. It hurt so much. Despite the pain, she was still worried about her friend. Although Xiaofan just gave Zhao Qianduo a beating, Zhao Qianduo had only cultivated to the highest level of inner strength. Even I am no match for his strength. For Xiaofan to be so blindly arrogant. Isn't he just courting death? She tried to call him back. Xiaofan. Looking at his back, Li Chuan couldn't help but think. I don't know what Xiaofan has been through these past few years. But in my heart, Xiaofan is still that boy who always needed help. A weak personality. And him like an older sister who has to protect him. For his safety, she decided to step forward. I can't just stand by and watch Xiaofan go to his death like this. Li Chuan spoke up to negotiate. Yin Feng, if you let him go, he'll agree to go with you, okay? He let out a scornful smile. Zhang Li Chuan, you have no right to negotiate terms with me. This brat must die tonight. Before coming here, he had been informed. Just now, Zhao Qianduo called me, specifically mentioning this brat, begging me to kill him no matter what. Yin Feng lowered his umbrella, preparing for the decisive battle. Li Zifan was actually able to take down Zhao Qianduo. Perhaps he really has some skill. But that's all there is to it. His strength definitely can't surpass Zhang Liquan's. Even Zhang Lichuan was sent flying by a single blow from me. What's more, in front of me is just a tiny insect. He pointed and directly mocked Xiaofan. Hey, you are just a lowly little insect. Then he commanded in a cold voice. If you kneel and beg me right now, perhaps this master, in a good mood, will spare your life. He refused to be outdone and retorted. I'd like to say the same thing to you. Kneel down immediately and kowtow to the class president in apology. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. This aura made Yin Feng feel interested. He raised his hand, condensing the blood rain into a vortex. Not bad. Are all the martial artists outside this arrogant nowadays? They'll turn you into a meat paste with a single palm strike. He took the initiative to launch a direct attack. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Red vortexes swirled and enveloped his entire arm. Foul wind, bloody rain palm. A magical palm formed, aiming at Xiaofan. He remained calm and smiled confidently. This person is actually a grandmaster. Interesting. I, on the other hand, want to see just how formidable a grandmaster on Earth is. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a palm with blue magic power to block the attack. The two powers clashed, creating significant pressure. Fierce winds howled. Yin Feng still spoke with arrogance. Haha, brat, you dare to make a move against a grandmaster? You're truly tired of living. Behind them, Li Chuan covered her face, not daring to watch any longer. It's too late. In the end, Xiaofan's power was completely overwhelming. He easily crushed Yin Feng's technique. Witnessing it with his own eyes, he was astonished. Impossible. This foul wind bloody rain palm of mine used at least 50% of my power, and yet he blocked it. Hearing the commotion, Li Chuan curiously peeked through her fingers. Then her jaw dropped too. She couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaofan, How can you be so powerful? Retracting his power, he gloated and sneered. Infong, I actually held some hope for your strength as a grandmaster. How ridiculous. Turns out I overestimated you. He became furious from the shame. He still stubbornly argued. On the contrary, I was the one who underestimated you. But you will still die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the blazing red energy was summoned again. Moreover, a huge vortex of power appeared, sucking in all the rainwater. The roaring of the vortex mixed with his crazed voice. He'll make sure you die without a burial place. The crimson stream I created formed a vortex. It gradually transformed into the shape of a giant tiger. It followed the commands of Infong. The tiger roared. Li Xiaofan was not afraid at all, ready to face the attack. Such a trivial thing. His eyes glowed as he summoned a divine beast. Supreme, immortal pupil. A fire phoenix spread its wings majestically. It flew directly towards its opponent. A loud explosion erupted along with a blinding light. Li Chuan quickly raised her hand. It's so bright. When everything became quiet again, a deep hole had appeared on the road ahead. A heavily injured hand was visible amidst the rubble. This sight caused a sense of unease to rise within her. Before she could even think, she hurriedly dropped her umbrella and rushed over. Xiaofan. Li Chuan trembled with fear. She tried to dig through the stones. Xiaofan, are you okay? She quickened her pace. Her voice became more choked with sobs. I'll get you out. Just then, Li Xiaofan, standing behind her, coughed lightly. He called out, making her freeze. Class president. He didn't have a single scratch on him. He smiled calmly. I'm right here. Li Chuan looked at him, then looked closely at the person under the rubble again. She couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out Li Xiaofan was truly a hidden master. In my eyes, Grandmaster Infong was an untouchable expert. Yet he was defeated by Li Xiaofan in a single move. She was astonished by the power he had hidden. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe this was real. Li Xiaofan observed that the surroundings had gradually returned to normal. The blood rain and illusions have indeed disappeared. Li Chuan watched him walk over. Her heart was still filled with astonishment. Even Infong was no match for Li Xiaofan. He was no longer the meek and weak Li Xiaofan, who let others bully him, was he. He held out his hand and said gently, Class President, I told you, no matter what trouble you encounter, I will solve it all for you. And you still didn't believe me. She took his hand to stand up. She replied shyly, Xiaofan, it's not that I didn't believe you. It's just that you've really given me too many surprises. Looking at the guy lying unconscious on the ground, she still had a concern. But this Infong has only just reached the Grandmaster realm. After all, the most formidable one is still his master, Chen Xikong. Grandmaster Chen. Li Chuan trustingly told Li Xiaofan everything. Grandmaster Chen has always been forcing me to become his disciple. He wants me to follow him and cultivate. But I felt that the evil aura around him was too strong, so I never agreed. After learning about his wicked plot, she had been constantly hiding, especially recently. Grandmaster Chen had Zhao Qianduo come to warn me. He gave me a final ultimatum. He gave me 3 days. If I don't agree, he will forcibly kidnap me. Li Chuan was also well aware of the strength of those on his side. You probably don't know yet. Zhao Qianduo is Grandmaster Chen's official disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Speaking of this, her face turned pale with fear. Xiaofan, you haven't met Grandmaster Chen. You have no idea how powerful he is. Then she continued to share the information she had. Grandmaster Chen, he's not a person. He's a god. A god who is high and mighty. I heard with my own ears that with a single move, he can annihilate an entire cultivation sect as easily as turning over his hand. It's truly terrifying. Li Chuan tried her best to dissuade him. Xiaofan, please listen to me. You are no match for Grandmaster Chen at all. It's still not too late to leave Cloud Province now. Li Xiaofan remained resolute, completely unmoved. If I leave, he will definitely make things difficult for you. To you, that's a big problem. But to me, it's merely a trivial matter. Seeing her friend so carelessly risk his life, she shouted angrily, Xiaofan, you're being too arrogant. What do I have to say to make you believe me? You are simply no match for Grandmaster Chen. Just go quickly. I don't want to get you involved. Li Xiaofan quickly reassured her, hoping she would place her trust in him. Class president, give me a chance to repay your kindness. Li Chuan could only sigh in exasperation at this stubbornness. Xiaofan, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have lent you that 1,000 yuan back in school. That way, I wouldn't have gotten you involved. He earnestly expressed his sincerity. You're wrong, class president. Even without that 1,000 yuan, I would still help you all the same. Don't forget, we're classmates. Li Chuan understood his good intentions, but couldn't help but feel anxious. Although I know Xiaofan means well. How can Xiaofan possibly fight against Grandmaster Chen? Grandmaster Chen's methods are divine. He kills grandmasters as easily as killing dogs. It was already late at night. Yet, some apartments still had their lights on. Li Chuan gracefully stepped out of Xiaofan's car. She didn't forget to turn back and say, Xiaofan, thank you for today. You should also be careful on your way back. In a good mood, he bowed to bid her farewell. In the quiet night, only the dim streetlights remained. Xiaofan drove alone, speeding down the deserted road. When he reached a place that seemed safe, the car stopped. He got out and opened the trunk. Inside was Feng, who had already regained consciousness. Speak. Where is Grandmaster Chen? Seeing no response, he grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. He thought to himself, I deliberately kept Feng alive, because I want to find the mastermind behind this through him. I must pull out the weeds by the roots. Help the class president solve this trouble. Feng struggled in pain, but still tried to act tough. You want me to betray my master? In your dreams. Xiaofan threatened him bluntly. Playing tough, are we? I, Supreme Immortal Taishian, have at least 100,000 interrogation techniques. They'll try a different one each time. Even if you don't die, you'll be skinned alive. After struggling for over 10 minutes, he finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed, they'll talk. They'll tell you everything. I beg you, please spare me. Feng, terrified, confessed honestly. Grandmaster Chen, my master, occupies a deep part of the mountains west of Yinzhou. That mountain is called Kangmang Mountain. It's a rolling range that stretches for hundreds of meters. There's a large river in the mountains. There are venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Xiaofan, satisfied, continued his questioning. Are you familiar with that Kangmang Mountain? He obediently cooperated and recounted. Locally, there are many legends related to Kangmang Mountain. Some say there is a mountain god in Kangmang Mountain. Feng recounted all the information he knew. It's said that since ancient times, demons and monsters caused chaos and disaster. The calamities were endless. Therefore, every full moon night, the nearby villagers would slaughter pigs and goats. They perform a ceremony to worship the mountain god, to ask the great mountain god of Kangmang Mountain to suppress those evil spirits, to save the people from their suffering. The elders also say that the great mountain god is actually the greatest evil demon suppressed within Kangmang Mountain. Even in history, there have been strange occurrences. During the 1930s and 1940s, China was engulfed in the flames of war. At that time, there was a group of bandits who murdered and set fires in Yinzhou. There was no evil they wouldn't do. Fortunately, the people were still very united. The local militia, in order to protect the people, prepared to lead them through Kangmang Mountain, to leave Yinzhou County. What followed was a story of evil begetting evil. The bandits wanted to hunt them down and kill them all. Hundreds of them entered Kangmang Mountain with guns and cannons. Coincidentally, that day was a full moon night. The mountain god of Kangmang Mountain gradually awoke from its deep slumber. The entire Kangmang Mountain began to shake. The great mountain god stood behind them like a towering mountain. Ox-headed and horse-faced demons appeared. Hundreds of ghosts emerged. It was like hell on earth. In the end, not a single one of those bandits made it out alive. They all died in the mountain caves. As Feng spoke, he trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. In recent years, the locals even organized an inspection team to go into Kangmang Mountain. But as a result, a once-in-a-century landslide and earthquake occurred. Just like the rumors, the mountain god was angered. He turned pale. In short, that Kangmang Mountain is like a terrifying giant beast, opening its large, bloody mouth. No one knows how many lives it has swallowed. Recalling the mountain god's terrifying appearance, he couldn't help but shiver. So after that, Even fewer people dared to go to Tsangmang Mountain. The locals say, just mentioning Tsangmang Mountain is enough to make one shudder, for fear of angering the mountain god. Hearing this, Li Xiaofan felt that things were about to get very interesting. If what Yin Feng said is true, then that Shen Xikong must have some skill to be able to cultivate on Tsangmang Mountain. On the contrary, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. Li Xiaofan looked up at the sky and thought, but what interests me isn't some Grandmaster Chun, that kind of insect. The Tai Xian Heavenly Venerable, wouldn't even give him a second glance. The thing that inspires me is Tsangmang Mountain itself. Next to him, Yin Feng was miserably leaning against the red car. Li Xiaofan paid him almost no attention, lost in his own thoughts. My intuition tells me that Tsangmang Mountain is not simple at all. There must be some hidden mystery, waiting for me to discover it. Yin Feng's face was battered and bruised. With a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he weakly spoke up. I have another secret, but you have to promise to let me go. Only then can I tell you. He had barely finished his sentence when Li Xiaofan slapped him with a thunderous blow, making him spit blood and cry out in pain. He warned loudly. A mere shrimp like you wants to negotiate with me? Are you even qualified? Seeing his terrifying power, Yin Feng pleaded in fear. They'll talk. Just don't kill me. A thought flashed through his mind. How can the aura erupting from Li Xiaofan be so terrifying? What cultivation realm has he reached? Saying that, Yin Feng held his face to ease the pain and slowly explained. It was Zhao Qian Duo when he called me. He said that just killing you wasn't enough. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Tonight, Zhao Qian Duo wants to lead people to storm your house. He plans to kill your father as well. He wants to wipe out your entire family. When Li Xiaofan heard his family was involved, rage surged through his body. Zhao Qian Duo, you dare to target my father? Since you're so vicious, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Li Xiaofan grabbed Yin Feng's cheek and forced a white pill into his mouth. Then he turned and walked away, explaining coldly. This is the 7 steps gut-rending pill. The poison will take effect in an hour. At that time, you will struggle in agony and die. After that, you will melt into a pool of pus. Yin Feng, sitting on the ground, kept clawing at his throat to get the pill out, coughing violently. Terrified of death, he threw away all his dignity, knelt down, and kowtowed, begging Li Xiaofan. Mr. Li, I beg you spare me. Don't kill me. He paid no mind and just stated his condition. If you obey me, and do as I say, in 1 hour, I will give you the antidote. He added sternly to threaten Yin Feng. Of course, you can also run back to Tsangmang Mountain to find your master. But let me tell you honestly, right now, only I have the antidote. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yin Feng was scared witless. He stammered, I wouldn't dare. I am willing to follow Mr. Li's orders. The sky had grown dark by now. Clouds rolled in but couldn't hide the twinkling stars. The car's headlights suddenly flashed brightly. The car's display screen lit up, showing the time. 12:25. Li Xiaofan sat in the car, holding the steering wheel, a sinister smile on his face. Zhao Qian Duo, you just wait for me. He immediately slammed on the accelerator. The car shot off like the wind. The rain began to fall, followed by a clap of thunder that shook the sky. At the small, simple house, thunder rumbled across the sky along with the ceaseless patter of rain. A group of people appeared out of nowhere. Some held clubs. Others held knives, standing in front of the small house. The leader was Zhao Qian Duo. He laughed loudly. Li Xiaofan, you probably never imagined, with my connections in Yinzhou, getting your home address couldn't have been easier. He turned to instruct his cronies. Listen up. When we go in, cut down anyone you see. Cut them until they're dead. No need to show any mercy. Got it? The others, after hearing the order, answered in unison. Understood, young Master Zhao. Immediately, one of them kicked the door open and rushed in. A scream from inside the house mingled with the sound of the rain. Help! Despite the fierce screams and cries for help, Tian Duo sat in his car, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. He said smugly, Li Xiaofan, in the trunk of my car, I've even specially prepared a large can of gasoline for you. I've already planned it out. After this is done, I'll add another can of gasoline to your house. Everything will be burned clean in a single fire. Gods won't know, and ghosts won't suspect. No one will ever know that I, Zhao Tianduo, did this good deed. Haha. Tianduo looked up at the car's ceiling. He let out a sinister, terrifying laugh. Li Xiaofan, I'm afraid you're already down there reporting your name to the King of Hell. Don't worry. I will send your family on the road with you. To prevent you from being lonely and desolate over there. This is the consequence of opposing me. Suddenly, Zhao Tianduo saw the figure of someone being knocked into the sky. That person's body slammed right onto the windshield of Tianduo's car, scaring the soul out of him. Damn it, what the hell was that? The car's windshield was drenched in blood. The body slowly slid down, revealing its face. When Tianduo saw that familiar face, he exclaimed, "This? How can this be? Impossible." As if not believing his own eyes, he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. I must be seeing things. But the result was the same. Tianduo wasn't seeing things. When he realized it, he cried out in astonishment, "Dad! Why is it you, Dad?" His hands trembled as he shouted. Another sound echoed as another body hit the car door. Right after that, an unidentified voice spoke. Zhao Yukai. Crime. Manufacturing and trafficking drugs. For many years, you have earned enormous profits by trafficking drugs. And you have killed countless people. Tianduo was terrified by the eeriness of that voice. He trembled and asked, "Who's talking?" The voice continued to list the crimes of the Tianduo family. The brothers Zhao Tianduo and Zhao Tianqi conspired to do many evil things. They've used many cruel methods in Yunzhou County. Tianduo's endurance reached its limit, and he opened the car door. The scene before Tianduo's eyes was truly terrifying. He stammered, "My brother. Dad. Big brother." Tianduo ran to his brother's bloody corpse and pleaded in despair. "Wake up, you two. Please wake up." The voice from inside the house cried out again. "Help." Without a second thought, Tianduo rushed inside. He threw the door wide open. Inside, the group of men from earlier were holding clubs and repeatedly beating a woman's body. Tianduo shouted in panic, "Stop! All of you! Stop it right now!" Hearing their young master's voice, the men turned their heads. Their eyes were blood red as they laughed demonically. Tianduo went crazy at the group. He screamed, "Get the hell out of here!" The eerie voice spoke again. "Li Chunfang. Crime. Oppressing others. She is a notoriously wicked and vicious woman in Yunzhou. A poisonous shrew. Selfish." Tianduo knelt and hugged his mother's body. His face darkened, and his whole body trembled so much he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. "Mom, are you okay?" The voice continued. The female university student back then was toyed with and then discarded by Zhao Tianduo. It was she who drove her to do something foolish with her words. Tianduo's eyes became bloodshot. Tears of resentment welled up. He mumbled, "You people." That voice still wouldn't let him go. Afterward, fearing that the girl's family would come to cause trouble, she and her husband, Zhao Yukai, deliberately arranged a car accident, causing their entire family to be run over and killed. Furious, Tianduo grabbed Lu Tao's collar and roared, "Are you all blind? Who told you to attack?" With that, he punched him, causing him to cry out. "Ah!" As he hit him, Tianduo lamented endlessly. "My family has been beaten to death by you all." Tianduo continued to stomp on them. "Bastards. Animals." Lu Tao complained aggrievedly, "Boss, didn't you tell us just now? You told us to go in and beat whoever we saw. To beat them to death and not stop. We brothers were just following your orders." Tianduo turned and snatched his knife. "My ass you were." Immediately, Tianduo swung the knife and slashed his arm. "I told you to kill Li Xiaofan's father, not kill my family." Tianduo decisively swung the knife straight at Wu Hao and roared, "All of you deserve to die." Tianduo swung the knife wildly like a madman. "You all deserve to die?" Then he panted heavily, while his subordinates struggled on the ground. Lu Tao clutched his bleeding right shoulder and grunted, "It hurts." Then he suddenly came to his senses. His eyes widened in an instant. I was startled. I looked at the woman on the ground in fear. Her entire body was covered in blood. "Isn't this young Master Zhao's mother?" Lu Tao kept rubbing his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. "Impossible. Impossible. This can't be happening." Recalling 10 minutes ago when they kicked down the door and rushed in. They held knives and declared, "It's Xiaofan and his father." Young Master Zhao has spoken. 100,000 for each person killed. Charge and kill them all for me. The ones in front of us were clearly Lin Fan and Cheng Shan. They decisively swung their knives at Cheng Shan. But now, Lu Tao was terrified, unable to comprehend the current situation. The people I slashed were clearly Xiao Fan and his father. How did they turn into young Master Zhao's family in the blink of an eye? This is just too strange. His voice became frantic as he dropped the baseball bat. I've seen a ghost. I clearly remember killing Xiao Fan. That shout made the other two snap out of it. Chen Shang was surprised. Where's Xiao Fan? Wu Hao immediately replied. You're talking nonsense. I'm the one who killed Xiao Fan with my own hands. What has it got to do with you? Amidst the chaos, a familiar figure stepped out. Tian Duo, do you regret it now? Xiao Fan said calmly with his hands in his pockets. It's just a pity that the good deed you did went wrong. The truth is right in front of you. You ordered people to beat your own parents and brother to death. He snorted. His gaze, sharp as a blade, turned towards the man. Tian Duo, you wanted to kill my entire family. Now you're just shooting yourself in the foot. At this moment, In Feng appeared. Mr. Li, although I haven't been a grandmaster for long, my specialty is using illusions. In Feng explained, proud of his abilities. I used illusions to delude them, making them mistake Tianduo's family for you and your family. Then, with a pleading look, he turned to him. Mr. Li, could you please give me the antidote? Xiaofan smirked. No rush. Just wait a little longer. Tianduo was shocked by this situation. In Feng, senior brother. Didn't you already kill Xiaofan? Why is he still alive? In Feng placed a hand on his chest and shouted. Shut up. You are merely a registered disciple of Great Master Chen. While I am an inner disciple, what right do you have to call me senior brother? Don't claim relations so casually. Besides, how dare you question me about this? If it weren't for helping you, I wouldn't have been beaten into this state by Mr. Li. With that, In Feng angrily pointed straight at his face. Even my handsome face has been beaten out of shape. Immediately after, In Feng grabbed Tianduo by the collar, pulling him closer. You nearly got me killed. Tianduo pointed a thumb at himself and roared furiously. Then you should have come after me. Why did you have to involve my parents? Xiao Fan slowly walked over. Speaking as he walked, Tianduo, I should be the one asking you that question. Then he narrowed his eyes at him. Tonight's matter. Why did you want to drag my father into it? Did you want to kill my whole family? This is all of your own doing. Xiao Fan began to threaten him. Tianduo, by tomorrow, you'll be the most famous person in all of Yun Prefecture, maybe even the whole country. Hiring people to kill your own parents and siblings. Hearing this, Tianduo couldn't help but shudder. He immediately thought of the sensational headlines. Rich heir hires hitmen to kill twin brother. Heartlessly massacres his own family. Xiao Fan sneered. You will live forever in pain and torment. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a contract from his jacket and held it in front of Tianduo. Also, don't you just love using your money to bully others? The word struck a nerve. Then I'll make you penniless. Sign this asset transfer contract, accompanied by Tianduo's trembling. He yelled and swatted it away. Xiao Fan, dream on. I'd have to be an idiot to sign that. Xiao Fan lightly raised his hand, gathering a bit of spiritual energy. You don't have the right to refuse. A clanging sound rang out. The knife on the ground flew up. It decisively chopped down on Tianduo's right hand, making him scream in pain. Then, Xiao Fan threw the contract onto his bloody hand. The blood immediately soaked through the paper and took back the contract into his own hands. Now it was stained with the man's bloody handprint. Tianduo gritted his teeth, tried to grab it, but missed. Damn it. Xiao Fan quickly stuffed the contract back into his clothes. Tianduo, from this day forward, all the assets of your Zhao family will be in my father's name. Just then, the loud sirens of police cars could be heard from outside. They stopped in front of Xiao Fan's house. A group of people stepped out of the cars, wearing black suits and sunglasses. They all advanced towards his house in unison. The door was pushed open lightly. It creaked. Siyun held a police identification card in his hand. His eyes were cold and his voice was sharp. I am Deputy Director Li of the Special Investigation Unit. Everyone, stop what you're doing. In just an instant, the scene was completely under their control. Xiao Fan frowned, looking annoyed. Why is he here? Siyun rested his chin on his hand, observing the scene thoughtfully. What on earth happened here? Who killed these people? He quickly kicked Infeng's leg to give him a signal. Zhao Qianduo ordered people to do this. Right, Infeng? The man jumped and yelped. What? Yes. Zhao Qianduo led people here to do this. I can testify. Qianduo hurriedly grabbed Sion's hand to explain. Directorly. It was the two of them. They teamed up to frame me. You have to believe me. I was wrongly accused by them. He spun around and pointed at him and Infeng, blaming them. The real culprits are Li Xiaofan and Infeng. They did all of this. They slandered and framed me. He continued to speak with grievance. The deceased are all my family members. I really didn't kill them. Siyun turned to look at him with a mocking tone. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Li Xiaofan. Impressive. To have caused such big trouble. Didn't my father already call your father and you? This year's ancestral worship ceremony, you two are not allowed to participate. How do you still have the face to come back? Xiaofan recalled the identity of the man before him. Li Siyun. He's the son of my eldest uncle. At the same time, he is also the most outstanding among the descendants of the Li family's generation. He thought about that past. Since childhood, Li Siyun was outstanding in every aspect. But this also made him look down on everyone since he was a child. Arrogant and disrespectful. The scene of him forcing a smile at Sion's threats appeared. He always bullied me along with my second uncle's son. Sion's entire family, dressed luxuriously, stood and mocked Xiaofan and his father. Especially Li Sion's entire family. They have always looked down on my father and me. They relentlessly mocked and shunned my family. Only because they believed that. Only by stepping on us. Could they show off how outstanding they were? He ended his train of thought. He pointed his finger, reminding him to do his duty properly. Li Siyun. First, let me remind you of something. The one who came here tonight to cause trouble was Zhao Qianduo. The one who came here to kill people was also Zhao Qianduo. Since you are the deputy director of the Special Investigation Unit, the evidence at the scene, you can look for it yourself. I don't need to teach you about this, do I? He corrected him about the right to attend the ceremony. Also, I am a member of the Li family. The family's ancestral worship ceremony is to pay respects to the ancestors of the Li family, not to worship you and your father. He warned with a stern face. Therefore, you have no right to forbid us from participating, and you are not worthy to stand before me and say such things. Siyun was shocked by his attitude. Why do I feel like this cousin of mine is not the same as before? If it were in the past, when Li Zifen saw me, he would be like a mouse seeing a cat. So nervous, he wouldn't dare to say a word. Not at all arrogant and aggressive like he is now. He thought for a moment and believed he had found the reason. It must be because Li Xiaofan is too angry that he's not afraid of me. Even a worm will turn when stepped on, let alone this dirt poor Li Xiaofan. He turned back and told him, Right, Li Xiaofan, don't be so arrogant. No matter what, you were also present at the scene tonight. You can't escape being involved. Siyun ordered his men. Men, investigate. Thoroughly. Make sure not to miss any detail. The group of men followed the order. On the ground were dead bodies, with blood still scattered around. Suddenly, someone reported. Deputy Chief Li. The preliminary investigation has yielded results. An officer holding a notepad reported to him. All the thugs who committed the assault at the scene confessed that. It was Zhao Qianduo who sent them to kill people. He told them to slash whoever they saw, and not to stop until they were dead. Another officer held up a computer with surveillance video. In addition, the camera at the main gate recorded them breaking into Mr. Li's house. 2 red gasoline cans were placed in the open trunk of a car. We also found 2 large barrels of gasoline in the trunk of Zhao Qianduo's car. Obviously, they planned to set a fire to destroy the evidence at the scene. The officer used his pen to point at the 2 handcuffed men behind. Furthermore, and most importantly, Zhao Qianduo personally hacked 2 of the thugs to death. After finishing, he pointed at Qianduo to declare his guilt. The evidence is irrefutable. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Qianduo quickly grabbed Zioyan's hand, begging for help. Chief Li, brotherly, I really didn't kill them. I was framed by Li Xiaofan. You have to believe me. I've been wrongly accused. Hearing this, Xiaoyun felt annoyed and thought. Although my relationship with Zhao Qianduo is good, and he usually bribes me with a lot of money. This guy dared to cause such a huge problem for me. He pulled his hand back and rebuked. Who's your brother? Don't address me so casually. Xiaoyan took out a small handkerchief to wipe the spot Tianduo had touched, then said, reporting, "We have strict discipline. We show absolutely no mercy to criminals. Men, handcuff him and take him away." Tianduo was cuffed and led away. They got into the car and sped off. Xiaoyan and 2 others stayed behind, intending to take Xiaofan away. He waved his hand. "Li Xiaofan, you also appeared at the crime scene. You are also a suspect. Men, arrest him for me." But in his heart, he harbored some resentment. "Li Xiaofan, you dare to oppose me? I have 100 ways to deal with you. They'll let you know who the real boss is among the Li family's younger generation." An officer came forward with an arrogant expression and held out his hand. "Mr. Li, please come with us." Another officer, holding handcuffs, also pushed in, reporting, "Handling the case. I'm warning you, do not resist." A blazing fire erupted in Xiaofan's eyes, radiating his anger. Both officers fell to the ground, staring at him dumbfounded. He sneered. "A few insignificant insects dare to offend an immortal venerable?" Xiaofan furiously walked over to Xiaoyan. "I appeared at the crime scene, so I immediately became a suspect? What kind of fucking logic is that?" He moved closer to him and said sarcastically, "So, by your logic, then aren't you also at the scene? Shouldn't you be a suspect too?" He added, "Li Xiaoyan, don't think that just because you're the deputy chief of the Leopard Squad, they'll be afraid of you. Let me tell you the truth. Even if Director Zheng of the Leopard Squad came, he would still have to be respectful to me, let alone a minor deputy chief like you." Xiaofan pointed outside and threatened loudly, "If you know what's good for you, take your men and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaoyan stood with his arms crossed, arguing with him. "Li Xiaofan, you dare to threaten me?" Unafraid, he pointed back at him. "Director Zheng is the head of my department. Yet you dare to say that Director Zheng would have to be respectful to you? In all my life, I've never seen anyone brag so shamelessly. Who do you think you are?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even bringing up his father. "Your father is a poor ghost, and you're the son of a poor ghost. Your family is full of born paupers." Disbelieving, he defiantly spat. "You think someone like you knows Director Zheng? I spit on that." Although furious, Xiaofan restrained himself from acting rashly. "Li Xiaoyan, you dare to insult my father?" He glared and ordered him, "Apologize to me immediately." Xiaoyan sneered smugly. "You want me to apologize? Li Xiaofan, who the hell are you? Let me tell you something. I've never thought anything of your family. Do you remember that time at the family gathering? I called your father a poor ghost in front of everyone. Did your father dare to say a single word then?" He burst out laughing mockingly. He didn't even dare to fart. Haha. Hearing this, he slapped him, leaving a red mark on his face. "Li Xiaoyan, you don't respect your elders." Immediately, Xiaoyan clutched his face in anger. "You brat, Xiaofan. You dare to hit me? Are you tired of living?" He retorted, and even called Enfeng over. "So what if I hit him? Enfeng, you, come up here and slap him a couple of times for me too." Enfeng obeyed. "Mr. Li." Enfeng stepped forward and slapped him several times in a row. Unable to bear this humiliation, Li Xiyun reached behind him, intending to grab something. "I am the deputy chief of the Leopard Squad. How dare you two assault me? You two are dead meat." He was about to draw his gun but couldn't find it, wondering, "Where's my gun?" Xiaofan held up his gun and asked provocatively, "Li Xiyun, are you looking for this?" Xiyun recognized it, pointed at the gun, and asked in surprise, "My gun? How did it end up in your hands?" He used both hands to crush the gun into pieces with contempt. "Just a piece of scrap metal." Xiaofan tossed it behind him and continued to order Enfeng. "Enfeng, keep hitting him for me. Moreover, control your strength. Make it hurt so much that he wishes he were dead. But you can't kill him with a single punch." The man said seriously, "As you command." He began to rush forward and give him a sound beating, while Xiaofan said, "Li Xiyun, before, during the family gathering, you humiliated my father time and again in front of our relatives." He screamed in agony. Xiaofan's face turned serious, filled with a bit of anger. "An arrogant dog like you deserves a beating." Enfeng chased after him to hit him. "Stand still for me." Li Xiyun covered his head and ran for his life, still cursing. "Damn it. You can't hit me. He kicked him right in the back. The other two subordinates who followed him were dumbfounded by the scene, unable to believe their eyes. Am I seeing things? The usually high and mighty Deputy Chief Li is being chased and beaten? This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Who on earth is that person? He threw open the car door and quickly jumped in. As soon as he got in the car, he yelled at him. Li Xiaofan, this isn't over between you and me. Siyun drove off, still shouting loudly. Just you wait. He stood there with his arms crossed, watching and thinking. Li Siyun, this is just an appetizer. Wait until the day the Li family chooses its patriarch. I will deal with you again. At that time, the previous humiliations my father and I endured, I will return them to you manifold. At Xiaofan's house, early the next morning, Xiaofan, Chengshan, and Lian Yu were inside the house. He said to him, Dad, this is a 2-story house I bought for you. The environment here is very fresh. It's very suitable for your retirement. He thought for a moment. Last night, the house was trashed by thugs hired by Zhao Xianduo. It's no longer livable. It's a good opportunity to buy a new house in Cloud Prefecture for Dad. He thought of his father's tombstone. In this life, whether as a mortal, or as the high and mighty Supreme Xian Immortal Venerable, Dad's death has always been the greatest regret in my heart. He continued his train of thought, looking at his happy father. But, since the heavens have given me another chance to be filial to my father, I must cherish it. He thought resentfully of the people who mocked his father. Those who once humiliated Dad, I will make them kneel one by one, and count out a beg for Dad's forgiveness. Elsewhere in the house, as they were eating together, his father reminded him, Xiaofan, it's the family reunion dinner this afternoon. Your eldest uncle and second uncle have both returned. Remember to go home a little earlier. Xiaofan was furious internally. Eldest uncle and second uncle. It was their two families who constantly ostracized and suppressed Dad. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, recalling everything. The inheritance left by the Li family's ancestors should have been divided equally between Dad and the two uncles, to inherit the family business together. But it was monopolized by eldest uncle and second uncle. In their eyes, there is only money and status. As for them, familial bonds are utterly worthless. He was lost in thought, and his father, who was eating, looked at him with curiosity. Dad is an honest and kind man. He doesn't like to fight with others over those things. And I never cared about those petty benefits before. Xiaofan clenched his fist, silently making a resolution. But this time, I've returned to reclaim our voice. Not just for Dad, but also for myself. Looking at the family photo with a missing corner, he fell into deep thought. And also for the mother I've never seen, seeing his son sitting dazedly. Chengshan couldn't help but advise him, Xiaofan, at the family reunion dinner tomorrow, you must restrain that stubborn spirit of yours a little. He smiled and replied softly, I know, Dad. But in his heart, he silently added a sentence. Whatever you say goes. But when the time comes, if first uncle and second uncle dare to show off, then don't blame me for not being courteous. The dark night sky was illuminated by countless stars. The moon is also very beautiful tonight. Xiaofan sat in meditation in his room. Abundant streams of energy circulated around him. Ever since I consumed the primordial heaven stone that Chu Tianjin gave me, my cultivation base has been able to increase on its own. And if I actively cultivate, the speed of my cultivation progress will be even faster. What Grandmaster Transformation Realm? Transcendent? These secular realms. Li Taixian, don't even give them a second glance. He was very clear about his own goals in his heart. Only by reaching the Xiantian realm and returning to my original state can I open up the heavens and return to the celestial realm. His eyes turned sharp, revealing a murderous aura. At that time, the first thing I must do is kill the 10 great celestial venerables and reclaim the wordless heavenly scripture and pay back all the suffering I endured before. Thinking of this, Xiaofan's expression suddenly softened. Of course, it's also for that innocent girl, Xueshi. In the quiet of the night, the silence was suddenly broken by a ringing phone. Ring ring. Its owner picked it up to answer. A familiar voice came through, filled with panic. Xiaofan, something's wrong. The class president has disappeared. He frowned and said, What happened? Calm down and tell me slowly. The person on the other end caught his breath and recounted the whole incident. Last night, Didn't we celebrate the class president's birthday? You took the class president home too early, so she didn't get to take the gifts from a few friends with her. So I helped her gather them. I was planning to bring them to her today. Xiaofan, don't get the wrong idea. The class president invited me and some other friends to her house before. Xiaodong recalled what had just happened. In the end, when I got to the class president's apartment building, I called her. But no matter how many times I called, no one answered. At that moment, he had looked up. But the lights in the class president's house were clearly still on. His voice became a bit more urgent. After that, I went up to her apartment to find her. And I found that her door was open. And the room was a complete mess. I thought something bad must have happened, so I called you immediately. He still clearly remembered seeing the scene of the devastated house. Things were scattered everywhere. He had been very frantic. Class president, are you home? Xiaofan suddenly remembered a few things. He secretly felt lucky. Last night, I specially gave the class president another peace talisman. It still had my Tai Xian True Qi left on it. I didn't expect that to guard against the unexpected. I had specially left my Tai Xian True Qi on that talisman, and it would come into play so quickly. With that thought, he instructed his friend. Xiaodong, you don't need to worry about this. I will go find Zhang Lijuan. Hearing this, he frowned in dissatisfaction. Xiaofan, what do you mean I don't need to worry about this? Leaving you to go find her by yourself? The class president went missing in the middle of the night. Something must have happened. Am I, Feng Xiaodong, the type to be afraid of death? Besides, we'll get a few more people to help search. There's strength in numbers. Xiaofan casually picked up the still drowsy Lianyu and replied as he walked. There's no need. It's useless for you to find those people. They'll just be going to their deaths if they come along. I'm enough on my own. Xiaodong remained insistent. But they're all already waiting here. Xiaofan, come with us. If anything happens, we can all coordinate and help each other. He could only sigh softly, shaking his head helplessly. All right then, they'll head over right away. He hung up. He immediately used his supreme immortal pupils to investigate Li Juan's situation. On the way to the meeting spot, his mind ceaselessly analyzed all possibilities. As expected, I can feel my Tai Xian True Qi emanating from Kingmang Mountain. Zhang Lijuan was most likely kidnapped by that Grandmaster Chun. Lianyu just woke up groggily. Master, where are we going so late at night? He Xiang arrogantly introduced the burly man beside her. Feng Xiaodong, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. His name is Ku Zhiqian. He's the provincial taekwondo champion. Also, in the national tournament held last month, he successfully made it into the top 10 strongest. He happily extended his hand to greet him. I didn't expect Brother Ku to have so many achievements. Truly impressive. However, he coldly ignored it. He Xiang continued to praise him. Does my boyfriend need you to tell him how amazing he is? Countless girls pursued Zhiqian back then. Speaking of which, she gave a smug smile. But in the end, I was the one who won him over. I'm not like you country bumpkins. On the surface, she feigned regret. The class reunion was held last night. But because I went out to watch a movie with Zhiqian, I couldn't join everyone. He Xiang glanced around the tragically wrecked room. But I heard something happened to the class president. So I rushed over here with him to see if we could help with anything. Then, she pointed at a haggard-looking man intently typing on a computer. She continued her introduction. But there's no need for everyone to worry. His name is Gang. He's Ziqian's newly accepted disciple. Don't look down on him just because he's not as muscular as Zhiqian. In fact, he's a nationally famous hacker. He's doing his best to track the class president's whereabouts. Suddenly, Zhiqian frowned. He was extremely furious. Feng Xiaodong, who was that guy you just called? He sure talks big, doesn't he? How dare he say the people I found are useless? He must have a death wish. In his mind, he was hyping himself up. Since my debut, Ku Zhiqian, all those who dared to be arrogant and conceited in front of me have been crippled by my iron fists. Who the hell does he think he is? The more he thought, the angrier he got. His arrogance flared up like a fire. Humph. How dare he look down on me? Wait until that brat comes back. They'll show him how formidable I am. Seeing her boyfriend being insulted, He Xiang couldn't keep her cool either. She frowned defensively. Feng Xiaodong, was the person you just called Li Xiaofan? He's gone too far. Does he even know how to talk? She sneered. I remember back in school. Li Xiaofan had a particularly weak personality. When others bullied him, he didn't even dare to talk back. I can't believe that after just a few years of working, he's become so arrogant. She also recalled some things from the past. Back then, I thought Li Xiaofan's appearance wasn't bad, and I had a crush on him for a while. But later, I saw he was too weak, too timid. His family was also extremely poor. He offered no sense of security at all. So I actively gave up on that crush. The more she thought about it, the more triumphant she felt. Looking at it now, I'm lucky I cut ties early back then. Li Xiaofan is simply no match for Ke Ziqian. To put it simply, they're worlds apart. Just then, footsteps were heard. One big and one small person walked in together. Seeing the newcomers, Xiaodong immediately beamed. Xiaofan. He quickly went forward to welcome them. You're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Ziqian squinted, sizing up the man who had just appeared. His gaze was filled with disdain. So he's just an ordinary person. His steps are unsteady. He has no foundation at all. Even my disciple, a gang behind me, is stronger than him. A weakling like him dared to say those disrespectful words to me over the phone. He's really courting death. He lowered his gaze. When he saw Lian Yu in her child form, veins popped on his forehead in anger. Moreover, he even brought a little girl here. Is he trying to piss everyone off? How could this be? This is intolerable. Ziqian pushed Xiaodong aside. He walked straight up to him and questioned, Were you the one who said those arrogant words on the phone just now? Are you looking to die? Xiaofan also looked him over and guessed. He figured this must be the helper Fong Xiaodong found. He affirmed coldly, Everything I said is true. If you don't want to die, then don't come here. Lian Yu also stuck out her tongue, taunting Ziqian. Then she glanced at him. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Of course, if you continue to speak so impolitely, I won't be courteous. Knowing full well the other party was referring to him, Ziqian was furious. He rolled up his sleeves, rushed forward, and roared. Who the hell do you think you are? Say that again if you dare. Xiaodong saw the situation was getting out of hand and hurriedly stepped in. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We all came here to save the class president, so why? Must we damage the harmony like this? Ziqian, unconvinced, pointed straight at Xiaofan's face. His words were full of contempt. Relying on a pea-brained oaf like him to come here and save someone? I'm afraid when the time comes, he won't even be able to take care of himself. Going with him is just walking into a death trap. After scolding, he felt a sense of satisfaction. These are all the words you said to me before. Now I'm returning them to you in full. Are you so angry that you're choked up and can't say a word? You don't dare open your mouth anymore, do you? It feels so good to vent my anger. Not stopping there, Ziqian continued his attack. Tell me, does he even know where Zhang Lichuan went missing? He doesn't know anything, and yet he runs here claiming to save someone. Isn't this just trying to mess everything up? Making everyone blindly follow him. Isn't that right? Ignoring those meaningless, contemptuous words, Xiaofan spoke calmly. His voice showed no fluctuation. Let's go. The target is Kangmang Mountain. We have to hurry. He knew in his heart what the priority was. Saving her is what's important right now. There's no time to argue with that idiot. When Ziqian heard this, he yelled, Just because you say it's Kangmang Mountain, it's Kangmang Mountain? Who would believe you? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a gang suddenly spoke up. His voice was filled with excitement. Master, I finally found it. He quickly reported the results he just got. The phone's last signal was on Kangmang Mountain. He hurriedly walked to the screen to check. His voice was skeptical. What did you say? Indeed, the coordinates on the computer showed Kangmang Mountain. Now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to admit the truth. Impossible. It's actually on Kangmang Mountain. His face flushed red. Damn it. That was a quick slap in the face. A nagging suspicion began to rise in his heart. My disciple, a gang, is second to none in terms of skill. He's even a renowned hacker in the country. Ziqian looked at his disciple. He had just hacked into the positioning system of Zhang Liquan's phone and finally found Zhang Liquan's location. He wondered in confusion. But even so, it took a gang nearly half an hour. Li Xiaofan had just arrived and already stated the exact location. How could he have done that? Unable to figure it out, he made a wild guess. It must have been a lucky guess. Afterwards, they all went to the designated location. In the quiet of the night, Two cars sped one after the other on the bumpy mountain road. The car stopped. The engine was turned off, restoring the original silence. Everyone got out of the car one by one. Before them now was the massive Kangmang Mountain, standing tall in the night sky. Xiaodong tried to observe the path and then announced, ahead. The mountain road is winding and treacherous. The car simply can't go any further. It seems we'll have to hike up the mountain. I didn't expect Kangmang Mountain to be this gloomy. There isn't a single person in sight. The atmosphere is eerie. Over here, Lian Yu said to Xiaofan with delight, Master, the demonic qi here is even thicker than when I was at Fanghua Lake. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such pure demonic qi. Meanwhile, Xiang fearfully clung to her boyfriend's arm. Zhijian, I'm a little scared. I often hear the elders in this Yun prefecture say that there are many unclean things in Kangmang Mountain. Zhijian smiled and puffed out his chest, full of confidence. With me here, you don't need to be afraid. Everyone just needs to follow me, and I guarantee everyone will be safe and sound. After speaking, he turned to look at the group behind him, his gaze contemptuous and his tone full of hidden meaning. However, if anyone is scared, it's still not too late to turn back now. Don't hold everyone back. Xiang immediately nodded in agreement. Li Xiaofan, I remember back in school, you were a timid coward. You didn't dare to fight back when you were bullied. Therefore, this isn't a place you should have come to. You'd better go back quickly. He smirked, looking at the two idiots in front of him. I wanted to say the same thing to you. Kangmang Mountain is not as simple as you imagine. I advise you to leave now. It's still not too late. Xiang's eyes widened with disdain. Cowardly as a rabbit. Who are you trying to scare? In her heart, she was scornful. As expected, Li Xiaofan is far inferior to Ku Zhijian. He has no guts, and only knows how to hide and say things to scare others. He walked past them. His tone was calm, yet carried a hard-to-conceal hint of disdain. Even though it's just the two of you. Lian Yu walked beside him excitedly. So excited. Very. Master, let's hurry up the mountain. The demonic qi on the mountain must be much denser than at the foot of it. Suddenly, a soft voice called from behind. Xiang. Xiaodong came over and whispered, Have you guys ever seen Xiaofan in action? He's actually very powerful. He lowered his voice, his face full of reverence. Last night, Xiaofan beat up that bastard Zhao Qianduo right in front of all our classmates. That fight was truly shocking. You didn't get to see it with your own eyes. But she didn't pay any attention. She just glanced at Zhijian and declared confidently, All right, Fang Xiaodong. This weak, trash Li Xiaofan. What's so powerful about him? At most, he's learned a few shoddy martial arts moves. How can he be as powerful as my boyfriend? She continued to boast. My boyfriend isn't just the provincial taekwondo champion. She rattled off a few more titles. He also ranked in the top 10 in a boxing competition. Xiang challenged smugly. Even if 10 Zhao Qianduos attacked at the same time, they would be no match for my boyfriend. Let me tell you, what does Li Xiaofan have to compare with my boyfriend? Xiaodong's voice was full of helplessness. Xiang, why don't you believe me? Xiaofan clearly heard their conversation but didn't say a word. Only deep contempt. A tiny ant. Doesn't even know that Zhao Qianduo is a disciple of the famous Chen Xikong. Yet he dares to act arrogantly before this venerable one. Xiang continued to speak loudly, full of defiance. Fang Xiaodong, if you have the guts, then show me some proof. Otherwise, they'll just think you're bluffing. The main subject of their conversation ignored the sarcastic remarks. He had already decided in his heart. Forget it. I won't bother explaining to them. The important thing right now is to quickly rescue the class president. There's no need to waste time with this group of people. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Master, there's a fork in the road ahead. It looks like the path leads up Kangmang Mountain. Before the group were two diverging paths. Zhijian turned his head and ordered, A gang, since you've found a fork, quickly use the GPS satellite to get a location. See which way we should go. He quickly typed on the computer, searching for the location. Master, from Zhang Liquan's phone location, we can see, he concluded. The path on the left is the shortest. Almost at the same time, Lian Yu also pointed in the opposite direction. Her voice was firm. Go right. Hearing that, a gang scowled and turned around. Little girl, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't spout nonsense here. The path on the right is a detour. How can we go right? She retorted angrily. Who are you calling a little girl? In terms of age, you should call me grandma, and I might just accept it. Jijian became impatient. He urged a gang. Don't argue with a clueless little girl. We're taking the left path. Xiaofan kindly reminded them. I'll advise you one last time. Don't take the left path. Otherwise, you will all die. He pointed straight at him. Stinking brat. Who do you think you are? Before, we were told we'd die entering Kangmang Mountain. But aren't we still alive and well now? Then he raised his hand, about to rush in and fight. You're still here spouting ghostly words and making people anxious. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Xiang quickly stopped him. Forget it. If he doesn't want to go with us, then just let him go the other way. That way, he can't drag us down. Gang also looked at Xiaofan with disdain. Stinking brat. I'll tolerate you this time. If Master hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten you up long ago. Then he followed the couple. Master, let's go. Ignore him. Xiaofan watched the direction they went and made a prediction. I can feel it. There's something unclean on the left path. If Ku Zijian's group goes in there, they will surely lose their lives. Xiaodong spoke up to comfort him. Xiaofan, don't mind what they just said. He placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of sincere worry. After all, Xiang is our classmate. We'd better go with them. If they go down that path and something really happens, we can still provide support in time. A firm belief rose in his heart. Last night, I witnessed Xiaofan in action with my own eyes. Although Ku Zijian has glorious achievements, he is definitely not Xiaofan's match. It's just a pity Xiang and the others don't know this. Hearing these words, Xiaofan fell silent in thought. After a moment of consideration, he turned and walked in the direction of the other three. All right, for your sake, I'll give them one more chance. Jijian happily smiled in response. The dead of night was eerily quiet. Xiang clung tightly to her boyfriend. Speaking timidly, the path in this mountain is so hard to walk. It's pitch black everywhere. Jijian, don't you think the trees on both sides look like monsters? It's so scary. Suddenly, a terrifying cry echoed from the distance, making her face turn pale. Ugh, the sound of the crow is so scary. Her whole body trembled. Her voice was weak as if she was about to cry. How about we turn back? We can wait until dawn to continue. Jijian gave a confident smile. Xiang, with me here. What are you afraid of? Suddenly, Gang looked back and called out, Master, look behind us. He also turned his head and sneered contemptuously. Those cowards must have been scared out of their wits. I thought he was so formidable. In the end, isn't he still meekly following behind us, begging for protection? A sinister thought quietly emerged in his mind. However, I've already decided. If any danger occurs later, he'll use them as cannon fodder. Just then, desperate cries rang out from ahead. Help! Help! A little girl was trying to support an old woman, crying and begging. My grandma's leg was crushed by a rock. She can't walk. Please help us. The old woman groaned in pain. Aya. Lian Yu immediately became vigilant. Master, something isn't right with these two. They seem to be not human. Seeing the scene, Xiaodong anxiously stepped forward. Xiaofan, that old woman's leg is crushed by a rock. Let's go help them. He frowned and stopped him. Stop. Ignore them. Then he used his skill to look at the two strangers. Supreme Celestial Venerable. Instantly, the image that appeared in his eyes was a pair of demons with twisted forms. As expected, that old woman and the young girl are actually spirits from this place in disguise. They specialize in coming out to harm people. Xiaofan closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. This Kangmang Mountain has many spirits, causing chaos in the mortal world. They don't want to reincarnate. They don't want to endure hardship. So they become wandering night ghosts here, killing countless people. It's just a pity these spirits don't understand. The spring of reincarnation requires entering the cycle of reincarnation. Only then can one achieve transcendence, comprehend the profound great Tao, and break their shackles, break the void, and ascend to the upper world. Seeing the people behind him didn't dare to step forward, Kajijin sneered. Humph, a bunch of cowards, as expected. He ordered his disciple, a gang, go over there and help that old lady up. Don't be like some of those cowards. I'm afraid they've already been scared out of their wits. He quickly responded, Master, using his strength. He easily lifted the rock, pinning the old lattice leg. "Old madam, let me help you move this rock." After being rescued, the old lady gave a gentle smile. "Thank you, young man. You are a kind person. The heavens will surely protect you." The little girl also excitedly hugged a gang's arm coquettishly. "Big brother, you're truly a good person." This made him scratch his head shyly. Hee hee. Then, he smugly looked at the group behind him. "I say, you coward over there. Do you have anything else to say to me now?" But their expressions were grim. Xiaodong couldn't help but exclaim. As for Ku Zijian and He Xiong, they were pale with fear. They subconsciously backed away. Lian Yu crossed her arms, her face showing clear disdain. "Idiot." Seeing their expressions, a gang was very confused. "Master, what's wrong with you all? Your expressions are all so strange." Ku Zijian stammered, his trembling finger pointing behind him. "A gang, behind you." He Xiong screamed in panic. "There's a demon." At the same time, an ice-cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The old lattice voice rang out. "Young man, you really are a good person." In front of a gang was a hideous face full of maggots. Knowing that this old lady was hungry in the middle of the night, "You even specially delivered yourself to my doorstep for me to eat." With that said, it opened its foul-smelling mouth wide and lunged forward. Bitten by the old demon hag, he could only scream in agony. "Master, help! Save me, master!" At this moment, Ku Zijian came to his senses and shouted, "A gang!" Then he quickly ran over. "Try to hold on. I'm coming to save you." He used all his strength to throw a kick. "Take this kick from me." Several consecutive kicks landed on the demon hag's back, but she didn't budge at all. Instead, a terrified and astonished Ku Zijian thought to himself, "How is this possible? In the provincial taekwondo champion, one kick from me can easily break a wooden board weighing over 10 kilograms. But this old hag is completely unharmed." Another series, punches and kicks rained down on the demon. She was still completely unscathed. She even turned back to threaten him. "Young man, are you trying to give this old lady a massage? Don't be impatient. After I'm done eating him, it'll be your turn immediately." Hearing this, Ku Zijian hastily retreated, gritting his teeth in fear. "It's really a demon. You actually ate a gang completely." The demon hag impatiently swatted him away. "Get aside for now," causing him to cry out in pain. The adorable little girl from before had now revealed her true form as an ugly demon. Her body was rotting. "Hee hee. I was born very jealous of girls prettier than me. I bet the taste of your body won't be bad either." Seeing it approaching her, He Xiong was so scared her legs trembled and she couldn't move. "You, don't come over here." The little demon gave a strange laugh. "I haven't eaten human flesh in over 10 years. Tonight will be a sumptuous late-night meal." Hee hee. Seeing the little demon about to pounce on her, He Xiong screamed in fear. "Ah, save me. Ku Zijian, save me." He quickly picked up a large rock, then threw it hard at the demon hag, shattering it into pieces. "Die for me." But she was completely unharmed. She even laughed gleefully. "Ka-ha." Then she immediately lunged forward to attack with her claws. "You're asking to die?" Scratches quickly appeared on Ku Zijian's body. A wisp of smoke came out from his body. It was converted into energy for the demon hag to absorb. His life force was completely drained. His body gradually shriveled up, but he couldn't resist. He could only scream in pain. "Ah." She continued to suck until the very last drop. Ku Zijian's once strapping figure was now just a shriveled corpse, tossed aside. The demon hag let out a sinister laugh as she advanced towards He Xiong. Now it's your turn." He Xiong despaired. "What should I do now? Even Zijian is dead. The current situation is very unsafe. Are we all going to die here tonight?" It used its long tongue to lick her face. A foul stench spread everywhere. "Pretty girl, don't bother resisting anymore. Just let me eat you obediently." Just as the old she-devil was about to end He Xiong with its sharp teeth, she cried out in fear. "No, help, over here." Seeing the situation, Xiaodong quickly urged his friend. "Xiaofan, since we were all once classmates, you should hurry up and save He Xiong. Right now, you're the only one who can save her." He could only sigh. Immediately, he used the powerful aura of a supreme deity to pressure the two demons. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The two spirits were immediately terrified. They simultaneously stopped and turned their heads in that direction. Xiaofan thought to himself, when a grandmaster gets angry, even his breath is enough to kill. In just a blink of an eye, they were knocked far away. The impact caused an explosion in the area. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. But they were only slightly injured. The old she-devil angrily declared, I didn't expect you to have some skill. No wonder you dared to come up Songmang Mountain. However, all of you must die tonight. Having narrowly escaped death, He Xiang ran towards the group in fear. Xiaofan, save me. Over here. The old she-devil and the little demon gradually merged, finally forming a new demonic shape. It roared. Without any warning, it appeared in front of Xiaofan in an instant. It swiped its claws, its voice triumphant. Go to hell. But before it could even touch a hair on Xiaofan's head, the Yin spirit was knocked back by a surrounding barrier. Humph. Oh. It laughed mockingly. You coward hiding in your shell. You think you can stop me by relying on this. Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes in surprise. The Yin spirit, seeing itself trapped in a sphere of spiritual energy, exclaimed in shock, How is this possible? When did you trap me in here? Let me out. You let me out. Xiaofan coldly watched it float in the air. I know your cultivation wasn't easy, and I originally intended to spare your life. But since you are so ignorant of your own limitations. As he spoke, he held out his hand, gathering spiritual power. Then you can just die. With that, he clenched his fist as if crushing something. High above, the Yin spirit inside the sphere exploded along with his gesture. Blood sprayed out like fireworks. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Lien Yu saw the remnant soul of the Yin spirit trying to escape. It flew away in fear. This is bad. This person is actually so terrifying. I must report this to Grandmaster Chen immediately. But she grabbed its tail and held it back. It roared angrily. You rotten girl. Let me go? Or I'll eat you. How could Lien Yu be afraid of these threats? You want to eat me? But I feel that. You clearly look more delicious. She opened her mouth wide and threw the Yin spirit inside. He Xiang, who witnessed the entire event from the side, stared blankly at the man before her. Am I seeing things? I can't believe Li Xiaofan is this powerful. He dealt with those two terrifying monsters in the blink of an eye. Compared to just now, Zijian couldn't even withstand a single blow. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Is this still the Li Xiaofan from middle school? The one who was so weak and timid? When did he become so powerful? Only now did she realize the truth. It turns out, from the very beginning, I was the one being delusional. This Li Xiaofan never even bothered to argue with us. He just urged everyone, let's go. The class president is still waiting for us to save her. He Xiang quickened her pace to approach him. She cleared her throat and said reproachfully, Li Xiaofan, since you had the ability to save people, why didn't you act sooner? If you had, then Ku Zijian, and a gang as well, neither of them would have died in vain. He was displeased with this attitude. He retorted, He Xiang, listening to your tone, are you saying the deaths of Ku Zijian and his disciple were my fault? Don't forget, before this happened, I have already advised you all. Before entering the mountain, I also advised you all. When deciding which way to go, I also advised you all. He turned his head to retort. It's just a pity that you all refused to listen. Instead, you even mocked me. Xiaofan didn't even bother to look at her, recounting their terrible actions. But even so, I still gave face to Feng Xiaodong and decided to give you all one more chance. When we met those two demons just now, I once again reminded you all not to go that way. In return, I only received your scornful smiles. His voice became cold. Throughout the entire journey, I reminded you all time and time again. His sharp gaze flashed with a questioning light. But did any of you listen to what I said? Although He Xiang wanted to rebut, she couldn't form a complete sentence. Xiaodong placed a hand on her shoulder and advised, He Xiang, you should learn to be content. After all, Xiaofan saved your life. He's your life-saving benefactor. But she was still stubborn and disregarded his good intentions. Humph. He deliberately watched without saving us. How can he be considered a good person? He sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that no matter what he says, He Xiang won't listen. The group of four continued to ascend the mountain in the silent night. He Xiang, both scared and impatient, spoke up. Aren't we there yet? passing through a patch of trees. Everyone suddenly stopped. Xiaodong's sharp eyes spotted something. In front of them was an ancient formation surrounded by 3 stone pillars. He shouted loudly, "Xiaofan, look quickly." He pointed to the trembling person sitting in the middle. "It's the class president." The tops of the stone pillars suddenly flashed. A wisp of black smoke gradually appeared. From within that smoke, a large chain shot straight down. It gradually extended and entered the formation. Its target was Li Chuan. The iron chains twisted and flew towards her. Then, they emitted a dark black aura that tightly bound her 4 limbs. Her body jolted in pain, then was pulled taut. Li Chuan screamed in pain. "Ah!" Seeing this, the group trembled in fear. Xiaodong stammered, "Xiaofan, what on earth is going on? The class president's condition is terrifying." He frowned and explained. "Someone is forcibly using Zhang Lichuan as a sacrifice, forcing her to absorb the cold killing aura from that mysterious chain." Staring intently at the chain that was continuously tightening around Lichuan, Xiaofan assessed. An ordinary person's body couldn't withstand that cold killing aura, but Zhang Lichuan possesses the 9 profound body. The 9 yang bright qi in her body can suppress the mutation of the cold killing aura. He frowned, worried about his friend's condition. However, this cold killing aura is too powerful. Zhang Liquan's 9 yang bright qi is too weak. If this continues, I'm afraid Zhang Lichuan won't be able to resist the cold killing aura and will become a soulless corpse. Just then, she struggled to open her eyes. Seeing everyone, she spoke in alarm, "Xiaofan, why are you all here?" Immediately after, she shouted urgently, "Go quickly. This isn't a place you all should be. If you hesitate, it'll be too late." Suddenly, the chains suddenly loosened. They gradually retreated. Li Chuan finally had a moment of respite. She spat out a mouthful of blood, then coughed continuously, cough, cough, and fell helplessly to the ground. Xiaofan saw the situation was bad and announced loudly, "Class president, they'll get you out right now." He hurriedly ran towards the formation. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared. From within it, a shout rang out. "Stop!" A man in green Taoist robes advanced with a grim face. Seeing him, Li Chuan gathered what little strength she had left and begged, "Master Chun, please spare my classmates. They don't understand what's happening. I guarantee they won't speak carelessly after they leave." He sneered threateningly. "In your dreams. Since these brats have disturbed my good work, don't even think about leaving here alive." Then the old man threw something out. "However, out of respect for them being your classmates, they'll let them have a quick death." A sharp fong was thrown in front of Xiaofan. The old man's voice was arrogant. "Go kill yourselves. If I have to act, you will only die a more miserable death." He laughed in response. "You're not worthy of saying that to me. The one who should die is you." Then he challenged in a stern voice. "Release Zhang Lichuan at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He Xiang frowned from the side. "So that's the legendary Grandmaster Chun. Li Xiaofan. Oh, Li Xiaofan, you're dead for sure this time. You arrogant fool. Didn't you just watch someone die without helping? This is karma," she thought smugly. Grandmaster Chun is famous for his cruelty, not just in Yinchuan. Even in the entire Tianan province, Grandmaster Chun is an absolutely terrifying, tyrannical existence. Her eyes were now filled with hatred as she looked at Li Xiaofan's back. He is a god, a being high above. Crushing Li Xiaofan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Her blatant, undisguised gaze was seen by Sikong. The old man suddenly changed his tone. "Brat, I know you have some ability. Otherwise, you couldn't have killed those 2 mountain spirits. Even my disciple, Yin Feng, was defeated by you." The old man looked at He Xiang. "As for this little lady, this old master knows you resent this rotten kid for watching and not saving. Otherwise, your boyfriend wouldn't have died such a pointless death." Then he pointed at Li Xiaofan and asked, "Don't you really want to kill him to avenge your boyfriend?" Hearing this question, He Xiang hesitated. After a moment, she frowned with hatred and admitted in a low voice, "Yes, Grandmaster Chun. Li Xiaofan could have clearly saved them, but he just watched them die. A person like him deserves to die. I beg Grandmaster Chun to kill him and relieve the hatred in my heart." Sikong smiled in satisfaction. This kind of insect is not worthy of my action. Since you want revenge, I'll give you a chance now." With that said, the old man slapped the back of Liquan's neck, forcing her to spit out a pearl. The pearl fell to the ground. Dark energy radiated from around it. Li Chuan, who was already injured, was hit mercilessly by Seacombe, causing her to fall down, unconscious. The old man calmly picked up the pearl. The old man threw it forward. In a commanding tone, "Swallow this demonic soul pearl." Then he coaxed her, "Then you can kill that rotten brat and avenge your boyfriend." The pearl flew in front of Xiang. She hesitated for a moment, but then reached out and grabbed it. Seeing this, Xiaodong quickly tried to stop her. "Xiang, you absolutely shouldn't do this. Li Xiaofan just saved your life. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" Li Xiaofan stared at the pearl in her hand. He frowned, speculating. This demonic soul pearl contains the killing qi that Zhang Lichuan just absorbed. Chen Seacombe is truly ruthless. Although she was a little scared, she still put it in her mouth and slowly swallowed it. Instantly, dozens of ghostly shadows appeared around her. A fierce power surged forth. Xiang raised her head to the sky, raised her hands high, and shouted. 100 ghosts possessed this body. At her call, streams of energy poured into her body. Her body gradually transformed. Her eyes rolled back, full of blood vessels. She groaned in pain. Ugh, empowered by the spirits. Xiang shouted smugly. "Li Xiaofan, go die?" She brandished her long, sharp claws and shot towards him like an arrow. Ghostly Night Demon Claw. Xiaodong, who was nearby, was blown away by the wind. He struggled to stand against this strong gust. How did Xiang suddenly become so terrifying? The power of a single claw sent me flying. Realizing that things were not simple, he hurriedly shouted a warning. "Li Xiaofan, get out of the way." Meanwhile, Lian Yu also seemed to be gathering power. On the other side, Xiang was in a state of losing control. Her mind was now filled only with revenge. "Not daring to run, huh? Watch me tear out all your organs." Li Xiaofan observed everything carefully and analyzed it silently, even going as far as severing her own life force, to forcefully absorb so many evil spirits and vengeful ghosts. The power on her has already surpassed the previous foam. Then he shook his head in disdain. However, she is still just an ant as before. What's the difference between a big-headed ant and a small one? Looking at the sharp claws about to lunge at him, he remained calm and sneered. "An ant like this dares to fight me? Truly overestimating your own strength." Just before the claws could touch Xiaofan, Lian Yu rushed forward from behind to block it. She had returned to her original form. While blocking the blow, she said to him, "Master, after I absorbed the marrow body mystic jade, I originally needed some time to recover my dharma body. I never expected this place to gather so many ghostly beings and so much qi. It helped my cultivation recover quickly and even improve." She began to gather qi in her hand. Then she growled and shouted, "Demonic qi condensation." Instantly, a large axe appeared in her hand. Lian Yu proudly charged at her opponent with the weapon. "It's just a low-level technique like 100 Souls Possession. Let this auntie broaden your horizons a little. Let me show you what a true demon cultivator is." She swung her axe, drawing a beautiful arc, and slashed straight at Xiang, sending her flying. She then crashed heavily to the ground. Screaming in pain, Lian Yu looked at her lying defeated on the ground and smirked triumphantly. Xiang gritted her teeth, her body trembling with rage. How could this be? I can't accept this." Lian Yu turned to show off to Xiaofan. "Master, my strength has gotten much better than before, hasn't it?" He teased her with a snort. "It's just SOSO." She retorted with a hint of anger. "What do you mean SOSO? I'm obviously very powerful." Just then, she suddenly shrank back into the form of a child. "Oh no, I can't maintain my dharma body anymore." Although wounded and unable to stand, Xiang still struggled to reach for something. Xiaofan grabbed the group of spirits with one hand. He caught them easily. He squeezed harder, shouting, "Be suppressed." Seacombe observed from the side and commented, "Not bad, kid. I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached the Grandmaster level," and entered the transformation realm. The old man suddenly changed his tone, frowning disdainfully. "But, so what?" He then cast a spell, spewing a thick cloud of black smoke from his arm. "Today, You will die with regret for having met me. Sikong wrote characters in the air with his hand and called out, Wind Ghost Seal. After finishing, the old man directed it to fly towards Xiaofan. Seal him for me. Hindered by the smoke, he found it difficult to block this vicious attack. As expected, when the characters touched his body, his hand was instantly frozen. Then it quickly spread throughout his body. Before he was completely frozen, his eyes remained calm, completely unfazed. Sikong looked at Xiaofan frozen in the thick block of ice and gloated. Kid, I already told you that you're no match for me. The old man slowly approached, laughing gleefully. With your realm, there's no way you can break my illusionary realm. In less than a quarter of an hour, your life force will be completely drained, becoming nourishment to raise my cultivation, huh? Sikong smugly made an offer. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might spare you. But he didn't let the old man celebrate for too long. The block of ice suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces. Xiaofan successfully broke free. He walked forward step by step. His eyes flashed with a blazing red fire, like the feathers of a phoenix spreading its wings behind him. He smirked contemptuously. You dare to show off with such a petty illusion technique? Seeing this, Sikong frowned. He couldn't believe this brat could actually break his illusion. But my strength has long since surpassed the transformation realm. I am infinitely close to the spirit-severing realm. Even a half-step spirit-severing expert would not survive this. At this point, the old man had to play his trump card. I admit I underestimated you before. Since you refused to submit to me, then I have no choice but to kill you. He then opened his mouth and spewed out a thick cloud of smoke. It spread out, accompanied by roaring thunder and brilliant flashes of purple lightning. Sikong took the opportunity to soar high into the air. White figures also flickered in and out of sight following his movements. The entire mountain was now engulfed in a sea of flames. Lightning bolts rained down incessantly. The scene was incredibly bizarre. Sikong hovered in midair, proudly looking at his creation and declaring, Within this illusionary realm, cast with all my lifeblood, my power is amplified to the maximum. Even when facing an official divine realm expert, he has the power to fight. Xiaofan stood below, looking at that arrogant man looking up at the sky. The old man revealed a savage smile and commanded in a loud voice, To mortals, I am the Demon King, the Lord of all things. Kneel down at once. Lian Yu, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but frown and exclaim in amazement. To be able to turn this vast mountain into a hell on earth. This stinky old man's abilities are truly terrifying. Although He Xiong was not lightly injured in the previous fight, she was still watching everything. She wore a smile of confidence mixed with triumph. With methods like these, Grandmaster Chun is truly a real immortal. This time, Li Xiaofan is definitely dead for sure. Xiaofan also laughed arrogantly. You think you're worthy of being called a demon king? Even all the immortals have to kneel when they see me. He quickly gathered spiritual energy into one of his legs and arrogantly declared, It seems you can't use any more advanced moves. In that case, this fight should be over. Then, he stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground. Through the cloud of smoke, crossing 1,000 miles, he leaped high into the air with a single kick. Xiaofan landed heavily on a towering cliff. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Then, he began to cast a technique. His eyes suddenly blazed with fire. A giant phoenix appeared from the void and charged straight at Sikong. He shouted loudly, Get down from the sky for me. He casually replied, Shameless lies. He immediately unsheathed his sword. Then it suddenly transformed into a sharp spear. The old man waved his hand. The spear, formed from countless evil spirits, flew down rapidly. Brat, your speed is far too slow. As slow as a snail. You dare to fight me with just that? Truly overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The sharp tip stabbed hard into Xiaofan's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Sikong was gloating with satisfaction. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What? Below, what was supposed to be Xiaofan's body was now gradually dissipating. Before his eyes, only the spear was left, stuck deep in the ground. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Sikong. You dare to fight me with a speed as slow as a snail? Somehow, Xiao Fan was already standing behind him. A blurry figure emerged, acting just like him. "I'm returning these words to you, verbatim." The fingertip of his illusionary form flashed with light. The incantation also rang out. "All heaven's sacred body art. One finger shakes the seas." As soon as the words were spoken, it shot down to crush Sikong, causing the old man to scream in pain. "Ah!" The hand slammed him hard against the cliff face. The old man's eyes rolled back. He was horrified. How can this be? The illusion I poured my life's blood into was so easily broken by this brat. Sikong fell inertly to the foot of the mountain. Xiao Fan arrived just in time. Xiao Fan uttered a sentence full of domineering aura. It seemed to silence the entire space. "If I hadn't wanted to see the level of a half-step divine power martial artist, I would have killed you with one blow long ago." Sikong staggered and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "His strength is too great. I can't even withstand a single palm strike. If I keep fighting, I'm afraid he'll only die." Knowing the situation, the old man bowed his head in defeat. He knelt down without daring to resist in the slightest. Then he kowtowed repeatedly. He wailed and begged incessantly while bowing. "Spare me, Your Excellency. I beg you, Your Excellency, please don't kill me." Without a word of warning, Xiao Fan suddenly lifted his foot and stomped hard on his opponent's head, forcing the old man down onto the ground. Ouch! He turned his head. His gaze landed on He Xiong, who was sitting there stunned. "He Xiong, the Grandmaster Qin you worshipped is now being stepped on under my foot. Do you have anything to say now?" Her face turned pale. The panic in her eyes was obvious. "If I had known it would be like this, if I had listened to Li Xiaofan from the beginning, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation." Clasping her hands before her chest, she sobbed, begging for a sliver of hope. "Xiaofan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being blind. Please forgive me. Can you give me another chance?" He remained silent. He just coldly turned his head away. Suddenly, a chain shot down from above like a slithering snake. It wrapped around He Xiong's body, making her scream in panic. "Ah!" The chains carried a strong electric current, causing her to writhe in agony. She choked back her cries in pain. Unable to endure any longer, she collapsed to the ground. The chains still constricted her body, not letting go. Xiaofan watched this scene. His eyes filled with hidden meaning as he asked, "Chen Sikong, is this your doing?" As soon as he heard that, the panicked man frantically waved his hands. He stammered in denial. "Spare my life. This has nothing to do with me. This altar was built on Kangmang Mountain hundreds of years ago. Besides, those iron chains are very malevolent. When they go berserk, they even attack me." Kneeling on the ground, he looked up and explained, "Other than cultivating the killing chi here, I don't know anything else." Sikong's voice trembled. Tears streamed down his face. He kept begging, "Surly, it wasn't easy for me to gain this cultivation base. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to work like an ox and horse for you, to repay your kindness." As soon as those words were spoken, Xiaofan furrowed his brows slightly. His gaze grew distant. "In the future, my cultivation will get higher and higher. The things I need to do will also increase. Li Ba, after all, is just an ordinary person. His abilities are limited. I really do need a subordinate with some strength by my side." After some consideration, he made a decision. "You know how to read the situation. He'll spare your dog life. But from now on, you must obey my commands in all matters." Chen Sikong was overjoyed to be spared. "Mr. Li, from now on, this worthless life of mine belongs to you. I will go through fire and water and never refuse." Xiaofan waved his hand. His tone was decisive, like ordering a lowly servant. "Get lost for now. I will find you later." The old man happily and hastily disappeared. Yes. Xiaodong, who stood beside him and witnessed everything, gasped lightly. "Is this still the Li Xiaofan I know? How could he have changed so much?" Xiaofan gently lifted Liquan's head. He leaned down slightly and fed her an energy-restoring pill. This black pearl was originally the life essence accumulated by Zhang Liquan's 9 mystic body. The cold killing chi on the pearl was also absorbed from those iron chains earlier. His gaze, deep as an abyss, rested on the friend lying motionless in his arms. Could it be that it can make an ordinary person like He Xiong activate the 100 souls in her body? It seems the secrets of the 9 mystic body are greater than I imagined. His thoughts quickly connected the clues into a logical chain. And Chen Sikong used Zhang Liquan's 9 mystic body to absorb this cold killing chi for his own use. But now, Chen Sikong has been taught a lesson by me. I suppose he won't dare to harm people anymore in the future. It was unclear when Li Chuan had woken up. Only her weak voice instantly caught his attention. Xiaofan, thank you for saving me. The group slowly left. Their pace was unhurried. Carrying a hint of weariness, they walked in silence. Only one person stopped and turned to look back at the place they had just left. Regarding those mysterious iron chains, they revealed strangeness and danger everywhere. Acting recklessly might endanger Fang Xiaodong and Zhang Lichuan, just like what happened to Yixiang earlier. I can only wait until my strength increases before returning to investigate. Liquan's clear voice rang out, unable to hide her joy. Xiaofan, you truly surprised me. Then she hesitantly voiced the question she had been holding back for so long. Where did you learn all these skills? Even Grandmaster Chun was defeated by you. Xiaofan maintained a nonchalant expression, while speaking a lie so smoothly that it was hard for anyone to doubt. Once, I was traveling alone in the Shu Mountains. I carelessly got lost and fell off a cliff. Fortunately, I was saved by an old Taoist master. It was he who taught me these skills. She nodded slightly, as if understanding what he meant to convey. Never mind. If Xiaofan doesn't want to say more, I won't press him. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Xiaodong quietly walked behind everyone. He felt that he and Xiaofan were no longer in the same world. I always thought of Xiaofan as a brother I needed to look after. I never expected had already become someone I have to look up to. Xiaofan keenly sensed the change in his friend's mood. I never thought that after this trip, a wall of distance would form between me and Fang Xiaodong. His eagle-like eyes looked ahead, but Fang Xiaodong has always been my ride-or-die friend. In the future, no matter what difficulties he faces, he'll be ready to lend a hand.